suspected body of Yifei was also found at the scene. Body is waiting for final confirmation. Upon learning this news, Chen Luo did not immediately believe it at first, and then he sent someone to keep an eye on Yi's family and found that Yifei's parents are also distraught. There is also Mu Zijin from the Mu family. I heard that after Mu Zijin returned to the Mu family compound today, she has been kept behind closed doors. Including the two women Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu, they also went to the scene of the incident immediately. These signs finally made Chen Luo sure that Yifei was really cold. Chen Luo was immediately excited. Although he took huge risks, in the end his plan was successful. He succeeded. Kill Yifei. Yifei, I didn't think you would lose my life in the end. Hey, Chen Luo was very proud. He thought about it when a call was made. Chen Luo's fire was also carefully planned this time. He hired several people to set fire in secret and used the hotel to keep warm. The flammable characteristics of the lair led to this fire. Chen Luo called the other party and said a few code words. Chen Luo was also very cautious, using all code words. After confessing a few sentences, Chen Luo secretly transferred it to the other party's account. The account of 5 million is also the remuneration for this incident. After this, Chen Luo was even more triumphant, but he didn't even know that all of this was under Yifei's control. Chapter 253 Chen Luo is dead after getting the evidence. When Chen Luo was proud, he might never have thought that Yifei did not die in this fire. Chen Luo was still immersed in pride. It is a pity that my current backing is gone. No matter it is the Wei family or the Zheng family, they will not care about me now, otherwise it will be a good time to fight back against the entire Yi family. Chen Luo secretly thought, although Yifei was dead in his eyes, of course Chen Luo was not reconciled. With Chen Luo's hatred for Yifei, he couldn't wait to destroy the entire Yi family. Chen Luo's revenge is very serious, especially the good things that have been broken by Yifei several times, and the beauties like Luo Weiyu and Su Qingzu that he likes have all fallen into. In Yifei's arms, this made Chen Luo feel furious. The anger at Yifei rose up, and she could hardly wait to swallow Yifei alive. Peel. Chen Luo was smoking a cigarette, puffing up clouds, squinting, and feeling extremely happy. But the fire incident was too much. I can expose myself, and I don't have a backer behind me now. It is really troublesome. And that guy Duan Qizheng, he wants to punish him ruthlessly. Not only did Chen Luo want to retaliate against Yifei, he would also retaliate against Duan Qizheng and Li Shengyan, even if he had the opportunity. Resuscitator. But the tricky thing right now is that Chen Luo lost his backing in Yandu, although several families in Yandu also miss other teachers. Father Wu's old love, he had a close relationship with him, but those families were still a little bit worse in front of the current Yi family. Chen Luo's current background and influence are difficult to shake the Yi family, and the fire incident is also a lot of trouble. After repeated weighing, Chen Luo's eyes flickered, and he muttered to himself in a low voice, unfortunately, it is on the cusp of the storm. I still be low-key, find a chance to leave Yandu first, and it is best to go back to the small town of Longhushan and ask Master for help first. But can let Master knows what I did in Yandu, otherwise he will scold me, maybe even deny me as an apprentice. Chen Luo is not stupid, knowing that such a serious matter was committed in this fire, and when the time comes to investigate it, he will show his horse by any chance. The consequences of the feat are disastrous. It is better to go outside Yandu to avoid the limelight. Thinking of this, Chen Luo immediately booked a plane ticket and prepared to go back to the small city in Zhangyan province to avoid the limelight. After this incident, I will return to Yandu again. By that time, the entire Yan let him go. Chen Luo smiled triumphantly at the corner of his mouth. Yifei, no matter how powerful you were before, it was not by me. It is time to get it so this person, in the end, it has the length of his life. Chen Luo was triumphant and couldn't wait to laugh 3 times in order to express the gloom in his heart during this period of time. Chen Luo was excited. Just when Chen Luo was triumphant, the sky was gradually brightening. Yifei and Bai Ruoxi hugged and slept. Bai Ruoxi clung to Yifei, revealing the arms of a period of frost and snow. She has a lovely sleeping posture, her eyebrows are slightly trimmed, and her temperament is graceful, like a begonia. Yifei got up very early, but Bai Ruoxi was very tired last night, and Yifei didn't want to disturb her and let her sleep a little longer. Yifei got out of bed lightly. He turned on the computer and checked Chen Luo's movements. Chen Luo's electronic products were monitored by him, especially Chen Luo's mobile phone and computer. Then Yifei found Chen Luo. Last night's call history. The call log of Chen Luo last night was also found. Yifei knew through the monitor's voice that Chen Luo was using cryptic words last night. Communicate with each other. Yifei squinted. With the call log, he could find out the address of the person talking with Chen Luo. And this call can also be used as evidence. Through the monitoring device, Yifei found out those call records of Chen Luo last night and saved the call records as evidence. Immediately afterwards, Yifei checked Chen Luo's bank account. Found a secret bank account owned by Chen Luo, and transferred 5 million to another account through an overseas account. In the house, after Yifei found out, he knew that the address of the other party could be tracked through this account, and the evidence could be easily found. Chen Luo showed his feet. Yifei's mouth turned with a smile, so Chen Luo was dead. As long as Yifei has the evidence, Chen Luo must be cold. By tracking the bank account, Yifei could easily find the address of the other party. Right now, Yifei acted immediately and fast. The computer locks the approximate address of the person speaking with Chen Luo. Soon, Yifei was locked. The other party has fled to Zhongbei province. It seems to have fled overnight. The address is in a remote rental house in Kangxi, Zhongbei province. After Yifei found out all of this, the corners of his mouth curled up. Now he can say with certainty that Chen Luo is finished. What are you doing? Bai Ruoxi's voice reached Yifei's ears. Yifei took a look. Bai Ruoxi was wearing pajamas. Unable to hide his graceful figure, he walked to Yifei's side and took his arm. Yifei smiled and said, you have gained a lot from fishing last night. Have you gained? Bai Ruoxi looked at Yifei dumbly and whispered so fast. Bai Ruoxi knew exactly what Yifei meant by fishing. Yifei nodded, and the corners of his mouth raised. It can only be said that Chen Luo doesn't know how to hide himself. 243 Although he is cunning. Cunning, but still exposed. In all fairness, Chen Luo still knows to hide himself. For example, when he talks to his subordinates, he uses code words, and bank transfers are also through overseas accounts, plus Chen Luo. I am planning to leave Yandu overnight. It can be said that Chen Luo himself is very cautious. But killing Chen Luo didn't expect Yifei to be proficient in hacking techniques, and he was already prepared to take everything he has now. Watch it. Now Chen Luo has been given evidence by Yifei, and he is dead. Yifei said I will send someone to arrest Chen Luo. In addition, I need to send someone to Gang City, Zhongbei province to catch the fire. Suspect. I'll help you. Bai Ruoxi said immediately when Yifei said that. Yifei is not polite, nor does he need to be polite with Bai Ruoxi. Well, you arrange manpower to go to Kangxi, I will stop Chen. Fall. Good. Chapter 254. When Bai Ruoxi heard Yifei's arrangement, he said that he had no objection. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he agreed to Yifei. Well, it shouldn't be too late. Let us act immediately. I am afraid it will cause Chen Luo to be alert and there will be many dreams in the night. Yifei whispered. Bai Ruoxi nodded slightly. She got up and made a call, summoning the Bai's security personnel. There are a lot of security personnel in the Bai family, especially when Bai Ruoxi was at the Violet Extinguish organization stronghold before. He still had two with him. Inner strength warrior. With the security guards of the Bai family, plus 2 inner strength warriors, arresting a few people is simply handy. Don't be too light. Loose. After Yifei and Bai Ruoxi decided, Bai Ruoxi quickly arranged the matter. Of course, Bai Ruoxi was at ease when he worked with Yifei. Then I will accompany you to stop Chen Luo first. Bai Ruoxi whispered. No trouble, you go to the Bai family group first. I will take care of this little thing myself. Yifei showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. Touch the soft ends of Bai Ruoxi's blue silk hair. Hearing what Yifei said, Bai Ruoxi said softly, well, I know, you must be careful. Don't worry, Chen Luo can hurt me, Yifei said confidently. Well, I believe you. Seeing Chen Luo saying this, Bai Ruoxi stood on tiptoe, kissed Yifei's side lightly and then changed into his clothes. In high heels, ready to leave. But when she turned around, her eyebrows were slightly trimmed, her footsteps were a little uncomfortable, and she only felt aching pain on her body. Yifei hurriedly held Bai Ruoxi, limp at Bai Ruoxi's feet, leaning against Yifei's arms. Are you okay? Yifei looked at her with concern. What do you mean? If it weren't tea for you last night, I wouldn't tea. Have Bai Ruoxi stared slightly. Yifei said with a slight snort. Yifei said brazenly, I don't want to, I can only say that you're too charming. Yifei recollected last night, still unfinished. Bai Ruoxi frowned slightly and said, I'll go to the Bai family group first, it is too late. Go, be careful on the way. Yifei watched Bai Ruoxi leave, and he also called the Haiwu and others immediately and divided the Haiwu and others into 3 groups. The batch of people followed Yifei and went straight to Chen Luo's villa. A high-speed intersection. Contained Chen Luo in 3 ways. Chen Luo couldn't fly today even with wings. Yifei was fully prepared, and fortunately, the security personnel of the Yi family could be mobilized by Yifei, otherwise there would be insufficient manpower. Yifei drove the other Maserati from Bai Ruoxi in this villa and quickly rushed towards Chen Luo's villa. Yifei arrived at Chen Luo's villa area, and as soon as he got off the car, Haiwu and the others surrounded him. Haiwu and the others approached Yifei, only to see Haiwu with 5 or 6 men in suits and leather shoes. All of them are horny, these people are elites. In order to forge the image of Yifei's fake death, Yifei also evacuated the surveillance personnel around Chen Luo. After all, if Yifei really died. Now, it is impossible for these people to keep watching Chen Luo. Master, Chen Luo, we have already guarded this area. We haven't seen Chen Luo's trace. Would you like to visit his villa? Black Friday asked. Yifei nodded slightly and said lightly, follow me. Of course he is going to Chen Luo villa. Yifei took everyone to Chen Luo's villa, only to see that the door of the villa was closed tightly and none of the servants could be seen. Yifei suddenly frowning. Black Friday took the lead, turning over directly from the outer wall of the villa, then entering the house to look carefully and search for other places for a while. Then he came out and shouted, Master, the man is gone. Yifei's heart tightened. Chen Luo really ran away. Yifei was a little surprised. Chen Luo actually ran so fast. This guy was still talking with his men last night. Actually ran away today. Chen Luo is no one at this speed. Fortunately, he flies so fast that he has a plan. Otherwise, it is really possible for Chen Luo to escape quickly. It is really not worth the loss. Yifei's eyes showed coldness. Go to the airport. Yifei prepared Yandu airport the first time. Yifei guessed that Chen Luo would choose to take a plane as his transportation. Yes, master. Hearing Yifei's instructions, Haiwu and others moved quickly. They drove 2 cars and followed Yifei. After this Maserati, Yifei asked one of the bodyguards to drive, and he sat in the back seat to the airport. On the way to the airport, Yifei notified the 2 groups of security personnel at the airport and expressway to pay attention to Chen Luo's movements. After this, Yifei has been closing his eyes and resting. At this moment, Yifei received the call. Yifei looked at the phone display. It turned out to be a call from concubine Ningyu. Concubine Ningyu. Yifei has several mobile phones. This number is Yifei's most personal number. This is also Yifei's initiative to give concubine Ningyu. Phone number. What does it mean that concubine Ningyu came to call him at this time? Don't forget, Yifei is still in suspended animation. Pick it up or not? Yifei thought for a while, and finally chose to answer the phone. Ms. Ning called me early in the morning. Don't you know what you can do? Yifei asked with a faint smile. Hearing Yifei's clear voice, Ning Yifei's slightly cold voice came, and she said, Yifei, you are really fine. I just said. Concubine Ningyu breathed a sigh of relief. Yifei smiled and said, it is just to get some people to the bait. Do you need my help? As long as people are in the north, I can help you handle it. Concubine Ningyu asked softly. Concubine Ningyu's voice revealed strong confidence. The underground money forces and intelligence networks controlled by Concubine Ningyu are indeed terrifying. With the forces she controls, help. Yifei is very simple. When Concubine Ningyu said so, Yifei shrugged. No, I will ask you for help if necessary, thank you. There are enough people sent by Bai Ruoxi. In that case, I have something to ask you for help. Concubine Ningyu said again. You said. Yifei's voice was faint. Concubine Ningyu asked Yifei for help, and Yifei definitely wanted to help. Concubine Ningyu helped a lot with the Violet organization last time. Yifei must also pay back the favor. Chapter 255 Frightened Chen Luo. Yifei must pay back Concubine Ningyu's favors for emotion and reason. So as long as Concubine Ningyu didn't ask too much, Yifei would agree to help. Concubine Ningyu said, this is how my Hongshan Martial Art Museum was kicked out last night. Kick the hall. Yifei frowned slightly. Hongshan Martial Arts Hall is the largest martial arts gym in Yandu. This martial arts gym usually undertakes various martial arts competitions. Has a very high reputation. The first martial arts hall in Yandu, Hongshan Martial Arts Hall deserves it. In this Hongshan Martial Arts Museum is the core industry of Concubine Ningyu in Yandu. Concubine Ningyu is well known in Yandu and holds the underground power of Yandu. It is frightening, like rose. Someone dared to go to her kicking hall. I am afraid that I am tired and crooked, right? Yifei was also slightly surprised, and said, there are still people who dare to go to your gym. The other party's backing is not small, the art master is bold and seems to have an overseas hungman background. Concubine Ningyu said softly. Overseas hungman. Yifei suddenly became interested when he heard these 4 words. You must know that Li Yunfeng, the protagonist of The King of Soldiers in Wadu, is a powerful man from overseas hungman. It seems that he is caught in the plot of the book The King of Soldiers in Wadu. 847 What is the other party's name? Yifei asked. Concubine Ningyu quickly replied, the other party's name is Fu Hongyu. He has a lot of background, and he is a top player with great internal strength. Fu Hongyu. Yi Fei knew this person. Fu Hongyu was Li Yunfeng's disciple. Li Yunfeng is over 35 years old this year, and he is a master-level master. Fu Hongyu is Li Yunfeng's apprentice. Said he is an apprentice. In fact, Fu Hongyu is about the same age as Li Yunfeng. However, on the way of martial arts, the master is the teacher, and it is common for them to be of similar age. Fu Hongyu's strength is a great inner strength, a warrior close to the peak of inner strength. Yi Fei was not surprised when he went to kick the pavilion. Yi Fei squinted slightly, and said lightly, Fu Hongyu, I've heard of this person, the strength is indeed not weak. Concubine Ning Yu sighed today, both of my men were maimed by him, and were extremely injured. If so, that's all, the key is. After Fu Hongyu kicked the gym, the reputation of Hongshan Martial Arts Hall was affected. The opponent played in an upright manner, and the martial arts strength was extraordinary. Although I also have masters with great internal strength, they all. Not his opponent. Fu Hongyu threatened last night that he will come to the pavilion tomorrow night. Concubine Ning Yu sighed, this person is so strong, there are very few warriors who can control such a master of inner strength, unless. I am going to invite a few seniors, but unfortunately they won't take it easily, so I want to ask Mr. Yi for your help. If Mr. Yi promises to help, it would be best. Concubine Ning Yu said. It can be seen that Fu Hongyu did make Concubine Ning Yu somewhat helpless. Yi Fei heard the words, thought about it, and quickly agreed that it's okay, I am fine. Yi Fei promised to help. On the one hand, the favor of Concubine Ning Yu, on the other hand, of course Fu Hongyu is also his enemy. Li Yunfeng should not be underestimated. This Fu Hongyu is Li Yunfeng's right-hand man. If he can kill Fu Hongyu first, he will wait. You scrapped Li Yunfeng's arm. Okay, thank you Mr. Yi, this time I let you owe Mr. Yi a favor. Concubine Ning Yu continued. Listening to Concubine Ning Yu's words, Yi Fei's mouth smiled. Ms. Ning don't take care. Yi Fei was like helping Concubine Ning Yu with a punch this time, which was completely reasonable and within the rules. Fu Hongyu kicked the gym, and Yi Fei helped Concubine Ning Yu. Then tomorrow night I will wait for Mr. Yi to come and participate in this boxing match. I am afraid that there will be many martial arts circles. People come to participate, Concubine Ning Yu whispered. Okay, I see. Yi Fei agreed, and at the same time he moved slightly in his heart, saying Ms. Ning might pay back tomorrow night. To be extra arrange a life and death boxing match. What do you mean, Concubine Ning Yu? Didn't you know why? Yi Fei smiled. I am going to fight Chen Luo in the CCCA night boxing match. Are you fighting Chen Luo in a boxing match? Concubine Ning Yu asked curiously. Will Chen Luo agree? Yi Fei smiled. Chen Luo had to agree even if he didn't. He had no other choice. In fact, Yi Fei has been thinking about **** Chen Luo. Give the clues in his hand to the mentor. It is feasible, but in this case, investigation, evidence collection, and so on, a series of troublesome issues are needed. And finally, if the trial comes down, it will take time. After a few months of delay, the variables will be too great. Yi Fei wanted to kill Chen Luo immediately. In this way, he can immediately gain experience points and upgrade his skills. More importantly, no time wasted. Therefore, Yi Fei also brewed a plan. He wanted to use these evidences as a threat to make Chen Luo promise him that he had to fight him. Then in this ring match, Yi Fei completely killed Chen Luo. Listening to what Yi Fei said, although Concubine Ning Yu was very curious about what Yi Fei wanted to do, she still chose between doubts. Choosing agreed to Yi Fei. Okay, I get it. Then it has settled, Yi Fei said lightly. Hanging up, Yi Fei went straight to the airport. At the same time, Yi Fei finally received good news. The security personnel who intercepted Chen Luo at the airport called Yi Fei. In other words, Chen Luo's traces have been found. Chen Luo appeared. Then it will be easier. Yi Fei immediately asked the security personnel not to disturb Chen Luo. He personally took the Black Five and the others to the airport to intercept Chen Luo. Chen Luo had no idea at this time. It's just that Chen Luo was still a little worried at the moment. He looked around, and he was about to go to the airport security check. Chen Luo breathed a sigh of relief at this time, preparing to go through the airport security check. However, at this moment, a figure stopped him, accompanied by a faint noise. Chen Luo, you were thinking. Where to go? Chen Luo was taken aback by the sudden sound, because he was so familiar with it. Hearing this voice, Chen Luo subconsciously raised his head to look at the incoming person. Yi Fei. Chen Luo swallowed, only feeling a bit difficult in his voice. Are you still alive? It as hell. Yi Fei is not dead yet. Is he still alive? Chen Luo looked at Yi Fei in shock and horror. At the same time, he noticed that 6 or 7 Yi family bodyguards appeared all around, faintly. Surround Chen Luo. Chapter 256. Chen Luo was shocked. Chen Luo looked at Yi Fei in front of him. I saw Yi Fei wearing a beige windbreaker, with sword eyebrows and star eyes, a crisp face, and a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. It seems to be playful. Yi Fei's voice was not loud, but it reached Chen Luo's ears clearly. He only said indifferently, Chen Luo, it seems you know me. Surprisingly not dead. Your Chen Luo's expression has changed several times, and he noticed Yi Fei's subordinates faintly surrounding him. Although Yi Fei's subordinate Chen Luo is not afraid, this is the airport security check. Once the trouble gets bigger, things will become more serious. Chen Luo's expression changed slightly, staring at Yi Fei, and said coldly, Yi Fei, what do you want to do? What do I want to do? What do you think? Yi Fei looked at Chen Luo with a non-smiling smile, and said coldly, Chen Luo, you want to set fire. Damn me, it is a pity that I am still a step behind. You accept your fate, no one can teach you now. Chen Luo's expression changed. Yi Fei Jingran knew that he sent someone to set fire. Is this a game? Chen Luo reacted and sneered, Yi Fei, you don't want to spit people, I warn you, now I am going to fly. Leaving Yandu, what right do you have to stop me? Chen Luzhang calmed himself, his eyes flickering, he wanted to rush through and enter the airport security check. Yi Fei smiled immediately. He stepped forward and stopped in front of Chen Luo, and said lightly, Chen Luo, what are you thinking about? Well, I'm bleeding people. Do you think I will arrest you without evidence? Yi Fei looked at Chen Luo coldly. Hearing this, Chen Luo panicked, but secretly warned himself not to mess around. Do you have evidence? Chen Luo stepped back quietly and said, what evidence do you have? Yi Fei took out a voice recorder. This is the backup he recorded. He just listened to Yi Fei lightly saying listen. Turn on the recorder and hear the sound coming out very clearly. The voice in this recorder is exactly the audio of the conversation between Chen Luo and his subordinates. Hearing the voice in it, suddenly let. Chen Luo was startled. This voice was exactly what Chen Luo had with his subordinates last night. Fortunately, Chen Luo spoke in a cryptic language, and did not reveal much information in a few sentences. The crowd must have heard it in a cloud of mist. Here, this matter will not be linked to the arson case. Chen Luo quibbled. Yi Fei, are you monitoring me? But what kind of evidence is this? Don't make it funny. Chen Luo calmed down with a blank expression on his face. I advise you not to stop me, otherwise the surrounding security will be disturbed, and you will be numb. Chen Luo made up his mind and must leave today. Although the recording provided by Yifei is not the most important evidence, it is enough to make him flustered. Chen Luo knows. His arson has been completely exposed this time. Who would have thought that Yifei's life was so hard that he couldn't die like this? Chen Luo stepped forward, but was still stopped by Yifei. Yifei glanced at Chen Luo and said, Chen Luo, even if you want to leave today, it is impossible. You think I only have the share? Evidence you transfer and remit money through the overseas account of Zurich Bank. I also know it clearly, and your 2 hands. The next one is in Kangxi, Zhongbei province. It is a good idea for you to hide. Every time Yifei said a word, Chen Luo's complexion became pale. Hearing Yifei's words, Chen Luo's expression was already extremely flustered, and his eyes were full of shock. Yifei knows this well. Chen Luo took a step back, he forced a smile and said, what are you talking about? I don't understand what you are saying, you are trying to confuse me. If, Yifei said coldly, I am holding evidence now, do I need to compile your words? You. Chen Luo was panicked and angry. He already realized how dangerous the situation is for him. Chen Luo only saw Chen Luo. Clenching his fist, Chen Luo wanted to do it even more between him and Yifei. Now that Yifei saw through everything, Chen Luo could only do it. In fact, when Yifei said just now, Chen Luo had already confirmed that Yifei did know this. With the evidence that Yifei had, it was enough to send Chen Luo to prison. Since Chen Luo was the mastermind of this arson, the nature of the arson was extremely bad, and he might not escape to death in the end. Facing extremely severe punishment. After all, the fire has attracted the attention of the entire Yandu media. Everyone is investigating the cause of the fire and paying close attention to it. NS. In addition, as Chen Luo is the mastermind of the matter, it is even more difficult for him to escape. Ask for flowers. After all, the fire was so crazy that at least 10 people were killed and the impact was bad. What is more terrifying is that the location of the fire was a 5-star hotel and high-end restaurant, and the identity of the people in it. The status is not low. Once Chen Luo's affairs are exposed, it is really impossible for Yandu's major families to save him. He must die. So Chen Luo squeezed his fist secretly, his face changed slightly, he gritted his teeth slightly, and wanted to do it. If Yifei really wants to stop him, he can only force it. No matter what, you must not be caught by Yifei today, otherwise it will be over. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes showed strong vigilance, and he immediately prepared to do it. Yifei is also always on guard against Chen Luo. He is not afraid at all. He said indifferently, Chen Luo, you should know by now. Dao, you are at the end of your way, and still want to struggle to your death. Chen Luo darkened his face and said in a deep anger, Yifei, you are less proud, even if I die today, I will hold you back, Chen Luo. My heart was ruthless, and I made up my mind. Yifei looked calm. Actually, I can give you a chance. Although I have the evidence for your matter, I can. Give you a chance. What do you mean? Chen Luo was surprised, but his face was still sinking. Chen Luo didn't believe that Yifei would let him go. But now Chen Luo has no choice. Yifei's people were all around, and in order to leave by plane, Chen Luo didn't bring any murder weapon in order to pass the security check. Moreover, once Yifei and Chen Luo are here, they will definitely alarm the security of the airport, and then it will be dangerous. Therefore, Chen Luo had no choice. He seemed to be extremely fierce to Yifei, but he was actually powerless. Yifei took the opportunity to grab Chen Luo's weakness. If you follow the normal legal channels, Chen Luo will certainly be sentenced, but the time is too long and Yifei doesn't want to wait. What he wants is to kill Chen Luo tomorrow night, so as not to have many dreams at night. Chapter 257 Signing the status of life and death. Condition. What conditions, you say? Chen Luo clenched his fist and glanced at Yifei's left and right subordinates. Although Yifei has many bodyguards, he is not afraid at all. After all, Chen Luo is a master of inner strength, the force value is also quite terrifying. Except for Yifei, the others couldn't stop Chen Luo at all. If Yifei's request is too demanding, Chen Luo and Yifei will die. Chen Luo has made a decision in his heart, and he is ready to violate at any time. Yifei's voice was not loud. He looked directly at Chen Luo and said the conditions are very simple. We fight a life and death match. You won. I won't hold you accountable anymore. If you lose, you know the consequences. Yifei's 530 made a request. Life and death. Chen Luo didn't expect Yifei to make this request. He took a deep breath but was thinking about the possibility of this matter. In fact, Chen Luo's current situation is so bad that it can be worse. Chen Luo was blocked by Yifei at the airport. Yifei would not let him go. What is more, Yifei also grasped the evidence of Chen Luo and his men about this arson case, and the problem was even more serious. Chen Luo took a deep breath, his face sullen without speaking, weighing in his heart. Since Yifei dared to make a request and said that Chen Luo would not blame him if he wins, how could there be such a good thing? The only possibility is that Yifei thinks he will definitely win. Chen Luo is not stupid. He looks at Yifei's confident look, plus Yifei and Chen Luo have fought against each other before. Chen Luo. I immediately knew what Yifei's thoughts and attitudes were. In this life and death battle, Yifei wanted to kill him. Chen Luo clenched his fists, his joints were white, his eyes squinted full of anger, but in the end there was no attack. Yifei used Yang over Chen Luo, and Yifei told Chen Luo clearly about his current situation, and gave Chen Luo openly. 2 ways to choose. The first way is to put Chen Luo in prison, and then give Chen Luo a fair sentence. The other is that the 2 lives are in a life and death battle. They are both superior and inferior, but also between life and death. Faced with this choice, what can Chen Luo do? Choosing the first path, he will undoubtedly die. If he advances to the prison and waits for the final trial, he will certainly not escape the death sentence of the supervisory office. After all, the matter was too serious this time. Even if his master, Dr. Wu, went out in person, he might not be able to keep him. There may be a silver lining if you choose the second path. On the surface, Yifei let him choose, but in fact, he didn't have the choice at all. Chen Luo was silent. At this moment, Yifei's cell phone rang. When I switched on the mobile phone, I saw that it was Bai Ruoxi's call. Yifei directly pressed the speakerphone, and Bai Ruoxi's voice came from. It came from the phone. Bai Ruoxi whispered, Yifei, the matter has been settled. The subordinates I sent have caught Chen Luo's accomplices in Kangxi. A total of 4 of them are hiding in the remote suburbs of Kangxi. The address you gave is correct. They have all been arrested. Hearing Bai Ruoxi's words, Yifei's mouth showed a slight smile. Bai Ruoxi's call was really timely. It is here to give God an assist. Okay, I see. Yifei and Bai Ruoxi chatted briefly, then hung up the phone and looked directly at Chen Luo. Faintly said, how are you thinking about it, Chen Luo? Chen Luo's expression was extremely gloomy. After hearing the call from Bai Ruoxi, he knew that he was completely gone. Room for maneuver. Even his 4 men were arrested, and the most critical evidence of the arson case was in Yifei's hands. Whether it is human or physical evidence, they have all gathered. Chen Luo, can come back? He asked with a sullen face. Yifei, you said that we are both alive and dead. As long as I beat you, I can let me go, right? That's right, Yifei said slightly. I can't believe what you said. Can someone else testify? Chen Luo stared at Yifei firmly. Yifei smiled. Chen Luo's words were undoubtedly telling Yifei of his choice, and Chen Luo was forced to agree. Yifei's conditions were met, but Chen Luoxin was nowhere near Yifei, so he wanted someone to testify. Yifei said, "It's okay if you don't believe me. How about concubine Ning Yu's testimony? Sign life and death. Chen Luo still knows the reputation of concubine Ning Yu. After all, concubine Ning Yu is very famous in Yandu. Both Yandu and Black and White are extremely famous, and the martial arts world is also very famous. Big, and more importantly, concubine Ning Yu has a very good reputation, and Chen Luo is more at ease. Okay, if you were playing against concubine Ning Yu's Hongshan Martial Arts Center, I will promise you. Chen Luo gritted his teeth. In fact, Chen Luo also had a small abacus in his heart. Since the last time he fought Yifei, Chen Luo's injuries are now basically healed. And during this period of time, Chen Luo didn't dare to be careless and did some restorative training. Chen Luo thought about him. The strength of is definitely stronger than before points. As for Yifei, the last time Chen Luo and Yifei fought, it was largely because of his contempt for Yifei, which led to Chen Luo and Yifei lost the opportunity in the fight. This time he will never make the same mistake again then please. Yifei said lightly. Chen Luo and Yifei moved to Hongshan Martial Arts Hall to find concubine Ning Yu. Concubine Ning Yu received a call from Yifei and learned that Yifei and Chen Luo had come to Hongshan Martial Arts Hall, and concubine Ning Yu personally led someone to greet them. Under the witness of concubine Ning Yu, Yifei and Chen Luo signed the certificate of life and death. The so-called life and death status is also very simple. It is usually a treaty signed during the underground Black Fist. The content is also very simple. The two sides are not limited in fighting techniques and can use weapons. In the competition arena, it is a decisive victory or defeat, regardless of life or death. Signing the 0.9 of life and death, which means that even if Yifei kills Chen Luo in the ring, no one can say anything. Similarly, this is also an opportunity for Chen Luo, his only life. The two sides signed the status of life and death. Yifei's mouth turned up, and the direction of the matter was currently in his expectation. Chen Luo may think that Yifei is arrogant, but in fact, for Yifei, this is the fastest way to solve Chen Luo. The two parties signed a life and death agreement. Under the witness of concubine Ning Yu, the battle between Yifei and Chen Luo was about to start. Chapter 258. Under the witness of concubine Ning Yu, Yifei and Chen Luo signed a life and death statement. When the life and death status was signed, Chen Luo was relieved. He knew that he could leave everything behind and focus on. Shin is ready to fight Yifei. This is his only life. Chen Luo took a deep breath, his expression still gloomy but much more relaxed. Yifei had a panoramic view of Chen Luo's expression, and when he saw Chen Luo's relaxed appearance, he laughed in his heart. You both have one day time to prepare. Mr. Yi, you and Fu Hongyu will also be scheduled for the battle tomorrow night. Do you want to? Before or after this battle, concubine Ning Yu also asked Yifei. Yifei thought a little, then said just before this. That is good too. Concubine Ning Yu nodded lightly, and at the same time couldn't he help but worry about Yifei. The strength of Chen Luo and Fu Hongyu. They are not weak, they are all martial artists with great internal strength. Yifei actually wants to fight the two of them in succession. Although concubine Ning Yu had seen Yifei's strength, she was still slightly surprised. Concubine Ning Yu herself is also a master of martial arts and has a foundation in martial arts. Although concubine Ning Yu's strength is not as strong as Yifei, but it is very clear that the inner strength of the martial artist is powerful. Because of this, concubine Ning Yu wanted to remind Yifei. And Yifei gave concubine Ning Yu a relieved look. During this period of time, Yifei has never let go of martial arts exercises, and Yifei also consumed some experience points. With the addition of strength and speed, Yifei's body attributes are now basically close to the limit of a master of inner strength. The inner strength of the martial artist is almost the top of the domestic martial artist. One step further, that is the master martial artist. And the Grandmaster showed up, it was the real dragon who saw the head but didn't see the end. Yifei is planning to borrow Fu Hongyu and Chen Luo this time at the Hongshan Martial Arts Center to make himself a step further, at least to earn enough money. Checkpoints and upgrade martial arts skills. Before that, Yifei had a total of 4,300 experience points. He spent 1,000 experience points to increase his speed and strength 50 points each. There are currently 3,300 experience points left. Although some experience points were consumed, as long as Yifei could kill Fu Hongyu and Chen Luo, it would still be a good deal. After Yifei and Chen Luo signed the certificate of life and death, Yifei and Chen Luo gave the certificate of life and death to concubine Ning Yu for safekeeping. Concubine Ning Yu held the certificate of life and death in her hand. She went through the business and said, I have collected the certificate of life and death for both of you in order to signal the competition. Fair, Mr. Chen, during this period, please live in my Hongshan Martial Arts Center. I will give your personal safety. Protect. Concubine Ning Yu said this politely, and actually helped Yifei to prevent Chen Luo from running away. Chen Luo's expression changed slightly, but he finally nodded slowly. Now that he is stronger than others, he has to bow his head. The corner of Yifei's mouth raised, and concubine Ning Yu was very considerate, so he wouldn't be afraid of Chen Luo running away. There are martial artists everywhere in the Hongshan Martial Arts Hall. Although Chen Luo has a high level of force, it is not so easy to escape. After signing the life and death status, Yifei also left the Hongshan Martial Arts Hall. After leaving Hongshan Martial Arts Hall, Yifei was finally able to show his identity again. In order to conceal Chen Luo, Yifei ceaselessly suspended himself from death, and many people thought that Yifei was dead. People including Lei Yiming, Bai Yu, Yang Zimo, Zhang Minli, etc. were all kept secret. Only Yifei's parents and the women around him knew the truth of this incident. Other than that, they kept everyone from it. Therefore, the first thing Yifei did when he left Hongshan Wuguan was to report to the Yi family group in Brilliant Entertainment. Knowing that Yifei was not dead, the people around Yifei breathed a sigh of relief, especially Brilliant Entertainment. Full of energy, Zhang Minli himself even said to Yifei, Mr. Yi, you have really scared me out of my life in the past 2 days. Secretary is counting on you. Yifei smiled slightly, patted Zhang Mingle on the shoulder, and said, I am relieved to have you staring at the company now, and speed up the progress. Don't worry about money matters. No problem, with your words, just wait, Zhang Mingle said confidently. Now Brilliant Entertainment has received a large investment from Yifei. It has already started shooting multiple movies at the same time. In addition, a group of singers and actors such as Lu Lingjun are also being trained. It can be said that the current rapid development of Brilliant Entertainment, as long as time and entertainment empire will emerge. Yifei left the company and returned to the villa. In the villa, Luo Weiyu waited quietly for Yifei's return in the villa. When Yifei came back, she just hugged Yifei tightly, without speaking. Yifei touched her head and said with a smile, Don't miss me, yes. Luo Weiyu said. Yifei smiled and touched her rosy cheeks, and said, I miss you too. I want to eat mincemeat, eggplant and tomato scrambled eggs at noon. Yifei ordered a few home-cooked dishes at random. Luo Weiyu blushed and said, then I will do it for you. Okay, then I'll just wait for dinner. Yifei watched Luo Weiyu go to the kitchen to be busy. After Yifei, Su Qingzu, musician and other women sent a message, they went to the building. Concentrate on practicing boxing. The day passed quickly. Finally, it was the next night. Hangshan Martial Arts Museum. At this time, musician and other women knew that Yifei was about to fight Fu Hongyu and Chen Luo. They all cared about Yifei and thought. Come to watch the ring match. In the end, Yifei only let musician come alone. After all, other people didn't understand martial arts, and Yifei didn't want them either. Too worried. 8 p.m. Hangshan Martial Arts Hall is brightly lit. There are luxury cars parked outside the Hangshan Martial Arts Hall, among which many celebrities in martial arts circles have come inside and outside the Hangshan Martial Arts Hall. Yifei arrived inside the Hangshan Martial Arts Hall, and musician also came soon and joined Yifei. Concubine Ningyu personally entertained her. The entire Hangshan Martial Arts Hall is full of seats. The lights are brightly lit. On the ring, there are various shows and performances. When Yifei appeared, there was a riot and discussion on the ring. Everyone knew that Yifei was one of the protagonists tonight. This ring match can hide everyone. Of course, this arena only refers to the battle between Yifei and Fu Hongyu and does not involve Chen Luo. The battle between Yifei and Chen Luo was behind Yifei and Fu Hongyu. Soon, Yifei also saw Fu Hongyu. Fu Hongyu, the apprentice of the protagonist Li Yunfeng in the book The King of Soldiers and Wadu, is also Li Yunfeng's right-hand man. Chapter 259 Shocking the audience. Yifei met Fu Hongyu. Fu Hongyu has broad shoulders, a not too burly figure, a Chinese character face, a strong face, and a so-so appearance. But Fu Hongyu was full of momentum, and when he came out, the martial arts masters around him looked up at him one by one. Fu Hongyu himself showed a majestic aura. Every step he took, he was like a mountain. Ordinary people even only. If you want to be by his side, you can feel the huge pressure in it. Fu Hongyu really is a master of inner strength. He has actually practiced internal energy and external energy. The so-called internal force and external release is an extremely advanced technique that Fu Hongyu himself has mastered and should not be underestimated. Seeing Fu Hongyu's breath exploding, he also saw Yifei and Concubine Ningyu from a distance. Concubine Ningyu accompanied Yifei, and Fu Hongyu watched Concubine Ningyu's expression and knew that tonight's opponent was Yifei. On the ring, there were 7 or 8 women in short skirts in the hot dance scene. When Fu Hongyu appeared, they all stopped. Stepped down, bow to the audience, and then back off the ring. Fu Hongyu was standing under the stage. He jumped up and jumped directly into the ring. Fu Hongyu is at least 2 or 3 meters away from the ring, plus the ring is very high. He can achieve this. The extent is really amazing. I saw Fu Hongyu leaping high and landing steadily. This effort has shocked everyone in the audience, and his voice is loud. Zhang, he said coldly, myself, Fu Hongyu, in the name of Master Li Yunfeng, returned from overseas to challenge Yandu's major martial arts. World Master. The day before yesterday, I lost 5 consecutive Xingyi and Wing Chun masters, and also defeated 2 Hangshan climbing gymnastics masters. It a pity. It a chicken and shingle, it is not worth mentioning. Fu Hongyu's voice is loud and his voice is loud. Hearing Fu Hongyu's words, the martial arts masters in the audience were all passionate. Bah, you're so brave, really bullying no one in the martial arts world in my country. A few days ago, Fu Hongyu did defeat 7 martial arts masters in a row, such as Xingyi, Wing Chun, Tai Chi, and Baji. The masters of the martial arts have been picked by him once, and it is indeed amazing. Quiet, this Fu Hongyu is the top master of inner strength, and he is taught by Li Yunfeng. Don't you know who Li Yunfeng is? Li Yunfeng, the one from overseas Hongmen. Those who came off the stage were all members of the upper circle of Yandu, except for a small number of people watching the excitement. Almost all of them were from the martial arts world. There were at least 1,000 people in the stadium. All of them were photographed by Fu Hongyu's attitude, and they were all talking in low voices. Sorrowful. Inner strength is great. In the domestic martial arts world, if the master does not come forward, he is already a top master. The martial arts masters are all figures of Taishan Beidou in the martial arts world, and there are very few in the whole country. Therefore, the people in the martial arts world dared not say anything about Fu Hongyu's provocation, especially in the past few days. The 7 masters of the martial arts world in Yandu were simply wiped out. That is right, 7 masters. In addition to the 2 masters of Hangshan Boxing Gym, 5 masters also lost to Fu Hongyu. This is enough to show how terrifying Fu Hongyu is. Therefore, the people in the martial arts world are silent, knowing that Fu Hongyu is not easy to provoke. If the master is not a master, who can help Fu Hongyu, who has great inner strength? The martial art realm is divided into external power, small internal power, great internal power, and the master of transformation. It seems that only it has just the level of warrior, but every step is different, and the gap is huge. Seeing the discussion in the audience, Fu Hongyu's voice was still loud and loud. Ms. Ning of Hangshan would want to ask me to have another match. I heard that there was a master with a special status, who was invited by Ms. Ning to help boxing, but I, Fu, wanted to learn. Fu Hongyu's words were full of momentum. As a master of internal strength, he does have the capital to be proud. Fu Hongyu came to Yandu this time to stand for his master Li Yunfeng. Although Li Yunfeng lives abroad and is a big man in the overseas Han clan, he is already very ambitious in the domestic martial arts world. I want to go back to China. In the original book, Li Yunfeng ordered Fu Hongyu to come to Yandu. He was throwing stones to ask for directions. Fu Hongyu lived up to his hopes and overturned the Yandu martial arts world until he met Yifei today. Fu Hongyu stared at Yifei scorchingly, with a provocative look in his eyes. Concubine Ningyu said next to Yifei, Mr. Yi, be careful, Fu Hongyu is not easy to deal with. Concubine Ningyu's hope is now on Yifei's body. If Yifei loses, not only will the Hangshan Martial Arts Hall signboard disappear, but even more terribly, the entire Yandu martial arts world will almost all swept by Fu Hongyu. This is also extremely embarrassing to the Yandu martial arts world. Do not worry, Yifei smiled confidently. Upon seeing this, Yifei also showed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. He also jumped up, suddenly got up, and jumped. Jumped to the top of the ring. Bang! With a loud noise, Yifei's feet were pierced into the ring like nails. Yifei accidentally showed his hand. Yifei stood steadily on the ring, only to see that the audience was once again one gen. These people in the martial arts world realized that this Yifei is also a master. Isn't he this Yi Dashao? It turns out that he has such a great skill. I don't know if this person can beat Fu Hongyu. While talking, both Yifei and Fu Hongyu stood still on the court. Fu Hongyu smiled coldly, although he had some knowledge of Yifei's skill. Some accidents, but this did not affect his will in the slightest. Little white face, you look good, and your skills look like a pity, but it is a pity that you were fascinated by the woman of concubine Ningyu. Live, she actually asked you to be my partner. Don't you worry, I won't kill you, at most I will leave you in the hospital for the rest of your life. Spent. Fu Gut Hongyu saw Yifei come on stage, he grinned, smiled again. Fu Hongyu came to Yandu this time and was instructed by Li Yunfeng to challenge Yandu martial arts masters. Not only that, Li Yunfeng also fell in love with concubine Ning Yu. But Li Yunfeng has a hobby. He likes to conquer the women he likes with force. Therefore, the reason why Fu Hongyu chose Hong Shengwu to play at this time was to fight for Li Yunfeng and conquer Ning Yu. Concubine's first step. Unfortunately, he met Yi Fei. Both sides start. The referee was already in place. Yi Fei and Fu Hongyu began to clash immediately after the referee's voice. Yi Fei took the lead and took the lead. Chapter 260 Kill experience skyrocketing. Yi Fei and Fu Hongyu fight each other. Only seeing Yi Fei preemptively, his figure stomped swiftly, one step forward, and between advance and retreat, he had already quickly approached Fu Hongyu. Yi Fei's figure is extremely fast, and he shoots towards Fu Hongyu. Inch chin. I only saw Yi Fei's punch explode. At the moment Yi Fei punched his fist, he started fiercely. Powerful, this punch came straight out, and Fu Hongyu's pupils closed sharply. Fu Hongyu realized the horror of Yi Fei's punch. The strong wind force broke out in vain along with the inch of the fist, and even the violent wind broke out, Fu Hongyu. Subconsciously, I want to take a step back to avoid the sharp edge. However, Yi Fei's punch was extremely fast, and he didn't even give him any chance to escape. This is half a step. It has a good move to break the fist in half a step, and it has the essence of Xingyiquan. It is so powerful. I can think of Yandu Xingyiquan as having this character. In the audience, several old martial artists had unique eyes and saw the powerful punching technique. Fist in half a step. This is a boxing method born out of Xingyiquan. Xingyiquan has a variety of boxing methods, such as Bengquan, Baochuan and so on. And half of it. Bengquan is a very powerful boxing technique. The so-called half-step collapse boxing is the famous skill of Wo Yunshin, a former Xingyiquan giant in history who has profound skills. The direction 407 is invincible, and has the reputation of half-stepping to beat the world. This half-step collapse fist is issued from the chest and abdomen. Its shape is short and its strength is fierce. Fist. The punches are extremely powerful, like a mountain in the ground cracking, like a big snowfall. Yi Fei's punch was quick and hard, which made Fu Hongyu unavoidable. Fu Hongyu could only try his best to parry. He crossed his hands and relied on his arms to remove the power of Yi Fei's fist. Bang. Hearing only a dull sound, Fu Hongyu stepped back 5 or 6 steps, about a few meters. On the ground, there was a deep footprint at this moment, which was caused by Fu Hongyu's forcibly resisting this fist. Yi Fei and Fu Hongyu were both masters of internal strength. They naturally used internal strength during their learning, especially when they reached a high internal strength. After success, Fu Hongyu and Yi Fei can both play internally and externally, and the way the two played against each other is also evident. Fu Hongyu took a few steps back, his face paled, and his expression became extremely serious. Because Fu Hongyu knew well that Yi Fei was a terrifying master. Experts can often judge the opponent's level in a flash jebi. Similarly, Fu Hongyu understood the terrible aspects of Yi Fei even more. Fu Hongyu even had a feeling that he knew he was in Yandu. Then I met the strongest opponent. The attitude of Fu Hongyu just now disappeared instantly, replaced by a solemn look. When Fu Hongyu was about to strike back, Yi Fei flew out again. Yi Fei's offensive was quite fierce, almost one move after another, extremely fierce and extremely powerful. This kick hit Fu Hongyu's waist sideways. Fu Hongyu also felt the wind, and his expression changed again. Yi Fei used tan legs this time. In martial arts, there has always been the name of Nangquan and northern leg. The Nangquan here refers to Hongquan, and the north leg is tan leg, also known as tan legs. Tan leg routines are simple and neat, symmetrical and coherent. In terms of offensive and defensive skills, the north. The characteristics of the Fengquan school, the leg work is changeable, and the loops and turns are forward and backward smoothly. Fu Hongyu thought that Yi Fei was a master of boxing in Xingyiquan after Yi Fei used a half-step collapse fist, but who knows that unexpectedly, Yi Fei immediately used tan legs. Only to see Yi Fei's exquisite leg technique, this leg accurately hit Fu Hongyu's waist. Fu Hongyu reacted quickly, first shrinking quickly, and then blocking the vital part with both hands to dissolve Yi Fei's strength. But Yi Fei's kick was heavy, and it hit Fu Hongyu's waist heavily. Suddenly, Fu Hongyu felt a terrifying force coming. Click. Accompanied by a crisp sound, it was the sound of broken bones in Fu Hongyu's body. Fu Hongyu also paled and vomited blood. Yi Fei seized the opportunity, only 2 moves, he completely grasped the opportunity. Master tricks are sometimes so simple and clear. Fu Hongyu didn't know Yi Fei's strength. Completely resist or avoid Yi Fei's attack, which made Fu Hongyu fall into a passive position. It is difficult for Fu Hongyu to gain the upper hand again. Fu Hongyu's expression was already a little sluggish at this time, and he suffered 2 heavy blows from Yi Fei. If it were someone else, it would have been cold. But Fu Hongyu's skills are indeed good, and he has resisted Yi Fei's 2 attacks abruptly. Even Fu Hongyu himself is not weak and offensive. He is proficient in Hongquan. Yi Fei attacked one after another, but it was a pity that they were all resisted by Yi Fei. After dozens of moves, Fu Hongyu's offensive was slightly stagnant, but Yi Fei was still sharp, even Yi Fei's offensive. Cruel directly bombarded Fu Hongyu's shoulders. Immediately afterwards, Yi Fei used the grappling hand again, grabbed Fu Hongyu's arm, and jerked it. Only a sound of cracked bones was heard, followed by the screams of Fu Hong's characters. Although Fu Hongyu is strong, he is not Yi Fei's opponent, and he is completely at a disadvantage. At this time, Fu Hongyu turned pale and couldn't help screaming. His left hand was completely fractured and his right arm was also injured. There are a few more important points on the body. Between Yi Fei and Fu Hongyu's fight, they also used grappling techniques, and they were not polite. Fu Hongyu just ranted a lot, saying that he would let Yi Fei spend the rest of his life in the hospital, and Yi Fei would not take any responsibility for Fu Hongyu. How to keep your hands. Fu Hongyu himself was extremely miserable. He screamed, and the more he fought, the more serious he was injured. After just a few minutes, there were 206 bones in Fu Hongyu's body, and almost 100 bones were broken. The main muscles of his body were all severely injured by Yi Fei. Fu Hongyu screamed again and again, he was not his opponent at all. Fu Hongyu's eyes became more and more desperate, and he was finally caught by Yi Fei. Grab the choke, and kneel directly on the ring. Ding, congratulations to the host for defeating the important figure Fu Hongyu and rewarding experience points. At this time, Yi Fei's ear also heard the voice of the system. Chapter 261 From today onwards, the famous Yan capital. Fu Hongyu fell completely to the ground and was captured by Yi Fei's throat. More than half of his 206 bones were shattered, and all important parts of his muscles received extremely serious damage. It was even more shattered by Yi Fei with an inch of strength. Fu Hongyu's screams could barely be suppressed at first, but then it became louder and louder, with cold sweat and pale complexion. The battle between Fu Hongyu and Yi Fei is also a battle of life and death. Especially the 7 martial arts masters that Fu Hongyu challenged before were sent to the hospital by him and beaten by him. A hemiplegia. Among them, the 2 masters of internal power in Hongsheng Wuguan were still rescued by Fu Hongyu in the hospital, half dead. Yifei didn't plan to keep his hands in this kind of arena battle, let alone Fu Hongyu. Fu Hongyu himself has an arrogant attitude, and there is nothing worthy of sympathy. Because of the angle, Yifei and Li Yunfeng were born enemies of life and death, and there is no place to resolve the conflict. Destroy Fu Hongyu first. Between Yifei and Fu Hongyu's fight, they saw Fu Hongyu fall heavily on the ground, vomiting blood, lip wilted in full. Body in a cold sweat, as if it had just been fished out of the water. A thick panic flashed in Fu Hongyu's eyes, bloodshot in his eyes, he slowly closed his eyes and finally fell down. Ding, congratulations to the host, get 500 experience points. A reminder of the system experience value came from his ears, Yifei squinted slightly and stood on the stage confidently. 500 experience points. This experience value is really a lot, and it has directly increased by 500 points. Yifei now has 3,800 experience points. As long as Chen Luo is destroyed again, it can exceed 5,000 experience points, which is enough. He has upgraded his skills. Fu Hongyu fell. The audience was silent for a while. 1. Yifei won. Yifei defeated Fu Hongyu with the momentum of thunder. I only saw the ring, and the iron cages around the ring were all deformed. The power of the battle between Yifei and Fu Hongyu can be seen. Spot. In the eyes of ordinary people, masters with great inner strength are indeed similar to those knights in martial arts novels, far beyond ordinary people's thinking. Elephant. There was no sound in the audience, only Ning Yufei's beautiful eyes flashed a stunning color. She had thought that Yifei would win, but unexpectedly, Yifei won so simply. Musician was also a little relieved when he saw this scene in the audience. Yifei won really beautiful. He is Yi. Didn't he say that he is the heir of the Yi group? He has such strength. This Yandu martial arts world is about to change. It is really surprising. At a young age, Jingran is already at the top of his inner strength. Peak. Not only that, but also proficient in Wing Chun Kun Jin, Xingyi Quan and Tan Lei. The young Master Yi family has a strong strength, and he has a Grandmaster attitude at a young age. It is incredible. Grandmaster. This. Everyone around was whispering, talking about the battle just now. Especially the people in the martial arts world, everyone was deeply shocked. In the martial arts world, strength is respected. The strength that Yifei showed just now has already shocked them. At the same time, most people in this Yandu martial arts world have a feeling of exuberance. After all, Yifei could be considered a member of the martial arts world in Yandu, and Fu Hongyu was an outsider. Fu Hongyu picked 7 people in the Yandu martial arts world, and stirred up the Yandu martial arts world upside down. With a sigh of relief, I wish someone would come out to teach Fu Hongyu. At this moment, Yifei was born. Fu Hongyu was defeated by Yifei with thunder, and Yifei's martial arts skills were more flexible and changeable, and it was almost faint. There is a master's manner in the room, and it is even more extraordinary. Yifei's strength is so amazing that everyone in the audience is amazing. Prior to this, Yifei's strength had not spread throughout the Yandu martial arts world. But from today onwards, Yifei will definitely move Yandu in the entire Yandu martial arts world. The ring opened, and a medical staff came up from outside the octagonal cage on the ring and dragged Fu Hongyu out. Fu Hongyu was still fainting, breathing weakly, and even nearly stagnated. Yifei glanced at Fu Hongyu. Yifei's move was very measured. Now Fu Hongyu's situation is very bad, even if it is. The top hospital in Yandu treated Fu Hongyu. His best fate was a vegetative man. This was definitely more than killing him. Make him uncomfortable. Yifei squinted his eyes slightly. He wouldn't be lenient with the enemy. Ask for flowers. Fu Hongyu was dragged away, and Yifei looked towards the auditorium below, taking in everyone's expressions. He noticed that Yifei's gaze swept. Although Yifei's gaze was not cold, it had an aura of its own. In addition, he had just defeated Fu Hongyu's appearance was too deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, so no one dared to look at Yifei. Yifei was in a good mood. Destroying Fu Hongyu is tantamount to breaking Li Yunfeng's arm. Not only that, it was also the beginning of Yifei and Li Yunfeng's official declaration of war. Li Yunfeng is more difficult to deal with than Chen Luo, because he not only has a higher force value than Chen Luo, but he is also a big man of overseas Hongmen. One of the major leaders of overseas Hongmen. This battle meant that Yifei did not shy away and officially confronted Li Yunfeng. Before that, Yifei did not act high profile in Yandu. The reason was simple, Yifei felt that his strength still had some shortcomings and planned to hide his strength. But starting today, it is completely different. Yifei kills Fu Hongyu first, then kills Chen Luo. He has enough experience points to exchange skills to upgrade martial arts skills. Yifei's martial arts strength is already close to the master. After he upgrades his skills this time, he will definitely be able to go further and reach Grandmaster. Looking at the entire Xuanwang Kingdom, how many masters can there be? What is more, Yifei's age is regarded as the youngest master of Xuanwang Kingdom. Therefore, Yifei did not shy away from it, even if he acted high-profilely, it didn't hurt. Starting today, he will be famous for Yandu. Yifei stood on the ring, he did not immediately step off the ring, but turned his gaze to somewhere. Chen Luo was there. After Chen Luo and Yifei signed the certificate of life and death, they stayed at the Hongshan Martial Arts Hall. In these 2 days, concubine Ning Yu was to protect Chen Luo in name, but actually to prevent Chen Luo from escaping. Chen Luo's mobile phones and other communication tools were all taken away, and he himself could not escape. Under such circumstances, Chen Luo was also secretly ruthless. He carefully prepared a battle with Yifei until this moment. Chapter 262 Chen Luo, come up to lead death. On the ring, Yifei was independent. Yifei did not hide his aura, he was like a mountain, like a sea, standing on the ring of an octagonal cage. With one hand behind, Yifei squinted his eyes slightly and looked at Chen Luo below the stage with a martial arts master's demeanor. Seeing this scene, many in the martial arts world and the audience were secretly shocked. Yifei's aura seemed stronger than before. At this moment, Yifei was like a peerless sword with a sharp edge, awe-inspiring and shuddering. Yifei is going to use this momentum to destroy Fu Hongyu first and then Chen Luo. In fact, the fight between Yifei and Fu Hongyu just now also consumed a bit of physical strength. Compared with Fu Hongyu, Chen Luo is a more difficult opponent. He is the protagonist of Genius Doctor at any rate, and he is also an insider. 180 Jin Dacheng martial artist, not only has good strength, but also has the protagonist's luck, which is more difficult to deal with than Fu Hongyu. Therefore, Yifei had to rely on this momentum to take the lead in the battle with Chen Luo. Seeing Yifei's aura like a sword being unsheathed, Musician in the audience was full of stunning colors flashing in her beautiful eyes, she whispered. Muttered to himself, this is bad. It is even more powerful than before. Now I am afraid I am not his opponent anymore. Musician fought against Yifei before. Although the two of them did not know the victory or defeat so far, at that time Musician felt that Yifei. Even though Fei is stronger than himself, his strength is very limited. But now, Musician couldn't see Yifei's strength a little bit. From her point of view, Yifei's strength became more and more unfathomable, which reminded Musician of several domestic martial artists. Dao Master, can't he help but tremble? Did Yifei say that he was close to the martial arts master? Looking at the entire Xuanwang kingdom, there has never been such a young martial arts master. Generally speaking, although the martial artist is in his 20s, he is the golden age of his body. There is sufficient growth and progress in strength, skills, experience, etc., and that is the stage of the real golden explosion. Therefore, most of the masters are warriors after the age of 30. As for the master in his 20s, there is currently no one in the country. Although Yifei is not a grandmaster at present, he already has a little meaning, he is already close to the threshold of a grandmaster. Mu Zijin blinked Shui Ling's eyes, looking at Yifei on the stage, her red lips slightly cocked, her face showing appreciation. Yifei's battle has become famous in one fell swoop. It is just that everyone in the martial arts world in the audience still has some ideas, including the audience and some celebrities in Yandu. Although Yifei's performance was amazing just now, the time for Yifei and Fu Hongyu to fight was too short. Within a short period of time, Yifei defeated Fu Hongyu without any suspense, although Yifei's methods amazed them. But it still feels a bit addictive. At this moment, the host came on stage again. The host is a well-known sports host in Yan. He stepped onto the stage and said loudly, "Dear audience friends. Please wait, there's actually a special life and death contest today, which will be unfolded between Mr. Yifei and another person. And a special life and death challenge." Hearing this news, there was another commotion at the scene. The hostess' remarks have completely aroused their appetites. Hearing that Yifei still had a battle of life and death, they all looked to the stage, eager to know the answer. Yifei stood on the stage, his eyes fixed on Chen Luo, his eyes were cold, without a trace of emotion, as if he was looking at him. Dead. Immediately afterwards, he hooked his fingers at Chen Luo. There was a commotion in the audience, and everyone immediately looked in the direction of Yifei's hooking finger, which is the position of Chen Luo. Chen Luo put it under everyone's eyes. Chen Luo clenched his fists tightly, and he slowly walked out of his position. At the same time, everyone around Chen Luo gave way, and backed away, with a surprised and curious look. Look at Chen Luo. At the scene, some people knew Chen Luo and knew the grudge between Yifei and Chen Luo. Of course, most people still don't know Chen Luo well, and they whispered and whispered when they saw it. Who is this guy? He also looks very young, almost like Yifei. His name is Chen Luo, and he is the disciple of the genius Dr. Wu back then. The specific strength is not clear, but he and Yifei had enmity. The disciple of Dr. Wu that Dr. Wu back then turned out to be a disciple of a master. This show was a good one. Yes, I am afraid it will be a real battle between dragons and tigers. The magical Dr. Wu is unfathomable, and he is also a master of both medical and martial arts, his brother. I don't know how true it was. When you say that, I really look forward to it more and more. It is just that Yifei kept defending the genius Dr. Wu. He actually wanted to fight with Chen Luo. Everyone in the audience was talking about Yifei and Chen Luo, and they were completely attracted by the battle between Yifei and Chen Luo. Chen Luo did not evade it this time, he had no way out. Only seeing Chen Luo striding towards Yifei, the focal length of his narrow eyes fixed on Yifei's body, and Chen Luo took a deep breath. In a breath, the sound was not loud, but it was clearly transmitted to Yifei's ears. Chen Luo said solemnly, "Yifei, I have finally waited till today. I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity, as long as I personally explain. If you are determined, you will be able to wash away all my previous shame." Chen Luo recalled that from the moment he entered Yandu, Yifei seemed to have been experiencing all sorts of dissatisfaction in his eyes. With a strong killing intent, as long as Yifei is solved, everything will be solved, and he will regain his freedom and come back in one fell swoop. Therefore, Chen Luo is very thankful to Yifei for giving him this opportunity. There was no shock in my heart, but I quickly adjusted my mentality and prepared to fight back. 0.6. This is his only opportunity, he must seize it. The killing intent in Chen Luo's eyes made no secret. Compared with Chen Luo's powerful killing intent, Yifei has a relaxed and confident expression on his face. He faintly spoke, but his voice was not loud. But through the internal energy spread throughout the audience, Yifei hooked his fingers at Chen Luo, and said loudly, "Chen Luo, come up, bleed to death." These words showed strong confidence and domineering, and Chen Luo was slightly shaken. "Chen Luo, come up and die." Chapter 263 Chen Luo's death. "Chen Luo, come up and die." Hearing Yifei's words, Chen Luo's heart was shocked, and there was inevitably a trace of vibration and shaking in his heart. On the other hand, Mu Zijin's red lips slightly curled up, revealing a slight smile. Those long eyes were focused on the leaves from beginning to end. Fei's body. Mu Zijin liked to see Yifei like this very much. Usually Yifei is by her side, always the image of a noble son, personable, handsome, and extraordinary. But now Yifei is domineering and arrogant. This made Mu Zijin feel that she had seen another side of Yifei, and she had a sense of surprise that she knew Yifei more and more. Chen Luo must have been deterred by him, and took the lead. Mu Zijin whispered to himself, worried about Yifei's battle, but even more. More is confidence. She believes that Yifei and Chen Luo are fighting each other, and there is absolutely his reason. After Yifei said these words, he looked directly at Chen Luo, like ice, making Chen Luo as if he were in an ice cellar. However, Chen Luo should not be underestimated. He quickly recovered from his previous state, only to see Chen Luo's body move in the same. Leapt up, Chen Luo jumped out and stood firmly on the ring. Yifei and 25 Chen Luo were both standing in the ring. At this time, the referee was already in place. Yifei and Chen Luo stared at each other. In the arena of the octagonal cage, the two of them looked like beasts in the cage, with amazing aura. It is really shocking. Yifei and Chen Luo did not hide their killing intent. Standing in the octagonal cage, the referee couldn't help being frightened. After announcing the start of the game, he immediately withdrew from the octagonal cage. This battle of life and death has officially begun. Except that weapons are not allowed, there are no restrictions on the types of fighting, and the two sides fight until the side completely loses combat effectiveness. Both Yifei and Chen Luo had waited for this battle for too long. Yifei has been waiting for this moment from the first day Chen Luo entered Yandu. As soon as the referee's voice fell, Yifei and Chen Luo slammed their hands. The two of them shot at the same time, like a beast, leaping towards each other, awe-inspiring, completely unscrupulous, so. People were shocked to the extreme. Bang! Yifei and Chen Luo intersected. The punches of both of them are heavy punches, and their palms are like gusts of wind, like lightning. When attacking each other, Yifei and Chen Luo both tried their best, and they used their own killer moves. All the moves to kill are all attacking the deadliest part of the opponent, and blood is vaguely visible in every move. Bang! Yifei caught a gap. He punched Chen Luo's left shoulder and burst out, only to see the movement accompanied by Yifei. The energy exploded in vain. Chen Luo's shoulder bones made a crisp sound. Chen Luo was injured, and he retreated. After a few steps, he hit the octagonal cage heavily. Boom! The octagonal cage was deformed by Chen Luo's impact, and only a heavy sound pierced the eardrum. Forbidden to be amazed, only a clear human mark appeared on the octagonal cage, and Chen Luo rolled quickly, avoiding the next Yifei. Killer move. Sure enough, Yifei flew one foot again, and one after another. This kick on the octagonal cage unexpectedly made it special. The octagonal cage kicked out a big hole and made a loud noise. The octagonal cage was even kicked by Yifei. Yifei's momentum can be imagined, it is too terrifying. All the people watching around took a breath and felt a strong shock. Because this scene is really amazing. It turned out that when Yifei and Fu Hongyu fought, they didn't seem to use their best. If this kick hits an ordinary person, I am afraid it will kill people on the spot, no doubt. Including Chen Luo also took a breath, but he also knew that it was not a shocking moment. He avoided Yifei. Strike is also a set of combined punches, mobilizing all the strength of the whole body, stepping quickly, and attacking Yifei. Of course Yifei was also aware of the danger. Chen Luo's counterattack was extremely quick, and his basic skills were even more solid than Fu Hongyu's. This is also very understandable. After all, Chen Luo started studying medicine with Wushen's medicine and martial arts since he was a child, and laid a solid foundation. Fu Hongyu was a monk halfway through. Although Li Yunfeng was Fu Hongyu's master, the two of them had a strong conflict because of the conflict. After that, Fu Hongyu was impressed by Li Yunfeng's martial arts, and only then did he worship Li Yunfeng as his teacher. It can be said that Chen Luo is far stronger than Fu Hongyu in terms of martial arts foundation and talent. When Yifei and Chen Luo confronted for the first time, Chen Luo was careless, otherwise Yifei would not be easy to take advantage. Chen Luo's offensive strikes like a gust of wind and rain, and his boxing style is even more like Wing Chun. The palms of both sides intersect with strength. Violent, leaving after images in the air. The two sides have fought dozens of times in haste, but their strength has not been exhausted yet. Chen Luo's eyes were full of evil spirits, only thinking about Yifei's death. Both sides are aggressive. Click. Between the two fists, Yifei and Chen Luo didn't get a deal, but Yifei's momentum was even better. Under close combat, Chen Luo fought and retreated, almost retreating to the edge of the octagonal cage. Chen Luo's eyes flickered, and he was about to look for opportunities. He attacked Yifei's right arm with a punch. At this moment, his punch was shot. However, the injury was involved in the strenuous exercise, and the action paused slightly. Chance 773. Yifei realized that this was a wonderful opportunity. Yifei suddenly stretched out his hand, clasped Chen Luo's fist, and then violently twisted in the opposite direction. Hold Chen Luokin. Chen Luo secretly cried out in his heart. He wanted to take advantage of Yifei's capture, but it was too late. Yifei grabbed Chen Luo's arm and slammed it. I saw that Yifei almost exhausted all his energy and threw Chen Luo out. Chen Luo almost flew in midair. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo headed down and landed on his back. Bang! There was a loud noise, and Chen Luo fell heavily on the octagonal cage. Along with this loud noise, Chen Luo sturdily fell on the octagonal cage. His eyes were black and he vomited blood. Chapter 264 Experience has exploded, no one can beat. Chen Luo was thrown out by Yifei, hitting the octagonal cage heavily, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes were black. Chen Luo was hit hard. This immediately caused Chen Luo to vomit blood. Chen Luo struggled to get up and tried his best not to let his body fall down, but he didn't. Helpful. Click. Yifei sent a punch, and Chen Luo dragged his injured figure, unable to stop it at all. And Yifei finally had the opportunity to vent his anger, recalling Chen Luo's various bad behaviors in the original book, and still. Yifei acted mercilessly with the various conflicts between the two before. Chen Luo couldn't resist Yifei's fierce offensive in a rush. He fell heavily, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. Out. But despite this, Chen Luo still had the killing intent in his eyes. He stared at Yifei closely, and he couldn't wait to swallow Yifei alive. Strict in general, Chen Luo's eyes were full of killing intent. He knew that Yifei would never let him go, and he would never let Yifei go either. Chen Luo was unwilling to fall down. He moved quickly, as if putting a special pill into his mouth. Chen Luo took a special pill left to him by Master Wu. This pill can improve his abilities in a very short time. Strength stimulates the meridians and internal energy, but it also causes great sequelae. Even if he lives for the second half of his life, he can only relying on a wheelchair to get through. But now that he is in a hurry, he can take care of that much anymore. Chen Luo is now determined to die and wants to kill Yifei. When you die, you have to pull Yifei back. Yifei noticed Chen Luo's movements. After Chen Luo swallowed the pill, his internal energy did increase, but Yifei. But resolutely not afraid. Chen Luo is now wounded all over. If it were Chen Luo, he would swallow this pill with Yifei's determination to die from the beginning. Yifei might still be slightly jealous of him, but now Chen Luo will die. Chen Luo forcibly supported his body and continued to punch Yifei. Only saw Chen Luo roar wildly, his figure stabilized, his whole body muscles tense, fists rushed towards him. This punch is as fast as lightning, smashing like a cannonball, tearing the air, and at this moment the powerful Chen will exert his strength. To the extreme, faced with this punch, Yifei said coldly, "Don't give up, no matter what, I will send you on the road." Send you on the road. Yifei's words were also extremely domineering. He moved his hands and said it was too late, and then quickly, he actually grasped Chen Luo's steadily. Arm, clasped Chen Luo's arm. Chen Luo's expression changed. The punch just now concentrated Chen Luo's last strength. After taking the pill, he recovered a lot of strength. This punch is the pinnacle of inner strength, but Yifei actually grabbed his arm, and he seemed to have more energy. What a Yifei, his strength is stronger than I thought. Chen Luo was taught by Wu's genius doctor, and his strength is only stronger than Fu Hongyu. This punch is a full blow from a master of inner strength, but easy to crack by Yifei. When the martial arts masters in the audience saw this scene, all of them looked like hell, their eyes popping out. NS. Chen Luo was also frightened. He was forced to take pills by Yifei, but he still couldn't. If the martial arts master does not come out, he will fight for the front. The masters of the martial arts world couldn't help but come up with this idea. Yifei grabbed Chen Luo's arm. This time, Yifei didn't throw Chen Luo out. Instead, he patted Chen Luo with a palm. Hard. Chen Luo screamed, his figure flew upside down and hit the octagonal cage heavily. This time Chen Luo completely lost his resistance. Power. At the same time, blood came out of Chen Luo's mouth, nose, eyes, mouth, etc. 7 orifices bleed. Chen Luo fell to the ground softly. Chen Luo felt like a gossamer, but his eyes were still full of hostility, looking at Yifei, and said weakly, "Yifei, the dog thief, it is a pity that he failed to kill you. Unfortunately, I thought this punch could kill." Yifei looked at Chen Luo and said lightly, "If you take pills at the beginning and kill me with a mortal heart, maybe." There is a silver lining. Blood spilled from the corner of Chen Luo's mouth, but he didn't even have the strength to raise his hand to wipe the blood stains, and his voice couldn't help but tremble. "Yifei, don't be proud. If you kill me this time, my master will definitely avenge me, and he will definitely be upset. Master, his old man's ability is definitely not what you can imagine." Chen Luo's eyes were full of hatred, staring at Yifei. Really, Yifei stood with his hand in his hand, and said lightly, "I don't know if your master knew that you committed an arson. The matter, will you be allowed again? Well, you are about to die, I don't bother to argue with you, let us get on the road." Yifei's voice was light and slow. Chen Luo still wanted to speak, but his voice was getting smaller and smaller, and finally he was angry and closed his eyes slightly. Chen Luo's eyelids drooped, his breathing stagnated and he fell to the side. Chen Luo, die. The struggle between Yifei and Chen Luo finally came to an end. Chen Luo died. Yifei stood on the stage, and he slowly walked out of the octagonal cage that had long been broken. Upon seeing this, everyone in the audience was shocked and focused on Yifei's body. Some of them were celebrities in the upper circle of Yandu, and some are in the martial arts world. Self-shocked, concubine Ningyu stood in the audience. She breathed a sigh of relief and saw Fu Hongyu and Chen Luo being smashed by Yifei one after another, especially when she saw. During the battle between Yifei and Chen Luo, they were also deeply shocked by Yifei. Yifei's strength is definitely close to the master of martial arts, and he can be called the #1 martial artist. How good is it? From today onwards, Yifei's name will definitely resound in the martial arts world. Looking at Yandu, Yifei is invincible among the younger generation. Of course, even though Chen Luo is dead, the genius Dr. Wu behind Chen Luo and Li Yunfeng will all be Yifei's opponents. Mu Zijin also slowly retracted her gaze from Yifei. She had long anticipated the outcome of this battle and reported to Yifei. With confidence, starting today, Yifei has eliminated Chen Luo's big threat. Ding, congratulations to the host, get 2,000 experience points. In Yifei's ears, the voice of the system came. Experience exploded. Chapter 265. From now on, respect Yi Gongzi. Yifei withdrew his gaze from Chen Luo's body. That's right, Chen Luo at this moment has become a cold corpse. From the beginning to the end, Chen Luo looked at Yifei with vicious eyes, but at this time his pupils were dizzy and his eyes were blank, obviously. I can't die anymore. Eliminating the threat of Chen Luo, Yifei exhaled. In all fairness, the protagonist of Chen Luo is not difficult to deal with. What is really difficult is the fact that Chen Luo is involved behind the other party. And background, the Wei family, the Zheng family, the Lei family, and so on, are like Chen Luo's protective umbrellas, all protecting Chen. Fall. If it hadn't been for Yifei to remove Chen Luo's protective umbrella, he might not have been able to do this. Of course, Chen Luo's greatest patron in background is his master, Dr. Wu. The superb Dr. Wu is an expert in the world, and he is unique in both medical and martial arts. He is really hard to deal with, but despite this, Yifei had already had an idea, and he had even figured out how to deal with Dr. Wu. Dr. Wu is different from Chen Luo. Chen Luo is narrow-minded, and Juxi will repay him. As long as anyone offends him, he will inevitably get in trouble. But the superb Dr. Wu is a world-famous person, and his character is noble, and he is indeed a well-known doctor in the world. Compared with Chen Luo, although the magical Dr. Wu is far stronger than Chen Luo, Yifei also has a way. Yifei strolled 777 in the leisurely courtyard and stepped off the octagonal cage ring. When Yifei stepped off the ring, he heard the applause from all around him resembling thunder, and loud applause sounded. There was thunderous applause. These audiences at the scene did not applaud an exclamation at all, clapped one after another, and praised Yifei extremely. Cheers on the scene continued. Anyone who saw such a wonderful game would cheer Yifei. Yifei successfully killed Fu Hongyu and Chen Luo. Fu Hongyu and Chen Luo were both masters with great internal strength, especially Chen Luo, who has solid basic skills and strong strength. Especially powerful. However, the two of them were easily defeated by Yifei, and the strength that Yifei showed was already close to the realm master. Throughout the entire Xuanwang kingdom, there are very few masters of Huijing. What's more, Yifei is still so young. Yifei seems to be in his 20s, several years away from the age of 30, and his strength has already reached this level. Do you know if he will become the youngest master of transformation in the country in the future? If this is true, then Yandu martial arts world will change from now on. Therefore, all the audience at the scene looked at Yifei with shocking eyes, showing deep awe. Yifei got off the ring and walked to Mu Zijin's side of the audience. At this moment, Mu Zijin showed a simple smile and blinked at Yifei. Yifei looked at Mu Zijin, smiled and asked, "Didn't you scare you?" Actually, the scene just now was a bit bloody. After all, Chen Luo was shattered by Yifei's bomb, causing the meridians to be broken. Chijiao bleeds. Yifei also knew that the scene was indeed bloody, so he asked Mu Zijin like this. Of course, Mu Zijin is not an ordinary woman. She smiled softly and said softly, "It really scared me, but I was scared by your strength. You actually made progress again." Mu Zijin was surprised at Yifei's strength improvement. Indeed, Yifei's strength has progressed rapidly. He was only a martial artist with great internal strength before, but now he is close to the master of transformation. Although this may seem like a small step forward, it is actually a huge difference and a huge gap. In this regard, Yifei also smiled, and said it as just a little bit recently, it seems that the effect is not bad. It is more than good, you should be the first person in the martial arts world under the great master of transformation. Mu Zijin blinked at pity. My injury is not healed, otherwise I really want to ask. Mu Zijin is also the strength of inner strength, not inferior to Fu Hongyu and Chen Luo, and she is also cool to martial arts. Obsessed with love, I am curious how strong Yifei is. Mu Zijin's injury has not healed yet, but since Yifei gave her healing medicine last time, her injury has basically been. The recovery is almost the same, but he can do his best to avoid the injury. CGCH, wait for you to fully recover, let us try it out. Yifei smiled and took Mu Zijin's hand. Okay, Mu Zijin readily agreed. She stood beside Yifei, and the two of them seemed to face each other. Mu Zijin whispered again, actually, the bottle of healing medicine you gave me has a very good effect. If it can be used in the military, it would be great. But, that bottle of medicine. Yifei was about to speak, but then saw concubine Ningyu coming. Concubine Ningyu walked to Yifei, and behind concubine Ningyu, followed an elderly man over 100.5 years old, who was concubine Ningyu's bodyguard. The old man's eyes are clear, his breath is restrained, he seems to be old-fashioned, but his limbs are flexible and his breathing is steady. Master, and behind Ning Yufei, not only this old man, but also the masters, most of these masters were in the third place. 40 years old, some of them are even older, each of them is powerful, with high temples and muscles. The contours are clear, and it can be seen that they are all masters. At least the warrior above the internal strength. Yifei knew that these people should be masters of the martial arts world in Yandu. Ding Yicheng, the descendant of Yandu Xinyiquan, has seen Yi Gongzi. One of the rough-faced men held a fist towards Yifei, Zheng. Repeatedly, Yandu Bajiquan Guodaji has met Yi Gongzi. The other person is over 1.9 meters tall, slightly fat and big. He is big and looks extraordinary. Qingtang Wiguan Wei Lao met Yi Gongzi. Tangda Wiguan Wang Sunyi has met Yi Gongzi. These people all reported their homes, each with a loud voice and clenched fists towards Yifei. They were quite respectful in their words. Fear, they all looked at Yifei. When Yifei saw these people reporting their families, he knew everything in his heart, but he asked, "What are you doing?" Among these martial arts masters who reported themselves, Ding Yicheng of Xinyiquan was obviously the leader and only saw him on. One step forward, he said loudly, "I admire you for Yi Gongzi's work, and I admire you very much. Especially your extinction." With Fu Hongyu, let us breathe out the Yandu martial arts world fiercely. Young Master Yi, from today onwards, we brothers from the martial arts world of Yandu should respect you. Exactly, respect you. Ding Yicheng and others all clasped their fists at Yifei and said in unison. The people in the upper circle of Yandu around the scene saw this scene, and they couldn't help but feel amazed. They looked at Yifei even more. It is with awe. Chapter 266 Skill Upgrade, Master Martial Arts. From today, Yandu martial arts world should respect you. Hearing the words of the masters in the martial arts world headed by Ding Yicheng, Yifei's mouth raised, and the onlookers watched. The people are shaking in their hearts. They all know that starting from today, I am afraid this group of people in Yandu martial arts world will respect Yifei incomparably and respect Yifei. Don't underestimate the people in the martial arts world. Although these people are not many, their energy is not small. Especially those martial artists who are above internal strength have more or less a relationship with the military of Yandu martial arts world, so it can be imagined. And no, the energy of these people in the martial arts world is definitely not small. Therefore, many onlookers in the upper circle of Yandu were shocked, but some people secretly shook their heads. From today onwards, the martial arts world of Yandu is going to change, and Yifei is convinced of this part. Yi family is going to rise from Yan. Are you all? Come on, what are you kidding about? Why did the Yi family rise? Although Yifei is very prestigious today, he killed Fu Hongyuan. Chen Luo, this is an offense to Dr. Wu and Yunfeng Li. Do you know who these two are? Mr. Wu Li Yunfeng. Others took a breath, and then they realized that Yifei was not as beautiful as it seemed on the surface. At this time, everyone in the martial arts world in Yandu bowed their arms and saluted Yifei with a very respectful attitude and awe. Upon seeing this, Yifei smiled faintly and said, "You are welcome. Young Master Yi, it is up today. Fu Hongyu is more auspicious. I am afraid that Li Yun Summit will retaliate." Ding Yicheng kindly reminded Yi. Fly. Yifei's expression was calm, and the corners of his mouth curled up. He was also afraid that Li Yunfeng would not retaliate. Although Li Yunfeng is powerful, Yifei should not be underestimated. Li Yunfeng is the master of transformation realm, but Yifei is not bad. If Yi Gongzi needs help, I can still help one or two. Don't be polite. In Yandu realm, trust Li Yun. Feng didn't dare to mess around. A man with the nickname Wei Lao said. Yifei nodded slightly and said with a smile, "Thank you very much." Then Yifei did not refuse the kindness of these people in Yandu martial arts circle. After all, these martial arts masters. It is also a strength and can help a lot. Immediately afterwards, the masters of the Yandu martial arts world became acquainted one by one, and one after another left Yifei's contact information. Expressed the hope to contact Yifei. Yifei is always here, no matter what. It is always good to have more connections in the martial arts world. Especially the novel The King of Soldiers in Wadu involves many things in the martial arts world, which is smaller than the novel Genius Doctor. Said the force value system is higher. Yifei had a brief exchange with these masters in the martial arts world, and they quickly exchanged contact information before they left. Seeing the backs of these martial arts masters leaving, concubine Ningyu opened her red lips slightly, looked at Yifei, and whispered, "Mr. Yi, this. In the First World War, I am afraid it is going to be famous." Concubine Ningyu's starry eyes flashed, her big eyes seemed to speak like. Concubine Ningyu is indeed a natural stunner, and there is no beauty in her body, and her gestures are difficult. The charm of words. This woman is like a deadly poppy, full of femininity. When concubine Ningyu and Yifei looked at each other, she couldn't help but admire. Yifei's strength was far beyond her imagination, and she successfully helped her resolve this crisis, which made concubine Ningyu very grateful. Before that, concubine Ningyu played an important role in the entire Yandu and even the underground world in the north. Everyone should respect her when they see her. Called Sister Ning, most of the martial arts gyms and boxing gyms in Yandu are her property. Relying on the power of the Ning family, plus her decent skills, concubine Ningyu is also well known in Yandu, which is commendable. But concubine Ningyu was also targeted by Li Yunfeng. Last month, concubine Ningyu went overseas to discuss business. While in the lighthouse country, concubine Ningyu met Li Yunfeng by chance. Li Yunfeng was shocked by the appearance of concubine Ningyu, and then pursued it but was rejected by concubine Ningyu. After concubine Ningyu returned to China, Fu Hongyu came to challenge this scene. In fact, if it weren't for Yifei's action, concubine Ningyu could still find other people to help. After all, she is underground in Yandu. The world's leading figure has a wide network of contacts. There is still a way to deal with Fu Hongyu, but he may owe him. It is an adult's favor. Yifei's action also saved her a lot of things. Yifei smiled slightly and said, "Miss Ning, I am also fulfilling my mission. It is more than a mission to fulfill the mission. This time I owe Mr. Yi's favor, and I will make a special trip to invite you to dinner." Ning Yufei has a light red lips. Start. Ask for flowers. Good. Yifei agreed. After chatting with concubine Ning Yuan politely, Yifei left the Hongshan Martial Arts Hall. Outside Hongshan Martial Arts Hall, Yifei drove Mu Zijin back to Mu's house first, and Mu Zijin whispered, "We haven't finished talking about the last time. It is late. You played 2 more ring games. Let us have a good rest. Let us talk tomorrow." Okay, no problem. Yifei did not refuse and sent Mu Zijin to the gate of the Mu family compound. Mu Zijin gave Yifei a kiss on the side of his cheek, then got out of the car, walking briskly and humming into the Mu family university. Hospital. Yifei didn't have much time to make friends with Mu Zijin. The reason was very simple. Yifei had to do another thing. 0. This is also the most important thing for Yifei right now. After destroying Chen Luo, Yifei gained a total of 2,000 experience points. This time, Yifei got the most experience points. One more experience value, a full 2,000 experience points. After this, it means that Yifei's current experience value has reached an astonishing 5800 points, which is enough for him to level up again. Master level skills. Yifei had already understood the benefits of master skills. Since the last time he upgraded his medical skills to a master level, Yifei's medical skills have completely surpassed Chen Luo and approached the genius Dr. Wu. Of course, Yifei had never compared his medical skills with Master Wu, and he didn't know what level his medical skills were. Therefore, after gaining 2,000 experience points, Yifei can upgrade his skills again. He can wait this time, just preparing. Upgrade martial arts skills. Yifei went home first. In the villa, Luo Weiyu was at home. Yifei and Luo Weiyu greeted first, and then went back to the bedroom with an excuse, quietly. Click on the skill page to upgrade your skills without hesitation. Host, do you spend 5,000 experience points to upgrade advanced martial arts proficiency to master martial arts proficiency? Upgrade. Yifei did not hesitate. Chapter 267 Young Master, invincible at the same age. Upgrade. As Yifei's voice just fell, he heard a system reminder sound from his ear. Congratulations to the host, who has successfully upgraded the martial arts proficiency skills to the master level, and the host's strength has increased. The sound of the system prompts, only to see Yifei's mind, there are countless knowledge and skills. These abilities seem to be innate, becoming the instincts of his body, imprinted in Yifei's body. With these abilities, Yifei only felt that his body was further strengthened. Especially his muscular strength, body speed, nerve response and other aspects of quality abilities are rapidly improving. It was like a door opened in front of Yifei. The inner strength of Yifei's body is like a stream, rushing to the meridians of his body. Immediately afterwards, these internal 980 Jingwei. The meal is getting bigger and bigger, even like a river. The concentration of internal energy caused Yifei to open the door. In the martial arts world, inner strength is a threshold, and the master is a threshold. Becoming an inner strength warrior means being able to enter the room and being a master in the martial arts world. Becoming a master is another scene. Throughout the Xuanwang Kingdom, there are very few grandmasters, and grandmasters are almost standing at the apex of martial arts, being the top existence. Yifei was already the pinnacle of inner strength, only one step away from the grandmaster, and even some grandmaster aura. Therefore, after upgrading his skills, Yifei jumped into the Dragon Gate and became a master. Yifei's reaction abilities are rapidly improving everywhere, including Yifei's vision, hearing, touch, smell, etc. The abilities have become different. This world seemed to become clear in Yifei's eyes. Fish over the Dragon Gate. There is a world of difference between a master of internal strength and a master of martial arts. Especially Li Yunfeng is the master of the transformation, and the genius Dr. Wu must also be the master of the transformation. Yifei can improve his strength and talent. Content with it, Yifei became a grandmaster and is definitely the youngest grandmaster in Xuanwang Kingdom, invincible among his peers. The effect of this skill upgrade made Yifei very satisfied. After consuming 5,000 experience points, Yifei's experience points were only 800 points left. Yifei didn't plan to use this part of the experience value now, but kept it for future use. Yifei slowly got up. During his actions, he had a sense of tolerance. After he became the master of the transformation, Yifei had a kind of indescribable all over his body. It feels that the physical changes are also very amazing. Yifei's skin became flawless, and the proportions of his figure reached perfection. The muscles on his body didn't make people feel bloated, but it is just the right golden ratio. Especially Yifei's eyes are clear and bright. The power system in the novel Wadu Soldier King is higher than that in Genius Doctor, so Yifei became a martial artist. After the Taoist master, he is almost invincible in Genius Doctor. If he fights against Chen Luo again, Chen Luo is afraid to support him. But he has 3 tricks, and even if he met a master like Li Yunfeng, Yifei was not afraid. With sufficient strength, Yifei walked downstairs with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Downstairs, Luo Weiyu was making supper, which was specially made for Yifei. Yifei was actually hungry a long time ago, and Luo Weiyu's supper was just right for him. Yifei went downstairs and saw Luo Weiyu's tall and graceful body busy in the kitchen. He stretched out his hand and pulled Luo Wei. The rain was in his arms. Luo Weiyu only felt that the male masculine breath came on her face, her cheeks were reddened, and the corners of her lips were slightly upturned. The pure eyes turned to Yifei. Yifei held Luo Weiyu in her arms. She glanced at Yifei and gently sniffed the smell of Yifei's body, suddenly wrinkling. Raised her delicate Chong nose, she whispered, "I didn't take a bath, just a smell." Yifei just went through 2 consecutive battles, and he sweated a lot, and it was normal to smell. And Luo Weiyu didn't dislike it. Although she said something interesting, she leaned close to Yifei and leaned in his arms. Holding Yifei's waist, Yifei smiled and said, "Well, take a bath later, let us take a bath together." Yifei emphasized the 3 words wash together, and suddenly Luo Weiyu's face was flushed again. She turned her head slightly, expressing, "I don't want to bother about this guy, but I found out where you seem to have changed." Luo Weiyu looked at Yifei up and down, her eyes flashed, and she looked at Yifei carefully. One move. Luo Weiyu did feel the subtle changes in Yifei's body. After becoming a master of martial arts, Yifei's body has indeed undergone subtle changes. Ordinary people really noticed it without careful observation. No, only people like Luo Weiyu who are familiar with Yifei can detect it. Where did it change? Yifei asked with a smile. "I don't know, I can't say it anymore, I feel as if I have become more handsome and energetic," Luo Weiyu whispered. Blushing a bit, Yifei smiled and held Luo Weiyu in his arms. "You are the beauty in the eyes of a lover, so the more I look at it, the more handsome I get." With that, Yifei hugged Luo Weiyu and said, "Let us take a bath first. I am still cooking supper for you. Supper is not in a hurry, you're the right one for my supper." Night, Yifei looked at Luo Weiyu who was asleep next to him, and he ate the supper cooked by Luo Weiyu himself. After becoming a master, Yifei's appetite has also increased, because his daily physical energy consumption is also quite amazing. Yifei looked at the starry sky outside the window, his eyes flickered, and the corners of his mouth raised. When Chen Luo dies, Yandu will be shaken. Presumably God Wu. The doctor will get news soon, he will come to Yandu, it is time to meet him in 4.8. In addition, there are a few beauties in the original book, and I don't know if I can touch them. Yifei secretly said. In fact, in Genius Doctor and Wadu Soldier King, there are still a few beauties who have not yet appeared on the stage. Yifei is also about this. Report with expectation, but before that, we must first solve the trouble of Dr. Wu. Yifei closed his eyes and thought, night till dawn. Yifei slept extremely peacefully this night, but in Yandu's various houses, he was affected by the news and became a sleepless night. Chapter 268. That night, Yifei slept soundly, and he slept till dawn. But there were many changes in the outside world. Many people in Yandu stayed up all night this night. Yifei killed Fu Hongyu first, and then Chen Luo. This matter spread throughout Yandu. Almost all the people in the upper circle of Yandu received this news, and the reactions of Yandu's families were extremely fierce. Fu Hongyu is dead, and Li Yunfeng, the magnate of Overseas Hungman, is involved. Li Yunfeng is powerful, and he is the master of Overseas Hungman. Overseas Hungman has 3 groups of heaven, earth, and people. The controllers of the 3 groups of heaven, earth, and people are all known as leaders to the outside world. Li Yunfeng is the leader of the earth, majestic and majestic. Not only that, Li Yunfeng is also the founder of the mercenary Longya. He used to be famous in the mercenary circle for several years. As a mercenary career, after he retired from the mercenary world, he took over the Overseas Hungman group and became the leader. Therefore, Fu Hongyu's death is a big news. However, Li Yunfeng is far overseas after all, and he may not return to the country. Therefore, although this incident caused a sensation, it's still not an earthquake. Yifei killed Chen Luo, who really caused Yan's 27th capital to tremble. But in contrast, Yifei's killing of Chen Luo caused an even stronger sensation. After all, before Chen Luo, he acted frequently in Yandu. The relationship between the Zheng family, the Wei family, and the Lei family was all related to Chen Luo. But these 3 would not come to trouble Yifei. Take the Zheng family, for example. Before fighting against the big guy in the central prison Yuan, the Zheng family took care of Chen Luo even more. Zheng Ruju and Chen. The relationship is also extraordinary. It is just that during this period of time, the battle between the Zheng family and the big man in the Central Privy Council came to an end. The Zheng family was caught and lost. Disastrous, even severely injured. It is said that the Jung family has been shutting down to thank guests for several days, and it seems to be dormant for a long time. In contrast, the Wei family and Lei family's attitude towards Yifei is also very settled. Because Yifei rescued Wei Lao last time. Only Wei Dongqing and the Wei family have a good relationship with Yifei, and the Wei family maintains a neutral attitude. As for the Lei family, not to mention it, now Lei Yiming and his father are the principals, and both of them are extremely close to Yifei. Even Yifei sees Lei Yiming as father, Lei Jin as benefactor. Therefore, the Jun family, the Wei family, and the Lei family will not trouble Yifei, but besides that, Yandu still has some families. The clan has also been blessed by the genius Dr. Wu. It is just that now the Yi family is strong, even if other Yandu families are willing to protect Chen Luo, they don't necessarily want to offend the Yi family. Of course, it would be absolutely different if Dr. Wu showed up. In Yandu at the moment, it can be said that the upper circles in the city are paying attention to Chen Luo's death. Similarly, the news of Chen Luo's death should be. It reached the ears of the genius Dr. Wu at the fastest speed. It is foreseeable that the next person Yifei will face is magic Dr. Wu. Early in the morning, Yifei woke up and received several calls, namely Su Qingzu and Bai Ruoxi, including Yang Zimo and Lei Yiming and others called. These people are all asking about Yifei's specific situation. Upon seeing this, Yifei also responded one by one, and his heart warmed. In Yandu, Yifei has many friends and confidants. After talking with everyone, and hung up the phone, Yifei had just eaten breakfast. The breakfast was carefully prepared by Luo Weiyu. After this breakfast, as Chen Luo was dead, Yifei didn't have to worry about Luo. Due to Weiyu's safety issues, Luo Weiyu was sent to the flower shop. On the way to drive Luo Weiyu, I only saw her in a very good mood. She was humming the song meaning with sweetness on the corners of her mouth. Smile. Seeing this, Yifei couldn't help but smile. Do you like the song meaning? Well, it was sung by Lu Lingyun, her voice is very good, and I really like this song, I want to use it as a mobile phone. It is raining. Luo Weiyu couldn't help but said. Yifei suddenly smiled when he heard the words, it is really predestined. What is the fate? Luo Weiyu raised her face, her pure eyes looked at Yifei because of unknownness. Yifei smiled and said, it is nothing, I have a chance to show you Lu Lingyun. Yifei thought that if Luo Weiyu met Lu Lingyun, it would be very interesting. Do you still know Lu Lingyun? Luo Weiyu opened her mouth slightly, surprised. Seeing Luo Weiyu's cute look, Yifei couldn't help but squeezed his cheek and said, of course, Lu Ling. Jun is my singer. Luo Weiyu then remembered that Yifei did have an entertainment company. Luo Weiyu doesn't know much about the industry that Yifei owns, but only knows that Yifei has such an entertainment company. Even the hottest singer Lu Lingyun is owned by Yifei Entertainment Company. Luo Weiyu now had a general understanding of Yifei's industry. If Luo Weiyu knew that the song meaning was given to Lu Lingyun by Yifei, I'm afraid it would make Luo Weiyu feel even more. The worldview was subverted. Yifei smiled and sent Luo Weiyu to the flower shop. Before the genius Dr. Wu came to Yandu, Yifei was still relatively leisurely during this time. Then I'll go to the flower shop first. Luo Weiyu was about to get out of the car, her eyes soft and watery, looking at Yifei. Yifei smiled. Okay, I'll pick you up in the afternoon. 503 No need. Luo Weiyu was ashamed and sweet, but she also shook her head and refused. You were busy with you don't need to pick it up. Luo Weiyu felt sweet in her heart. In fact, if Yifei had this heart, she was already extremely satisfied. I came to you in the afternoon anyway, you go first. Yifei touched Luo Weiyu's head and smiled. Yeah, Luo Weiyu got out of the car obediently, and when she got out of the car, she boldly kissed Yifei on the cheek and ran away quickly. Upon seeing this, Yifei also showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. This girl is always so comfortable with her. After Yifei sent Luo Weiyu to the flower shop, he went to the downtown area to buy stomach medicine, which was specially brought to Musician. Yifei and Musician also made an appointment to meet today. The meeting place for the two was set at a tea house. When Yifei arrived at the tea house, he found that Musician had already arrived. Musician was facing the sky, still without makeup, holding her delicate chin. She looked at Yifei with a smile, and said, you were famous last night, even my grandpa was talking about it this morning. Chapter 269 The Benefits of Tianda. Even Lao Mu knows Yifei couldn't help asking. Yes, Musician smiled, while pouring tea for Yifei. Although Musician is not good at cooking, she does so. The skill of tea is, absolutely. Yifei enjoyed Musician's attentive service, and then asked with concern, what did you say? Grandpa originally had a bad impression of Chen Luo. Of course, he was on your side, just thinking that you were a little bit too impulsive. Musician said softly. Yifei shrugged. If he wasn't impulsive, Chen Luo might have really run away this time. Yifei didn't expect Chen Luo to run so decisively. If he weren't chasing him quickly, Chen Luo would really have slipped away. Lucky. Therefore, he doesn't regret killing Chen Luo. After all, he took this opportunity to get rid of a big worry, and also take your strength to the next level and become a master of martial arts. Yifei smiled without saying a word. Musician continued, but don't blame Grandpa. His elders will only ask people close to him in this way. Although he feels that you are a little impulsive, but he is also concerned about you, fearing that you will not be able to deal with the troubles of Dr. Wu. I know Lao Mu's character very well. Yifei told Mu Lao that he didn't mind if he was impulsive because Yifei knew very well. Mu Lao's attitude was precisely because he cared about Yifei, but because he treated Yifei as a junior. Lao Mu's temper is very straight, and he never blunts. It is fine if you can think like this. Seeing Yifei's understanding, Musician smiled sweetly, with a shallow pair on her face, gentle and pleasant. Musician looked at Yifei's movements carefully, and suddenly found that something was wrong. I saw that Yifei was serving tea and drinking water. The movements were ordinary and simple. It looked like drinking water normally. The movements were very good. Natural Xiaozhou. But this is the case, but Musician felt that Yifei's movements were natural and flowing, and there was an indescribable natural smoothness. Yifei's every move seemed natural. Looking closely at Yifei's appearance, Yifei's whole person is like a reborn, although the appearance changes are very subtle, but the whole person's temperament has completely changed. If Yifei's previous performance in martial arts was like a sharp sword, then Yifei now is restrained and calm. But it is even more unfathomable than before. The épée has no edge, and the great skill is not working. Musician couldn't help but think of these 8 words. A touch of surprise appeared in her agile eyes, and she couldn't help but blurt out, you broke through begging. Musician couldn't believe it, but the fact seemed to be before her eyes again. In just one night, Yifei seemed to have broken through. Grandmaster. Master of Transformation Realm. If it is an ordinary person, or even an ordinary martial arts expert, it is impossible for Yifei to notice the subtle changes, but Musician can. She is not an ordinary person, and she knows Yifei very well, and she knows Yifei's situation very clearly. Yifei last night was completely different from now. Although the changes are subtle, Musician can be sure. Yifei smiled slightly. You actually noticed it. I got something occasionally last night, so I went further. Sure enough, is the master of the realm of transformation. Hearing the words, Muzijin couldn't help but tremble, and the surprise in her beautiful eyes was hard to conceal. Guessing is one thing, but listening to Yifei's confirmation is another. In just one night, Yifei turned into a pupa and turned into a butterfly, truly becoming the master of the realm of transformation. Xuanwang Kingdom's youngest transforming master. Muzijin looked at Yifei carefully, and was surprised to see the changes in Yifei's body. Yifei smiled and said, looking at what I am doing, are there flowers on my face? After a long while, Muzijin digested the shocking news. She whispered, I really didn't expect it. You became a master in one night, how did you do it? I don't know, I said that when you wake up from sleep, you will become a master, do you believe it? Yifei smiled. The existence of the system is Yifei's biggest secret, you certainly can say. Muzijin gave Yifei a blank look, obviously not satisfied with Yifei's remarks, but Muzijin did not force Yifei. Instead, he whispered, I haven't reached the threshold of a grandmaster yet, but you have become a grandmaster. Really? There was wonder and surprise in Muzijin's eyes, as well as the color of appreciation and admiration. Anyway, her own man became a martial arts master, of course she was happy in her heart. Especially Muzijin herself is also obsessed with martial arts, so Yifei's name as the master of martial arts is even more extraordinary for her. Yifei blinked and said, I can teach you martial arts in the future. Muzijin did not refute. Yifei, now a master, has already jumped over the dragon gate and is indeed qualified to teach her. Muzijin's red lips pursed slightly, and he said in a low voice, Yifei vaguely heard the word monster and couldn't help smiling, Muzi. This white head is really cute sometimes. By the way, I want to ask you, the bottle of healing medicine you gave me last time, Muzijin said of the last time Yifei gave her. Bottle of healing medicine. Yifei asked, what happened to that bottle of healing medicine? The bottle of healing medicine was prepared by Yifei himself, and it was also improved by referring to some prescriptions in the Huangdi Neijing. This bottle of medicine is your own medicine, right? The healing effect is very good, I don't know if it can be mass-produced. Muzi blinked. Asked softly. She brought the bottle of medicine. Yifei saw that the medicine in the small porcelain bottle was almost used up, and Muzijin's injury was basically healed. The bottle of medicine configured by Yifei is much better than ordinary traditional Chinese medicine, even if it has this kind of injury on Muzijin. It also recovered in a very short time, and the effect was quite good. Mass production is okay, but the material of this medicine is more expensive. Although the effect is good, it is not very practical. Flyway, this medicine is only for traumatic injuries. Although the medicine is very effective, the cost is somewhat high. Wang Jiao, it's okay. I told my grandpa the efficacy of this bottle of medicine. His old man wants you to mass produce this medicine, and then let the military purchase in large quantities. Muzijin said with a smile. Yifei's heart moved immediately after hearing this. In this way, Yifei can use this to get a relationship with the Xuanwang Brigade, which is unexpected for Yifei. The benefits of, once the line with the military is successful, Yifei will have to add a layer of background, which is a great advantage. Mu Lao seemed to have done it deliberately, and this was a great help for him. Of course, the most important thing that affected this matter was Muzijin in front of him. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of him, Yifei's heart was also full of tenderness. Chapter 270 God Dr. Wu was here. Yifei knew that Muzijin was helping him. Of course, Mu Lao also contributed a lot. However, the most important thing is that Yifei's healing medicine is far more effective than ordinary healing medicine. It has a great effect and can indeed come in handy. After all, the battlefield is changing rapidly. Although the cost of this kind of healing medicine is a bit high, as long as it can save people, everything is easy to say. Once Yifei cooperated with Zhan Huang's party, the benefits are beyond doubt. Making money is second, the key is that Yifei will also have more background. Yifei said this is easy to handle. Now Qizhang Pharmaceutical is basically an enterprise under ES. I let Qizhang Pharmaceutical Company to mass produce this healing medicine. What would be a better name for it? This is up to you. Anyway, I am here to tell you about it. If you want, you can mass produce it, give it to the military for trial. Then sign a contract to purchase. Muzijin said. In the Mu family's relationship, this kind of thing is a small problem. As long as Yifei's medicines pass the test, everything is easy to say. But can Yifei's medicines be of poor quality? This is his prescription for improving the Yellow Emperor's internal classic. I am afraid I can default it. Okay, that is all 107. Yifei and Muzijin settled the matter in a few words. Yifei left this to Li Xiangyan to do, but he still couldn't believe in Duan Qizhang. However, after Duan Qi is turning to Yifei, in order to show his loyalty, he has already handed over most of his shares to Yifei. It can be said that Yifei is already the actual beneficiary of Qizhang Group, and the entire Qizhang Group already belongs to him. As long as Yifei thinks, Qizhang Group will be renamed Yipes Pharmaceutical Group tomorrow. But despite this, Yifei is still defensive against Duan Qizhang, and the reason is very simple. After all, Duan Qizhang is Wu's genius doctor. His disciple, although only a registered disciple, the doctor Wu is like a divine residence in his heart. Once the genius doctor Wu arrived in Yandu, Duan Qizhang would never stand on Yifei's side. Yifei called Li Xiangyan and ordered Li Xiangyan to do it. Of course, the formula of the medicine is still always in the hands of Yifei. Yifei was very satisfied with Li Xiangyan's performance during this period, and he was fairly loyal to Yifei. After finishing this matter, Yifei said softly to Muzijin, it is really hard for you. See, Yifei knew very well that if this matter had not been for Muzijin's help, he would not have gone so smoothly. It is precisely because of the relationship between the Mu family and the military that this matter can be logical, and Yifei will also have a military background. What are you polite with me? My injury is almost healed, then you remember to teach me martial arts. Muzijin. Smile lightly, smiling sweetly. Yifei readily agreed this is simple and trivial. Muzijin smiled lightly again, and said yes, the thing I said last time, my parents want you to eat. Muzijin's face was slightly red, a little embarrassed. Muzijin's parents wanted to see Yifei. After all, Yifei and Muzijin were in the Wei family's eldest birthday. The official announced once that since Yifei's relationship with Muzijin is determined, it is okay to see Muzijin's parents. When Yifei heard the words, he smiled and blinked, and said, also, it is time to see your parents, and kidnap their baby daughter anyway. Gone. Muzijin's face was even redder, and Yifei gave a white look and said, what is abduction? Oh, it was not abducted, it was cheated. Yifei looked at Muzijin with a narrow smile. Muzijin pursed her mouth, her red lips were lovely, and she looked cute, so Yifei couldn't wait to hold her in her arms and bully fan. When do you plan to see your parents? Yifei asked. Muzijin tilted his head and thought for a while. In 3 days, they happen to be free on the weekend after 3 days. Yes, Yifei nodded and said, but you should also tell me some internal information about your parents. What are their hobbies? My dad likes to make tea, and my mother prefers art and art. If you want to prepare gifts, don tea. It's too expensive, as long as the heart comes. Mu Zijin carefully helped Yifei to think about it. Yifei smiled and said sure enough, the fortress of the revolution was breached from the inside. I know how to do it. Then I am looking forward to your performance. Mu Zian blinked, with a look of encouragement. After seeing your parents, let you see my parents too. Yifei smiled. Mu Zijin blushed a little and said, have you talked to your parents? Yes, my mother said last time that I would take you home to see. Yifei was serious and saw Mu Zijin blushing. Even drinking tea is absent-minded. Appreciating the way Mu Zijin blushed for a while, Yifei sent Mu Zijin back to the Mu-S compound. The day after, Yifei is all pointing to Li Xiangyan's mass production of healing medicine and strives to get the military order as soon as possible. But at the same time, Yifei also received another message. That is Duan Qizheng going to Yandu Airport. Why did Duan Qizheng go to Yandu Airport? Without even thinking about it, there's only one possibility that the magical Dr. Wu has come to Yandu. This immediately made Yifei vigilant. At this moment, Yandu Airport. An old man dressed in coarse linen walked out of the terminal building slowly, and behind the old man followed a young girl. Although the old man was dressed in coarse linen, he was full of energy and youthful. He is full of energy and flexible limbs, although he has gray hair, but he is not old at all. The young girl followed behind the old man. She looked around Yandu Airport curiously, her eyes bright, quiet and beautiful. However, although this girl has a beautiful appearance, her complexion is pale and she seems to be sick. Master, is this Yandu? The girl couldn't help asking the old man next to her. The old man smiled kindly. Yes, we are in Yandu now. Master, at this moment, the old man and the girl just left the airport. They saw Duan Qizheng waiting long ago and saw the old man. In an instant, Duan Qizheng's eyes were reddish, slightly excited. The old man was not surprised when he saw Duan Qizheng. He just smiled. Qizheng, I haven't seen you for many years. I thought I would never. After stepping on the land of Yandu, we will see you again after all. Master, you are finally here. Duan Qizheng saw this old man as if he had the backbone, and a big man had no. Bai was excited, his eyes were reddish, almost crying. This old man is undoubtedly the genius Dr. Wu. Chapter 271. Another function of the Yellow Emperor as internal classic. The genius Dr. Wu has come to Yandu. When Dr. Wu appeared, Duan Qizheng was extremely excited, looking at Dr. Wu with reverence, his eyes were slightly red. Dr. Wu smiled kindly, just patted Duan Qizheng on the shoulder, and said, what's wrong, Qizheng, dignified man, why is this? The attitude of a daughter. Duan Qizheng said excitedly, I finally saw Master. I am happy Master, I blame me for not protecting the younger brother, let him. Hey, this matter is mainly to blame on me. Duan Qizheng looked very regretful, very upset. Before Chen Luo came to Yandu, Dr. Wu gave an explanation to Duan Qizheng and asked Duan Qizheng to take care of Chen Luo. Duan Qizheng's words to Dr. Wu were simply imperial decree. He took care of Chen Luo only after hearing the explanation of Dr. Wu. Dr. Wu waved his hand and said, I have heard about the general things. This time I came to Yandu to seek justice. I heard that you and Chen Luo had a big quarrel with the evil gangster. Although God Dr. Wu is not in Yandu, his relationship is full of Yandu. He doesn't need to talk about many things at all, as long as he wants to. I know, soon someone will tell him. Yes, Master, let me elaborate on this matter with you. Duan Qi was respectful and said hurriedly. Dr. Wu sighed lightly and said unexpectedly, when I was old, the disciples were at odds with each other, even though you are not my personal transmission, Qizheng. Disciple, but after all, you and I also have the name of a master and apprentice, so why this? Duan Qizheng lowered his head in shame. Master, I don't want to turn my head against the younger brother, but he did some things too much. A bit. The genius Dr. Wu was silent for a while, and said slowly, I know, I heard that the evildoer had a conflict with the heir of the Yandu Yi family, the two encounter, and finally signed a status of life and death. That evil disciple was inferior to human skills, so it ended in death. The genius Dr. Wu took a mouthful of evil disciples, and he could hear his dissatisfaction with Chen Luo. But as soon as Chen Luo died, he immediately set foot in Yandu from that remote mountain city, showing that he attached great importance to Chen Luo. As the saying goes, the depth of love is the utmost responsibility. God Dr. Wu still attaches great importance to Chen Luo, a close disciple. Yes, in fact, there are still a lot of hidden things in it. Little junior brother has indeed done some things, Duan Qizheng said in a low voice. Dr. Wu frowned slightly, and said slowly, no matter how wrong my evildoer is, there will naturally be legal judgments. He put him to death. Now that white-haired people give off black-haired people, no matter how unbearable Chen Luo is, he is still my apprentice after all. Dr. Wu's words were filled with sorrow and emotion, and he was very sorry for Chen Luo's death. After all, it was the disciple he taught by himself. Even if Chen Luo was unbearable, he was also his disciple. What is more, Chen Luo is still his close disciple, and the heir of Wu's spiritual inheritance. Master, let us check this out first. The girl next to Dr. Wu whispered. This Duan Qizheng had already noticed the girl, and he couldn't help asking. God Dr. Wu introduced them, saying, Qizheng, she's your younger sister named Ling Xian. Xian, this is your brother Duan Qi. Yes, you belong to the same family, and you will take care of each other in the future. Hello, brother. Ling Xian smiled lightly, very polite. Duan Qi was carefully looking at Ling Xian, but he was suddenly shocked. Ling Xian is the girl from the Ling family. Duan Qizheng has heard rumors that the Ling family is a family of martial arts in the martial arts world and has a great reputation. Ling Xian is the youngest daughter most loved by the head of the Ling family, but she is frail and sickly. I think I will not live to be 18 years old. It can be seen that although the girl's face is pale, she is far older than 18 years old. Duan Qizheng nodded again and again. Hello, sister. After that, Duan Qizheng said again, Master, let us go to my place first. He will talk about it later. Never mind, let us not talk about it. The Dr. Wu nodded slightly. Duan Qizheng hurriedly took the Dr. Wu and Ling Xian to the villa. His expressions were quite respectful. Brilliant entertainment. Yifei received multiple pieces of information in succession and learned the news that Dr. Wu had entered Yandu. The news that the Dr. Wu entered Yandu has spread throughout Yandu. Some of Yifei's messages were specially sent to him by concubine Ningyu. Ever since Yifei helped concubine Ningyu solve Fu Hongyu. After the trouble, concubine Ningyu and Yifei had the meaning of a cooperative ally. Concubine Ningyu also took the initiative to share the news with Yifei. On the table of the general manager of Brilliant Entertainment, there are various materials of God Dr. Wu and Ling Xian next to God Dr. Wu. In fact, Yifei didn't need to read these materials, and it was basically clear through his familiarity with the original book. Naturally, Dr. Wu does not need to say, Yifei knows the deeds of Dr. Wu very well. Ask for flowers. As for Ling Xian, Yifei is also familiar. Because Ling Xian is also one of the heroines of the book Genius Doctor, and she is a woman with a miserable fate. Ling Xian was born in the Ling family of the martial arts family, the youngest daughter of the head of the Ling family, and the jewel in her hand. However, Ling Xian has been weak and sick since childhood, and suffered from some kind of strange disease. The patriarch of the Ling family searched all over the world for famous doctors, but he still could not cure Ling Xian's illness. Many famous doctors even asserted that Ling Xian's physical condition, she did not live to be 18 years old. Fortunately, the head of the Ling family has search for famous doctors is still effective. Ling Xian's body has improved and she has survived 18 years. Years old, but 1 year is worse than 1 year. Seeing that the beloved daughter's illness was serious, the Ling family's patron entrusted someone to turn around and finally found the genius Dr. Wu. During the period when Chen Luo left the mountain city and came to Yandu, the head of the Ling family asked her daughter to worship the genius Dr. Wu as her teacher. Stay by the side of the genius Dr. Wu. In other words, Ling Xian did not meet Chen Luo, although the two were also nominal seniors. So, Ling Xian had little affection for Chen Luo, but only knew that there was such a senior. During this period, God Dr. Wu treated Ling Xian, and the effect was significant, but it was still unable to cure Ling Xian's roots. Sick. Ling Xian was born with inadequacy, yin deficiency in the body, weak since childhood, and extremely difficult to regulate. Even God Dr. Wu can only relieve her pain and delay her illness, but it can cure Ling Xian's condition. After all, although the genius Dr. Wu is a genius doctor, he is not God. Yi Fei smiled when he saw the news of Ling Xian. He almost forgot that there is such a heroine in the book Genius Doctor. Thinking of Ling Xian, Yi Fei suddenly remembered that in the original book Ling Xian's illness was cured by Chen Luo. The reason why Chen Luo was able to cure Ling Xian's illness was because Chen Luo had the yellow FRS internal classic, which was left behind. The way to come, specialize in congenital deficiencies. And now, the yellow FRS internal classic is in Yi Fei's hands. Chapter 272 Upgrade of the yellow FRS internal classic. Private property. Therefore, if anyone in the world can teach Ling Xian, there is only Yi Fei. Yi Fei calmed down after learning the news that Dr. Wu entered Yandu. Because Yi Fei knew very well that although the supernatural Dr. Wu was strong, he was not incapable of dealing with it. Yi Fei asked Hai Wu and others to pay close attention to Dr. Wu's movements and learned that Dr. Wu was staying in Duan Qizheng's villa. The news that the genius doctor entered Beijing spread throughout Yandu. When the news that Dr. Wu entered Beijing spread, the whole Yan was boiled over. Especially the medical experts in Yandu, that is even more so. Whether it is Chinese medicine or Western medicine, whether it is a well-known doctor or an unrecognized doctor, they go to visit God Dr. Wu. There is no such thing as 5 or 30. In just one morning, the threshold of Duan Qizheng's villa was almost broken, and the entire Yandu doctors were alarmed. Dr. Wu's previous status in Yandu's medical circle can be seen, and he is definitely Taishan Beidou. Not only that, including the Wei family, as well as many rich people in Yandu, sent people to visit the genius Dr. Wu, and also sent them. Wrote an invitation and invited the genius Dr. Wu to a banquet. The genius Dr. Wu just arrived in Yandu for the first time, and it caused such a shock to Yi Fei as surprise. It can only be said that he is indeed Dr. Wu. As soon as he appeared, all major families in Yandu were also disturbed. The network of relationships is indeed unusual. Yi Fei muttered to himself. Yi Fei couldn't help being vigilant after learning about the news of Dr. Wu, and he immediately communicated with the system. I am talking about the system, let us talk about it. Yi Fei hasn't communicated with the system for a long time. What is the hostess instructions? The female voice of the system came from a pleasant voice. I said the system. After I got the Huangdi Neijing, I didn't say that some parts of the Huangdi Neijing were too deep. Ow, will it take me a month to study the Huangdi Neijing again? This month has passed. Can the Yellow Emperor's internal classic continue to study? Yi Fei asked. Yi Fei remembers very clearly that he was relying on the Yellow Emperor's internal classic to master advanced medical skills and proficient in this technique. Can. However, the system explained at the time that because part of the Huangdi Neijing was too esoteric, Yi Fei couldn't do it for a while. Learn all, only part of it. Therefore, what Yi Fei learned was only a small part of the Huangdi Neijing. Yi Fei hasn't learned the true essence of the Yellow Emperor's classic of internal medicine. You know, the Yellow Emperor's internal classic is a legacy of the Yellow Emperor, an ancient book. According to legend, there is a great mystery hidden in this Huangdi Neijing, and it is not just a simple medical book. That is why Yi Fei communicated with the system. Hearing Yi Fei's words, the system immediately replied the hostess' current medical skill level has been upgraded and has reached the master level. Then study the content of the Yellow Emperor's internal classic. This is the answer Yi Fei wanted to hear. There are many secrets hidden in the Yellow Emperor's internal classic. Chen Luo also relied on the Yellow Emperor's internal classic to make his medical skills great. In the end, he was even more brilliant than God Dr. Wu. Ding, congratulations to the host, you can continue to learn the contents of the Yellow Emperor's internal classic. Do you want to learn? The system asked. Continue to study. Yi Fei replied decisively. Congratulations to the host, your medical skills have been improved. Congratulations to the host for successfully learning the Yellow Emperor's internal classic. Various medical skills appeared in Yi Fei's mind, including various knowledge and abilities, as well as the Huangdi Neijing. The other methods have also entered Yi Fei's mind. The Huangdi Neijing is of course not just a simple medical book. In the Huangdi Neijing, it also contains some special features. The other methods of cultivation are, yes, some methods of co-cultivation by men and women. The Huangdi Neijing contains a special practice of men and women, which is a special kind of practice. In this way, it can make up for congenital deficiencies, nourish yin and yang, prolong life and strengthen the body. This method is also one of the greatest mysteries of the Huangdi Neijing. It can be said that the Yellow Emperor's internal classic that Yi Fei now masters is the real Yellow Emperor's internal classic. The knowledge and skills of the Yellow Emperor's internal classic in his mind slowly surged. Yi Fei remembered it in his heart, and there was a hint of joy in his heart. Color. Yi Fei's Huangdi Neijing is now an upgraded version. This is also the capital for Yi Fei to surpass God Dr. Wu in the future. No matter how superior Wu's medical skills are, how can he compare with the legacy of the ancient book the Yellow Emperor's internal classic? Yi Fei's medical skills are now soaring. Yi Fei digested the content and knowledge of the Yellow Emperor's internal classic, and the corners of his mouth evoked. Currently in the entire Xuanwang kingdom, only he can save Ling Xian. It seems that this matter will become very interesting. Unfortunately, I still don't have enough experience points. If I can upgrade the martial arts and medical skills to the **** level, I will definitely. Very exciting, Yi Fei said to himself. A master level skill requires 5,000 experience points for the **** level, and **** level skill requires 10,000 experience. Value, the consumption of which is very large. But Yi Fei accumulates experience points very quickly, and the god level skills are also a matter of time. Yi Fei instructed Black Friday to continue to report on the movements of Dr. Wu while handling some affairs in brilliant entertainment. At this moment, Yi Fei received a call. Mr. Yi, hello, I am Yang Shalwa, Wu Lingyun's Lady S manager. Yi Fei answered the phone and heard a message on the phone. Coming female voice. Yi Fei slightly nodded when he heard the words, I know you are Yang Shalwa, what is the matter? Yang Shaohua, she is a broker specially arranged by Yifei for Lu Lingyun, and she is also regarded as a first-line broker in China. There is a set of stars. 4.8 This is Mr. Yi, Lingyun has a little trouble, and would like to ask you for help. Yang Shaohua speaks very quickly, with it as a bit dumbfounding. Yifei frowned instantly. Is there anyone else looking for Lu Lingyun as trouble? Does anyone in Yandu dare to be so blind? Who doesn't know that Lu Lingyun is an artist under the banner of brilliant entertainment, whose background is Yifei? But listening to Yang Shaohua's tone, it doesn't seem to be a serious problem. What is the specific situation, Yifei asked. Chapter 273 Top-notch beauty, international actress. Yang Shaohua hesitated slightly on the other end of the phone, and said, Mr. Yi, would you like to come here? As long as you come, you will know. What's up? Yang Shaohua's attitude was very respectful, but he didn't know how to describe it to Yifei. Alright, where are you? Yifei asked lightly. Lingyun and I participated in a charity auction in the VIP room of the Intercontinental Yandu Hotel, Yang Shaohua said briefly. Okay, I'll be there in 15 minutes. Yifei responded briefly. He became more and more curious about what was going on. It stands to reason that Lu Lingyun's personality should rarely cause trouble, and the most important thing is that Lu Lingyun is brilliant and entertaining. Happy people. Brilliant entertainment's background is Yifei, the entire Yi group. This kind of thing will be clear after investigation. Who would be so indifferent? Yifei was a little puzzled and curious. He took a Rolls-Royce Phantom. He asked the driver to drive and go directly to Intercontinental Liquor Shop. About 15 minutes later, Yifei stepped out of the car in a suit and leather shoes. The driver opened the door for him. Yifei walked slowly to the VIP room of the hotel. Along the way, the hotel waiter secretly watched Yifei. Yifei had already added charm through the system, and after Yifei became a master of martial arts, he was almost completely reborn. In general, Yifei's skin is much better than before, and it is better than the special effects of filters and microdermabrasion. The charm is even more obvious. Yifei's appearance like this immediately attracted the attention of many women in the hotel. Almost as long as they are women, their eyes are attracted by Yifei. With a smile on the corner of Yifei's mouth, he stopped in front of the VIP hall and then dialed Yang Shaohua's phone number casually. After a while, Yang Shaohua hurriedly came out of the VIP room to find Yifei. Mr. Yi, you are here. Yang Shaohua is a woman in her 30s with a very ordinary appearance, but she does things like thunder. Resolute, special, and that is why Yifei arranged her as Lu Lingyun's exclusive agent. Yifei frowned. Why are you alone, Lu Lingyun? Why did Yang Shaohua leave Lu Lingyun and run out? This was not the work of a professional broker. Yang Shaohua seemed to see Yifei's doubts. She replied, Mr. Yi, don't worry, Lingyun has no safety issues. I am with you. She said hello. What do you mean? What is going on? Yifei frowned. Yifei's grandeur and majesty caused Yang Shaohua's heart to palpitate slightly. The secret way sound Yi's momentum is really getting more and more full, really strange. Strange, as long as he frowned, Yang Shaohua felt a sense of depression. That is the case. This time I took Lingyun to the charity auction, and I came across someone who wanted to pursue Lingyun. So I would like to ask you to play Lingyun's boyfriend and help her solve this trouble, Lao Yang Yi. Yang Shaohua whispered. Yifei said indifferently, you can handle this trivial matter while someone pursues Lu Lingyun, so you can just refuse it directly. Why? Must find me. Yifei was dissatisfied. This little thing would even alarm him. Could it be that the Yi family's background is still uncertain? Yang Shaohua smiled bitterly. Mr. Yi, this person is indeed a bit special. Oh, Yifei raised his eyebrows. His tone was a little dignified. To the asterisk is it. In Yan, the only people who dared to defend Yifei were the wealthy people of the same level as the Yi family, or even the top wealthy people. It is Sen Qing, Yang Shaohua whispered. Sen Qingshan. Hearing this name, Yifei's expression became very strange. It turned out to be her, Yifei said to himself. That is right, it is her, not him. Sen Qingshan, a well-known female star in Zanhuangguo, should be said to be the most famous female star in Zanhuangguo. None of them. Sen Qingshan is known as the international film queen. He mainly shoots movies and has won countless movie awards. Zanhuangguo's top female star. Not only is the actress, Sen Qingshan is also a singer. She is very skilled in singing, and she is a rare all-round female artist. And what is commendable is that Sen Qingshan has never had a scandal since his debut. Of course, there's a reason for being so clean, because Sen Qingshan doesn't like men. Yes, her gender is female, and her hobby is also female. This is still a secret in the entertainment industry, because Sen Qingshan has been hiding very well, but in the Peerless King of Entertainment. In the original book, Yifei once read the original book and knew that there was Sen Qingshan in the original book, and he also knew the secret of Sen Qingshan. Deads. It turned out that Sen Qingshan had a crush on Lu Lingyun. No wonder Yang Shaohua was helpless. Yifei squinted his eyes and said, I see. Mr. Yi, in fact, when I accompanied Lingjun to a commercial show, I ran into Sen Qingshan. Yun's attitude is a little different. I didn't pay attention to the meeting at the charity auction at first. Sen Qingshan's attitude towards Ling Yun. The offensive is even more fierce, Yang Shaohua said with a wry smile. What is this called? If another man dared to harass Lu Lingyun, he would have been warned by Yang Shaohua a long time ago. But it was Sen Qingshan. Sen Qingshan is a senior, an international superstar, and a woman. Even Yang Shaohua is helpless. That is why I was helpless to find 990 Yifei for help, and wanted Yifei to pretend to be Lu Lingyun's boyfriend so that Sen Qingshan gave up. After all, Yifei's appearance, temperament, and family background are all the best choices, and only such a perfect boyfriend can make Sen Qingshan retired when she knew it was difficult. What does Lu Lingjun think? Yifei asked Yang Shaohua. Yang Shaohua whispered, Mr. Yi, Lingyun actually likes Sen Qingshan quite a bit, but it is limited to the likes among friends. After all, Lingyun's orientation is normal, so I still want to ask you for help. Yang Shaohua whispered, I see. Yifei expressed his understanding. Then let us go in. Okay, in fact, the charity auction has ended, and it has basically ended, and only half of the celebrity artists are left. Yang Shaohua while introducing the situation for Yifei, while taking Yifei into the VIP hall. As soon as Yifei appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding people. Even among these stars, Yifei is also eye-catching. Chapter 274 I know all your secrets. The focus was on Yifei's body. Even among these high-profile stars, Yifei is still eye-catching. In today's entertainment industry, Xiao Xianru is in power, and many male stars on the screen are too feminine, and they are almost indistinguishable from girls. The difference, and Yifei is not only handsome, but also full of masculinity. This alone is enough to attract attention. The appearance of Yifei attracted the attention of many people, including Lu Lingyun. When Lu Lingjun turned her head, she saw Yifei. Her agile eyes lit up, and she waved at Yifei, looking like very excited. Yifei played the role of Lu Lingyun's boyfriend this time, and Yang Shaohua also greeted Lu Lingyun in advance, so Lu Lingyun was very clear. I pretended to be boyfriend again. Last time I pretended to be boyfriend for musician and then the fake act was done. And this time, it was pretending to be Lu Lingyun as boyfriend. However, this time Lu Lingyun as suitor is very special. Yi Fei noticed that the woman next to Lu Lingjun was tall, at least over 1.7 meters tall, and she was just right. Neither fat nor thin, wearing a red evening dress, gorgeous but not vulgar, and the skin is as fair as a gemstone, which is a rare beauty. Peerless beauty with at least 95 points. This woman gave people a cold and glamorous feeling. She was holding a wine glass and flaming red lips, which was very touching. More importantly, although this woman is young, she has a full aura, and she does have the demeanor of a big star. She looked at Yi Fei with bright eyes, showing a slight surprise, obviously knowing Yi Fei's identity. Lingyun, I am sorry, I am late, Yi Fei said naturally, since he wants to pretend to be Lu Lingyun as boyfriend. Of course, you have to play without flaws. At this time, Lu Lingjun secretly looked at Yang Shalwa, and Yang Shalwa nodded without a trace, indicating that he had talked with Yi Fei. Proper. Lu Lingjun was relieved now. She smiled sweetly, took Yi Fei's arm, very affectionate, and whispered, "You are here. Sit quickly. Let me introduce to you, this." No introduction, who doesn't Sen Qingshan no, Yi Fei said with a smile, sitting beside Lu Lingyun. There are really not many people in the entire Xuanwang kingdom who don't know Sen Qingshan. She is the goddess of countless people as dreams. Even after Lu Lingyun became a generation song in the original book, his reputation is slightly worse than that of Sen Qingshan Silk. Sen Qingshan looked at Yi Fei, and she lightly opened her red lips. Hello, Mr. Yi, this is the first time you meet. You are indeed young and promising. I've heard your name, Long Yang. Miss Sen is the one who has been admired for a long time. It is rare to see each other today. Yi Fei responded politely. As usual, the business exchanged a few words, and the two sides said some scenes. And Lu Lingyun was holding Yi Fei's arm, but Lu Lingyun obviously didn't know how to pretend to be a couple. She had nothing to do with it. Inexperienced, only knowing that he looked at Yi Fei with those big eyes. Yi Fei couldn't help but sigh. Lu Lingjun's sneezy is indeed a bit natural and stupid. So cute. As Yi Fei sighed, Sen Qingshan spoke first. She moved her eyes and asked, Mr. Yi, I heard Lingyun say. You wrote both meet and I will. Lu Lingjun obviously said this to Sen Qingshan. The current Xuanwang national anthem has been temporarily swept by the two songs meeting, and Lu Lingyun's new album is also on sale. Topped the charts, the album was very popular, and it was very popular. Because of this, Lu Lingyun has almost been promoted to a top-tier singer by virtue of these two songs. That's it. Yi Fei's mouth curled up, and he answered modestly. Sen Qingshan was somewhat skeptical, because every time Lu Lingjun talked about Yi Fei in front of her, he always used an admiring tone. She also said that Yi Fei at least created a few 10 classic songs, including world-class piano music. Sen Qingshan also knows that the piano pieces played by Yi Fei are indeed top-notch works. There is no doubt that the two songs Encounter and I Will are also top songs. But what makes Sen Qingshan doubt is that there really is such a talented person in this world. Piano music, songs, and even Sen Qingshan have heard of Yi Fei's deeds, such as Yi Fei's writing of the script, brilliant. The screenplays of the several movies that the entertainment is preparing to shoot are all set by Yi Fei. In order to refuse Sen Qingshan, Lu Lingjun shyly suggested that she and Yi Fei were boyfriend and girlfriend, and asked Sen Qing. Zhan was not convinced. Therefore, Sen Qingshan took the initiative to ask Yi Fei. Lu Lingjun was convinced of Yi Fei. The last time Lu Lingjun saw Yi Fei's computer, he heard that song with his own ears. A classic song. It was from then that Lu Lingjun had an admiration for Yi Fei. Sen Qingshan listened to Yi Fei's answer, and she said, Mr. Yi, in that case, I don't know if I can dare to invite you. What about the song I am shooting a movie recently? It has a martial arts movie in costume. The movie is basically finished, but it has the theme song, but it has not been decided yet. Obviously, Sen Qingshan wanted to test Yi Fei. Hearing Sen Qingshan's words, Yi Fei's mouth curled up and asked what movie is it, the movie version of Swordsman. Sen Qingshan replied softly. In this time and space, there are still some works by famous artists such as Mr. Jin Yang. Swordsman is one of the classics. It was remade into a movie and will be released soon. Since it is the movie version of Swordsman, the theme song is easy to handle. Yi Fei remained calm. He couldn't help but glance at Sen Qingshan, only to see her a big red evening dress leave to help set off. Her snow-white skin is extremely cold, with picturesque eyebrows, delicate and moving, and full of aura. Sen Qingshan's appearance is indeed very beautiful. His facial features are almost exquisite that he can fault, except that it is lacking compared to concubine Ning Yu. A little bit of flattery, but it also has a fatal attraction to people. Yi Fei knew that Sen Qingshan deliberately embarrassed him. He just smiled faintly and said, actually, I really have one. Head. Yi Fei was embarrassed by Sen Qingshan's test because he had already taken the lead. He even knew that he had read the original book. All the secrets of Dao Sen Qingshan. Sen Qingshan can ask for a bargain in front of him. Chapter 275 Experience Hurricane was suppressed by Yi Fei. Change. She pursed her mouth, feeling surprised. On the contrary, Lu Lingyun's expression of surprise, red cheeks, was caused by excitement. Lu Lingjun asked curiously, what song did you write again? Yi Fei was not in a hurry, with a faint smile on the corners of his mouth, and the topic changed. Miss Sen, the movie you made is Swordsman. Movie version, right. Yes, the main part of the film is basically finished. It is the work of Shangjiang director Xu Sheng, Sen Qingshan said softly. Yi Fei nodded slightly. He also knows that Xu Sheng, the director, is quite famous, and Shangjiang people are regarded as the first-line directors in China. The Swordsman film shot by Xu Sheng is very powerful. It is said that the quality of the film is quite good, and Sen Qingshan play the heroine in it. Sen Qingshan's aura is very suitable for this type of martial arts film. It is just that the current Swordsman crew has a worrying problem, that is, they can find a suitable theme song. In fact, it is not that you can find a suitable theme song. The main reason is that the director Xu Sheng is too nitpicking. Many details are extremely demanding, and I never want to do it. Even the theme song is the same. He always wants to find the most suitable song. 227 The most difficult thing is that the theme song of the movie Swordsman needs to be. There are two versions in Mandarin and Cantonese. In other words, a song must satisfy both Mandarin and Cantonese singing. Moreover, Swordsman is a martial arts movie. The song also needs to have a very quagmire, very charming, and require extremely high. A good theme song can definitely add the finishing touch to the movie and even play a great role in publicity. Therefore, the director Xu Sheng has almost searched for those composers and lyricists in today's music world. Finally, I did not find a theme song that I was satisfied with. Therefore, Sen Qingshan deliberately tried Yi Fei, who made Lu Lingyun keep telling her how good Yi Fei is and still admiring him. Seeing Sen Qingshan's eyes, Yi Fei couldn't help but laugh secretly. He didn't think that one day he would be jealous by women who fight for the win. Really? But this time I came to help Lu Lingjun. He smiled faintly. Listen to you, I do have a song here. It should be suitable for the swordsman movie. Sen Qingchen pursed her mouth, resting her chin, and asked really then I don't know if President Yi can sing it. I want to listen. Then I will try. Yi Fei did not refuse. Suddenly, Sen Qingchen and Lu Lingyun both looked at Yi Fei, and the two women became quiet. Not only that, not far away, Yang Shaohua and some other celebrities also gradually came to Yi Fei's side. Yi Fei is the boss of brilliant entertainment. Lu Lingjun is the most popular female singer in the music scene, not to mention Sen Qingchen. She is an international superstar. The three get together, everyone has a topical degree, and of course attracts the attention of the stars around. Yi Fei caught a glimpse of the stars around him about to move. He smiled faintly, cleared the noise, and opened his throat first. Singing is not difficult for Yi Fei. His voice and skills have been systematically modified, even surpassing professional singers. Otherwise, how could he give Lu Lingyun some guidance? Yi Fei's eyes circled Sen Qingchen, Lu Lingyun, Yang Shaohua and a few other celebrities beside him, and he slowly opened his voice. Sing slowly. As soon as Yi Fei opened the noise, his clean and clear, but with a little vicissitudes of noise, the penetrating power was extremely strong, and it was transmitted to all of them. Someone has ears. The sea laughed, and the tide was surging on both sides of the strait. The ups and downs follow the waves only to remember the present. The sky laughs, there are waves in the world, and the sky knows who loses and who wins. Zhongshan smiles, misty rain is far away, and the waves are exhausted. How much do you know about common things? When Yi Fei started singing, his very charming voice merged into the song, as if singing the ancient rhyme in the song. Suddenly, Sen Qingchen's delicate face couldn't hide the expression of surprised age. That's right, Yi Fei sang the famous divine comedy A Laugh from the Sea in his previous life. The song Laughs in the Sea is a well-deserved golden song. It has won numerous awards, and this song is. The classics have been sung for more than 20 years, and they are still the deepest memory in the hearts of countless people. As Yi Fei sang the lyrics of the song A Laugh from the Sea, the melodious melody, accompanied by a strong, ancient style and charm, as well as the atmosphere of the rivers and lakes. The song has an ancient style and an ancient rhyme, and the words have a shadow of a sword, light and sword. With his vicissitudes and pure voice, Yi Fei also showed this song A Laugh from the Sea to the fullest. As soon as this song came out, I only heard the beginning part of Kang Hai's laugh. Qingzhan's heart vibrated, her expression complex, and she pinched the corner of her clothes. Lu Lingyun's eyes were full of surprises, her eyes bright. As for Yang Shaohua, his mouth was slightly open, completely stunned. The other stars looked at each other even more, staring blankly at each other. Yi Fei continued to sing, but when he changed his tone, he immediately changed to Cantonese, and there was no sense of disobedience, he just listened to him. Singing the common people laugh, no longer lonely, the pride is still laughing and laughing. At this moment, Sen Qingchen's face was already shocked. Because Sen Qingchen discovered at this time that the piece Yi Fei sang could be sung in Cantonese and Mandarin at the same time, and unified lyrics and music, it can be translated into Mandarin and Cantonese at the same time. You can sing both Mandarin and Cantonese without even changing a piece of music. You know, Mandarin and Cantonese have different rhymes. In order to rhyme with lyrics and music, many songs have the same tune, but the lyrics of Mandarin and Cantonese are completely different. But for Yi Fei's song, a single word can be applied in Mandarin and Cantonese at the same time. Sen Qingchen's gaze at Yi Fei completely changed. Although Sen Qingchen is a movie queen, she is also proficient in music and her singing skills are also very high. She heard Yi Fei sing this. The first laugh from the sea, you know how powerful this song is. This song completely stunned her. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting 300 experience points from Lu Lingyun. Ding, congratulations to the host, I got 300 experience points from Sen Qingchen. Experience point soar. Chapter 276 The most terrifying genius. The sea laughed, the tides on both sides of the strait, ups and downs follow the waves, just remember the present. Accompanied by Yi Fei singing this song A Laugh from the Sea in Mandarin and Cantonese, he was clean, clear and slightly victorious. Sang's voice seemed to have really brought people into the martial arts. The music has ancient style and ancient rhyme, and the lyrics have the atmosphere of rivers and lakes. What is even better is that the Cantonese and Mandarin of this song use the same words, even the words don't need to be changed. Sen Qingchen was completely suppressed. The celebrities who were not far away, including Yang Shaohua, looked at each other even more. It was the first time that they heard Yi Fei singing in a loud voice, but they were completely conquered. Yi Fei's voice, the singing voice and singing skills have almost exploded many professional singers. Is this the owner of an entertainment company? Even if he is a first-line singer, someone will believe it. This looks, this talent, this singing skill. If Yi Fei goes to be a singer, all those little meats in the music world have been exhausted. Burst. After Yi Fei finished singing the song, he actually sang the first part simply. After singing, he smiled faintly and scanned. The people around their eyes looked at Sen Qingchen again. Miss Sen, how do you feel about this song? Yi Fei asked with a smile. Sen Qingchen's red lips lightly opened as she looked forward to her beautiful eyes, exclaimed Mr. Yi, what is the name of this song? Sen Qingchen likes this song A Laugh from the Sea very much, and she is totally attracted. She thinks she played in the movie. The character, thinking about the charm of this song, she was even more surprised by it. This song is called A Laugh from the Ganghai. Yi Fei said lightly this song actually sounds better with Guzheng, but it has a pity that there's no Guzheng at the scene, so it has a show of ugliness. Ugly. When Sen Qingchen heard Yi Fei say this, she couldn't help but secretly said that at this level it is a show of ugliness, and the entire entertainment industry is afraid that there's not much. I am proficient in music. The song Laughter in the Sea is not only amazing in lyrics and music, but also full of charm, even if she is so picky. It cannot be denied that this is a good song. In fact, what Sen Qingchen doesn't know is that this song Laughter in the Sea uses Yu, Zheng, Zhao, Shang, and Gong. A pentatonic scale, so it is quite ancient and full of charm. This song is not just as simple as it seems. There is of course a reason why a classic is a classic. Sen Qingchen was a little excited. She pursed her mouth and said, Mr. Yi, I don't know if your song is for sale. I think Director Shu must. Would love it very much. Sen Qingchen intended to test Yi Fei only, but she was greatly impressed, and her impression of Yi Fei could not help being greatly changed. Yi Fei shrugged and said, selling the song can be authorized, but the copyright is not. If Director Shu really likes this song, let him come. Find me. Yi Fei's reaction was dull. Although Director Shu Sheng is famous, he is a domestic first-line director. But Yi Fei is the owner of an entertainment company, and Brilliant Entertainment is a domestic first-line entertainment company. And he is under Yi Fei. The group also has the largest theater chain in the country. As Yi Fei, if Shu Sheng really likes this song for him, he should be begged for it. Well, I will tell Director Shu. Sen Qingchen originally wanted to say if Yi Fei could sing this piece, but she changed her mind. When I thought about it, Yi Fei's status was extraordinary, and I was afraid it would be difficult to ask him to move him. Lu Lingjun held Yifei's hands and kidneys, blinked his eyes, and whispered in a low voice, "This song is so good, you are really good. Harm, I really like this song, Laugh from the Sea." Lu Lingjun was also completely immersed in the song Laugh from the Sea. She almost called the wrong name Yifei. Lu Lingjun is a sound obsessed, completely immersed in good music, unable to extricate himself from it. Sen Qingchen wanted to embarrass Yifei, but because Yifei sang this song Laugh from the Sea, she directly asked her to treat Yifei. Impressions are greatly changed. Lu Lingjun admired Yifei even more. The last time Yifei Xing produced dozens of songs, each capital was a classic masterpiece which shocked Lu Lingjun. And Yifei is now even more so light, and easily took out a divine comedy like Kanghai song Laughter. You know that Yifei almost didn't think about it, so he sang the song Laugh from the Sea. Lu Lingjun couldn't help but wonder, Yifei, how many other divine songs like Kanghai sound and laughter in meeting? If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes and heard with her own ears, she couldn't believe it. Before that, Lu Lingjun thought that Yifei was the most talented musician she had ever met. Lu Lingjun's cell phone ringtones are now Yifei's piano music, Zero Seeking Flowers, and now hearing the song Laugh from the Sea, Lu Lingjun has strengthened his thoughts even more. Yifei didn't know what Lu Lingjun and Sen Qingchen were thinking about. He immediately followed up with Lu Lingjun and Sen Qingchen. Continue to chat. After such a small episode, Yifei's Laugh from the Sea has already amazed everyone. At the same time, several female stars and female singers took the initiative to communicate with Yifei and even asked Yifei boldly. Fei asked for a phone number, and the words were quite seductive. In the entertainment circle, there is a mixture of 3 teachings and 9 streams. A young, golden, talented, handsome man like Yifei is really a rare animal, even though there was already a Lu Lingjun sitting next to Yifei, but the woman who came to Yifei was still eager. For these female stars, as long as Yifei is taken care of, that means flying on the branch to become a phoenix. In the entertainment industry, not everyone is like Lu Lingjun. Of course, Lu Lingjun is a clear stream, and Sen Qingchen is even more exotic. Yifei politely refused these female stars who came up together. After all, there are already 2 beautiful women in front of him. Those vulgar fans. Sen Qingchen looked at Yifei and said, "Mr. Yi, you are really welcome. Not as popular as Miss Sen, and there are many male stars who chase you." Yifei replied with a smile. In fact, there are more male celebrities pursuing Sen Qingchen now, and Yifei has also seen several people who come to contact us, but unfortunately all. Sen Qingchen refused with a cold face. Sen Qingchen likes women, ordinary people don't know it. If Sen Qingchen hadn't taken the initiative to pursue Lu Lingjun, Yang Shaowa wouldn't have known such secrets. Although Sen Qingchen was chatting with Yifei, most of her attention was still on Lu Lingjun. This made Yifei dumbfounded, and it was really the first time he encountered such a special rival in love. Chapter 277 She is my woman. Cannot help but taste a bit. Although Yifei's talent was recognized, Sen Qingchen still liked Lu Lingjun very much. Sen Qingchen likes women, but Sen Qingchen is not that kind of casual character. She is really good for Lu Lingjun's senses. Only pursued Lu Lingjun, so as far as the current state is concerned, Sen Qingchen is Yifei's rival in love. Lu Lingjun blinked her staring eyes and seemed to have noticed something wrong in the atmosphere. She picked up the wine glass in front of her and prepared to drink. Mouth of red wine, but was stopped by Sen Qingchen. Sen Qingchen said softly to Lu Lingjun, "Lingjun, you are unwell today, don't drink red wine, drink my glass." With that said, Sen Qingchen picked up the drink in her hand. Yifei noticed that this 210 was a cup of brown sugar ********. Yifei. If Yifei is right, Lu Lingjun is coming to the moon today, so Sen Qingchen specially prepared this cup of brown sugar ********. This is too careful. Yifei was speechless for a while. Although Lu Lingjun disliked Sen Qingchen in the original book, there are also some descriptions in the original book. But the original book is also. It was taken in 2 or 3 chapters, so did Yifei personally experience it in such detail. Sen Qingchen is really good to Lu Lingjun. Lu Lingjun's face was reddish, and she took the brown sugar ****** a little embarrassedly, saying thank you. Lu Lingjun blushed because Yifei was by her side. Sen Qingchen said that the time of her menstrual affairs had been exposed. Sen Qingchen said softly, "You're welcome. By the way, I still have some throat films here. You sing a lot recently, so be careful. Protect your throat." With that said, Sen Qingchen took out the lozenges and handed it to Lu Lingjun. It can be seen that Sen Qingchen has prepared meticulously. Lu Lingjun. Yifei. Lu Lingjun took the throat lozenges prepared by Sen Qingchen suddenly, a little touched but also a little embarrassed. Sen Qingchen, an international star, is so concerned about Lu Lingjun, and she is really moved by the cold and warmth. Here's even more strange. But despite this, Lu Lingjun's orientation is very normal, and she still has a good impression on Yifei, so she feels a bit at a loss. Lu Lingjun blinked a pair of big eyes, looking at Yifei pitifully, as if asking for help. It was the first time that Lu Lingjun encountered this situation, and he didn't know what to do. Not to mention Lu Lingjun, Yifei was a bit speechless. But seeing Lu Lingjun's big innocent eyes, Yifei quietly patted the back of her hand to signal her not to worry. Isn't it Sen Qingchen? Yifei still can deal with a woman. Yifei gave Lu Lingjun a calm look, which made Lu Lingjun feel calm. But Sen Qingchen rushed to Lu Lingjun again. "By the way, Lingjun, are you planning to go to the movies recently? A new love is released." Good love. Sen Qingchen was excited and enthusiastic on the offensive. Listening to Sen Qingchen say that, Yifei was even more speechless. Sen Qingchen is a star of the movie Queen. She actually wants to accompany Lu Lingjun. What kind of romance movie to watch? This is obviously a drunkard's intention not to drink. Sen Qingchen's offensive made Lu Lingjun a little unstoppable. Lingjun was also quite good, and she really couldn't refuse. Sen Qingchen did not shy away from Yifei. Sen Qingchen's performance was not out of the ordinary. After all, girls and girlfriends often ask for it. Well, it is normal to even go to the movies together. Even Yifei has no right to interfere. Lu Lingjun had no choice but to get up and hurriedly said, I'll go to the bathroom first." Lu Lingjun blushed, and went to the bathroom with an excuse. Lu Lingjun left. Sen Qingchen shook the coffee in her hand with a spoon and watched Lu Lingjun leave temporarily. Seeing this scene, Yifei couldn't help but sigh. Sen Qingchen was really infatuated. "Miss Sen," Yifei smiled faintly, "you seem to like Lingjun very much." Sen Qingchen couldn't help but pause while holding the coffee cup, and said, "I like it very much. That is a lot, especially Lingjun's singing skills and skills are very good." Sen Qingchen used some polite remarks to cover up. Yifei smiled. He was straight to the point and pierced directly. Anyway, without Lu Lingjun by his side, Yifei doesn't have to hesitate. The meaning of is not the liking of predecessors to younger generations, but the love of love zero. Yifei stared straight at Sen Qingchen. Sen Qingchen was a little flustered, but she didn't expect Yifei to be so straightforward. Her eyes didn't even dare to face Yifei. See, but this only lasted for a few seconds. Soon, Sen Qingchen raised her head and said to Yifei earnestly, yes, I like Lingyun. Sen Qingchen admitted. After all, she was an international actress. She only hesitated for a moment and then decisively admitted. I have to say that Sen Qingchen is full of aura. Changing to another woman was pierced by Yifei's secret of such a sex she has long since. Chaos. Yifei smiled and said Sen Qingchen, the actress, never thought that she would like women. If this goes out, the news headlines tomorrow. It must explode. Mr. Yi, are you threatening me with this? Sen Qingchen lowered her voice, but her momentum remained undiminished. Yifei shrugged and said indifferently, Miss Sen, relax, I am not so boring yet, using your private life as a threat. Sen Qingchen relaxed slightly and looked at Yifei quite unexpectedly. Yifei really surprised her. In fact, Sen Qingchen has seen more men driven by money in the big dying vat of the entertainment industry. Sen Qingchen. I thought that Yifei knew such a big secret and would definitely take the opportunity to blackmail her, but Yifei just smiled. Yifei then smiled and said, of course, I am still a little curious about the fact that it is 2.8. Are you attacking or suffering Yifei here? In the end, the voice was lowered, and Sen Qingchen did not hear it. Sen Qingchen looked at Yifei for unknown reasons. But Yifei knows that, despite the strong aura of Sen Qingchen, she looks like a strong woman, but she is in front of the person she likes. In fact, very well behaved, and very gentle. In other words, she you know. Miss Sen, I know you like Lu Lingyun, but I am sorry, she is my woman. Yifei was also straightforward. Very domineering declaration of sovereignty. Chapter 278. The fake drama is really done, and the experience is rolling. Lu Lingyun is my woman. Yifei directly declared sovereignty and told Sen Qingchen that Lu Lingyun was his woman. Sen Qingchen frowned slightly. Yifei unexpectedly surprised her so directly, but she also behaved very calmly. She lightly said. Tanko said, Mr. Yi, are you sure that Lu Lingyun is your woman? But I think you were very strange just now, don't you? Like a boyfriend and girlfriend. Sen Qingchen did not appear to be flustered, but responded indifferently. Who is Sen Qingchen? She is a queen. The pretend couple between Yifei and Lu Lingyun just now looked like a clumsy performance in her eyes. Sen Qingchen just. I don't want to expose it. Sen Qingchen was sure that there was no relationship between Yifei and Lu Lingyun. Sen Qingchen and Yifei looked at each other. Yifei smiled faintly. Miss Sen, maybe you haven't had a relationship with a man, so you don't have to deal with matters between lovers. Too much understanding, this is normal. Sen Qingchen frowned slightly and wanted to refute Yifei, but found that she had no reason to refute, so she opened her mouth. In the end, he could only stare at Yifei. Yifei continued to smile and said, in fact, Miss Sen 31 is not normal in your heart. I recommend you to see a psychiatrist. Of course, you can call me, I am proficient in medicine and can help you treat. For what everyone is familiar with, I can give you. Make a discount. Although Yifei's tone was calm and simple, Sen Qingchen was even more annoyed by Yifei. Sen Qingchen said lightly, what do you mean? It means literally. Yifei responded briefly. At this moment, Yifei saw Lu Lingyun come out of the bathroom and walk to. In front of him, seeing that Yifei and Sen Qingchen were still chatting, Lu Lingyun subconsciously asked, what are you talking about? Seeing Lu Lingyun's appearance, Yifei said, Lingyun, just now Miss Sen suspected us and said that we are not real lovers. Lu Lingyun's face paled and she was slightly flustered. She opened her mouth and didn't know how to speak. Was it actually seen by Sen Qingchen? Yes, the interaction between her and Yifei just now was indeed a little bit less, and the main reason Lu Lingyun was a little bit shy in her heart, and paying attention to the song Laugh from the Sea again, I was too fascinated for a while, but forgot the pretense between her and Yifei. Couple status. Seeing Lu Lingyun flustered, Yifei smiled. Lingyun, since Miss Sen doesn't believe that we are a couple, I can only. Got a bad move. What Lu Lingyun didn't understand yet, she opened her eyes wide and looked at Yifei unblinkingly, very cute. While speaking, Yifei directly hugged Lu Lingyun's waist, and then sealed Lu Lingyun's mouth. That's right, Yifei kissed Lu Lingyun directly. Lu Lingyun was completely surprised that other stars in the field, including agents such as Yang Shala, also saw this scene. They are all staring eyes wide, and they are all shocking. Yifei and Lu Lingyun were under the noses of these stars, really. Yifei is bold, and he is not afraid of these stars going out to chew their tongues. In fact, there is also an unwritten rule in the entertainment industry. These entertainment stars generally do not share information with each other in front of the media. Talk about the gossip in men's and women's affairs of celebrities, because this is a big taboo in the industry. Yifei hugged Lu Lingyun's waist, and while Lu Lingyun was in a panic, there was nowhere to put those little hands. The lips and teeth of the two collided lightly, and Lu Lingyun was completely jerky, all driven by Yifei. After a long time, Yifei let go of Lu Lingyun. Lu Lingyun's face is red, her heart is like a deer, and she feels her heart beating non-stop, her eyes are also water. Barking, Lu Lingyun did not refuse Yifei's closeness. Although Yifei's behavior was sudden, she did have a good attitude towards Yifei. Slightly good impression. After all, she had already admired Yifei's talent before. She liked the piano music that Yifei played, and the ones arranged by Yifei. Songs, especially the two songs of meaning, have become the title songs of her album. Lu Lingyun's face was reddening, she was a little afraid to look at Yifei, her head hanging slightly, her white neck even more beautiful. Yifei looked at Sen Qingchen, only to see Sen Qingchen frowning and staring at him. Miss Sen, do you believe that now Lu Lingyun is indeed my woman? Yifei said slowly. Sen Qingchen was speechless for a while, she glanced at Yifei and Lu Lingyun with a complicated expression, she stood up and said, Mr. Yi, let me tell you first. Resignation, I will tell director Xu Sheng about the song Laugh from the Sea. Sen Qingchen's expression was a little strange, as if she didn't want to stay in the hall anymore. Yifei watched Sen Qingchen holding a Hermes handbag and stepping on high heels to leave. Yifei swept his eyes again looking at the hotel lobby of this charity auction, looking at Yang Shala, and beckoning to Yang Shala. Yang Shala hurriedly ran in small steps. Yifei said indifferently, go on, don't let the scene just be spread out. Yifei said this to the stars in the field. I see, Mr. Yi, don't worry. Yang Shala said quickly, and she smiled secretly in her heart, she couldn't think of Mr. Yi. And Lu Lingyun turned out to be a real fake show. And looking at Lingyun's face just now shy and confused, but he didn't seem to refuse, it seems that Lingyun also has a good impression of Yi's on. Forget it, no matter. 623 Lu Lingyun has a relationship with Yifei, the boss of the company, and Yang Shala as a broker is of course also happy to see it happen. Yang Shala gave a few words to the celebrities. These celebrities are also very acquainted, but all of them saw the previous ones. That scene is a little unclear. They are not very clear about Sen Qingchen's orientation. They don't know why Yifei suddenly kissed Lu Lingyun and let these stars go. No matter how big our brains are, it is hard to imagine that international actress Sen Qingchen actually likes Lu Lingyun. Lingyun, let us go too. Yifei landed Lingyun's hand. Of course, to do a full set of plays. Oh, good, always. Lu Lingyun just woke up like a dream. This girl was a little dazed and looked at Yifei with embarrassment. When Yifei heard Lu Lingyun's name, he couldn't help but shook his head and said, just call my name. Stuffed, I'll take you back first, Yifei said. Oh good, Lu Lingyun lowered his head and followed Yifei step by step. Ding, congratulations to the host, the experience value has increased at this time, the system reminder of experience increase sounded in Yifei's ears. Chapter 279 A Beating Heart, Yifei's development plan. Ding, congratulations to the host, the experience value received from Lu Lingyun has been increased by 300 points. The system prompt came, Yifei was overjoyed when he heard the system prompt. In a blink of an eye, another 300 experience points were credited into the account, but he got 900 experience points today, which is literally. At present, Yifei's total experience value is 1700 points, and the speed of experience value accumulation is very fast. Yifei and Lu Lingjun walked out of the VIP lobby of the hotel side by side and then took the elevator downstairs. Yifei was about to send Lu Lingjun home. After such a small episode, Lu Lingjun lowered her head and she stopped talking to Yifei. Yifei led Lu Lingjun to the parking lot and asked the driver to drive, and then he was a gentleman to open the door for Lu Lingjun. The two were sitting in the back seat of this Rolls-Royce Phantom. Where's your home? Yifei asked with a smile. In Ziwan Villa, Lu Lingjun said the name of a villa area, which was where Lu Lingjun lived. Lu Lingjun had already been a second-line singer before, and he was well known. Ziwan Villa is a relatively remote villa area in Yandu. The location is not good, but the environment is elegant. Ziwan Villa is on the east side of the city, right? Yifei answered. But what he said in exchange for Lu Lingyun's face was blank. Lu Lingyun looked at Yifei in a daze, his eyes were out of focus. Innocent and Yifei looked at each other. Yifei suddenly remembered something, and smiled. I almost forgot, you have no sense of direction at all. Lu Lingjun is a standard road idiot. Lu Lingyun retorted weakly. Where is it? I can still tell the position clearly. Really, tell me where is the approximate location of Ziwan Villa? Yifei asked narrowly. Lu Lingyun looked around, pointed to the rear right, and asked tentatively, is it over there? Yifei was speechless. That as the direction of the Intercontinental Hotel. We just came out from there. Lu Lingyun covered his face, speechless. Oh, it was too shameful to admit the wrong way in front of him. Yifei couldn't help but smile when he saw Lu Lingyun's appearance, and said, what do you want me to say about how crazy you are? I advise you to try your best in the future. Let us open the navigation, otherwise it would be really troublesome one. Yifei thought about that when she first met Lu Lingyun. She made a special trip to ask Yifei for directions. Thinking of Lu Lingyun confused. Yifei seemed amused, and there was no one else in this girl. Hearing Yifei talking about navigation, Lu Lingyun wrinkled her delicate little face and said bitterly, I often use navigation, but is it still going to get lost? Lu Lingyun's sense of direction is very poor. Not only that, she doesn't know much about maps and navigation, and she often follows the navigation. Mistaken, she is a serious road idiot. Yifei couldn't laugh or cry about this. What is Lu Lingjun's special physique? Seeing Lu Lingyun's frowning face, she wrinkled her face cutely and distressedly, very delicate and moving. Yifei couldn't help but smile, touched Lu Lingyun's head, and said, you look so cute, no wonder Sen Qingshan likes it. Well, speaking of your charm, you can be really big, even if you kill both men and women, you can actually attract someone like Sen Qingshan. Star, Lu Lingyun lowered his head blankly, blushing and said, I don't know what is going on, so don't laugh at me. Lu Lingyun was very embarrassed. She has been very distressed about this matter. Last time at a commercial performance event, Lu Lingjun and Sen Qingshan met by chance, and Sen Qingshan behaved very well to Lu Lingjun. Active and enthusiastic, expressing that she likes her songs very much. Of course, Lu Lingjun was very happy to learn that his song could be recognized by such a big star. The two quickly became friends. Gradually, Lu Lingjun realized that Sen Qingshan had a different attitude towards herself, and that Sen Qingshan was very good to Lu Lingjun. Sen Qingshan is very concerned about Lu Lingjun's daily life, work and career, which makes Lu Lingjun realize that something is wrong. Sen Qingshan even made some intimate actions a few times, which made Lu Lingjun fully aware of the situation. Lu Lingjun was a little hard to tell, and after weighing it over and over, she made it clear to her agent Yang Shaohua, and finally got what she is today. Of this scene, Lu Lingjun was also very distressed. She whispered, Sen Qingshan is actually very good to me, if she is just being friends and doing. My girlfriend, I like it very much, but it is a pity. Lu Lingyun sighed softly. She is a normal person, although she is very grateful and even touched by Sen Qingshan's heart, but she cannot accept it. Yifei expressed his understanding and said with a smile, don't blame me today. If you made this, I believe she will not harass you in a short time. I can only make this bad move. No, the okay. Lu Lingyun opened his mouth and said in a low voice, his eyes a little afraid to look at Yifei. In fact, Lu Lingjun's usual performance is a taciturn personality, and he is even more shy in front of Yifei, especially. Thinking of the scene just now made Lu Lingyun even more flushed. Yifei saw Lu Lingyun's red lips slightly open, and his face was pleasant. Why does this idiot paper always have an idea that people can help but want to bully? Yifei looked at Lu Lingyun. This girl was like a porcelain doll. She looked cute, and her personality was the same. Yifei said, Qing Lingyun, you have a good effect on the release of this album. You appeared on a few music variety shows, and then released 2 singles, striving to become a first-line song stably in the shortest time. The hand even hits the front line. There is no doubt about Lu Lingyun's potential, but in the original book, it took Lu Lingyun 2 or 3 years to gradually precipitate and become a diva singer. But now, with Yifei's help, Lu Lingyun will surely soar into the sky and become a queen-level superstar in the shortest possible time. It must be very interesting to think about Lu Lingjun's transition from an ordinary second-tier singer to a queen superstar. This sounds a bit like a development plan in the game from Zhao. Yifei thought slightly evil. Soon, the driver drove to Ziwan Mountain Villa. It is at your house. Which villa do you live in? Yifei asked. Are you here so soon? Lu Lingyun couldn't help but look at the surrounding scenery carefully, confirming that it was his own small district. Kai said I am in Villa 17. Yifei looked funny. How could Nizi look a little strange to her own home? After parking to Villa No. 17, Lu Lingyun watched Yifei secretly, and said in a low voice, are you going to sit up and sip me? I bought a new one. Coffee, you can taste it. Okay. Noting Lu Lingyun's increasingly red face, Yifei readily agreed. Chapter 280 Experience Explosion, Destiny S Enthusiasm. Yifei and Lu Lingyun returned to her villa. Lu Lingyun's villa is not too big, and it is of course insignificant compared to Yifei's private villa, which can be called a manor. However, Lu Lingyun did a very good job of decorating the villa, with thermostats everywhere in the details. And what surprised Yifei even more was that in Lu Lingyun's villa was a music exhibition hall with a variety of musical instruments, including piano, violin, cello, and some orchestral instruments, and many more classical musical instruments, such as guggen and guzheng. It can be seen that Lu Lingyun is indeed a sound silly. It is no wonder that Lu Lingyun has achieved such a great achievement in the original book. She has indeed become a generation queen in the music world. Accurate. Lu Lingjun blinked her eyes, watching Yifei in both eyes, and she whispered, I am going to pour coffee. Lu Lingyun was still a little embarrassed. Yifei smiled. Sitting on the sofa, he saw the furnishings in Lu Lingyun's home, especially when he saw that there were still guzheng. The eyes light up slightly. Yifei was a little bit happy. He brought the guzheng and tried to play it. He also spent 100 million yuan to upgrade his system points. Successfully realized that guzheng is proficient in this skill. I saw Yifei's big finger slightly spread out, and his fingers were naturally bent, forming a half-clenched fist. He took his thumb as the axis. 01. 7 playing the guzheng song. Yifei knew everything about the techniques of holding, splitting, hooking, picking, wiping, picking, pinching, rounding, and shaking. Yifei played the guzheng, and a majestic and leisurely song flowed out of his hands, extremely moving. People, this guzheng is the guzheng version of Laughs in the Sea. Only hearing the guzheng song shocked people's hearts. Lu Lingjun heard it in the kitchen. It was a shock, and then followed and sang softly. Ganghai laughed. The tides on both sides of the strait surging, the ups and downs follow the waves to remember the present. Lu Lingjun was also very impressed with the song Laugh from the Sea. She hummed gently, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. The guzheng version of A Laughter in the Sea is also particularly beautiful, both in terms of tune and melody. Majestic, with a strong antiquity. Sure enough, this kind of ancient music should be played with ancient musical instruments. Lu Lingjun blinked his eyes, and was also very amazed at Yifei's guzheng playing skills. In fact, although Lu Lingjun has a lot of musical instruments at home, she is not proficient in every kind of musical instrument. For collection only. For example, the level of guzheng Lu Ling at Yun's guzheng can only be said to be upper middle, far inferior to Yifei's. Hearing this ancient style of guzheng playing, Lu Lingjun opened his eyes wide, admiring Yifei. The meaning of worship. Finished playing one piece. Lu Lingjun also came out with coffee. She said this song is really nice, it has the feeling of an ancient night. I am very like this kind of national style playing. Yifei pointed at the coffee and smiled. If you change into a pot of wine at this time, it will be more like a scene in a martial arts movie. Lu Lingjun couldn't help but smile. The little nervousness in his heart gradually disappeared. Lu Lingjun's stare is shallow, smiling softly, looking forward. Did it want to stop playing a piano song? I really want to hear it. Yifei nodded slowly when he heard the words. He thought a little, got up and sat on the piano stool, opened the piano cover, and then took a short pause. Then the fingers danced flexibly. What Yifei played was a piece of parallel time and space. It was a piano piece that was not considered popular. It was called Shinkangji. Yifei's 10 fingers danced fluently on the piano keys. With Yifei's playing, the song Starry Night was finished by him. The interpretation of beauty. Of course, there's a reason why Yifei played the song Starry Night. Because this song Starry Night has a special meaning to Lu Lingjun. It was when Lu Lingjun first learned piano and music. The first song I came across at the time. Yifei has read the original book, so he is very clear about this. Lu Lingjun likes playing copper piano very much and prefers music. Among her favorite piano pieces, except for Yifei's later. In addition to Adelina by the Water is this Starry Night. This song Starry Night has a very special meaning to Lu Lingjun. Yifei played this tune, and Lu Lingjun's eyes were instantly brightened. Lu Lingjun's heart was filled with a different taste. This is not the first time she has listened to this song Starry Night, but Yifei would actually choose this the first unpopular song. It was still one of her favorite piano pieces in her heart, which immediately made Lu Lingjun feel strange. Is this a kind of heart? In fact, when she asked Yifei to play piano music, she wanted to see what kind of piano music Yifei wanted to play. The result surprised her. A sweet smile appeared on Lu Lingjun's face. Her eyes were focused on Yifei's side face, and she didn't know what she was thinking. What? My eyes floated with shame and blush on my cheeks. Lu Lingjun was pleasantly surprised that she and Yifei had a close heart, which made her even feel like destiny. Girls especially believe in fate. Yifei also caught this, and captured Lu Lingjun's heart. Degree ding, congratulations to the host, get 400 experience points from Lu Lingjun, and experience points increase. In Yifei's ears, there was no accidental sound of the system reminder about Lu Lingjun, and Yifei finished playing the song. Yifei raised his head and faced the clear eyes of Lu Lingjun. Lu Lingjun blushed, and didn't know what he was thinking, but Yifei saw that face with pink shame. A touch of moving scenery. I have to say that Yifei's piano music is simply intangible. Yifei stood up, raised the corners of his mouth, looked at Lu Lingjun, knowingly asked what is wrong with you. Lu Lingjun wanted to explain, but suddenly realized that the distance between her and Yifei was too close, making her face red and red. Jump acceleration. But then, Yifei picked her up with one hand. Suddenly, Lu Lingjun was held by Yifei and sat on the white bronze piano. Ding ding ding. The piano made a sweet but messy sound, just like Lu Lingjun's heartbeat. Yifei did not hesitate, and leaned forward to seal her mouth again. Lu Lingjun closed his eyes slightly, his long eyelashes lightly forehead. Movement, showing inner shyness, tension and joy. Lu Lingjun wanted to resist, but couldn't resist. Anyway, it was him anyway. Maybe this is fate, but Yifei got a bargain, and there was another prompt sound from the system in Yifei's ear. Ding, congratulations, Su. This moment of reminder was clearly telling Yifei that Lu Lingjun had fallen in love. Chapter 281. Ding, congratulations to the host, get 300 experience points from Lu Lingjun. When prompted by the system, Yifei was in a good mood. He took Lu Lingjun into his arms. Lu Lingjun's face was always flushed. She closed her eyes slightly, her long eyelashes trembling lightly, showing the tension and shame in her heart at the moment. After a long time, Yifei let go of Lu Lingjun. Lu Lingjun blushed, Xiafei's cheeks were slightly lowered, her head slightly lowered, and she looked down at Yifei. Yifei also chuckled and said, Lingyun, I now know why Sen Qingchen likes you. Lu Lingjun blushed and did not speak, but buried his head in Yifei's heart. Hearing Yifei's powerful heartbeat, Lu. The corners of Lingyun's mouth turned up slightly. In fact, the progress of Yifei and Lu Lingjun is still very fast, but the relationship between the two is not abrupt. Especially, as a singer, Lu Lingjun is very concerned about music. Originally, before she saw Yifei, she was very special. Don't like Yifei's piano music. Later, I was shocked by Yifei's dozens of piano music. The emotion of worship. In addition, today Yifei helped her solve Sen Qingchen's troubles and played a song Starry Sky for Lu Lingjun. Night piano music. This made Lu Lingjun completely fall, and it also gave her a sense of fate. Lu Lingjun's expression was confused and ashamed, and he dared not look at Yifei. And Yifei smiled and hugged Lu Lingjun from Tongchen, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, knowingly asked, you are very like the song Starry Night. Well, this piece is the piece I came into contact with when I first learned music, Lu Lingjun said softly, her eyes bright, she said. Here are some trivial things when she first studied piano and music. Yifei listened patiently. Lu Lingjun's head was different from the other girls he had been in contact with. I am a road idiot, and I don't care much about things other than music. She is like an elf in music, born for music. Yifei also knows that her future will be very eye-catching, and she will become the leading queen in the domestic music scene. Lu Lingjun's willingness to communicate with Yifei about music is enough to show that Lu Lingjun is close to Yifei. See her blushing. The egg looked like a porcelain doll, and Yifei was also in a good mood. After staying with Lu Lingjun in her villa for a while, Yifei said, then I'll go first. Lu Lingjun breathed a sigh of relief and was a little bit disappointed. As long as Yifei is by his side, Lu Lingjun will always be extremely nervous. But when Yifei wasn't by his side, Lu Lingjun couldn't help feeling lost. Yifei smiled and said goodbye to Lu Lingjun. Although he knew the truth of hitting the iron while it was hot, today Yifei and Lu Lingjun were between. The relationship has been advancing by leaps and bounds. It's too late, and you can eat hot tofu in a hurry. That's right. Yifei left the villa area and returned to his private villa. The night passed quickly. The next day. Today is the day when Yifei and Muzijin agreed to meet Muzijin's parents. As Yifei's true girlfriend in name, Muzijin's position in Yifei's heart is very important, not to mention the actions of Mu's family. The top giants in Yandu are even more extraordinary. Muzijin's mother is Hichin and his father is Mu Lingyun. Muzijin had already told Yifei earlier that Muzijin's mother was in the education department, and his father, Mu Lingyun, was a tribute. Zhang's official, Muzijin's parents are busy with work on weekdays. Therefore, this opportunity to meet is really rare. Hearing Muzijin said that this time it was Muzijin's parents who asked to see Yifei. Obviously, Muzijin's parents also heard about Yifei's stay in Wei's house, and even heard that her daughter had made a boyfriend. Suddenly he was very curious about Yifei. They are very clear about Muzijin's character. Her daughter has always been in love with her eyes above the top. Therefore, Muzijin's parents are looking forward to the upcoming meeting. It was the weekend, and Muzijin's parents rarely had time. The hotel is set at Yandu State Guest House. This is a very special garden-style hotel. It is very rare in Yandu. Many traditional courtyards and various architectural styles. Yifei and Muzijin walked to the hotel earlier. Muzijin still wears simple, plain white casual clothes today. Her ponytail is tied up, her hair is full, her eyes are bright and moving. People. Yifei saw Muzijin with an extremely bright smile and waved at her. Muzijin smiled softly and took the initiative to take up Yifei's arm, and the two seemed extremely close. Zero seeking flowers. Muzijin raised his face with a smile, and suddenly lightly opened Tenko. I found that since you became the master of martial arts, you have. I don't know how strong it is, but looks and temperament have become more and more handsome. Muzijin's words are really good. Yifei's skin has completely changed since he became a martial arts master. The harmony and temperament are also reversed, not to mention the extraordinary temperament, and the appearance is even more heroic. Yifei has a charisma bonus, and his face value is already very high, not to mention it now. Yifei's face is enough to make people eye-catching. Hearing Muzijin's praise, Yifei shrugged and said with a smile, no way, things like looks are naturally handsome. Sprinkle. Muzijin glanced at Yifei blankly. This guy went to heaven when he praised him. Yifei and Muzijin were talking as they arrived at the hotel box. After waiting a while, I soon saw a middle-aged couple walk into the box room. The middle-aged couple men look elegant, while the middle-aged beautiful women are very well maintained, vaguely showing the beauty of their youth. Needless to say, this couple is Mu Lingyun and Hichin, Muzijin's parents. Mu Lingyun and Hichin walked into the room, and of course they also saw Yifei and Muzijin for the first time. Especially Hichin looked at Muzijin's hand holding Yifei. Hichin was surprised that her daughter, who has always been alienated and cold, would even hold a man's hand. It's really amazing. Surprised. Immediately afterwards, Hichin carefully looked at Yifei again. The moment he saw Yifei, Hichin was taken aback for a moment. From emotion, what a handsome guy. Hichin was also deeply impressed by Yifei's appearance, and she believed that she was a star. As the saying goes, mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, and the more they look at it, the more satisfied they become. Hichin felt this way at this moment. She suddenly understood why her daughter liked the man in front of her. I wish you all a happy New Year's Day. Everything goes well in the new year. Chapter 282. Pies fall from the sky. Hichin stared at Yifei. She was slightly surprised when she saw Yifei's handsome face. Dad and Mom, let me introduce him. He is Yifei. Muzijin didn't let go of Yifei's arm, but was generous. The introduction. Mu Lingyun and Hichin both nodded slightly, looking at Yifei with a slight appreciation. Of course, they have heard of Yifei's name a long time ago, especially the recent things Yifei has done are extremely sensational. In Yandu, no one knows. Mu Lingyun took the initiative to shake hands with Yifei and said, hello Xiaoyi, I will ask you to call Xiaoyi. Hello, Uncle Mu. Yifei shook hands with Mu Lingyun, neither humble nor overbearing. When Mu Lingyun shook hands with Yifei, he was a little curious, and his arm was slightly hard. Before Mu Lingyun came, he had heard Muzijin say that Yifei was very good at kung fu. He wanted to try Yifei's water. Allow. Born into a military family, Mu Lingyun's ability, Yifei, is very good, especially since he is also good at martial arts. Of course. Mu Lingyun's talent is far inferior to Muzijin, but at any rate he has been practicing martial arts for many years and is already an introductory martial artist. Mu Lingyun's strength is not bad, but compared with Yifei, he is hitting a rock with a pebble. I saw Mu Lingyun holding Yifei's hand tightly, but he felt that Yifei's hand was like iron tongs, motionless. Yifei couldn't shake Yifei at all. Mu Lingyun couldn't help but look at Yifei in surprise, with a look of appreciation, patted Yifei on the shoulder, and said, good boy, blame. No matter, my old man and Zijin are full of praise for you, they are really hidden. Yifei became the master of martial arts only in the last few days. Muzijin has not had time to talk to Mu Lingyun in the future, so Mu Lingyun didn't know Yifei's true strength. If Mu Lingyun knew that Yifei turned out to be a martial arts master, he would be surprised that his jaw would fall off, not to mention it. There will be the move just now. The master of martial arts is absolutely rare in the Xuanwang kingdom. Dad, how can you be like you come up and test Muzijin glared at Mu Lingyun and said with some dissatisfaction. Mu Lingyun said angrily, I am not when my hands are itchy. I want to try Xiaoyi's strength. Hey, it's a girl who looks out. Look at our daughter, she turned her elbow out. Mu Lingyun sighed deliberately, pretending to be upset. Hichin said with a smile, what you said is wrong, Xiaoyi is not an outsider. How can Zijin turn his elbow outside? Mu Lingyun was taken aback for a moment, and then said with a bitter expression, hey, I am getting more and less status now. Look, Xiaoyi, let us. The two of us will have to unite to deal with their mother and daughter. Yifei smiled and felt that the atmosphere was quite harmonious right now, which was quite interesting. Mu Lingyun gets along better than he thought. Before Yifei came, he still had some guesses about Mu Lingyun. After all, Mu Lingyun was in a high position and could be called a great official in Xinjiang. He is one of the pillars of the Mu family. He has a bright future in his official career. As long as he develops smoothly, he will even have the possibility of surpassing Mu Lao. Of course, it is just possible. But despite this, as the backbone of the Mu family, Mu Zijin's father, and a great official in frontiers, Yifei. Because Mu Lingyun would be a more serious and old-fashioned person, but obviously Mu Lingyun has a very good impression of him, and Mu Lingyun It is also personable and even humorous. The four of them were seated, and the food came up quickly, and the four of them ate and chatted. The dishes at Yandu State Guest House are not very gorgeous, but they are very particular about the details. Some are even state banquets. The chef's dishes. Yifei also took a lot of thought. He took out the prepared gift, a piece of tea from Yu Lingyun. Tea is on. The good Wuishan de Hongpao is not the mother tree of Wuishan de Hongpao, but it is also a treasure among them. The tea from the de Hongpao mother tree in Wui Mountain is unacceptable, and the previous auction price even exceeded 10 million yuan. And now the tea from the de Hongpao mother tree in Wuishan has long been discontinued, and it is impossible to buy it if you want to. The tea Yifei brought was not the de Hongpao mother tree, but it was also the best choice. As for the gift to He-Chin, Yifei's own cosmetics are even more effective than Bingji Jade water. Only because of the scarcity of medicinal materials, this cosmetic can only be configured in a very small quantity, which is very precious. Yifei's gift giving is also very thoughtful and very particular. Mu Zijin looked aside and felt even more sweet, knowing that Yifei had bothered about it, and he was even more interested in Yifei. No zero. Both Mu Lingyun and He-Chin were extremely satisfied with the gifts that Yifei gave. Especially He-Chin was full of praise for the cosmetics that Yifei sent. Yifei said that it was cosmetics, but in fact it was a skincare supplement made from precious Chinese medicine. Yifei is now in. Yandu's reputation, his medical skills and reputation can be said to be second only to the genius Dr. Wu who returned to Beijing. And because of the reputation of Bingji Jade water, Yifei's position in the skincare market is even better than that of Dr. Wu. Right. After all, God Dr. Wu is good at curing diseases, not skincare. Therefore, Yifei's position in this respect is beyond doubt. He-Chin received this gift from Yifei and was extremely pleasantly surprised about it. I have to say that Yifei easily made the future mother-in-law very satisfied with him. As for Mu Lingyun, his impression of Yifei was also very good, especially when he saw his daughter Mu Zijin's relationship with Yifei. After feeling emotional, Mu Lingyun had always been open-minded and knew that this was the only thing. In fact, as a parent, Mu Lingyun had also investigated Yifei and knew that Yifei had several confidants. Mu Lingyun wanted to question Yifei, but when I think about Yandu's upper circle, such things are not uncommon, especially. It was when Mu Lingyun was young, there were several confidants. 4.4 Mu Lingyun considered it again and again, and did not mention this matter. The four people had a good time. After the meal, Mu Lingyun patted Yifei on the shoulder and said meaningfully, Xiao Yi, Zijin will ask you in the future. When Yifei heard this, he immediately understood the meaning of Mu Lingyun's words. This is to entrust Mu Zijin to him. This is simply a good thing to fall into the sky. Yifei originally thought that Mu Zijin's parents would not be so easy to pass, but now that he saw it, it was a pie in the sky. Chapter 283 Hungman Banquet, a head-on collision with the genius Dr. Wu. Yifei didn't expect that there would be such a good thing to fall into the sky. This kind of thing is indeed a pie in the sky. Yifei was a little surprised. The Mu family is a top-notch family at any rate, and with the strict tutoring of the Mu family, it is so easy to agree to this matter. Yifei was quite surprised. Mu Lingyun and He-Chin recognized Yifei, which is tantamount to officially confirming the relationship between the two. Yifei would not refuse this kind of pie in the sky. Uncle and aunt, don't worry, I will take good care of Zijin. Yifei promised earnestly. Yifei's words are also sincere. Mu Lingyun and He-Chin both nodded, seeing if Yifei were quite satisfied. After eating, Mu Lingyun and He-Chin took a step forward. Before leaving, Mu Lingyun gave Yifei a meaningful look. Said Xiao Yi, I heard that Dr. Wu is already in Yandu. He has come here for a long time. If necessary, call me. This is Mu Lingyun's statement, indicating that 04 he supports Yifei's attitude. This means that if Yifei has a conflict with Wu's doctor, Mu Lingyun and He-Chin will definitely stand on Yifei's side. This is a great support. Yifei's mouth curled up, saying thank you, uncle and auntie. It's just a trivial matter. Our family doesn't talk about two things, He-Chin said with a smile. After a while, Mu Lingyun and He-Chin walked out together and left the Yandu State Guest House. Yifei sent Mu Zijin away, and the two chatted as they walked. Mu Zijin looked at Yifei and asked, what happened to the medicine last time? Mu Zijin is very concerned about medicine, after all. This is the most important thing for Yifei right now. As long as the medicines produced by Yifei can be supplied to the military, Yifei can have another layer of relationship protection. Yifei said, don't worry, I have arranged for someone to do this. The main thing is confidential, and the formula of the medicine is in my hands. Hold it in your hand and don't let it out easily. There will be results within 3 to 5 days at most. Yifei had already ordered Li Xiangyan on this matter, and let his father Yi dispatch 2 executives whom the Yi group trusted. The management of this matter can be said to be proceeding smoothly. That is good. Mu Zijin smiled lightly, and said to Yifei, by the way, what do you think? Cosmetics, I don't have any. Mu Zijin thought that Yifei would give He-Chin some art-like things, but the gift turned out to be cosmetics and... Obviously they are not ordinary cosmetics, but they are all made by Yifei according to Chinese herbal medicine. The effect is positive. Definitely perfect. Yifei said I originally wanted to give the artwork, but think about the authenticity of this item is not easy to identify, and the price of the genuine product. The value is too high, and there's a suspicion of bribery, so I simply gave away cosmetics. The ice muscle jade water you prepared before sells all over the country. This batch of cosmetics is definitely more effective. I want it all Mu. Ziyan pouted slightly, even a little bit of acting like a baby to Yifei. Only seeing Mu Zijin's face redden, her delicate and pretty face was raised, her cheeks were white and flushed. Yifei couldn't help but glance again at such a beautiful appearance. It is really amazing to see Mu Zijin acting like a baby. Kind of cute. Seeing Mu Zijin stretched out her little white hand, Yifei asked him to ask for cosmetics. Yifei was immediately confident. The face was surprised and said, what a joke, Zijin, you don't need cosmetics and skincare products at all. What is natural beauty? This is you. Yifei's answer was a perfect score. Mu Zijin's face is even redder, beautiful as a peach and plum, her eyes are watery, she whispered, greasy mouth is slippery, With that, Mu Zijin turned her face slightly, but Yifei found that Mu Zijin's ear tips were also pink. Yifei smiled again, don't worry, your skincare products are indispensable, but I think you never use cosmetics and skincare products, so. I didn't bring it to you. Mu Zijin whispered softly, indeed, I rarely use these things, it has too much trouble. For Mu Zijin, buying her cosmetics is a waste, and she really doesn't know how to use it. Whether it is cosmetics or skincare products, it is not as reliable as practicing boxing for her. Yifei really likes Mu Zijin's character, it is really easy to feed. The two of them didn't mention it either. In fact, Mu Zijin didn't care what Yifei gave her at all. The two walked side by side, Yifei took Mu Zijin's weak and boneless hand. After meeting the parents, the two felt emotionally. Almost has also become exceptionally different, and it is justified. Yifei kept looking at Mu Zijin, as if thinking about something. It is also time to go a step further with Mu Zijin, it seems we need a chance. Yifei thought to himself, but it was getting late today, and he knew that today was definitely not enough. Sending Mu Zijin back to the Mu family compound, Yifei also went in and said hello to Mu Lao, then left and returned home. Yifei's private villa. In the private villa, Su Qingzu came to see Yifei tonight. After the two stayed together for a while, Yifei received a call. The call was from Wei Dongqing. Wei Dongqing, the third-generation leader of the Wei family, and Yifei can be considered friends. Yi Xiao, haven't you slept yet? I hope I haven't disturbed you so late. Wei Dongqing's laughter came from the handset of the phone. Wei Xiao, what is the matter? You called so late? Did the nightlife just ended? Yifei 960 laughed and teased. There is really something. You must know that the genius Dr. Wu has returned to Yan. Wei Dongqing asked. Of course, I know very well. Yifei replied lightly. The story of Dr. Wu's return to Yandu was raging, and it had been spread throughout Yandu. Of course he knew it. Wei Dongqing sighed and said Chen Luo's affairs are too much trouble, and Dr. Wu has also been alarmed. He wants to ask you for an explanation. My old man had an old friendship with Dr. Wu, and he also owed favor to Dr. Wu. But in the same way, my old man also owes you one. Adult favor, naturally hope that both of you can turn fighting into jade. So tomorrow, there will be a family banquet in our house. If you like Xiaoyi, come and admire the light, and the genius Dr. Wu will be there. Yuan Jiayi. If the solution is not suitable, you should consider it, Xiaoyi. Wei Dongqing spoke very politely. Yifei said okay, then I will come over tomorrow. While speaking, Yifei squinted slightly. Although the Wei family did it out of good intentions, Yifei knew very well that tomorrow's banquet would not be easy. Hongmen banquet. Probably. Chapter 284. Yifei agreed to Wei Dongqing. He hung up the phone, squinted his eyes slightly, frowning and thinking. And beside Yifei, the arms of Shuang Saishui were exposed for a while, and it was Su Qingzu who gently surrounded him. Su Qingzu couldn't bear it tonight and came to Yifei. Su Qingzu heard Yifei's phone ringing and asked in a daze, who called it as so late. Wei Dongqing asked me to go to Wei's house for dinner tomorrow, and the genius Dr. Wu is also there. Yifei replied in a low voice, exquisitely in Su Qingzu. Kissed on the side, Su Qingzu sleeps like a kitten, and likes to sleep curled up, making Yifei smile. When Su Qingzu heard the words Mr. Wu, his spirit was lifted, and he whispered Mr. Wu. Yes, it is him, he is finally going to meet. Yifei said lightly. Dr. Wu is the hidden os in the book Genius Doctor, although Yifei succeeded in killing Chen Luo. Dr. Wu is still extremely threatening to Yifei. After all, God Dr. Wu in the original book is a master of both medical and martial arts, and he has a very wide network in Yandu. I heard that Dr. Wu was in Beijing for just 2 days. Those who came to visit Dr. Wu had crossed the threshold, all the famous doctors in the city. Go to visit the genius Dr. Wu. This is enough to prove how terrifying the prestige of Dr. Wu is. In addition, the Wei family and other families even sent invitations to God Dr. Wu and invited God Dr. Wu to a banquet. Headed by the Wei family, as well as several big wealthy members of Yandu, all have old ties with the genius Dr. Wu. Tomorrow, the Wei family will entertain Yifei and Wu genius doctor. This will also be the first meeting of the two. Su Qingzu opened his eyes slightly, and said worriedly, then are you going to have a banquet tomorrow? Of course, Su Qingzu is also very clear about this. It is a Hongmen banquet. Yifei said of course I have to go to the banquet. Then you must be careful. Su Qingzu was silent for a while. She wanted Yifei not to go to the banquet, but her thoughts were repeated. It is a low voice reminder. Su Qingzu also knew that Yifei and the genius Dr. Wu would collide with each other sooner or later, which was inevitable. Don't worry, I know, I have a sense of measure. Yifei smiled and touched Su Qingzu's cheek, and said softly. Yifei knew what Su Qingzu meant, and he also knew that Su Qingzu was always caring about himself. Go to sleep, let us rest. Yifei smiled, got into the quilt, and hugged the body that looked like jade. The two embraced tightly. The next day, early in the morning, Su Qingzu quietly left Yifei's villa and went to work in the Su group. As the old man Su Shaoqin's body is not as good as before, although Yifei helped to recuperate Su Shaoqin's affair with the Su group. The affairs have been gradually let go, and the affairs of the Su group were handed over to Su Qingzu. Therefore, Su Qingzu is very busy now. Su Qingzu left, while Yifei went to the Bai family group. Within the Bai's group, Bai Ruoxi was dealing with official duties, while Yifei quietly broke into his office. Due to the close relationship between Yifei and Bai Ruoxi's female secretary did not dare to stop Yifei, but made Yifei relaxed. Broke into her office. Bai Ruoxi seemed to feel something. She saw Yifei smiling brightly at her as soon as she raised her head. Suppressing the surprise in her heart, Bai Ruoxi suppressed her smile, and said sternly, why is Yi Dashao free to come to me today? I am not your 72nd concubine of the Sanomia in the 6th courtyard. Bai Ruoxi knew about the relationship of the women around Yifei. In fact, so far, Yifei and Bai Ruoxi are still in a relationship. A very delicate situation, because Bai Ruoxi is more calm than the other women around Yifei. She is not like Su Qingzu because of misogyny. Therefore, he was destined to be entangled with Yifei and could not give up. She was also not like Luo Weiyu, who was cured by Yifei's foot injury and felt that she owed Yifei something. And Bai Ruoxi wanted to let go of the relationship with Yifei when she knew that there were Mu Zijin and other women beside Yifei. But it was still unable to do so, and eventually fell. The two are like boyfriend and girlfriend, but not boyfriend and girlfriend. It is so vinegar, Yifei said jokingly with a smile on Bai Ruoxi's words. Bai Ruoxi blushed even more when he heard the words, and he glared at Yifei. Yifei's ridicule was pretty good, she was jealous. Since the last time they were together, Bai Ruoxi and Yifei hadn't seen each other for several days. Bai Ruoxi did have. Order a little taste. Yifei smiled and took out a small gift that Yifei specially prepared for Bai Ruoxi and gave it to Mu Zijin. His mother Hichin's cosmetics are different. It was specially prepared by Yifei for Bai Ruoxi and designed according to Bai Ruoxi's skin. Yifei smiled and said, I gave it to you. Seeing the skincare product sent by Yifei, Bai Ruoxi smiled at the corner of his mouth but still deliberately said with a straight face. You still count. Intentional. Bai Ruoxi often stays up late for work. Although she is naturally beautiful, she can help being busy at work. Yifei's skincare products can perfectly solve this problem. Feeling Yifei's concern, Bai Ruoxi felt joy in her heart. It is not for skincare products, but for Yifei's concern. This is what Bai Ruoxi cares about most. Bai Ruoxi immediately gave Yifei a reward. She took Yifei's neck with her hands and gave Yifei a big scented kiss. Yifei and Bai Ruoxi chatted for a while before leaving the Bai group. It was noon. Yifei did some sorting and immediately went to Wei's house. Wei's banquet was at noon. Yifei asked the driver to drive to the Wei's compound and called Wei Dongqing. Wei Dongqing came out to greet him in person. When he saw Yifei, he patted him on the shoulder and whispered, you can count on Yi Xiao. The Dr. Wu arrived first of the King S. My father and Dr. Wu had a long conversation. I don't know the specific content. But I listened to my grandfather's tone. Dr. Wu didn't have a very good impression of you. Yifei shrugged and said nonchalantly, it's weird that Dr. Wu has a good impression of me. Let us go, I would like to see this. Yifei knew that Wei Dongqing was kindly reminding him that he also accepted Wei Dongqing as favor. The two walked into the lobby side by side, and Yifei finally saw Dr. Wu. There are not only Dr. Wu, but also a young girl Ling Xian, a disciple of Dr. Wu. At the same time, Duan Qizheng is among them. Seeing a few people, Yifei squinted slightly. Chapter 285 Fighting against each other. Yifei finally saw the genius Dr. Wu. Dr. Wu's full name is Wu Daozi. He has also learned the Dao from a certain expert since he was a child, and he has learned a lot of skills in Yandu. With a great reputation, many people regard it as a fairy-like figure. Dr. Wu has a ruddy complexion, full of energy, and a childlike face. Dr. Wu is over 80 years old this year, close to 90 years old, but he doesn't look like an old man at all, he looks young. Ji is also in his 60s. While Yifei was looking at Dr. Wu, of course Dr. Wu was also looking at Yifei. Master Wu stared at Yifei, his brow furrowed slightly, because from the young man in front of him, Master Wu unexpectedly. I felt it kind of unpredictable. Dr. Wu had also heard many news about Yifei before, including Mr. Wei who also explained some of Yifei's deeds to Dr. Wu. Dr. Wu knows that Yifei's medical skills in martial arts are unique. But in Wu Shenyi's view, although Yifei's medical skills could not be seen by him, it should be below him. As for martial arts, Master Wu is a master of transformation. The difference between master of transformation and ordinary warriors is like Tianyuan. Master Dr. Wu can see at a glance. Where ordinary warriors, it stands to reason that according to the information held by the genius Dr. Wu, Yifei should also be just a master of internal strength, the most powerful martial artist of the peak of internal strength. That is it. Although he is only a thin line away from the 953 transformation master, he can reach this threshold. In the eyes of the supernatural Dr. Wu, he is a general. Dongren, the master of transformation is an important threshold for judging martial artists. Can cross this threshold, that is the dragon. Therefore, the genius Dr. Wu looked at Yifei carefully, but suddenly realized that he could not see through Yifei and could not help but be slightly surprised. There was some kind of speculation in my heart. Is the young man in front of him a master of the realm of transformation? Or maybe he has a special martial arts discipline that can hide his breath after practicing. The genius Dr. Wu judged in his heart that he was more inclined to the latter. After all, Yifei and Chen Luo were also concerned about him. When Yifei and Chen Luo fought, they were really just masters of inner strength. Want to become a master in just a few days, it is almost impossible. When Dr. Wu was slightly puzzled, he stared at Yifei, and his body naturally showed a shocking aura. Inwardly and outwardly. In vain, including Yifei, Wei Dongqing, Ling Xian, Duan Qizheng, including Wei Lao in the lobby, all felt. Feeling an aura like a mountain attack, this aura makes people feel like being in an ice cellar, unable to breathe. Dr. Wu is the master of the transformation world. He could easily control his inner strength, but he was determined to try Yifei's strength, so he Yifei felt this amazing aura, and his eyes narrowed slightly. However, Yifei didn't use his inner strength to fight the genius Dr. Wu, but smiled slightly and stood still. After learning martial arts to the point of a master of the world, you can use it internally and externally, and you can kill people by flying flowers and picking leaves. At this point, he is already a master and master-level figure in the country. That is the case with Dr. Wu. Feeling the amazing aura of Dr. Wu, Yifei stayed still, easily dissolving the aura of Dr. Wu. There was a touch of surprise in Dr. Wu's eyes. Everyone in the lobby felt like Dr. Wu's internal strength and external strength. In the ice cellar, but Yifei alone was calm. Yifei has strength. It is definitely not as simple as inner strength. The genius Dr. Wu took a deep look at Yifei, sighed softly, and said, sure enough, it is a terrible young man, Chen Luo, that kid won't lose to you. Injustice. Dr. Wu passed the award, just a fluke. Yifei answered with a faint smile, and then greeted Ruo Wei Lao Wei. Old. Wei Lao sat on the Grand Master's chair in front of the lobby. He slowly got up and smiled kindly to Yifei. After all, Yifei had saved Wei Lao's life, so Wei Lao had a very good impression of Yifei. When Wei Lao After learning about the grievances between Dr. Wu and Yifei, he immediately stood up and prepared to talk to them. Throughout the entire Yandu, there are very few people who have the power to say that there's a grievance between Yifei and Wu's genius Dr. Wei Lao is definitely among them. Wei Dongqing and the others raised their heads slightly, feeling the huge killing intent just now. Although it was only a few seconds before the magical Dr. Wu's internal power was released, Wei Dongqing felt as if several centuries had passed. Generally long, Wei Dongqing's back was completely wet with cold sweat. Wei Dongqing couldn't help being surprised, sweating in cold sweat, and secretly feeling that Dr. Wu was terrible. She was a peerless expert, no wonder. Grandpa respected him so much. However, Yifei seemed more terrifying. Although Wei Dongqing was amazed at the great Dr. Wu's power, but after another thought, Yifei was actually in this pressure like a mountain. No change before, Yifei's strength is far beyond his imagination. Master Wu is the master of the world, what is Yifei? Wei Dongqing was stunned, and his evaluation of Yifei went to a higher level. At this time, Ling Xian, who was next to God Dr. Wu, looked at Yifei with interest. Although she was beautiful, her complexion was hairy. By looks weak, but his eyes are extremely agile. As for Duan Qizheng, his expression is even more complicated. To some extent, Duan Qizheng betrayed Yifei. Of course, Yifei had already guessed this result from the beginning. After all, Duan Qi was a disciple of Wu's genius doctor. Seeing that the situation in the lobby was a little bit delicate, Mr. Wei smiled and said first, Xiao Yi, sit down, today I will. Yi finds a good chef to cook the dishes to see if it suits the taste. Thank you Wei Lao. Yifei smiled faintly, neither humble nor overbearing. Everyone was seated. Although the genius Dr. Wu and Yifei fought against each other at the beginning, there was no attack immediately afterwards, just looking at it. After a few glances at Yifei, he also sat down. After everyone was seated, the food and drink came up quickly. Seeing the table full of food and wine, the genius Dr. Wu sighed and said the old man is a vulgar man and shouldn't he be disturbed. Brother Wei, you're yaxing, today Brother Wei called me to a banquet. Actually, I also understand that I hope this young master Yi will turn into an enemy. Friend, it is a pity that the bones of my evil disciple are not cold, he is my close disciple, a successor. I want to become Yi Gongzi. The enemy is a friend, it really embarrassed the old man. The genius Dr. Wu stopped the cup to throw the chopsticks, sighed, and said with emotion. Yifei said in his heart here comes. After all, the genius Dr. Wu was the first to have trouble with Yifei. Chapter 286 Master Wu, you are not as famous as meeting. The genius Dr. Wu still had trouble with Yifei after all. Dr. Wu stared at Yifei, shook his head slightly, and sighed. Upon seeing this, Yifei also responded indifferently to the genius Dr. Wu with a calm expression. Hearing what the Dr. Wu said, Mr. Wei also stopped his chopsticks and turned a blind eye to the table full of food. Old Wei sighed, old friend Wu, I understand your feelings. Chen Luo is your close disciple, and his death makes you sad. But there's a big misunderstanding about this matter. Today I invite you two to come here just to let you talk about it. Chen Luo is a close disciple of Dr. Wu. He is highly expected by Dr. Wu. He hopes to inherit the mantle of Dr. Wu in the future. Wu Shen heired to the mantle of medicine. After Chen Luo, Dr. Wu no longer planned to accept disciples. Ling Xian was an accident, although Ling Xian was called Master Wu nominally, and Wu Shen also taught Ling Xian as medical skills. But for the superb Dr. Wu, he regarded Ling Xian more as a patient and Chen Lukai as a direct disciple. And it as a close disciple. Master Wu's medical skills and martial arts are all intended to be inherited by Chen Luo. However, Chen Luo died at the hands of Yifei. No matter how broad-minded the genius Dr. Wu was, he wanted to ask for an explanation for Chen Luo. Yifei heard Wei Lao's admonition, and he said lightly, Wei Lao. It is not that I don't give you face. It is just that the genius Dr. Wu suppressed him. People, although I am a junior, but I don't want to sit still. Sit and wait to die, the genius Dr. Wu heard, frowning slightly, and he said solemnly, Yi Gongzi, you and my apprentice Chen Luji. I know something about it. You said that I used power to suppress people, but why did I hear that it was you who used power to suppress people and persecuted me for that evil? I fought with you, and in the end you failed to kill someone. Dr. Wu asked Yifei and said. Yifei laughed loudly when he heard the words. His words were sharp, and he did not shy away at all. He said coldly, it is a joke, I thought God Wu. Doctors are worthy of my respect. When I see you today, I am not as well known. I want to ask, how did I use my power to suppress others? Yifei didn't care about Wu's face. After the woman's plot was unruly, Chen Luo became angry from embarrassment after being exposed by me and hated me ever since. After this, Chen Luo plan framed up the Su family and was relieved by me. In this matter, the genius Dr. Wu can ask Father Su Shaoqun, you should always believe what he said. Su Shaoqun and Dr. Wu have an old relationship, and the two of them have friendship. Yifei did not lie about this matter. At the beginning, Yifei and Chen Luo's feud was indeed because of Luo Weiyu and Su Qingzu. Dr. Wu remained silent, as if thinking. The reason why Yifei and Chen Luo were feuding is actually not quite clear to Dr. Wu. Danti talk about Dr. Wu, including Duan Qizhang, and I don't know the details. Now hearing what Yifei said, the genius Dr. Wu knew that Yifei and Chen Luo had an enmity, and it was completely because of Chen Luo. That being said, the feud between the two was due to Chen Luo, and Yifei really can be blamed. Yifei said indifferently, Mr. Wu, the apprentice you taught yourself, Mr. Wu, you should know very well that Chen Luo is narrow-minded, and he has a very high possessiveness towards women. He had conflicts with me because of women. Since then, he has targeted me everywhere, and he has also received. I bought several senior executives from the ES group. You can ask Duan Qizhang about this. Duan Qi is your apprentice. He will never lie to you. Dr. Wu's complexion changed slightly, and he immediately looked at Duan Qizhang, said, Qizhang, is this really the case? The evildoer still bought the executives of the group. What Chen Luo did was a taboo. This is equivalent to Chen Luo targeting Yifei first, and listening to Yifei's meaning, Chen Luo even wants to destroy the group. Otherwise, how could the executives of the group be bought off? Upon hearing this, Wei Lao frowned slightly. Duan Qi was facing the questioning look in Shang Wu's genius doctor. He cited as true. I know about this matter. Junior brother, he did accept it. Bought some senior executives from the group. Yifei said indifferently, Mr. Wu, you heard that. Chen Luo is the first year of junior high school, and I will be the 15th. Can we only allow Chen Luo to deal with it? Me, can I fight back? What is the truth? Yifei sneered and said I later targeted Qizhang group because of the quality of its own medicines. Question, how many patients have been entrapped by the poison capsule incident? Those are all Wu's genius doctors. Although you have superb medical skills. It is really disappointing to teach students. Ask for flowers. Hearing what Yifei said, Dr. Wu was silent again. Dr. Wu of the poison capsule incident also heard a little bit. This matter is indeed a problem with the Qizhang group, and God Dr. Wu is also very angry about it. Dr. Wu, as a doctor, Shang's treatment of disease and saving people is the foundation. The occurrence of this poison capsule incident has left the Dr. Wu's face dull and conscientious. I don't want to. Dr. Wu was silent, and Ling Xian, who was next to God Dr. Wu, looked at Yifei curiously. Yifei's words were so sharp that she even made her master silent. This is the first time she has seen master with such an attitude. It seems that brother Chen Luo is indeed irresponsible in this matter. Although Ling Xian and Chen Luo are a senior brother-sister relationship on the surface, the two actually have no intersection. Ling Xian listened to Yifei. With that said, I sketched the image of Chen Luo in my heart. It turns out that senior brother Chen Luo is such a person, it seems that he really didn't wrong him. Suddenly, Dr. Wu was also speechless. After a while, the genius Dr. Wu sighed and said, young Master Yi, even so, you shouldn't do anything to my evildoer. Heavy hands, my villain is alive anyhow. No matter what, I am still his master, and I want to ask for justice for him. Just as Yifei laughed when he heard the Dr. Wu say this, Dr. Wu, you ask for justice for Chen Luo, I don't know who. Come and be fair to me. Yifei was not polite, and went straight back. Yifei also knew that the contradiction between himself and Wu's genius doctor was almost difficult to reconcile, and Yifei's account of this matter, so he. You are not polite, your words are sharp. How fair do you want? The genius Dr. Wu asked in a deep voice. In the view of Dr. Wu, Chen Luo was the one who died, so what justice does Yifei want? Chapter 287 Weakness of Dr. Wu. Dr. Wu said in a deep voice, he stared at Yifei with piercing eyes. Chen Luo is dead, but Yifei is alive, so the genius Dr. Wu is helping Chen Luo get justice, and what does Yifei mean? Dr. Wu looked cold, but Yifei said, of course I want to be fair. Maybe you don't know what your precious apprentice Chen Luo is. Do what you do, then I'll tell you. Chen Luo had been in conflict with me before, and he wanted to kill me all the time. For this reason, Chen Luo kept taking advantage of Wu's doctor. I made friends with the Zheng family and the Wei family. Unfortunately, the last time Wei Lao fell ill and was lucky enough to be rescued by me, Chen Luo turned to the Zheng family. The Lei family is waiting for a large number of families, he wants to kill me. Yifei said. Dr. Wu stroked his beard, looked at Yifei calmly, and said I know about this, but my evildoer is just to protect himself. 383 only. Yi Gongzi, you are wealthy and the Yi family is deeply rooted in Yandu. I have also heard about this. Dr. Wu defended Chen Luo at this time. Yifei sneered and said self-preservation really a joke. Chen Luo is just seeking self-protection, or proactively bowed his head to me, not at all. We'll come to this step. The sudden change in Lei's family the day before, must you have heard of Dr. Wu? Yifei then asked. Dr. Wu nodded slightly. I have heard of some. Lei Lao is also my old friend. I wanted to visit Lei Lao, but he closed the door. Thank you, the Lei family told me that it has been a while since Lei hadn't seen guests. Master Wu has a vast network, and his medical skills are superb. In the past, many high-ranking officials in Yandu were old friends of him. Among them, the old man of the Lei family is also one of them, and the relationship between the two is very good, even better than the Wei family and the Zheng family. The relationship between the doors is even closer. This is also the reason why Lei Haoran has been helping Chen Luo in the original book, and this is why the Lei family in the original book will become Chen Luo. The reason for the strong supporter. After returning to Beijing this time, it was not the Wei family that Wu Shenyi wanted to visit but the Lei family. However, the visit of Dr. Wu was rejected by Mr. Lei, saying that he would not see guests behind closed doors. Yi Fei said indifferently the reason why the old man Lei didn't TCU, the genius Dr. Wu, is very simple because Chen Luo intervened in the Lei family's internal fight. Help Lei Xiaohui, Lei Haoran and his son to deal with Lei Jin, Lei Ying and his son, even at the risk of poisoning Lei Jin, causing Lei's family. Partially split. Of course, Chen Luo's ultimate goal of helping Lei Haoran is to become an ally with the Lei family and take the opportunity to get rid of. Chen Luo wanted to get rid of my mind, it was already obvious. The genius Dr. Wu, you told me that Chen Luo was only seeking self-protection. What a big joke, Yi Fei said with a cold smile. Hearing Yi Fei's words, Dr. Wu couldn't help being shocked. Although the Lei family's drastic changes spread throughout Yandu, the specific reasons are rarely known. Yi Fei never revealed it to the outside world, and this incident was also a scandal within the Lei family, and it was also not spread. Including Wei Lao and other bigwigs, although they knew the internal division of Lei's family, it was the first time they heard about this. Yi Fei looked directly at Dr. Wu, and said lightly, if Dr. Wu doesn't believe my one-sided words, he still thinks you're a good disciple. If your brother is wrong, you can ask the Lei family for confirmation. Dr. Wu was silent, he believed what Yi Fei said. After Yi Fei said this, Dr. Wu could understand. Why is the Lei family's attitude toward him like this? Why does the old Lei stay behind closed doors to thank guests, and even treat him as a good friend of the past? Friends turned a blind eye. I see. To put it bluntly, the Lei family is split, and Chen Luo plays the role of an accomplice in it, even helping Lei Haoran to persecute Lei Haoran. Lei family. If Lei Haoran and his son had won, it would be fine, but Lei Haoran had lost amidst the upheaval within the Lei family. The Lei family's current principals are Lei Jin, Lei Ying and his sons. It is weird that they can have a good expression on Dr. Wu. Dr. Wu sighed. Only then did he realize that the situation was more complicated than he thought. Chen Luo, the evildoer. From now on, Dr. Wu will not even face his old friend Lei Lao, because of Chen Luo's matter, he will become. There is always a estrangement in my old friend's heart. The scene, including Wei Lao, frowned slightly, and his impression of Chen Luo was extremely bad. Chen Luo didn't do these things gloriously, or even disgusting. Chen Luo actually took the initiative to get involved in the Lei family's internal fighting. Among them, even used poisoning techniques to help Lei Haoran. In the eyes of any wealthy family in Yandu, this matter is a taboo. After all, this time it was the Lei family's internal drastic changes. Will it be other families such as the Wei family and the Zheng family next time? If a person is proficient in medicine, he is bound to be very popular, because everyone needs to ask for medicine when they are sick. But if a person is proficient in poison, it would be quite terrifying. What is more, Chen Luo is still so outrageous. For a moment, Mr. Wei frowned slightly, thinking that the apprentice of Dr. Wu was really illusory. Every sentence Yi Fei said is true. Nothing is false. All this is Chen Luo's own fault. Yi Fei's dealing with Chen Luo was all arrogant. He dealt with Chen Luo upright and grasped Chen Luo's own flaws. Compare. Such as Zhang Feifei, poison capsules, etc. The same is true for the series of events. When Chen Luo dealt with Yi Fei, he used all kinds of conspiracies and tricks, so he couldn't get on the stage. In contrast, the decision is made. The genius Dr. Wu sighed and said, even so, even if my evildoer is wrong, he can die. Yi Gongzi. Chen Luo may have done something wrong, but at any rate it was a life, so why should you kill him? Life. Yi Fei smiled coldly when he heard the words. Yi Fei knows very well what kind of person Dr. Wu is. To be honest, Dr. Wu's character and medical skills are very good. People who are like one are totally different from Chen Luo. 4.1 is the same kind of people. Because of this, Yi Fei was not afraid of Dr. Wu at all. Because he is very aware of the weakness of the magical Dr. Wu. If Dr. Wu is allowed to know everything Chen Luo has done, maybe Dr. Wu will regret it himself. Yi Fei took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Mr. Wu, in fact, although Chen Luo is your close disciple, you are very Ganti understand. What is the meaning of Yi Gongzi Wu Shen? Doctor asked with a sullen face. Chapter 288. What does Yi Gongzi mean? The genius Dr. Wu stared at Yi Fei and asked in a deep voice. Yi Fei said indifferently, I mean, Dr. Wu, you don't know your precious apprentice at all. Chen Luo is in front of you. Qian acted very well behaved, and even obeyed your words, but this is not the real Chen Luo. Then you were just telling me, what is the true appearance of my evildoer Wu Shen? Doctor asked coldly. Yi Fei immediately replied, Chen Luo did not compromise in order to deal with me, and even did not hesitate to implicate innocent people. Some time ago, there was a fire in Yandu New House International Hotel. Surely you have heard of Dr. Wu behind the fire. The arsonist is Chen Luo. He has been planning for a long time, and deliberately targeted me, in order to put me to death. He even kept asking. I am buried with someone from a hotel. The fire incident was serious and bad, causing at least 50 people to be injured and more than 6 people killed. Chen Luo is the culprit in this matter, even Duan Qizheng doesn't know. Otherwise, what do you think? Chen Luo promised to fight with me in 05. The reason is very simple, because I caught him. By the way, Chen Luo had to agree to live and die with me, otherwise the hotel arson case will be exposed and he will not survive if he wants to. Yi Fei stared at the genius Dr. Wu and said coldly. Yi Fei ruthlessly exposed what Chen Luo did. All this Chen Luo did was really disgusting and killed many people. Yi Fei all confided, because Yi Fei knew very well the character of Dr. Wu and his weakness. In all fairness, God Dr. Wu is indeed a very upright person. He has advanced medical skills and a very good character. For human life, Wu Shenyi attaches great importance to it. But what Chen Luo did completely violated the wishes of the genius Dr. Wu. Dr. Wu is a little hard to believe, because this matter has been kept secret by Yi Fei. The Wei family did not know the whole story of the arson, nor did Duan Qizheng. No one has mentioned this matter with the supernatural Dr. Wu. Now that Yi Fei said so, Dr. Wu suddenly frowned. Dr. Wu's voice was a little hoarse. Yi Fei, do you have evidence for this matter? Yi Fei said indifferently, of course I have evidence of this. Chen Luo's bank card transfer records and recordings, plus his. The person who was sent out was also caught by me, and the evidence was complete. With that, Yi Fei took out the recorder. He played the recording casually, including some conversations between Chen Luo and several of his men chatting in secret words. Although these dialogues are code words, some general content can be inferred through words. After the contents of the recorder were played, there was no sound in the surroundings. Both Lao Wei and Dr. Wu wrinkled their brows tightly, especially Dr. Wu. His complexion was pale and he was deeply disappointed. The color, the personal and physical evidence is complete, and Yi Fei is so emboldened, it definitely doesn't seem to be fake. Yi Fei was even able to show Chen Luo's criminal evidence, which is enough to explain what a serious matter Chen Luo committed. The evildoer. There was anger in the voice of God Dr. Wu, and he was obviously extremely dissatisfied with Chen Luo. Only then did Dr. Wu realize that in order to retaliate against Yifei, Chen Luo has been implicated with ordinary people and has become Yandu New Home International. The arson in the hotel is such a shocking incident. Dr. Wu sighed and resented Chen Luo, mourning his misfortune and angering what he did. Dr. Wu, now you recognize Chen Luo clearly, right? He is a good apprentice in front of you. He is amazing, Yifei said lightly. Dr. Wu squeezed his fist and sighed. However, Wei Lao, Wei Dongqing, including Ling Xian, Duan Qizheng and others are even worse for Chen Luo's senses. Especially Ling Xian, she thought that as a close disciple of Wu Shen doctor, Chen Luo should be like Wu Shen. The doctors are so good that they are full of praise. But when I look at it now, Chen Luo is simply disgusting, and her impression of Chen Luo is also greatly reduced, and she feels that Chen Luo is completely not worthy of being a disciple of Wu's genius doctor. Ling Xian was disappointed. Yifei looked at Dr. Wu and said, Mr. Wu, I respect the medical skills and respect you as a person. I have heard of you for many years. Past deeds, I know that you were famous at that time in Yandu, relying on a masterpiece of medical skills, healing diseases and saving people, not only the rich and wealthy. People can heal the poor even more. Unfortunately, although your medical skills are excellent, and your character is noble, you can teach an apprentice who is upright with you. If you really want to seek justice for Chen Luo, I will accompany you at any time. Unfortunately, I am right. That famous Yandu. My Dr. Wu is very disappointed, Yifei said loudly. Murder and punish the heart. Yifei's words were sharp words, completely punishing the heart, and let the genius Dr. Wu remain silent for a while. The genius Dr. Wu was speechless about this. Ahem. At this time, Wei Lao coughed slightly and said, Xiao Yi, don't say that. I think Chen Luo is indeed very problematic, but old friend Wu, he also knows people and doesn't know his heart, so he can be blamed for this incident. Wei Lao excused Wu's genius doctor. Although Lao Wei was on the surface helping the genius Dr. Wu speak, in fact it was 940 who was speaking to Yifei. The meaning of Bai Jing and Wei Lao could not be more obvious. He chose to believe what Yifei said, that is, he believed that everything was Chen Chen. What do you do? Dr. Wu remained silent, but Yifei stood up and said to Wei Lao, I have already accepted your kindness today, but I am in Chen Luo this one. With a clear conscience, Chen Luo wanted to get rid of me. I can wipe my neck and let him do it. This is not my fault, but Chen Luo, I am grateful to Mr. Wei for helping me mediate with Dr. Wu today. If Dr. Wu wants to do something with me, I will always be with me at any time. Yifei's attitude was very tough, because Yifei knew that the tougher his attitude, the more confident he would be, and the Dr. Wu would believe what he said more. Sure enough, only seeing the genius Dr. Wu sighed, and after a long time without saying a word, he finally lifted his eyelids and said to Yifei Gongzi. I will verify this matter again. If it is as you said, I will come personally. It has done. Hearing what Dr. Wu said, Yifei knew that this matter was developing in the direction he imagined. Chapter 289 Shock. Seeing the attitude of Dr. Wu, Yifei knew that this was done. Although the superb Dr. Wu is excellent in both medical and martial arts, he is superb, but the superb Dr. Wu also has weaknesses. Dr. Wu's character is too high and clean. No stains, and what Chen Luo did has touched the bottom line of Master Wu's tolerance. To know the heart of the healer aspirants, Wu Sheni has a very good character. Even if Chen Luo is still alive, if he really did such a thing, he would be reluctantly cleared by the Dr. Wu. God Dr. Wu absolutely cannot tolerate Chen Luo doing such a thing. For this reason, Yifei knew very well that as long as the genius Dr. Wu knew what Chen Luo did, he knew the bad things about Chen Luo. After the trace, the genius Dr. Wu will definitely hate Chen Luo extremely. This matter was already under Yifei's control. In the end, Dr. Wu will definitely go to find out the truth, and he feared has all the evidence in hand, and he is not afraid of Dr. Wu's inspection. The truth, because what Yifei said was all true. In the end, the Dr. Wu found out exactly as Yifei said. I believe that the Dr. Wu will have his own conclusions at that time. The most likely possibility is that Dr. Wu will give up his accountability to Yifei, although Dr. Wu must have some lumps in his heart. He did, but in the end he is likely to give up targeting Yifei. Yifei's attitude from the beginning to the end was particularly tough and full of confidence. This is also Yifei's own attitude. If you want to fight, please be with me at any time. After Yifei was promoted to Grand Master, his strength has changed drastically. With his current martial arts strength, it is really not necessarily afraid of Dr. Wu. Of course, the great Dr. Wu is not only because of his martial arts strength, but also because of his medical skills and his broad network of people. But the stronger Dr. Wu became, Yifei couldn't persuade him. The genius Dr. Wu stopped the cup to cast the chopsticks, and sighed since today's matter has been explained, the old man will also leave. Brother Wei, thank you very much. You are here to entertain. Old friend Hao, I haven't eaten all the food and drink yet. Are you leaving in a hurry? Wei Lao said quickly, seeing the genius Dr. Wu about to get up. Farewell, he shook his head and sighed. Dr. Wu smiled reluctantly, and said Chen Luo is my apprentice after all. I want to investigate this matter thoroughly, and I don't want to delay. NS. If my evildoer really did something that hurts the world and reason, then I can help it. God Dr. Wu believed Yifei's words by 50%, but the other still couldn't believe it, and wanted to verify it by himself. If this is the case, please do it, old friend Wu. But this matter is serious, my Wei family can help one or two to investigate this matter. I can trust Xiao Yi's character, but this matter is a bit complicated, so I really need to investigate it clearly. Wei Lao said. That is the case, please brother Wei. The genius Dr. Wu said, arching his hand towards Lao Wei. Old friend Wu, don't you worry. Lao Wei also solemnly promised. Farewell. The genius Dr. Wu arched his hands again, and he left with Ling Xian and Duan Qizheng. His back was a little depressed. Before leaving, Ling Xian blinked her eyes and looked at Yifei carefully, as if there were flowers on Yifei's face. Yes. Yifei was obviously quite curious. Dr. Wu and others are gone. Yifei wasn't in a hurry. The table was full of food and beverages. Yifei was hungry. Since becoming the master of martial arts, Yifei's strength has rapidly become stronger, and his appetite has also grown a lot. Yifei just now. I didn't move my chopsticks either, I was hungry now. Xiao Yi, it is not easy for you. It turns out that there are so many reasons for this matter. When Wei Lao saw the departure of Wu's doctor, he said with a sigh. Hearing what Wei Lao said, Yifei smiled and said Chen Lauren had the same set before and the other set behind him. He used the contacts of the Dr. Wu in the past. Yandu has no scruples. Many wealthy families have been deceived by him, including the Lei family and the Zhang family. Wei Lao nodded slowly unexpectedly. Chen Luo is such a person. After investigating the truth this time, old friend Wu is afraid it will be extremely hurt. Heart, exactly. Wei Lao said well, let us not mention it, let us have wine and food. Wei Lao said, while calling Yifei and Wei Dongqing. Yifei was also not polite, eating food like a windstorm, and seeing Yifei eating deliciously, Wei Lao couldn't help but have a big appetite. Open, I ate half a bowl of rice more than usual. Upon seeing this, Wei Dongqing smiled and said, Brother Yi, you might as well come to our house for dinner in the future so that my grandpa seems to always. If I can eat half a bowl of rice, seeing you eating is really appetizing. Wei Dongqing smiled like this, and Wei Lao also smiled, and said profoundly, I think Xiao Yi has greatly increased his strength, as if he has a sec. The state of being a warrior. Grandmaster Wei Dongqing exclaimed, and the expression in Yifei's eyes changed. Grandmaster warrior. This is the top warrior. Although Wei Dongqing does not learn martial arts, he has also heard of the great masters of martial arts. The existence is rare, and the strength of the master martial artist is superb, which is by no means comparable to ordinary people. There are even rumors that there is now a grandmaster level warrior in the Xuanwang army, who is in the same position as a military god. The preciousness of a master level warrior can be seen from this. And Yifei is actually a master level martial artist. Although Wei Dongqing had doubts before, he didn't dare to think about it. He would rather not believe his own speculation because this is really amazing. Seeing Wei Lao as full of profound eyes, Yifei also smiled and said, Exactly, I was also lucky because of the opportunity to become Grandmaster Warrior. Mr. Wei was startled slightly at this moment. Speculation is one thing, but confirmation is another. But what a character Wei Lao is. He has seen big winds and waves. After a little shock, he whispered, Sure enough, it is British. A young man, good king asked, so young as a master of transformation, really extraordinary. Lao Wei, you laughed. Yifei answered with a smile, neither humble nor overbearing, but very humble. Wei Lao took a deep look at Yifei. After learning that Yifei was the master of transformation, his attitude and mentality towards Yifei were also. There has been a slight change. After all, this is a realm level master in his 20s. Throughout the history of Xuanwang Kingdom, how can there be a master of transformation in his 20s? Yifei's future achievements are bound to be limitless. It is better to bully the old, not to bully the young. Yifei's future is boundless, I must make friends. Chapter 290 Supreme Emperor Yifei. I am really old. Yifei smiled without saying a word, and Wei Dongqing slapped the rainbow fart fiercely, saying, Grandpa, you are not old at all. I think your current mentality can. It is getting younger and younger. Yifei laughed secretly when hearing Wei Dongqing's rainbow fart. Wei Lao glared at Wei Dongqing and said, Come to this set less, I am not too confused yet. You can walk with Xiao Yi more when you have time. Walk around, you young people only have topics. Hearing what Elder Wei said, Wei Dongqing quickly said, Don't worry, Grandpa, I have a good relationship with Brother Yifei. Last time we paid back. When I got up to climb the mountain, I was shown affectionately by him and Musijin. Wei Dongqing looked sad, but he also pretended to be. Wei Dongqing doesn't like Musijin. It is not that she doesn't like Musijin's appearance, but that Musijin is too cold towards him, so. Wei Dongqing can do nothing. Wei Dongqing likes Xiao Zhaobu's type, and his girlfriend is of this type. Yifei remained silent. Yifei could hear Wei Lao's wooing. Since Yifei became the master of Huajin, his strength is indeed far beyond the comprehension range of 660 ordinary people, which can be called the current world. Top young master. You know, Yifei is only in his 20s, and the road to martial arts has just begun. Where is his future end? No one can imagine. A master of transformation has an extraordinary meaning to Xuanwang Fang. As far as Wei Lao knows, Xuanwang Fang has. Master Min Huijing, currently the chief instructor of a certain special force in the Yandu military region, has a very high status. Facing such a promising Yifei, Lao Wei certainly wanted to win him over and let Wei Dongqing get close to Yifei. Old Wei still sighed and said, It is better that the girl of the Mu family has good eyes. At this time, Mr. Wei wished that he had a granddaughter that could be taken by Yifei. I have to say that the girl of Mu family has a really good vision, and she actually took a fancy to Yifei, a potential stock. He thought Yifei. That is to say, the younger generation is more excellent, who knows that Yifei can actually become a realm master. In fact, there are really good girls in the third generation of the Wei family, but unfortunately they are still far behind Musijin, not at all. One level, Wei Lao said and laughed. Yifei continued, AGBF wiped out the food like a windstorm. After eating, Yifei finally. It is full of wine and rice. Yifei's appetite made Wei Dongqing stunned. But for Grandmaster transformation, this is quite normal, because Grandmaster transformation's physical strength is at the peak, plus Yi. Flying is also young and needs to consume more energy. Yifei left Wei's house, and Wei Dongqing personally sent Yifei out. After leaving Wei's house, Yifei returned to his private villa. The first thing he did when he returned to the private villa was to make Haiwu and others temporarily stop tracking the traces of Dr. Wu and others. Haiwu heard Yifei's instructions and agreed. Next, let the supernatural Dr. Wu investigate and find out the truth on his own, and Yifei didn't intend to mix it up anymore. Yifei was not afraid of the shadow leaning, he didn't care about everything, not to mention the evidence was in Yifei's hands. As long as Dr. Wu goes to investigate, the result will be even more shocking and speechless. Yifei allowed the genius Dr. Wu to investigate, and at the same time he was preparing for another thing. That was the last time he and Musijin. Say yes, specifically for the military S drug supply. Yifei's drug supply has been fully put into production, and the first batch of drugs should be delivered in the next few days. Huang Fang, you can see the effect of the medicine. This time, Yifei's efficiency was very fast, and in order to relieve the previous negative impact of Qizhang Group in the pharmaceutical industry, Qizhang Group officially changed its name to Best Medicine Group. After all, the impact of the poison capsule incident on Yifei was too great. The poison capsule incident brought such a serious and bad influence, so it is very necessary for Qizhang Group to change its name. After Duan Qizhang turned to Yifei the last time, in order to show his sincerity, he took the initiative to transfer the equity to Yifei. Yifei is already the largest shareholder of the pharmaceutical group, is basically a complete shareholder, so there's no need to worry about other issues. Under such circumstances, as long as the medicines produced can satisfy the military, Yifei will have one more chip in his hands. Code. A smile appeared at the corner of Yifei's mouth, and he was very satisfied with the smooth progress of the cut. The next 2 days passed. On this day, Yifei received an unexpected call. Hello, is this President Yi? There's a baritone on the phone, with a very polite tone. You are. Hello, Mr. Yi, this is Xu Sheng. I heard from Miss Sen Qingxin that you have a song called A Laugh from the Sea. The other party simply indirectly explained their intentions. Director Xu Sheng. Shangjiang as top-notch director is even well known internationally, and Yifei is also very aware of this person. Sure enough, Xu Sheng finally found Yifei. Hearing Xu Sheng's words, Yifei's mouth curled up and said, it turned out to be Director Xu. Xu Sheng said, you were too polite, Mr. Yi, you're the one who made me admire my name for a long time. The last time you sang A Laugh from the Sea. Someone sent me a copy of it, and Miss Sen Qingxin was also full of praise for you, saying that your song Laughs in the Sea can. Is God. Yifei smiled. Of course he understands Xu Sheng's intention. Yifei is also very happy and directly said if Director Xu wants this. The authorization of the tune, then we will follow the market price, but we have agreed in advance that we only authorize and do not sell the copyright. Xu Sheng was stunned. He didn't expect Yifei to be so direct. He immediately said, okay, President Yi, you really are quick to talk, then this. It has settled. Yes, you can directly contact our subordinates to sign the contract, and I will say hello to them. Yifei smiled. Okay, then I won't bother too much. Xu Sheng's attitude is still very polite, without the arrogance of a big director. The reason is also very simple. The Yi family has the Xuanwang state daddy in line, which is the lifeblood of almost all movies. To Yifei, he really must be polite. Because of Yifei's status, it is not an exaggeration to be like the emperor of the entertainment industry. Chapter 291. After hanging up Xu Sheng's phone, Yifei showed a thoughtful look. Needless to say, A Laugh from the Sea is a classic among the classics, and it is more than enough to be accompanied by a movie. Yifei was thinking about the movies he was going to shoot, that is, the movies I Am Not a Medicine God. This is the next step. Come to the highlight of brilliant entertainment. I Am Not the of Medicine, Operation Red Sea, and Wandering Earth, a total of 3 movies, the cumulative box office of the previous life. Nearly tens of billions of dollars, the income of which is even more impressive. And these 3 movies have a double burst of word of mouth at the box office, especially I Am Not of Medicine, which is a rare one. A good movie is of great significance. At present, the 3 films I Am Not the God of Medicine are being filmed at the same time, and I Am Not the God of Medicine is making the fastest progress. The actor Huang is invited. Zheng leads the starring role. Huang Zheng is also an artist under Brilliant Entertainment, and director Zhang Mia is also under Brilliant Entertainment. Artist. It can be said that this movie is a movie led by Brilliant Entertainment. At present, film shooting is basically a film, and in this parallel time and space, the review speed of the film is very fast, and it is. The relationship between home is naturally a green light. This I Am Not of Medicine will be released soon. Yifei couldn't wait any longer. After all, this is the most important move in his entertainment empire planning. Whether he can make a good start depends on this time. The next day, Yifei made a special trip to Brilliant Entertainment to explain the matter and supervise the progress of those movies by the way. Yifei was very satisfied with the final result. I Am Not a Medicine God will be released in 2 weeks at the latest. After finalizing the general matters, Yifei was in a good mood. Time flickered, and 3 days passed. These days, the superb Dr. Wu has been investigating various things that Chen Luo has done in Yandu, and even the superb Dr. Wu keeps coming to visit. The Su family apologized to the old man Su Shaoqun. In fact, with the skill and strength of the superb Dr. Wu, he does not need to do this, but the character of the superb Dr. Wu really does not have to be said. He personally went to the house to apologize to the Su family, so that Su Shaoqun also got rid of the grudge and reunited with the genius Dr. Wu. In this regard, Yifei really admired Dr. Wu. After all, Dr. Wu put down his figure and apologized to the Su family on behalf of Chen Luo. Dr. Wu also learned the truth from Su Shaoqun. He sighed and was even more disappointed in Chen Luo. Su Shaoqun's character, Dr. Wu is also very clear. Su Shaoqun never tells lies, his words are extremely credible. Upon learning of Su Shaoqun's matter, Dr. Wu had basically determined what happened to Chen Luo. Next, Dr. Wu just wanted to investigate whether Chen Luo was related to the arson, and finally determined whether Chen Luo should die. If Chen Luo is really the master of this arson, then Chen Luo's death is worthy of the crime, and he takes the blame. Even if Yifei didn't do anything, then the genius Dr. Wu had to clean up the door. While Dr. Wu was investigating the matter, Duan Qizheng and Ling Xian had been following Dr. Wu. Duan Qi. Feeling guilty, he was guilty that he did not stop Chen Luo, and now he knows that Chen Luo has committed so many mistakes. Ling Xian's sense of Chen Luo is getting worse and worse. At first, Ling Xian regarded Chen Luo as a senior, but now Ling Xian was disdainful to be with Chen Luo. It is a shame to have seniors like Chen Luo. Yifei learned of Dr. Wu's movements in the past few days. After knowing that Dr. Wu had visited Su Shaoqun, Yifei was immediately relieved. The genius Dr. Wu went to Su Shaoqun, and the result is predictable. Yifei was finally free during this period, and he immediately asked Mu Zijin to go out shopping. Mu Zijin's injury is almost healed, she re-employed as a troop instructor, so she is temporarily out of time, let Yifei first. Wandering around in the mall, it will take a while for her to come back. When he was boring, Yifei also wandered in the mall. However, Yifei soon discovered that his choice was a mistake, because Yifei's appearance was too high and most of the shopping in the mall was. It was a woman, and Yifei followed his gaze almost wherever he went. There was even a young girl with spring who took the initiative to come up to Yifei. Yifei couldn't cope with it, so it was the best policy in the end. Leaving the mall, Yifei went to the street outside. At this moment, Yifei heard an exclamation from his side. An old man has fallen. No, just hit 120. Who beats 120? I am afraid of being corrupted. I saw a burst of exclamations coming from around, and everyone around Yifei was looking at Ruo somewhere in front of you. Fresh flowers. Yifei saw that an old man fell on the ground. This old man seemed to be over 70 years old, and he followed. A little girl who was about 10 years old, who was very beautiful, should be the granddaughter of the old man. Seeing the old man fell, the little girl was so anxious that she immediately called Grandpa by the side, and at the same time, she wanted to reach out to the old man. People help up. Most of the other people are watching the excitement. It is not that I don't want to call an ambulance. It is just that there are too many cases of falsehood. Son, so everyone is just watching from a distance. When Yifei saw this, his heart moved, he immediately stepped forward and said wait. Yifei stopped the little girl, but the little girl looked at Yifei with a puzzled expression on her face. Yifei looked at the old man lying on the ground, carefully observed for a moment, and said it should be an acute stroke. Little sister, you first. Don't touch your grandpa, leave it to me, Yifei said, taking out the silver needle he was carrying with him. The old man fainted suddenly, unconscious, and accompanied by a skewed mouth. Obviously it is a symptom of an acute stroke, which is very dangerous. Risky serious illness. Yifei's silver needles have already been sterilized. Niguan, Weiguan, Shoulder Fowl, Zhu Sanli, Shangjusu, Taichong, Xiaoxi, Kunlun, Yanglingquan and other acupoints were given acupuncture. Yifei now has a higher level of strength after martial arts enters Huajin, and he has a deeper grasp of the silver needle points. The crowd onlookers just felt dazzled. Watching Yifei quickly apply the needle, their eyes were shocked. About 10 minutes or so, the old man slowly opened his eyes and gradually regained consciousness. Although he was still a little slurred, he was rescued by Yifei. All around exclaimed, this is simply amazing. At this moment, not far away, 2 figures are also watching this scene, is the 2 doctors Wu and Ling Xian. Dr. Wu stared at Yifei with complicated eyes. Chapter 292 The whole world, only I can save you. Yifei relied on the Suzaku fire needle to rescue the old man with extraordinary skill. I saw Yifei's quick needle technique, and the Zook fire needle was used thoroughly by him. Within a short period of time, Yifei had already rescued the old man and led the old man out of danger temporarily. Immediately afterwards, he Fei made a call, called Black Friday, and asked Black Friday to take the old man to the hospital. Although Yifei's vermilion bird fire needle is a superb skill, the sophisticated needle method can only temporarily release the elderly from danger. If you really want to restore the elderly, you still need hospital treatment. At the same time, Yifei bent down, looked at the anxious little girl, touched the little girl's head, and comforted her. It's okay. Don't be afraid. Your grandfather is out of danger for the time being, just take it to the hospital in a while. Thank you, big brother. The little girl is so cute and cute. Her 530 has a reddish face and big eyes. Flickering, as if talking, Yifei smiled and stroked the little girl's head. He stood there and waited for a while. Haiwu drove in the car and quickly sent the little girl and his grandpa in the car. Drive to the hospital. Yifei didn't leave the place until then. Other onlookers gradually dispersed, but some people still looked at Yifei and talked in a low voice. Is this acupuncture just now? It looks amazing. It doesn't matter if you are handsome, you are so caring, and you love it. Many girls stared at Yifei and said. The old man dared to save if he fell down. I really don't know if he is bold or rich. There were everyone onlookers. Yifei heard some onlookers say, he just smiled slightly at that, and walked out slowly. Crowd. On the other side of the crowd, God Dr. Wu and Ling Xian witnessed this scene. The genius Dr. Wu also saw the old man who fell down just now. He wanted to take the initiative to come forward for treatment, but he was preempted by Yifei. At this point, the genius Dr. Wu simply hid in the crowd, observing Yifei secretly. The result surprised Dr. Wu. Yifei's medical skills are extremely high, especially this method of acupuncture and moxibustion, which is even more top-notch. Of course he can recognize the skill of Dr. Wu. Chu Yifei's acupuncture method is a long-lost acupuncture method, like the Suzaku fire needle. Moreover, acute stroke is a very bad condition, and Yifei was able to treat it quickly. Of proficiency, Dr. Wu feels that even if he does it himself, I'm afraid it is nothing more than that. And more importantly, Dr. Wu's impression of Yifei changed instantly. Yifei always carried the silver needle with him, and he did not retreat in such an emergency. The elderly were treated and even called to take the elderly to the hospital in the end. After this, Yifei didn't mean to boast, he silently withdrew and left the crowd. If it weren't for the Dr. Wu and Ling Xian who had seen it with their own eyes, they would never have imagined that they would encounter such a scene. Before this, the Dr. Wu had always thought that Yifei was the kind of wealthy son of a domineering man, but now I have a look. Compared to his disciple Chen Luo, Yifei's character is much better than Chen Luo. Dr. Wu sighed lightly, feeling that he was indeed careless in accepting disciples. Hey, Chen Luo, the evil Dr. Wu, sighed and remained silent. Master, I think you may really blame Yifei. Ling Xian whispered next to him, if Yifei is really making fun of the villain of right and wrong, he can make the move just now. The heart of the healer aspirants. The real famous doctors, such as the famous doctors like Wu Shenyi, are broad-minded and kind, and they are responsible for curing diseases and saving people. In order to do what Yifei did just now, he didn't hesitate to choose to treat the disease and save others. Ling Xian and Wu Shenyi saw Yifei's actions just now, and they felt that what Yifei said was true and credible. Dr. Wu was silent for a while, and said yes, you are right. Master, then we have to investigate Chen Luo's matter, Ling Xian asked. Dr. Wu groaned briefly, and sighed. I'll talk to Yifei first. I have a few words to ask him. Dr. Wu was extremely disappointed with Chen Luo at this time. Yifei was walking on the street, and suddenly felt something. He looked up and saw the Dr. Wu and Ling Xian standing next to him. Before, Yifei was slightly surprised, and said quietly it is such a coincidence, the two are here. The old man just saw Yi Gongzi take the initiative to save people, he is kind, and he is like a doctor. The Dr. Wu was dressed in coarse linen. Took the initiative to hand over to Yifei and first admired him. Hearing what Dr. Wu said, Yifei was startled, and laughed at himself. I didn't expect a good deed to be discovered. I still want to do a good job. The matter is not named. Dr. Wu took a deep look at Yifei and said, you and I are both doctors. I was a bit disapproved the day before. I saw you today. I was prejudiced against Yi Gongzi before. Yifei shrugged, and said, I can be praised by Dr. Wu, I am just a murderer who harmed your disciple. Dr. Wu was silent for a while, and then he said, young Master Yi, I have something to ask you. You said. Yifei's attitude was light. Dr. Wu said dare to ask the acupuncture method Yi Gongzi used just now, but Suzaku fire needle. Yifei gave a surprised glance, looked at the genius Dr. Wu, and said it is indeed the Suzaku fire needle. Dr. Wu should have just glanced from a distance, and he could see through Yifei's injection technique. It is worthy of the name of a genius doctor. The superb Dr. Wu was so knowledgeable that Suzaku fire needle could see it at a glance. I have also read Suzaku fire needle in an ancient book, but I only got fragments, so I only know a little bit of needle application techniques. This is the guesswork. It seems that Yifei's surprise was seen, so the Dr. Wu took the initiative to explain, and at the same time said the Suzaku fire. Acupuncture is the advanced method of acupuncture on the Huangdi Neijing. Dare to ask Yi Gongzi, did you get the Huangdi Neijing? Dr. Wu asked with great concern. Ling Xian was startled when hearing Wu Shen 1.5. Doctor asked, her clear eyes fixed on Yifei's body. The Yellow Emperor's Internal Classic. This is a legendary medical book. It is said that it can make up for innate deficiencies. It is the magical book of Xuanwang Kingdom, which has long been lost. Yi Filao took a deep look at Ling Xian and said exactly. In this world, only Yifei has Yellow Emperor's Internal Classic. The Huangdi Neijing can make up for congenital deficiencies and can treat Ling Xian's illness well. In other words, in the world, only Yifei can cure. Good Ling Xian. Chapter 293. The Apology of Dr. Wu. Allow, even for a person like Wu Shenyi, he is very yearning for the Huangdi Neijing. The Yellow Emperor's Classic of Internal Medicine is such an ancient book, the Dr. Wu just heard his master mention it, and the Dr. Wu even thinks it as just a legend. But after seeing that Yifei really knows the Vermilion Bird Fire Needle, the shock in Wu's heart can be imagined. Yifei's Vermilion Bird Fire Needle is indeed from the Yellow Emperor's Internal Classic, a long-lost needle method. After learning that Yifei had mastered the Yellow Emperor's Internal Classic, Wu Shenyi was also a little bit happy, and at the same time more aware. Another thing, Master Wu looked at Yifei and said, Master Yi, this is my apprentice Ling Xian. Master Wu took the initiative to introduce Ling Xi to Yifei. Rhyme, this is also the first official introduction between Yifei and Ling Xian. Yifei looked at Ling Xian carefully. Although the two met before, they were all in a hurry in 08. Yifei looked at Ling Xian carefully, only to see that although Ling Xian looked beautiful, she was slightly pale and mental. The state is acceptable, but his complexion is completely bloodless. At first glance, it is a chronically ill body. Seeing this, Yifei retracted his gaze and said, well, I have heard about Miss Ling. The Ling family where Ling Xian belongs is also a well-known martial arts family. She is the jewel in the hands of the Ling family as head. Fei understood very clearly. However, Ling Xian was born with a deficiency. She was physically weak since she was a child, and even a famous doctor asserted that she would not survive to adulthood. If it weren't for the treatment of Wu's superb doctor, Ling Xian would have been in danger for a long time. Ling Xian laughed at herself, and she whispered, I don't think Yi Gongzi knew about me. It's a good thing not to go out bad. Thousands of miles away, when Ling Xian shook her head and sighed, her eyes were even more sad. Unlike ordinary girls, she has been weak since she was a child, and even coughed up blood when she was young. Before meeting the genius Dr. Wu, she spent all year round in the hospital bed. After that, the genius Dr. Wu helped her recuperate her body, and Ling Xian got better. But despite this, Ling Xian is still very weak. For example, today, it is cold today, Ling Xian is wearing a thick down jacket, which is tightly wrapped. Ling Xian has occasionally coughed up blood recently. She is weak in physique and can't help it. The genius Dr. Wu continued, since Yi Gongzi knows about my apprentice, then I will speak out. I don't know Yi Gongzi. Can you help my apprentice? She has a congenital deficiency, is extremely cold and weak, often coughs up blood, and looks pale. As far as I know, only the medical skills in the Huangdi Jing can make up for the inborn shortcomings. I think Yi Gongzi has medical skills just now. It has also Gaoju, so I don't know if I can ask Mr. Yi to help my apprentice to save her from suffering. Dr. Wu looked at Yifei sincerely and said. Ling Xian's heart moved, her bright eyes focused on Yifei's body, her breathing was slightly rapid and a little excited. Listening to Master S tone, Yifei's medical skills and his Yellow Emperor's internal classic can actually help her improve her congenital deficiencies. This, Ling Xian was immediately surprised, as if a drowning man had grabbed a life-saving straw. Ling Xian didn't know the role of Huangdi Neijing, but she had also heard of the name of Huangdi Neijing. But in Ling Xian's thoughts and cognition, Master Wu's genius doctor is already the most powerful genius doctor in the world, and his doctor. The technique is obvious to all, and it can be called peerless. Even the master can cure her disease, but Yifei can really do it. Ling Xian couldn't believe it, unimaginable. At the same time, she held a glimmer of hope in her heart. Can the Yellow Emperor's internal classic really cure her? When Yifei heard the words, he smiled and said, Mr. Wu, I did get the Yellow Emperor's internal classic, but the Yellow Emperor's internal classic. Although there are methods to treat congenital deficiencies, they are very harsh and difficult to achieve. The genius Dr. Wu was startled slightly. What is the method on Earth? As a doctor, Dr. Wu is of course very curious about the prestigious Yellow Emperor's internal classic. Hearing what Yifei said, he immediately asked curiously. Dr. Wu wondered what the asterisk was this. Yifei turned off the topic. Mr. Wu, let us not talk about this for the time being. I wonder how Dr. Wu's investigation is. I am. Lie. Yifei asked faintly. There is no rush to treat Ling Xian beforehand, this matter can be rushed. Because the treatment of Ling Xian is very complicated, it even requires the male and female practitioners of the Yellow Emperor's internal classic. Ling Xian and Yifei are currently not familiar with each other, and it is obviously impossible for men and women to be fellow practitioners, so Yifei didn't bother to talk about it. Seeing that Yifei turned off the topic, Dr. Wu frowned slightly, but after hearing what Yifei said, Dr. Wu sighed and asked. Yifei said, Young Master Yi, it is my blind eye, I don't know people, and I blame you. Chen Luo, the evildoer, did commit the crime without telling me. Drop the lot. The genius Dr. Wu sighed and turned to Yifei to apologize, and said to Yifei very seriously. Although Dr. Wu has not finished investigating the matters of Chen Luo, Dr. Wu is also very clear, and Yifei can say it. Li 10, most of it is 970. Dr. Wu only felt deeply disappointed. Chen Luo, the evildoer, had done so many messy things without telling him. All a little discouraged. Originally, after the genius Dr. Wu even prepared to complete the investigation, he apologized to Yifei and then stayed away from Yandu. He didn't. The face is going to mix things up with Chen Luo again. Chen Luo has done so many detrimental things, and the supernatural Dr. Wu is already a faceless friend of Yandu. Dr. Wu didn't even know how to explain to Leia's family. But the medical skill shown by Yifei and the Yellow Emperor's classic of internal medicine made the superb Dr. Wu secretly startled. The Yellow Emperor's internal classic is very interested, and I also know that the Yellow Emperor's internal classic is the key to solving Ling Xian's illness. Yifei was also slightly surprised to see Dr. Wu's performance in such a low profile. Chapter 294. It is a natural problem with musician. God. Dr. Wu apologized to Yifei, with a very low attitude, and took the initiative to apologize to Yifei, even very Chen Ken. Yifei was silent, but the genius Dr. Wu bowed his hand to Yifei and said one after another, Young Master Yi, the matter with Chen Luo may indeed be old. I may wrong you, and I hope you don't care. My apprentice Ling Xian's condition may really only be saved by you. Dr. Wu Chen Ken said again. Ling Xian stared at Yifei, biting her mouth, and stopped talking. Ling Xian has been living in the shadow of illness since she was a child. She often coughed up blood when she was a child, and was even more afraid that she might one day. She died of illness. This kind of disease and torture made Ling Xian always be shrouded in great fear. The torture of the disease made Ling Xian also full of yearning for the treatment of the disease, but she also didn't want to beg Yifei in a low voice. Seeing the sincere Dr. Wu, Yifei also noticed Ling Xian's gaze. He frowned slightly and said, Dr. Wu, it is true. It is not that I don't want to help you, it is not that simple. Yifei said. He approached the genius Dr. Wu, whispered a few words in a low voice, and clarified the method of treating congenital deficiencies in the Yellow Emperor's internal classic. After he said something, he saw that Dr. Wu's expression changed slightly and he fell silent. Master Wu learned that Yifei's general method of treatment in the Yellow Emperor's internal classic has changed his expression slightly. Yifei said indifferently, simply put it all at this point. If God Dr. Wu doesn't want to trouble me, then I will leave first. With that, Yifei took a deep look at Ling Xian, then turned and left. Only God Dr. Wu and Ling Xian stay where they are. Ling Xian looked at Yifei who was leaving, she couldn't help but wonder, and asked God Dr. Wu in a low voice, Master, he said. What? Ling Xian was very strange. Why did the master become completely silent after Yifei said a few words with the master? What did Yifei say? Dr. Wu sighed. He glanced at Ling Xian and said, Xian, don't bother about this matter, master, I will find a way to cure your illness as long as possible. Ling Xian became more curious, and at the same time was silent in her heart. It is not the first time she heard that Dr. Wu said this. Every time God Dr. Wu said to try to cure Ling Xian's disease. In fact, if Ling Xian's illness could be cured, she would have been cured long ago, so why wait until now? With the passage of time, even Ling Xian herself gradually lost her confidence and did not return hope for her illness. Ling Xian knew that Dr. Wu was just comforting her. Ling Xian was not lost, did not complain, only calmly inside, she whispered it as okay, master, I know. Dao, in fact, I am very lucky to live till now. Ling Xian smiled lightly, lowered her head and said. A slight smile gradually bloomed on her delicate face, the smile was clear and moving, without the slightest resentment. Upon seeing this, Dr. Wu sighed softly in his heart. Thinking about what Yifei said just now, he was speechless for a while. Yifei didn't care what god Dr. Wu and Ling Xian were thinking because Mu Zijin had already arrived. Mu Zijin was late and apologized to Yifei and said softly, sorry, I came too late. Something to be handed over. Mu Zijin is an instructor. Although her job is relatively simple and easy, it is only relatively speaking. In the martial arts world, there is an unfamiliar rule. As long as the martial artist reaches the level of internal strength, he can enter the army as an instructor. Position. Of course, martial arts instructors are also divided into 3, 6 or 9 grades. Mu Zijin, a master with great internal strength, has a very high status. Hi, it's okay. Yifei waved his hand. Of course he wouldn't care about it. He smiled and took Mu Zijin's little hand and said let us first. Find a place to eat. Mu Zijin blinked her swift eyes, but she seemed to be acting like a baby at Yifei and said, I think. What do you think? Mu Zijin pouted, tilted his head, with a cute expression I want to eat the food you cooked. She has been looking forward to it since Yifei's meal was eaten last time. No problem, it's easy. Yifei agreed, then go to my villa. Okay, it's time to visit. Mu Zijin hadn't been to Yifei's villa yet, she readily agreed. Mu Zijin readily agreed to visit. Yifei also showed a smile at the corner of his mouth and immediately drove Mu Zijin to the villa. In fact, Yifei had already been looking forward to this day and had been planning it for a long time. Yifei and Mu Zijin have both met their parents, and the relationship between them can be said to have been determined long ago, and now the gap is even further. It stands to reason that it should have been a matter of course long ago. Yifei drove Mu Zijin back to his villa. In the villa, Yifei let Mu Zijin sit first and visit at will. Mu Zijin looked up and down the layout of Yifei's villa, stuck out his tongue and said you are really luxurious, this villa. Many of his outfits are very valuable. Mu Zijin is not particular about the material. She never uses brand name bags, brand name cosmetics and jewelry. Even the furnishings of her room are simple. Compared with Yifei, her boudoir can only be described as crude. That's why Mu Zijin said that Yifei was extravagant. Hearing what Mu Zijin said, Yifei said confidently no way, as a rich second generation, I always want to be rich. What the second generation should do, right prodigal should be. Mu Zijin couldn't help but smile. You wait, I'll cook for you, do you want Chinese food or Western food? Yifei asked. Chinese food bar, I like Chinese food, Mu Zijin said with a smile. Good, Yifei agreed. Immediately afterwards, Wang asked Yifei when to prepare food. Yifei thought for a while and simply cooked Sichuan food. Mapo tofu, saliva chicken, boiled pork slices, and a kung pao chicken. These dishes are all dishes that can make people appetite. The table of dishes made Mu Zijin even more supportive of her chin. She liked Yifei's dishes so much that she liked surprises, and she didn't even think about it. From the appearance of soft colors, I don't know what I remembered, Mu Zijin's cheek was also ready. Chapter 295. Yifei cooked 4 dishes, each of which is unique and appetizing. Mu Zijin's favorite is the kung pao chicken. Yifei's kung pao chicken is deliciously cooked and delicious. Based on chicken is the main note, served with peanuts and cucumber. Cooked with chili and other auxiliary materials. This kung pao chicken is red but not spicy, spicy but not fierce, and the meat is smooth and crispy. The fresh and spicy taste of the mouth spread to the mouth, which made Mu Zijin feel that it was simply the supreme enjoyment. So comfy. Mu Zijin's mouth was slightly raised, and he was surprised Yifei, how did you make such delicious food? Mu Zijin opened his eyes slightly and asked Yifei curiously. In fact, it is completely different from what Mu Zijin imagined. Mu Zijin is really curious how Yifei made such a delicious beauty. Food. After starting to make food with Yifei last time, Mu Zijin also noticed that she herself seemed not good at making food, she herself. Also experimented again back. Mu Zijin found the problem, she seemed to be really bad at cooking. After Mu Zijin tried to cook, she found that she seemed to be really bad at cooking. Although she cooked 97. 3 it can be said to be unpalatable, it can be eaten barely, but compared with the food made by Yifei. That gap is really too big. In this regard, Mu Zijin can only be attributed to Yifei. This guy is a monster, he can be so good no matter what he does. Even cooking and cooking, Mu Zijin ate the food, although his movements were still elegant, but the speed of eating was very fast. Yifei's cooking is too delicious, so Mu Zijin even ate half a bowl of rice more than usual. After eating, she touched it. The stomach is extremely satisfying. Yifei blinked and asked with a smile, is it delicious? Well, if you often cook for me, I guess I will gain weight soon. Mu Zijin said with a wink while resting his chin. You are now recovering from your injury. You should exercise more every day, so eat more, Yifei said with a smile. Mu Zijin's injuries have indeed fully recovered, and after she was reassigned as a troop instructor, she has also exercised more. Big, this amount of appetite is actually nothing to Mu Zijin. After eating and drinking enough, Mu Zijin seemed to have a hunch, his face was red and those smart eyes were even a little bit. Did not dare to look at Yifei. It was getting late. In fact, both Yifei and Mu Zijin knew what would happen next, but Yifei also wanted to make progress gradually and didn't want to print. The elephants are destroyed. Yifei grabbed Mu Zijin's weak and boneless hand, and saw Mu Zijin's blushing face, and she leaned gently against his embrace. Middle, what was your impression after your parents met me last time? Yifei asked in a low voice. The relationship between Yifei and Mu Zijin has been made public, especially since both of them have already met their parents, let alone say more. Hearing Yifei's question, Mu Zijin's face turned red, and he replied, I have a good impression, especially my mother, I really don't know. What kind of medicine did you give her? After Mu Zijin thought of going home, Chin took her to ask questions for a while, caring about Yifei and Mu Zijin's affairs. At the same time, he was extremely satisfied with Yifei. Chin was not generally satisfied with Yifei, but felt that Yifei was the best choice no matter what, and even said. There are a lot of good things about Yifei, which made Mu Zijin even more dumbfounded. He couldn't help feeling that Yifei really didn't know what was going on. However, his mother was so satisfied with him. As for Mu Zijin's father, Mu Lingyun, he was also quite satisfied with Yifei. At least from the current situation, Yifei is still worthy of Mu Zijin no matter what, if the two. Mu Lingyun could really go to the end, but she had a lot of thoughts, and was happy to see the result. Seeing Yifei's approval from his parents, Mu Zijin felt very happy. Yifei smiled and said, Babe, can't help it, who told me to be so charming? You can be ugly. Mu Zijin gave Yifei a pretty eye. Yifei smiled and hugged Mu Zijin, hugged her directly into her arms, and then smiled and said, I am not stinky, even Zijin you. With such a high-level vision, it is with me, it shows that I am indeed a charm. Mu Zijin's mouth turned up, and she couldn't tell what it was like in her heart. It was a little sweet, and she looked at Yifei with tenderness. Yifei smiled faintly, and said in a low voice, you can also go to our house in a few days. In fact, my mother has been talking about you for a long time. Hearing what Yifei said, she immediately saw Mu Zijin's face reddening, she hesitated a little and said go to your house. Yeah, what is the matter, don't you want it? Yifei smiled and blinked. In fact, Lin Shui had been talking about it all the time, asking Yifei to bring Mu Zijin or Su Qingzu and other women back for a look. Lin Shui very I know how attractive my son is now, and I also know that Su Qingzu, Musijin and other women are currently in an ambiguous relationship with Yifei. Yes, just a little embarrassed. Musijin lowered his head in a small voice. Hearing Musijin's words, Yifei grabbed her slender waist and smiled. What is so embarrassing about this, ugly wife? Always see in-laws. After speaking, Yifei immediately changed his words again. No, it should be a beautiful wife who always wants to see her in-laws. Hearing this, Musijin felt sweet in his heart and smiled. Yifei embraced Musijin's waist and blinked and said, Zijin, it is getting too early, let us not. Musijin lowered his head. I just had a full meal. Musijin seemed to refuse, but the voice of rejection was very weak, actually. Musijin had already made a secret decision. Yifei smiled and said in Musijin's ear, it is okay, I am not full, I'll come. Hearing Yifei's meaningful words, and feeling the heat that Yifei exhaled when he was speaking in his ear, Musijin's cheeks were immediately turned on. Bright red, understand Yifei's meaning. Yifei hugged Musijin, and the two walked into the room. Yifei finally got what he wanted. Chapter 296 Changes in the Wangdi Neijing. Night, a long time, Yifei and Musijin hugged and slept. Because he was worried that Musijin was recovering from his injury, Yifei didn't use his full strength just now, but the taste in it was to let Yifei enjoy it. It is not enough for outsiders. Caressing Musijin's jade-like back, Yifei looked tired when she saw Musijin's face. She leaned on Yifei lightly. By his side, his cheeks blushed. Even Musijin was tired at this time. She leaned on Yifei and didn't even want to move her fingers. Zijin, you rest first, good night, Yifei said softly in Musijin's ear. When Musijin heard the words, a sweet smile appeared on the corners of her mouth. She responded softly good night. With that, Musijin leaned on Yifei's shoulder and gradually fell asleep. Musijin fell asleep, but Yifei was still not drowsy. Because Yifei was considering another thing at this time, that is the effect of Yifei's Yellow Emperor's internal classic. That is right, Yifei used Wangdi Neijing when he was with Musijin just now. The effect of this Wangdi Neijing was also the first time Yifei used it. The Yellow Emperor's internal classic is a method of consolidating the foundation and cultivating vitality. It is suitable for both male and female practitioners. Fei didn't tell Musijin, but planned to work with Musijin on the Yellow Emperor's internal classic. This time, it was Yifei who did the experiment first. The result also surprised Yifei. The Yellow Emperor's internal classic deserves to be an ancient exercise. The effect of the Yellow Emperor's internal classic can be called against the sky. Unconsciously change people's physique, consolidate the foundation, strengthen the physique, make up for innate deficiencies, and make the internal strength as one and natural. It can be said that the method of this Wangdi Neijing is very mysterious and free. Yifei was surprised. At present, Yifei's martial arts strength has reached the level of transformation. As the master of Huajin, Yifei's strength is beyond doubt. Although he didn't make a move after becoming the master of the transformation realm, he had never fought against other people. But Yifei's strength is beyond doubt. The question is strong. The great master of transformation realm is like a fish leaping over a dragon gate, and his strength is completely higher than that of the past. The Yellow Emperor's internal classic is powerful, but it also allows Yifei to have a subtle strength after becoming the master of the realm of transformation. Progress. That is right, although this progress is extremely subtle, even negligible, Yifei is still progressing. You know, after the strength reaches the master, any small progress is extremely difficult, it can even be said. It is harder to make progress, and it is almost impossible. After all, the master of transformation is basically the apex of martial arts, although there are also legends of higher levels than masters of martial arts. World, but that is also illusory, and Yifei now feels a little progress. The corner of Yifei's mouth showed a color of surprise. He clenched his fists, felt his strength increase, and felt very relaxed. Loose and happy, the Yellow Emperor's internal classic seems to be a bit like the Yi Jin Jing and Chang Sheng Ju in martial arts novels. Enhance people's aptitude and improve their physique. Seeing that Musijin was already asleep, Yifei began to study the Wangdi Neijing. Yellow Emperor's internal classic is indeed extraordinary. This is only the effect of Yifei's practice alone, if Musijin cooperates. Gee, the picture is too beautiful to watch. Yifei's heart was immediately moved. And Yifei also confirmed that the Yellow Emperor's internal classic can indeed improve physical fitness and even make people go further. For Yifei, this is of course a happy event. Similarly, Yifei thought of Ling Xian. It seems that the Yellow Emperor's internal classic can really improve Ling Xian's congenital shortcomings. Yifei actually observed Ling Xian at that time. Ling Xian was extremely deficient in Qian blood, congenital insufficiency, and severe internal damage. According to Yifei, looking at Ling Xian's face and observing Ling Xian's breathing and complexion are enough to judge that Ling Xian is indeed a chronically ill person. Yifei squinted slightly. Although he is unwilling to take advantage of others, Yifei is the only one who is proficient in the world today. The Yellow Emperor's internal classic. It is obviously impossible for Yifei to share the Yellow Emperor's internal classic because Yifei is not that noble. Therefore, it seems that the only way to solve this problem is to start with Yifei and Ling Xian. How to deal with this matter? Yifei's attitude is still second, it still depends on Ling Xian. Zero seek fresh, flower. Yifei smiled faintly, he didn't bother to worry about it, there must be a way to the mountain, not to mention that Yifei is a piece of land now. Smooth. After knowing the many functions of the Yellow Emperor's internal classic, Yifei felt more confident in his heart. By Jing, Yifei now has a lot of cards. One more thing is Li Yunfeng. Yifei certainly will not forget the existence of Li Yunfeng. Li Yunfeng is Yifei's biggest opponent anyway. As one of the leaders of the overseas Hongmen, Li Yunfeng has great power, and he is also the master of the realm of transformation with extraordinary strength. Yifei killed Fu Hongyu last time, and he definitely annoyed Li Yunfeng. The two sides must have a head-on conflict next time. After all, Fu Hongyu is Li Yunfeng's proud disciple, although Fu Hongyu is not Li Yunfeng's direct disciple, but halfway. After all, Fu Hongyu is a master of inner strength after a monk, and there are not many such top masters around Li Yunfeng. Fu Hongyu was easily killed by Yifei, which is tantamount to hitting Li Yunfeng in the face. Li Yunfeng will never give up, so what Yifei will face next is Li Yunfeng's counterattack. Although Li Yunfeng is far abroad, he is always ready to go back to China, and Li Yunfeng is in China. The power is also extremely large, no weaker than some top giants. It is said that Li Yunfeng also has an alliance with a top giant. Yifei narrowed his eyes. If Yifei had just encountered Li Yunfeng when he was crossing, it might be really a bit of trouble. Bai Jing and Li Yunfeng are much more difficult to deal with than Chen Luo. But now, Yifei is not afraid. Chapter 297 War Moment. The night passed. Early the next morning, Yifei got up early. In fact, Yifei didn't sleep much last night, because he had been studying the Yellow Emperor's internal classic with good results. When Yifei studied the Wangdi Neijing, he found that he was in good spirits and was not sleepy at all. This may be one of the benefits brought by the Wangdi Neijing, which made Yifei's mental state very good, always in sober state. After Yifei got up early, he found that the pillow next to him was still asleep. I saw Musician blushing, her blush spreading, leaning against Yifei, the corners of her mouth seemed to rise slightly. Cocked, revealing a slight smile. Musician was in such a state, so beautiful that Yifei looked admiring. Yifei couldn't help but smile when he could appreciate Musician as such beautiful appearance, and then quietly drew it from the quilt. Come out. Yifei and Musician tossed for a long time all night. Yifei finally had a good time. In fact, whether it was Su Qingzu or Luo Weiyu, the physique of these women was far inferior to Musician after all. After all, Musician is a master of inner strength, she is by no means comparable to the other women around Yifei, her body is very different from ordinary people. Dongren, Su Qingzu, Luo Weiyu, Bai Ruoxi and other women are just ordinary people in physique. How can they cope with Yifei? The horror almost abnormal physical quality, especially after Yifei reached the master of transformation, it was even more different. In the future, relying on the Yellow Emperor's internal classic, I don't know if it can change the physical quality of Su Qingzu and Bai Ruoxi. Yifei secretly said. Yifei shrugged, thinking like this, he quietly left the room and went to the kitchen to make breakfast. Of course, Yifei's cooking skills needless to say. Although this meal's breakfast is just a simple beef noodles, it has a carefully prepared sauce. Juice is the protagonist, with soft-boiled eggs and vegetables as a side dish, it also has the feeling of Laoyan fried noodles. As soon as Yifei made the noodles, he saw Musician get up. After Musician got up, she immediately smelled the delicate fragrance floating from the kitchen. The fragrance was overflowing and let her eat. Want to open up. Musician wore Yifei's pajamas, which looked a bit wide, and the neckline showed a piece of white Jeryu skin, smooth and clean. Delicate, like suet. Musician looked at Yifei, she blinked her eyes crooked with a smile. Musician especially yearned for this scene. That is when she just woke up to sleep, she saw that her beloved had already made breakfast, and then the two of them had breakfast together. The feeling of being happy and happy is exceptionally beautiful. What are you looking at? Hurry up and wash and eat, Yifei said with a smile looking at Musician. Although Musician has just gotten up and has not been freshened up, her appearance is still as high as ever. After all, Musician has never been. They don't need makeup, and they always face everyone with a bare-faced posture. Musician showed a faint smile, she said okay, then I will wash first. Musician went to the bathroom. She wanted to wash but suddenly found that she did not have her own toothbrush and towel. Musician picked up Yifei's toothbrush and began to brush his teeth. Well, there is still his taste on this. Musician actually has a slight habit of cleanliness, and has always been a little repulsive of things that others have used, but she is a little bit. The toothbrush that Yifei had used is also not excluded. It stands to reason that this kind of thing is very personal. With Yifei's toothbrush, she was in a good mood and humming a song. Yifei also heard the song Musician sang in the room, it was the song meaning. Yifei's song to Lu Lingjun. Song. Even people like Musician who don't pay much attention to the song will hum a few words of meaning, it is conceivable that this song is now. How hot it is. Yifei thought of Luo Weiyu and seemed to like this song, and it seemed that the classic would be loved by others. After Musician washed and rinsed, he put the toothbrush back into Yifei's cup, the pear vortex on the side of his face was shallow, and his smile was sweet. Musician looked. Looking at Yifei's toothbrush, I thought to myself I can secretly use Yifei's toothbrush a few more times in the future. After finishing washing, Musician tied her hair into a ponytail, walked to Yifei's side, sat down, and started eating breakfast. Just after taking 2 bites, Musician widened his eyes slightly and said, it is really delicious, no matter how you do it. I don't want to ask any more. Musician felt surprised, but also felt that she had no talent for cooking. The two happily finished their breakfast. Musician seemed to suddenly remember something, and couldn't help asking how many times are you now? Clicked. 9 o'clock, what is the matter? Yifei answered naturally. Hearing what Yifei said, Musician was slightly startled, a little annoyed. It is actually 9 o'clock. What is wrong? I am going to guide the military members to martial arts today. Musician was embarrassed with a bitter face and a reddish cheek. It was 9 o'clock in a blink, and it was too late. I blame Yifei last night. Musician remembered the scene last night, his face was getting redder, and he glared at Yifei slightly. Yifei said it is definitely too late now, or let us ask for leave today. It can only be this way. Musician decided to be lazy and whispered, fortunately, I am now a martial arts instructor, the position is not the same. Restricted as before, otherwise, it is not easy to ask for leave. Yifei nodded slightly and blinked, it just happened that we had too much exercise last night, so we have the right to rest today. Musician's face turned red again when she heard the words overexertion. She knew what Yifei meant. Musician had already made up her mind to ask for leave, but she relaxed and said to Yifei, then you can come and guide me today. Forget about martial arts training, it just so happens that I also want to learn how great the master of Wuxing is. Musician is still very interested in Wushu. Are you sure you can stand it? Yifei glanced under Musician. Musician took a sip, and his cheek suddenly blushed, like a peach and plum. This bad guy. Musician trails it as just a small range of martial arts gestures, not strenuous exercise, it is okay. That is fine, no problem. Yifei agreed. Chapter 298 Practicing the Yellow Emperor's Internal Classic. Yifei agreed. After eating, he and Musician were in the gym upstairs to Yifei's exercise room. After Yifei reached the realm of the Realm Master, his strength had already advanced by leaps and bounds. Yifei has not yet played against anyone after reaching the Master of Transformation. This time he and Musician are only tentative in their strokes. Yifei's fight, but it was also Yifei's first confrontation with people after he became the Master of the Realm of Transformation. Yifei also discovered how terrifying his strength was at this time. After reaching the Master of the Realm of Transformation, it is indeed completely powerful on another level. Yifei's 5 senses and spiritual consciousness have been fully improved, and all aspects of strength have reached another level, becoming extremely strong. Big. Musician's punch and kick, if it were seen by others, must be as fast as lightning and thunderous. But in Yifei's eyes, it is like a slow-motion playback. Yifei can easily see through every movement of Musician. Details, that is an extremely mysterious realm and feeling. At the same time, Yifei easily coped with it, backhanded back, and still had enough energy to attack Musician's weakest point. This time, Musician has fallen into a disadvantage. I have to say that Yifei's strength growth is indeed terrifying. After coming down several times, when Musician saw Yifei's strength, she couldn't help but exclaim, and at the same time whispered. If you don't fight, I found out, the Realm Master is really powerful. Musician completely gave up the move with Yifei. Because Musician found that no matter how she did it, Yifei seemed to be able to predict in advance, and she couldn't even take advantage of it. Any cheap. The gap between the two also made Musician realize Yifei's greatness. Sure enough, after reaching the Master, it is another realm, which is like a fish leaping over a dragon gate. There is indeed a big difference. Previously, when Yifei and Musician fought, the two could still clash with each other back and forth, and it can even be said that Musician was not too small. The winning percentage. But now, Musician found that he was deeply frustrated and had no chance to deal with Yifei. Seeing Yifei's red lips pursing slightly, Yifei's cute look made Yifei smile unavoidably. He said Zijin, or change me. To teach you. After Yifei reached the master of transformation, his vision was naturally completely different. He is absolutely capable of doing Mu Zijin as martial arts. Teacher. Hearing this, Mu Zijin agreed, it's okay, you can teach me to try. That's okay. Yifei is now hand in hand to teach Mu Zijin some problems in martial arts skills. Yifei's strength is diligent. The changes in the Dine Jing have given Yifei a deeper understanding of martial arts. Yifei taught Mu Zijin, and Mu Zijin also made some moves in martial arts changes in accordance with Yifei's instructions. Change. In a short period of time, Mu Zijin felt his progress. The only thing that was not good was that when Yifei pointed Mu Zijin, physical contact was of course indispensable. Mu Zijin. He and Yifei first tasted the sex, both of them have a bit of meditation, especially Mu Zijin, his face is red and his eyes are watery. Wang S. Moreover, Yifei even deliberately teased Mu Zijin's taste, making Mu Zijin look at Yifei's face even more blush. Noting the blush on Mu Zijin's face, Yifei smiled and blinked, and said, actually, I still have a secret I want to tell. You. What is the secret? Mu Zijin suddenly became interested and blinked. Yifei said you also know that my medical skills are good. N. Mu Zijin slightly points agree. Yifei's medical skills are more than good, but Yifei's medical skills, I am afraid. Looking at Zanhuang Guo, is second only to the supernatural Dr. Wu. Yifei smiled and said, my medical inheritance actually comes from a strange book called the Yellow Emperor's Internal Classic. You should have heard of the Yellow Emperor's Internal Classic. Mu Zijin blinked his eyes, feeling even more a little bit incredible. Could it be that what Yifei said was the legendary Yellow Emperor's Internal Classic? Isn't that just something from myths and legends? It actually exists. Mu Zijin felt as if he had misheard. Yifei seemed to see through Mu Zijin's mind, and smiled. Yes, you heard it right, it is the Huang Dine Jing. There is such a thing in this world. Mu Zijin still found it incredible, but when I thought about it, it was also slightly. Understand. After all, neither Yifei nor Wu's medical skills can be estimated by common sense, and they are indeed not like ordinary medical skills, or maybe there are many unknowns in this world. Just like Mu Zijin, these martial arts masters, is it not an unknown number in the eyes of ordinary people? Yifei whispered a few words beside Mu Zijin, and said the Yellow Emperor's Internal Classic records a method for male and female practitioners. It can strengthen the body, refine the spirit, improve the physique, and is very effective for learning martial arts. Yifei didn't conceal too much, and told Mu Zijin some of the secrets of the Yellow Emperor's Internal Classic. After all, this is a method that requires male and female practitioners, and Mu Zijin wouldn't be able to hide it at that time. What is more, Mu Zijin is Yifei's woman, and she is completely trustworthy. You are 60. Mu Zijin thought for a while, and then understood again. It is just that Mu Zijin's face is even redder. She seems to feel a fire burning on her face, and her face is flushed and full. Face flushed. Yifei's hint was already very obvious. I think we might as well try it, Yifei whispered in Mu Zijin's ear. I'll talk about it in the evening. Mu Zijin bit his mouth, felt the heat that Yifei exhaled, and whispered. Mu Zijin's meaning couldn't be more obvious. With Mu Zijin's answer, Yifei was immediately delighted. Of course, the cultivation of the Yellow Emperor's Internal Classic requires both men and women. Of course, the best training target was Mu Zijin beside Yifei. After all, Mu Zijin has a martial arts foundation, and Mu Zijin's martial arts foundation is not low. The Xuanlong country martial arts world is also a well-deserved master. Chapter 299. Ling Xian comes to visit. Night. Yifei and Mu Zijin were involved in the Yellow Emperor's Internal Classic. At this time, Yifei practiced the Wang Dine Jing for the second time, and he was already familiar with it. It is just that Mu Zijin doesn't know much about the cultivation methods of Wang Dine Jing and has no medical foundation, so he understands acupuncture points and meridians. It is not too much. Fortunately, Mu Zijin had studied martial arts, and he still knew a little bit, and under the guidance of Yifei, he mastered the essentials. Under the guidance of Yifei, Mu Zijin reluctantly began to practice the Yellow Emperor's Internal Classic. I have to say that Mu Zijin's cultivation of the Yellow Emperor's Internal Classic was still very fast under the guidance of Yifei. The inner strength of the two of them circulates through the meridians in the body. The Wang Dine Jing feels very smooth in the practice, and the true chi runs as if. Tiancheng, especially the feeling between the two is extremely subtle. Soon, a practice was over. Mu Zijin slowly opened his eyes. Her eyes are bright, and her eyes are flowing, like on water. Zijin, how do you feel? Yifei asked with a smile. Mu Zijin whispered towards Yifei, I feel very good, very comfortable, and the strength seems to be so uniform. The weak growth of silk is already hard to come by. Mu Zijin felt very miraculous when he first came into contact with the practice of the Yellow Emperor's Classic of Internal Medicine. The two of them practiced all night, but they were not sleepy at all. On the contrary, they were physically comfortable and energetic, which is very rare. Yifei smirked, jokingly said, yeah, I only practiced for one night. If I practice every day, I feel even more different. Mu Zijin gave Yifei a pretty eye. However, she is obviously in a very good mood, especially after getting closer to Yifei. Mu Zijin is getting closer and closer. The more I like this feeling. She felt that it was done in a short while, and the time with Yifei always passed by quickly. I have to go to the barracks today, so I can ask for 2 consecutive days off. Mu Zijin whispered. Not in a hurry, it is only 6 o'clock now, there is still time. Yifei smiled, he hugged Mu Zijin directly, holding Mu Zijin. Slender and soft waist, a long time. Only then did Mu Zijin get up slowly, with unruly hair and rosy cheeks, but with an amazing beauty. When the girl turns into a woman, the charm exuded between her gestures is even more different. Before that, Yifei Jiji believed that Mu Zijin, by Ruoxi, and concubine Ningyu should be considered in terms of appearance alone. Comparable, but the reason why concubine Ningyu is regarded by Yifei as a very beautiful woman is because concubine Ningyu is not only attractive in appearance. The country is allure, and the temperament is more feminine, there is an indescribable charm, even charm. Confused, concubine Ningyu is a natural stunner. As for Mu Zijin, when she completes her transformation from a girl to a woman, she is also more attractive and more feminine. It is human. Although the temperament in this aspect is not as good as that of concubine Ningyu, there is also another completely different style. The two do not. Sample. Yifei also noticed Mu Zijin's changes, and couldn't help but smile knowingly. It is very interesting to personally make a woman more perfect. Mu Zijin was about to leave Yifei's villa to go to the barracks. Before leaving, Mu Zijin seemed to have thought of something and whispered to Yi. Flying Road, actually, I think you can go to the barracks to be an instructor just like me. With your current strength, I am afraid that many. The troops want to beg you. Yifei heard Mu Zijin say this, his heart moved, and said, actually, you can consider it. As the master of transformation, once Yifei enters the army, his status will be completely different. The treatment of the master of the world is absolutely far beyond imagination. This will also be very beneficial to Yifei. Mu Zijin's suggestion is indeed very good. At the same time, Musician also replied recently, the Dragon Force seems to be looking for martial arts instructors. The Dragon Force is one of the 4 largest in China. One of the special forces, if you are interested, maybe you can really make it. Dragon Troops. Of course, Yi Fei had also heard of the name of the Dragon Troop. This was indeed one of the ace troops of the Xuanwang Kingdom, and it was very famous. It is said that Xuanwang Kingdom has 4 mysterious special forces, and Zhaolong is one of them. Yi Fei said this seems to be an opportunity. Yi Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. In fact, he thought of the original book. In the book The King of Soldiers in Wadu, the protagonist Li Yunfeng is the instructor of the Dragon Troops and has since become glorious. Road, this is a very important opportunity for Li Yunfeng. Yi Fei heard Musician say this again and suddenly knew he couldn't miss it. Well, if you're really interested, I'll help you ask. Musician smiled. Alright, Yi Fei nodded and agreed. Then it has settled, I'll go first. Musician kissed Yi Fei's face before leaving with a smile. Watching Musician's slender back, Yi Fei smiled knowingly and some recollection of last night's practice the Yellow Emperor's internal classics. Musician left, and Yi Fei had nothing to do for the time being, and he was not in a hurry to go to Brilliant Entertainment or ES Pharmaceutical Group. At this moment, Yi Fei heard the doorbell. At the same time, the housekeeper Ji Yun'er came up to Yi Fei and said, Master, there's a visitor, saying that he is here to visit you. Yi Fei felt a little strange. Ji Yun'er didn't seem to know the person. Yi Fei let people come in first, and only then discovered that it was the genius Dr. Wu and Lingxian. The two actually made a special trip of promise to find Yi Fei. Yi Fei only rejected God Dr. Wu and Lingxian 2 days ago. Why did this happen again? Yi Fei was a little puzzled. Although it is winter, Wu Shengyi is physically strong. As the master of the transformation, he wears very simple clothes, just a burlap. Clothes, even cloth shoes on the feet. Lingxian was wrapped tightly, her complexion was still slightly pale, but she had a kind of soft beauty, especially. Those eyes seemed to be able to speak, staring at Yi Fei, she seemed to know something. Chapter 300 You can try. Dr. Wu brought Lingxian to visit Yi Fei. To Yi Fei, these 2 people were uninvited guests. Facing the genius Dr. Wu with Lingxian, Yi Fei showed a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, saying unexpectedly, it turned out to be the 2 of you. You are here, please take a seat. Yun'er, you make tea for the genius Dr. Wu and Miss Ling. Yes, Ji Yun'er, the housekeeper, happily went to make tea. In a short while, Ji Yun'er came up with the best Westlake Longjing. This is the best Mingqian Longjing, and the tea soup is clear. The color is more translucent. Dr. Wu and Lingxian sat on the sofa. Dr. Wu first tasted a sip of Longjing tea, and then he slowly said Yi Gongzi. I came here this time because I wanted to apologize to you formally. As he said, Dr. Wu slowly got up and said I have thoroughly investigated it clearly, it is indeed him that is the dispute between you and mine. The fault comes first. Dr. Wu is still very reasonable. He has thoroughly investigated what happened this time and finally found the conclusions and results. The end result is that for the dispute between Yi Fei and Chen Luo does have the main responsibility. Moreover, 013 made the Dr. Wu feel even more ashamed. In order to retaliate against Yi Fei, Chen Luo even implicated the innocent people. Ordinary people. For example, in that arson case, hundreds of people were involved and several of them died. Dr. Wu himself has always adhered to the idea of curing diseases and saving people, and he is extremely disgusted with Chen Luo's actions. Moreover, what makes Dr. Wu more uncomfortable is that some old friends such as Su Xiaoping also confirmed to him Chen Luo's true face, including Lei. The old man is not willing to see the Dr. Wu now, and the old friends of the past are also grieved with each other. Dr. Wu couldn't help sighing. Dr. Wu said, young Master Yi, the root cause of my careless apprenticeship actually lies with me. Hey, Dr. Wu is serious. Sighed. He really taught Chen Luo carefully. He thought that after he was taught, Chen Luo would become a famous doctor like him. Not to mention hanging pots to help the world, thousands of families give birth to Buddhas. But at least it can cure diseases and save people. But who would have thought that Chen Luo Jingbrand looks like this? Dr. Wu sighed. He was naturally disappointed in Chen Luo BBBC. I thought Chen Luo would be his successor. I thought Chen Luo could inherit his mantle, but in the end it turned out. Dr. Wu apologized to Yi Fei. This is the second time that Dr. Wu apologized to Yi Fei. Seeing that Dr. Wu's attitude was so austere, Yi Fei smiled and waved his hand and said, Dr. Wu is not welcome, this time you and I. You all know that it is not your fault. The genius Dr. Wu came to me today. I am afraid it is not just as simple as telling me, right? Yi Fei is straightforward and lazy. Gotta talk nonsense. The genius Dr. Wu Zheng nodded his head and said it is true. I actually want to tell you one more thing. I hope you can do something with Yi Gongzi. Help each other, do your best to save my apprentice. Dr. Wu sighed and said Chen Luo is dead. That evil disciple will always be my close disciple. If he is dead, this world. If there is no direct disciple of mine, my line will be cut off. Now my only hope is my apprentice. The supernatural Dr. Wu looked at Lingxian and said this girl has been suffering since childhood, but she is kind by nature and has a high medical talent. She is the best candidate to inherit my mantle unless she is seriously ill. With feelings and reason, I also asked Mr. Yi to help, which can save her life. Dr. Wu slowly spoke. Yi Fei heard that Dr. Wu said, then looked at Lingxian. I only saw Lingxian's face pale, but there was a kind of tender and morbid beauty. Yi Fei frowned slightly and said Mr. Wu, it is not that I don't help you. You also know very well about Miss Ling's condition. It can be cured, but the method of treatment is a bit special. Last time, Yi Fei had already told the Dr. Wu how to consolidate the essence of the Yellow Emperor's internal classic and make up for the innate deficiencies. Dr. Wu should be very clear. He actually came to Yi Fei again now. Dr. Wu coughed lightly and looked rather embarrassed. And the pretty face of Lingxian next to it is also climbing up, wipe it out. Feeling blush, Lingxian had apparently learned the treatment method from the genius Dr. Wu. When Lingxian learned of this method, she had mixed feelings in her heart, and she couldn't tell what it was like. In fact, in order to recover from illnesses, Lingxian has not been out of the door for many years, eating various supplements. Mind calmly, she has never experienced the life and appearance that a normal woman should have. In fact, she had no hope of having a relationship in her heart, but her childhood illness made her thoughts become one in her heart. Nothing more than a small wish, it is impossible to realize it at all. And after getting in touch with Yi Fei, Lingxian actually couldn't say how much she liked Yi Fei, but in her heart, she liked Yi Fei. Is very curious. In terms of medical skills, Yi Fei is even comparable to Wu Shengyi, and he has the inheritance of Wang Yunajing. Regarding martial arts strength, although Yi Fei only showed the tip of the iceberg that day, the master was helpless to him, enough to prove. It shows that he is powerful, and he also killed his nominal brother Chen Luo. All of this made Lingxian very curious about Yi Fei, thinking that Yi Fei was simply a mystery. What is there to say? Don't be curious about a man, otherwise this is the beginning of your fall. Lingxian bit her mouth and did not speak. But God Dr. Wu said, young Master Yi, I don't know if your Suzaku fire needle can try Shi Yun's condition has been tried many times. Now the condition has been greatly relieved. If Yi Gangzi's Suzaku fire needle can be effective, maybe Yu Danti need Huang Dinei. The method in the classics. The genius doctor Wu wanted Yifei to try the Suzaku fire needle. Yifei glanced at Ling Xian and said in deep thought, I can try. In fact, Yifei knew the result very well, and the doctor Wu should also know the approximate result. How can Ling Xian's condition be cured so easily? In the end, there is probably only one way, and that is to rely on the Huang Dinei Jing. Chapter 301 Admiration. As top genius doctors, both Yifei and Wu know this well. That is, even if Yifei used the Zukui fire needle, it might not be able to save Ling Xian. Even the supernatural doctor Wu had no hope for this, he just wanted Yifei to come into contact with Ling Xian. If it has two people to be able to rejoice in love, then using the Huang Dinei Jing is a matter of course. That is what the wise Dr. Wu planned. Although Wu's genius doctor is old-fashioned, but his life is close to the sky, Ling Xian's congenital shortcomings may only rely on the Yellow Emperor's internal classic. To make up, this is also the result of the review of multiple documents by the wise Dr. Wu. Yifei looked at the genius Dr. Hao next to him, and he said, well, I will try my best. Okay, please. Dr. Wu said Yi Gangzi is really kind, and I blamed Yi Gangzi for the old man before. Yifei shook his head, and then asked Ms. Ling to follow me into the room. Yifei looked calm. Good. Although Ling Xian's face was reddened and a little embarrassed, she still agreed. Yifei and Ling Xian arrived in the room. At this moment, the genius Dr. Wu watched Ling Xian and Yifei enter the room, and the genius Dr. Wu was waiting outside, not anxious. Yifei and Ling Xian arrived in the bedroom. Knowing that Ling Xian was afraid of the cold, Yifei closed the doors and windows. Yifei's thoughtful behavior made Ling Xian's heart slightly startled. Immediately afterwards, Yifei said to Ling Xian, Ms. Ling, take off your coat, then sit down and I will check your pulse. Yifei still needs to determine what Ling Xian's condition is. Ling Xian nodded slightly. She sat on the edge of the bed, stretched out her slender hand to get Yifei's pulse. Yifei cut the pulse for Ling Xian's diagnosis. In fact, Yifei didn't understand Ling Xian's physical condition. He diagnosed Ling Xian's pulse and saw Ling Xian's pulse. Faintly, Yifei also noticed some of these things. Ling Xian's physical condition is indeed not good. According to the current situation, Ling Xian's physical condition can be said to last no more than 2 years. Her vitality and body are very good. Weak, and it is weak to the extreme. Every cold winter is extremely difficult for Ling Xian. Yifei saw Ling Xian's pale complexion, only her agile eyes reflected her shadow. Yifei sighed and said, Miss Ling, your physical condition is indeed not optimistic. If it weren't for the Dr. Wu to treat you. You were afraid. Yifei didn't say much, but the meaning was already very clear. Ling Xian nodded slightly, she bit her lip, and whispered I know. Ling Xian knows her current situation very well. Ling Xian's current situation is like this, her body is extremely weak, and she is even coughing up blood these days. If it weren't for Wu Shen. The doctor insisted on conditioning her body, but she was afraid that Ling Xian would not be able to stand it long. Yifei said indifferently, then I will use acupuncture and moxibustion to help you treat it first. If you are lying on your stomach, I will use the Suzaku fire needle first. Yifei said. He took out the silver needle with a serious and meticulous attitude. As a doctor, Yifei's attitude was absolutely serious, with no distractions. He disinfected the silver needles and took them again. Towels and hot water are prepared for Ling Xian's acupuncture. Ling Xian nodded slightly, her face was slightly red, she took off her coat, and then lay on the bed, revealing a piece of fragrant shoulders and snow. Skin, let Yifei acupuncture. Yifei's acupuncture techniques and acupoints are different from those of Wu Shenyi. This is also the mystery of Suzaku fire needle. After all, the Zuk fire needle is the legendary acupuncture method. Yifei uses the Zuk fire needle to find the key acupoints and meridians. Pinching the needle with a slight shock, it pierced into the acupuncture tract. Ling Xian's body trembled slightly, only to feel the heat all over her body. A hot air came out of the judging point, and Yifei pierced it with this needle. It is her shoulder well. Yifei's acupuncture technique is very special. His acupuncture technique is very mysterious, it looks completely different from other acupuncture techniques, and the Suzaku fire needle is better. The use of qi fusion, that is, the control of qi, gave Ling Xian a subtle change in her body. In a short period of time, Ling Xian felt that her whole body was too warm. Ling Xian's physique is yin deficiency and chills, and she is very afraid of cold. And Yifei's vermilion bird fire needle can restrain Ling Xian's physique, because Yifei's vermilion bird fire needle is a fire attribute, press. According to Chinese medicine, it is full of yang. Therefore, Yifei's vermilion bird fire needle is definitely an excellent treatment for Ling Xian. If it is about prescribing prescriptions and medical experience, Yifei may not be as good as Wu's doctor. But when it comes to acupuncture and moxibustion, Yifei, who is proficient in the Yellow Emperor's internal classic, thinks that he is not inferior to the supernatural Dr. Wu, and he can even have it. Pass it. The Zuk fire needle in Yifei improved Ling Xian's body. Although it was only a slight modification, it also made Ling Xian feel. It's incredible. Next, Yifei used the Zuk fire needle to pierce other acupuncture points on Ling Xian's body with great precision. The acupoints that Yifei pierced with Zuk fire needles were all some of the Guanzhou acupoints that are important to the human body. Soon, Ling Xian's back. At least 10 needles have already been needled by Yifei. Immediately afterwards, Yifei also used other methods to cooperate. Gradually, Ling Xian felt a warm feeling rising from her, and Ling Xian felt it immediately. Here comes the warmth. This heat made Ling Xian's cold hands and feet seem to have a touch of warmth. After about half an hour of acupuncture and moxibustion, Yifei pulled out the silver needles from Ling Xian's body one by one, and asked with a smile, Miss Ling, you. How does it feel? Ling Xian raised her head, her cheeks were slightly red. The contact with Yifei just now was actually very private, even the supernatural Dr. Wu did not treated her in this way. Ling Xian put on her clothes in a panic, covering her fair and beautiful skin. Because Ling Xian is indoors all the year round, Ling Xian's skin is astonishingly white, and it is almost as clear as jade. Divide people. Ling Xian put on her coat. She whispered in surprise, Yi Gangzi, your acupuncture skills are very powerful, even if it is my master's needle. The moxibustion technique didn't give me such a feeling, I don't think I am so cold anymore. Ling Xian's face showed a sincere admiration. Chapter 302. Ling Xian was impressed by Yifei's acupuncture technique. In Ling Xian's eyes, Yifei's acupuncture technique is not even inferior to that of Master Wu, and even more powerful than her master, Master Wu. Ling Xian now only feels that her whole body is warm, there's an indescribable comfort, like soaking in a hot spring. Or the feeling of a hot bath. Ling Xian's complexion was also slightly ruddy. Of course, this is only acupuncture and moxibustion. Of course, Yifei's treatment speed can be so fast, but it has some results. Yifei said earnestly, if your physique needs to be recuperated, it will take a long time and it will depend on your current body. In fact, even if I use Suzaku Fire Needle to help you recuperate every day, it will at most help you increase your life expectancy by 3 to 5 years. Yifei is telling the truth. He doesn't talk to Ling S2, 3 poems about those imaginary things. With Ling Xian's illness, it is meaningless to hide her, even Ling Xian knows her current situation. Condition. When Ling Xian heard this, she also nodded slightly, and said in a low voice, I know, Yi Gongzi, in fact, I already thank you very much. NS. Since I was born, I have almost lost my life. When I was a child, I was seriously ill several times. By now, I am very satisfied. I live another 3 to 5 years, and speaking of it, I still make a profit. Ling Xian showed a sweet smile. Her smile is clean and she is strong. In fact, Yifei admired Ling Xian a little bit. Ling Xian is different from Luo Weiyu's injury caused by an accident. Ling Xian has been told that her body frail, and even life-threatening at any time. And Ling Xian herself, let alone, Ling Xian is always on the verge of life and death. When she was young, Ling Xian often caught colds and fevers. A small cold and fever, her physique, is like a big field. Illness. Every time she recovers from the illness, she has a kind of rejoicing that she has survived the rest of her life, and sometimes she can't even believe that she will survive. Ling Xian wandered on the edge of life and death several times, but finally survived fortunately. It can be said that this girl is not easy. If ordinary people become like Ling Xian, they will either give up abandoning themselves a long time ago, or wash their faces with tears, lamenting the lack of life. Male. But Ling Xian survived and persisted to this day. Even the magical Dr. Wu sometimes feels that Ling Xian can survive to this day because the Ling family has searched for famous doctors and precious medicinal materials. Ling Xian must be cured without interest in money. It is because Ling Xian herself is the result of being strong and optimistic, fighting with death. It can be said that Ling Xian itself is a miracle. Yifei also admired girls like Ling Xian. Yifei smiled and said, it is good if you have such a mentality. Maybe your illness really has the hope of being cured. Don't be stressed either. Yifei simply comforted Ling Xian with a few words. Ling Xian nodded slightly. She suddenly raised her head, her bright eyes looked at Yifei, and whispered, Yi Gong. The Huangdi Na Jing you mentioned can consolidate my roots and make up for my congenital deficiencies, but it must be a practitioner of both men and women. Is that true? Ling Xian asked directly. Yifei was slightly startled when he heard the words. He looked at Ling Xian and said, well, it is true, but this is also compelling. The next strategy. Ling Xian lowered her neck, her cheeks were slightly red, and said, I also know that I haven't been in love yet. I haven't been in love yet. Yifei caught a glimpse of Ling Xian, and saw her blushing cheeks, her cheeks rosy, her eyes shining brightly. The sound is very light, soft and soft. It can be seen that Ling Xian is yearning for love. Also, who is a girl of Ling Xian's age who doesn't yearn for love? Yifei couldn't help laughing, and said nothing. Yi Gong. Yep. Master Yi, have you ever been in love? Ling Xian couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Yifei smiled and said, of course. Yifei thinks of the girls around him, each of them is so unique and special, and each of them is unique and charming, so that Yifei. Indulge in it. Musician, by Ruoxi, Luo Weiyu, Wu Lingyun, Su Qingzu. Yifei's decisive answer made Ling Xian a little startled. She couldn't tell what it was like in her heart, she seemed to be relieved. I feel a bit disappointed again. Ling Xian asked in a low voice, what is it like to fall in love actually? I haven't really liked someone since I was a child. So I would love to know. With Ling Xian's beauty, there should be no shortage of excellent opposite pursuits around him. But firstly, Ling Xian stays at home all year round, and there are few opportunities to contact the opposite sex. Secondly, most of the men around Ling Xian. Everyone knows Ling Xian's illness, and she is staying away from her. Therefore, Ling Xian is blank in terms of emotions. Yifei suddenly laughed when Ling Xian asked such a question. Yifei thought for a while, and finally replied seriously, I think falling in love is like when you think of a person. The corners of your mouth are raised unconsciously, and when you like someone, you will always remember the bits and pieces of getting along with him. My heart beats faster and I feel good. Hearing Yifei's words, Ling Xian's eyes flowed brightly, and she seemed to be even more yearning and curious about this matter. The less she has experienced it, the more she wants to try. Hearing Yifei's words, Ling Xian suddenly raised her head, slightly regretful, and boldly said, I don't think I will. I have a chance to know what it is like. Ling Xian raised her face, staring at Yifei, and said, I don't know if I can ask you to help me. I want to try, love to the end. What it feels like. What do you mean by 5.1? Yifei frowned slightly. Ling Xian's meaning couldn't be more obvious. Does this mean to be a couple with him? And it is not the kind of pretending couple, it is really falling in love. Yifei looked at Ling Xian in front of him, and didn't understand her brain circuit. Chapter 303 Yifei is going against the sky. Yifei laughed dumbfounded when Ling Xian said so, indeed he didn't understand Ling Xian's brain circuits. Yifei shrugged and said, are you sure? Ling Xian blinked. What, Kintia, are you afraid that your girlfriend next to you will be jealous? Yifei looked at Ling Xian and asked faintly, which girlfriend do you mean? Ling Xian suddenly opened her mouth wide, and looked at Yifei in a little astonishment. She was very cute and surprised. You mean? Yifei nodded calmly, yes, I have more than one girlfriend. Ling Xian was stunned, but thinking about Yifei's identity and appearance, and seeing that he is proficient in so many abilities, it doesn't seem to be the case. Not acceptable. Yifei looked at Ling Xian and said lightly, so have you thought about it? If you really want to fall in love with me, that is not the case. Simple things, you still have time to regret now. Ling Xian blinked and said, why do you regret it? In fact, I'm even more curious about 11, the other women around you are. What is it like? Well, as you said, I might be alive in a few years, so I might as well leave the rest alone. Think about those things later, and cherish the moment that is true. Hearing Ling Xian's words, Yifei slightly led the way. Ling Xian's condition determines that her perspective on problems will be different from that of normal girls. This is also what Ling Xian said today. The reason for God's remarks. Yifei thought that Ling Xian would have a cute and gentle character like Luo Weiyu. It seems that this girl is more real than he thought. Different. After all, Ling Xian has not lived for a few years. She cares about how many women Yifei has, and what is the point? If there are so many girls who like you, I should say that I have a good vision. Don't you? Ling Xian supported her chin. Whispered. Yifei nodded solemnly when he heard the words, and said, well, this is a good point, you have a good eye. Ling Xian blanked his eyes. If you agree, then let us decide. Yifei smiled. Previous statement, I may be a little busy lately. Not necessarily care about you. Yifei has had a lot of things recently. I am not a medicine god will be released soon. Whether the box office can explode determines the future trend of brilliant entertainment. This is also. Yifei made an important move. After all, Yifei's idea was to build an entertainment empire in the entertainment circle, which was also Yifei's own business. Hearing what Yifei said, Ling Xian said softly, that is okay. I've long been used to being alone. If suddenly too. People may be a little uncomfortable. That is good. Yifei smiled. Then it has settled. Ling Xian was a little excited, as happy as a child, then took Yifei's arm and tried it. Then slowly let go, and whispered, it turns out that it feels like shopping on the TV with a man on the shoulder. This sentence made Yifei sigh. What an ordinary girl has experienced a long time ago, she can only watch it on TV so far. Ling Xian released Yifei's arm, Yifei opened the door and walked out side by side with Ling Xian. When Ling Xian and Yifei walked out, they saw Dr. Wu approaching anxiously. God Dr. Wu looked at Yifei and Ling Xian, and immediately asked with concern, Yi Gongzi, how do you feel about seeing Xian? Dr. Wu was very concerned. After losing the successor of Chen Luo, the Dr. Wu now has only a personal disciple, Ling Xian, who of course treats her very much. Pay attention to, Yifei said truthfully, Mr. Wu, I took the pulse from Ms. Ling just now, and then treated Ms. Ling with the Zook fire needle. The effect is not bad, it can relieve some of her symptoms. About another 3 to 5 years of normal life. Hearing what Yifei said, Dr. Wu muttered to himself, 3 to 5 years are not bad, as long as you live, there's hope. According to Wu Shenyi's speculation, he inferred that Ling Xian could live 2 or 3 years at most by treating Ling Xian with his own means. But Yifei said that for 3 to 5 years, the situation has been much better than he expected. We must know that medicine and science and technology are advancing and developing. As long as people live, there's hope. This is a good sentence. Dr. Wu thought for a while, took a deep breath, and said to Yifei, Master Yi, thank you very much. Dr. Wu was polite, it is just his duty to treat illnesses and save people. Yifei said lightly. Upon seeing this, Wu Shenyi was even more emotional, thinking of Chen Luo and then looking at Yifei. The comparison between the two is like Tianyuan. Do not. The genius Dr. Wu once again turned to Yifei and said, Master Yi, the old man will take his apprentice and leave first. Okay, Yifei sent the genius Dr. Wu and Ling Xian out. God Dr. Wu and Ling Xian left. Before leaving, Ling Xian raised her head slightly, blinked at Yifei, showing a slight smile. The two of them looked at each other with a tacit understanding, and a blush appeared on Ling Xian's cheeks. Yifei was right. In the next few days, Yifei fell into a busy time. First, the first batch of drugs produced by Yifei Pharmaceutical Group was delivered to the military for official use, and the quality of the drugs was inspected 27. 3. The tests and experiments also made the military extremely satisfied. They greatly appreciated the formula and quality of Yifei's medicine. Fly praise is added. Yifei did this, but it was a great thing. Effective treatment with drugs can minimize casualties, which is very critical. In addition, one more thing is that the movie I Am Not the God of Medicine was officially released through national theaters. As soon as the film was released, it showed an explosive trend. On Weibo, major forums, and film review websites, as long as you mention domestic films and recently released films, the first one. This is the movie that arrived. Word of mouth burst. I Am Not the God of Medicine is completely on fire. Not only word of mouth, but at the same time that word of mouth bursts, the box office it brings is also rising. Since the enthusiasm of the poison capsule incident has not disappeared, I'm not the asterisk of medicine cut into the most concerned about ordinary people. Drug problem, so this movie really broke out. Chapter 304 Big Profits. After Yifei got Lin Yufan's laptop, his idea was to build an entertainment empire. The movie currently being shot, and the red-haired Lu Lingyun is Yifei's first move. The result went very well. Lu Lingyun became a hit overnight. He is currently a first-line singer with extremely high popularity. Yifei is very sure, with Lu Lingyun's conditions, her next album will be able to hit the top singers and settle down again. The future diva is just around the corner. Lu Lingyun didn't need to worry about Yifei, after all, she became a queen singer in the original book. In contrast, this time the film results were particularly critical. Under such circumstances, I Am Not the God of Medicine is on fire. The movie The God of Medicine was a classic among the classics in its previous life. It won various movie awards in the year it was first released. Various awards are softened. More than that, the reputation and box office of this movie are double explosions. You should know that in the current market, some popular commercial films are not well recognized, and there are many well recognized films. Literary films, niche films. But the movie I Am Not the God of Medicine is really a big hit, and it makes people extremely surprised. Both the word of mouth and the box office have a good harvest. Especially because of the previous poison capsule incident, many medical problems were exposed to the public, so Yifei's work. I Am Not a Medicine God has attracted more attention. In fact, the reason why Yifei first produced this I Am Not the God of Medicine, he was also ambitious. The story told in I Am Not the God of Medicine is very touching. Pharmaceutical industry, medical insurance and hospitals, etc. series of questions. This film is extremely profound, and even greatly promoted the reform of medicine in the previous life. It can be said that the social significance of this film. Righteousness and value far exceed the average movie. This is not just a matter of making money, it is more of influence. Yifei's eyesight is cunning and precise, and he also let the theaters under the E group play a series of movies, so that this I Am Not the asterisk of medicine. The platoon has the advantage. Yifei's initial plan was that even if this film appeared unacceptable, he would promote it. But the result obviously gave him a big surprise. The filming quality of this film is not much different from the previous life, and it is a high-quality work of high standard. The director and actors were carefully selected by Yifei and finally decided. Yifei has only one requirement, that is, there should be no small meat and traffic stars in the movie that Yifei is about to shoot. Yifei is going to take the boutique route. Facts have proved that Yifei's choice is correct. Sure enough, classics are classics, and the public's aesthetic is consistent. The movie I Am Not the God of Medicine finally sold more than 3 billion at the box office in the previous life. As a low-cost movie, it can have such a terrifying box office, which can be said to have created a box office miracle. Yifei received an excited call from John Minley early in the morning. John Minley called Yifei, excited again and again, and excitedly said, Mr. Yi, I Am Not the God of Medicine is completely popular. That S at the box office on the first day exceeded 200 million yuan. The first day's box office was 200 million. What is this concept? The current film company under Yifei Weiwang Entertainment has the best result ever. The movie I Am Not the God of Medicine broke the historical record of brilliant entertainment. But it is normal to think about it. The performance of I Am Not the God of Medicine in the previous life can also be ranked in the top 10 at the domestic movie box office. Yifei smiled, making money is still a trifle. What I care about is word of mouth. Mr. Yi, I'll take your words. John Mingle smiled bitterly, and only this young man in the country could say such a thing. Is making money a trivial matter? Hey, according to current box office estimates, the profits that will eventually fall into the pockets of Yifei and Yes will start at least 1 billion yuan. He actually said that making money is a trivial matter. However, John Minley quickly said, well, but our reputation has also exploded, arousing discussion among many people, even. So far, it has rushed to the topic hot search discussion list on Weibo and forums. John Minley was very excited, with a feeling of exultation. I Am Not the God of Medicine almost received unanimous praise. The film was packaged in a comedy style and laughed. Tears, many of the lines are even more impressive. On the movie scoring website The Day, the score for I Am Not the **** of Medicine was as high as 9 points, which is already a very high number. Character, if nothing happens, it will be the highest score of domestic movie ratings this year. Well, what are you doing so excited? Yifei chuckled. The next Wandering Planet and Red Sea operation, I hope. Hope can also bring surprises. Yifei said it lightly. John Minley couldn't restrain his excitement. In fact, he received many daoshi from his colleagues early this morning, which shows that everyone is public. I felt that I Am Not the God of Medicine is a good movie, and I feel very excited. In fact, what John Minley doesn't know is that the influence of I Am Not the God of Medicine is far from that. What Yifei values most is the film's promotion of Xuanwangguo's domestic drug management, medical insurance, and medicine reforms. Action use. This is the real influence. On this point alone, this movie will make a strong mark in the history of domestic movies. Yifei hung up John Mingle's phone, only to feel that the things in the past few days have been fulfilled. In the past few days, Yifei has been busy a lot for the release of the movie I Am Not the God of Medicine. Fortunately, it turned out to be full of meaning. Finally, after I was busy for a while, I was accustomed to throwing my hands off the shopkeeper and found that it was really not suitable for me to be in charge. Yifei said to himself. Said a word to himself. At this moment, Yifei's cell phone rang. Yifei saw that it turned out to be Ling Xian's call. After treating Ling Xian last time, Yifei had already exchanged phone numbers with Ling Xian. Miss Ling, do you have something to do with me? Yifei asked with a smile. Hey, some people have agreed to accompany me in a relationship, why haven't they responded for a few days? Ling Xian's soft voice passed. Come, Yifei was suddenly startled. He has been busy with movies these days, but he has forgotten about it. Then I will accompany you today. What do you want to do? Yifei asked with a smile. I want to watch a movie, Ling Xian said decisively. Yifei's heart moved. Wouldn't it be such a coincidence? Chapter 305. A woman blushes, just missing her husband. Hearing Ling Xian's words, Yifei was a little surprised, and he didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. When the movie The God of Medicine was just released, Ling Xian asked to go to the movie. Yifei calmly asked, then which movie do you want to watch? Ling Xian thought about it seriously. I heard that I Am Not the God of Medicine has just been released, and the reputation is very good. What is wrong? Ling Xian noticed Yifei's strangeness. Yifei smiled and shook his head. It is okay, I am the screenwriter and producer of this movie. Ling Xian was surprised now. Ling Xian said in amazement, you invested in this movie? Yes, then I want to see it more, Ling Xian said in a low voice, and she was completely aroused by Yifei's curiosity. Yifei laughed dumbly, unexpectedly aroused curiosity by Ling Xian. In fact, Yifei also roughly knows why Ling Xian wants to go to the movies. It must have been in Ling Xian for so long. Haven't you been to a movie before and watched a movie? Thinking of this, Yifei smiled and agreed. Okay, let me arrange it. I'll take you to the 770 movie. Hearing what Yifei said, Ling Xian said hurriedly, you don't need to make arrangements, just go and see it normally. I just want to be with ordinary people. How to watch a movie? Yifei nodded and said, also, wait, and I will pick you up. Good. Yifei chose a blue Bentley and drove to pick up Ling Xian. Ling Xian is also wearing a thick down jacket today. She wears a hat, looks playful and pleasant, with a hint of shallowness at the corners of her mouth. Smile. Ling Xian sat in the co-pilot. She looked at Yifei curiously, and smiled softly. I saw The God of Medicine on the internet. This movie is very popular, is it really your investment to shoot? Yifei smiled. Well, I provided the script, the investor is also me, and the directors and actors are basically my company. When Ling Xian heard this, she couldn't help but look forward to it, and wanted to see how this movie was going. The two arrived at the Bank of China Movie Plaza, which is also the family's property. Yifei bought 2 VIP couple tickets, and he took Ling Xian into the cinema. The VIP couples hall is not crowded, but the entire movie theater is full of seats. Yifei took a look at the movie theater by the way. Condition. Almost all the audience came to watch the movie I Am Not the God of Medicine, and the viewing hall was full of seats. Suffer. Seeing this scene, even Ling Xian couldn't help but slap her tongue, sticking out her tongue and whispering, Yi Gongzi, you're so amazing. Is this movie a big hit? It's okay. Yifei smiled. Call me Yi Gongzi. Yifei and Ling Xian are now in a serious relationship. Hearing Yifei's words, Ling Xian's face turned red, and she whispered Yifei. Yifei stretched out his hand and took the initiative to take Ling Xian's hand, and the two entered the theater together. Being held by Yifei, Ling Xian's body trembled slightly, as if there was a warm feeling coming from the palm of her hand. That feeling was even more. It makes Ling Xian feel incomprehensible. Ling Xian's face was blushing, and she blushed in her heart and thought it turns out that it feels like holding hands with boys. Ling Xian only felt that Yifei was very warm. Yifei was like a big stove, holding his hand and letting him. The warmth spread to Ling Xian. Seeing Ling Xian's pretty face blushing, Yifei saw that her pretty face was blushing and pleasant, and suddenly thought of a sentence. The woman blushed, just thinking about her husband. After admiring Ling Xian's blushing face for a while, Yifei stopped by to buy juice and popcorn. Ling Xian picked up a glass of juice and bit the straw with relish. The action was really cute. The two of them were sitting in the couple's deck, starting to watch a movie. With the sound of the opening of the movie, the plot of this movie gradually unfolded. At the beginning of the movie, the rhythm of the first half of The God of Medicine is that there are frequent jokes, and all kinds of jokes and coincidences emerge endlessly. Plus the overall rhythm is also very good. With the gradual deepening of the plot, the story becomes compact and contradictions frequently emerge. At this time, Ling Xian realized the meaning contained in the movie I Am Not the **** of Medicine. Everyone is doing it for. After life and struggle in life, those characters who have chronic myelogenous leukemia are struggling for life. This immediately made Ling Xian feel the same. Isn't this movie just talking about herself? Ling Xian saw those who were suffering from illness in the movie, but still want to live hard. See the scene. The grassroots sentient beings with the radiant face touched my heart. As the plot gradually deepened, there were even sobbing sounds in the cinema. Many people were crying. The movie I Am Not the God of Medicine is really touching, and such a highly rated movie is not a joke. Ling Xian's eyes were also bright. Although she did not cry, she was moved. Soon, the movie time is over. Ling Xian let out a long sigh of relief, and whispered in Yifei's ear, Yifei, your movie is very touching. The shot is so good. Yifei smiled. Well, it doesn't seem to disappoint me. This movie is so popular, it should arouse a very strong social response. You are a drunkard, not drinking. Ling Xian said softly. Ling Xian was very clever, and immediately knew what Yifei was thinking. Yifei smiled. Well, I have to do something anyway. I can really be a second-generation rich man who eats and waits to die. The previous life I Am Not the God of Medicine caused a strong sensation, and even the head of the Privy Council spoke in person, urging the request. Relevant departments are speeding up the implementation of relevant measures such as reducing the price of anti-cancer drugs and guaranteeing the supply. It can be said that a movie affects the entire society. And what Yifei has to do now is this thing too. Ling Xian blinked, and at this moment she realized that she didn't understand the man in front of her at all. What is his identity? Yan has a famous top-rich second-generation or sage doctor who can compare with master. Or is it a playboy? Ling Xian fell into doubt, and at the same time became more interested in Yifei. Chapter 306. Yifei and Ling Xian stepped out side by side and walked out of the movie theater as projection room. Outside the screening hall, Yifei and Ling Xian also saw the crowds at this time, and many audiences only came out of the movie screening hall. Come, there are even reporters and film critics among them. Obviously everyone is here for the movie I Am Not the God of Medicine. After all, the movie The God of Medicine is a rare one. It is a great work, and after the double explosion of word of mouth and box office, it is even more attractive. A lot of people came to watch the movie. This I Am Not the God of Medicine will definitely cause madness. As Yifei said, making money is secondary to Yifei. The key is to attract social attention. Make an impact. For Yifei, the current situation is exactly what he wants. Wait for me for a while, I'll go to the toilet. Ling Xian whispered to Yifei. Ling Xian said in a low voice, somewhat at ease. Hearing what Ling Xian said, Yifei agreed and said, okay. Ling Xian walked to the bathroom, while Yifei waited not far away. Yifei stood in place, and many people around were looking at Yifei, especially the little girls. Shang Yifei. Yifei has long been accustomed to such an eye-catching ceremony, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. After waiting for a while, he found Ling Xian. Standing at the door of the bathroom, but being wrapped around by a man, Ling Xian frowned slightly, as if to say something. Did Ling Xian meet up? Yifei touched his nose, wouldn't it be so bloody? But thinking about Ling Xian's beauty, this is also normal. Right now, Yifei quickly walked towards Ling Xian. Yifei approached Ling Xian also caught a glimpse of Yifei, and she waved Yifei initiatively. Yifei walked in front of Ling Xian, the police glanced at the man in front of him, and asked faintly Xian, what is the matter? When she saw Yifei, Ling Xian breathed a sigh of relief and felt safe. She said I don't know, just came out of the bathroom, I was accosted. This gentleman, I have no ill intentions, introduce myself, my name is Deming, I am the boss of Tianyu Entertainment Company. I just think this young lady has a great temperament, and I want to ask her if she is interested in developing in the entertainment industry. At this time, the man Z spoke up, and he looked at Yifei, showing a slight smile, his expression slightly expressive. The man named Deming was only average, with a slightly fat body, wearing a pair of glasses, and a slightly arrogant expression. Deming is the boss of Tianyu Entertainment. Tianyu Entertainment is a second-tier entertainment company in China, and it is also considered in the industry. It has a bit of a small name. When Deming saw Ling Xian for the first time, he was amazed by Ling Xian. Although Ling Xian's temperament is like an empty valley and orchid, her appearance is even more exquisite and beautiful, and Deming's touching face makes Deming look at her heart. For a while, Deming couldn't help but step forward to take measures, that is, in the name of wanting Ling Xian to enter the entertainment circle, to pick her up. Slander. It is not the first time that Deming strikes up a girl like this. As the boss of Tianyu Entertainment, he has got it right. There are not too many girls. Deming knows very well that many girls nowadays are very vain, even some most of them still make it into the entertainment circle. Star's sweet dreams. Deming took this as a countermeasure, and tried repeatedly. But Deming hit a wall at Ling Xian, and Ling Xian rejected him in one fell swoop. Deming wanted to say a few more words, but Yifei came. Hearing Deming's words, Yifei immediately understood the outline, and suddenly Yifei laughed dumbly as Deming, she is me. Girlfriend, you are all right here. With that, Yifei directly grabbed Ling Xian's waist very domineeringly. Ling Xian's waist was very soft and slender, Yifei hugged her, and immediately saw Ling Xian slow from face to ears. Slowly blushing, it is really interesting that someone even strikes up a conversation with Deming. When Deming saw Yifei hug Ling Xian, he said this brother, don't you think too much about it, I just think that your girlfriend. It is a shame not to be a star. As Deming said, he looked at Yifei carefully, as if he wanted to ridicule a few words. At this moment, Deming was taken aback for a while, and he looked at Yifei carefully. He seemed to have found something in general. Change, slightly anxious Yu Xiaoyi. Yifei frowned slightly, unexpectedly that Deming knew himself. Do you know me? Yifei asked lightly. Deming's feet were soft, and he nodded and bowed to Yifei quickly, and then he was busy with a big mouth. Said Yi Xiao, I don't know Daishan. It turned out to be your girlfriend. No wonder it is like Tianjiner. Ask for flowers. Deming kept his smiling face with him, completely without the arrogant attitude just now. Dai obviously recognized Yifei, and he was scared into a cold sweat at this time. Actually ran into Yifei here. Who doesn't know the reputation of the Yi family in Yandu? As Yi Jiaoi's heir, Yifei is also famous in Yandu, especially Yifei has been in Yandu several times recently. There is a big show in the circle, and fame rises. Deming is also considered to be a child of a second-rate family in Yandu. He has also heard about Yifei's deeds, and he has seen it from a distance. A few sides of Yifei. Yifei frowned slightly if it is okay, I'll leave first. Please. Deming said quickly. Yifei ignored Deming, nodded and bowed, hugged Ling Xian and left. Ling Xian blushed, and at the same time recalling the scene just now, she found it interesting again. Yifei, I never thought you were so prestigious, just. That Deming saw you was like a mouse meeting a cat. Ling Xian covered her mouth and chuckled, and Yifei smiled faintly. I still find it boring. If Deming doesn't recognize me, it is interesting. A scene where a hero saves the beauty. Hearing what Yifei said, Ling Xian smiled softly again. The script is too cliched, it doesn't seem to be able to write. People with good scripts like I Am Not the God of Medicine can write it. Yifei couldn't help but smile, it seemed to be the same. Yifei said solemnly, but in this way, does my image in your heart completely become the second city of Beijing? Shio is still the kind of bullying men and women. Ling Xian thought about Deming's expression of horror when he saw Yifei just now, and then remembered Yifei as overbearing when he hugged her waist just now. It is really interesting. Chapter 307. The experience skyrocketed, and the feeling of electric shock. Yifei and Ling Xian walked out of the projection hall side by side. The two of them had just left the projection hall, and there was a cold wind coming from outside. Along with the cold wind blowing, Ling Xian shuddered suddenly. She was shrinking subconsciously when she felt the chill. At this moment, she suddenly felt warm, but saw Yifei put the coat on her. Ling Xian's heart moved slightly, her cheeks blushed, she felt strange and embarrassed in her heart. Is this the feeling of being in love? Ling Xian thought to herself, her face even hotter. Yifei sent Ling Xian to her place. Currently Ling Xian and Wu Shenyi are temporarily living in Duan Qizhang's villa. Yifei sent Ling Xian to the door. Ling Xian whispered, thank you Yifei, I saw a movie for the first time today and found Feel good. 690 really, then you can often watch movies with me in the future. Yifei smiled. Okay, Ling Xian whispered, expecting in her eyes. Yifei gently opened the car door and sent Ling Xian out of the car. When Ling Xian saw this, her cheeks were slightly red, and her cheeks were even more faint. She was a little uncomfortable with Yifei's attitude, but in her heart. But it is sweet. This gave Ling Xian a feeling of love. Ling Xian stood in the cold wind. Although she was wearing Yifei's coat, she still felt a little cold. Yifei saw that Ling Xian was feeling chill, and also knew that Ling Xian was weak, which was also normal. Right now, Yifei said to Ling Xian, you should go back to the house first, and rest early. Ling Xian nodded lightly and said softly, then I will go in. For some reason, Ling Xian's heart is rising no. The emotion of home. She looked at Yifei, hung her head slightly, and Sha Fei's cheeks, ready to return to the villa. And many more. Yifei spoke at this moment and stopped Ling Xian. Ling Xian paused for a while, then turned around, looking at Yifei, not knowing what Yifei meant. Yifei smiled and said, actually, there's one more thing I didn't do. What Ling Xian was slightly surprised, but she had a vague premonition in her heart, as if she knew what Yifei was doing. So general. Only at this moment, Yifei walked to Ling Xian's side, gently hugged Ling Xian in his arms, and the corner of his mouth showed a little smile, and then pressed against Ling Xian's cheeks. Yifei did not kiss Ling Xian. After all, the two were not really lovers, and even if they were really sure of the relationship. Couple, this is a bit abrupt. Today, the relationship between Yifei and Ling Xian is not so close, so Yifei just sticks to Ling Xian's face. Instead of kissing goodbye, Ling Xian's cheeks flushed immediately, and her cheeks were completely flushed. At the same time, Ling Xian even felt like an electric shock. Her whole body was like a slight electric shock, and her heartbeat accelerated. Can he help but feel contemplative? Ding, congratulations to the host, you have obtained the favorability value from Ling Xian, which is transformed into experience. You have a total of 500 points. Value. Immediately afterwards, the system prompt sounded in Yifei's ears. 500 experience points. This experience value is quite high. Yifei has already been prompted by the system, knowing that if he wants to upgrade the system skills from master level to asterisk level skills. Need 20,000 experience points. At present, Yifei's experience point accumulation is also very fast, and now Yifei has 2,500 experience points. If Yifei can accumulate 20,000 experience points to upgrade his god level skills, then his strength will leap again. Yifei believes it won't take long. Yifei looked at Ling Xian in front of him. Only to see Ling Xian's eyes were watery, and her cheeks were completely blushed. Although Yifei did not do anything out of the ordinary, but it was Ling Xian's blushing face and her heartbeat speeding up. Go back, don't catch cold. Yifei whispered. Oh, good, Ling Xian whispered. Later, Yifei saw Ling Xian trotting all the way, returning to the villa like a frightened deer. When Yifei saw this, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. After Ling Xian left, Yifei also drove back to his private villa. It is late at night. It was quiet at night, and Yifei was alone today. Luo Weiyu is busy decorating the new house, while Su Qingzu is still busy with the Su group. News Zijin's recent incident in the barracks. Not a lot. Although Yifei kept in touch with them, he was alone tonight. When Yifei was about to go to bed, he suddenly received a call from Bai Ruoxi. Yifei answered the phone. Bai Ruoxi's voice came to his ears. Leave. Bai Ruoxi's voice trembled slightly. It seemed that something happened, and his emotions fluctuated. Ruoxi, what is the matter? Yifei asked immediately, very concerned about Bai Ruoxi. Bai Ruoxi must have encountered something, otherwise he would never come to Yifei so late. Sure enough, Yifei only heard Bai Ruoxi whispered, I got the news that Fang Qihong will come to Yandu tomorrow. Fang Qihong. When Yifei heard the name, he suddenly narrowed his eyes. Fang Qihong, the real culprit who killed Bai Ruoxi's father 6 years ago, was behind the scenes. Fang Qihong is the helm of the Fang family, the business family of the Magic City. The Fang family, like the Bai family and the Yi family, are both top-notch business families. Fang Jia's assets have already exceeded 100 billion, and they are involved in multiple industries such as real estate and finance. In business, there was a period of competition between the Fang family and the Bai family, which is why Fang Qihong hated Bai Ruo. Shi's father finally murdered Bai Ruoxi's father through the violent 1.5 killer organization, creating the accident. To this end, Fang Qihong has spent a very high price, and this matter is also secretive. If Yifei hadn't known the plot of the original book, it wouldn't have been so easy to find Fang Qihong. And listening to Bai Ruoxi, Fang Qihong will come to Yandu tomorrow. It is no wonder that Bai Ruoxi couldn't contain her inner emotions. Fang Qihong wanted to come to Yandu, and her father and enemy wanted to come to Yandu. How can I bear it? Chapter 308 I miss you. After Bai Ruoxi had spoken with Yifei, Yifei narrowed his eyes slightly. Fang Qihong is coming to Yandu tomorrow, so it is no wonder that Bai Ruoxi's mood is so fluctuating. Yifei immediately said, don't worry, I will help you with Fang Qihong. Yifei also knew that Fang Qihong was not easy to deal with. Fang Qihong, as the helm of the wealthy business family in the capital, his family wealth. The rich are also quite amazing, not even worse than the Yi family. This person is difficult to deal with, but despite this, Bai Ruoxi is Yifei's woman, of course he wants to help Bai Ruoxi. I miss you. Bai Ruoxi's voice came, very soft, as if talking in Yifei's ear. Hearing Bai Ruoxi's words, Yifei's heart moved, and his heart was warm. Yifei said, then wait for me, I will come to you. No, I am here. I am already on my way to find you, Bai Ruoxi whispered. Hearing Bai Ruoxi's words, Yifei's mouth also smiled. He didn't expect Bai Ruoxi to be so proactive. Came to him. 13 Bai Ruoxi's personality can take the initiative to find him, and he is becoming more and more dependent on him. About 10 minutes passed. Yifei heard the doorbell ringing. Yifei opened the door and saw Bai Ruoxi appearing pretty at the door. Bai Ruoxi is wearing professional attire today, with a small suit on the upper body, a piece of fur, tights on the lower body, and black white high heels. Bai Ruoxi's figure is perfectly set off, her eyes are like water, and she looks at Yifei softly. Seeing Bai Ruoxi's expression like this, Yifei smiled and pulled Bai Ruoxi closer to the house, and said, come in first. Oh, Bai Ruoxi showed a slight smile, leaning against Yifei, and walked into the villa. In fact, this was the first time Bai Ruoxi came to Yifei's villa. She looked up and down the layout of Yifei's villa, After arriving at Yifei, the mood also eased a lot. Originally, Bai Ruoxi was in a nervous mood. She knew that Fang Qihong was coming to Yandu soon, so she couldn't sleep at all tonight. After all, that was his father's murderous enemy. Bai Ruoxi definitely wanted to deal with Fang Qihong, but Fang Qihong, an old fox, was very cunning and not easy to deal with. Seeing Bai Ruoxi's expression, Yifei smiled lightly. Sit and rest for a while, soothe your mood, I'll help. You get something to drink. Okay. Yifei brewed a cup of coffee and handed it to Bai Ruoxi. Bai Ruoxi drank coffee, took a shallow sip, driving away the chill from his body. Yifei said unhurriedly, what is the specific situation, please tell me. Bai Ruoxi said tomorrow there will be a business meeting in Yandu, which is mainly initiated by the Yandu Chamber of Commerce. Basically, famous entrepreneurs from all over the country will be present, including Fang Qi. That's it. Yifei understood. Bai Ruoxi continued. Fang Qihong rarely comes to Yandu. This time is a good opportunity. I don't want to miss it. Yifei frowned slightly. It is necessary to kill Fang Qihong, but Fang Qihong will definitely be prepared. I did something to the Violet Organization. I don't know if the Violet Organization has contacted Fang Qihong. Yifei knew that Fang Qihong was deeply involved with the Violet Organization. The last time Yifei and Ning Yufei and others destroyed the Violet Group as subrudder in Binhai City, the Violet Group has been. No news. Concubine Ning Yu also helped Yifei keep an eye on the Violet Organization, but finally found that the Violet Organization was dormant. A dog that doesn't bark will bite. Yifei knew this very well. Because of this, Qihong is very vigilant. What he is worried about is that Fang Qihong knows that Bai Ruoxi has made a clear investigation. The accident that happened. Once this happens, it means that Fang Qihong and the Violet Organization will definitely make moves. Yifei talked to Bai Ruoxi about her thoughts. Bai Ruoxi was also very clear. She also nodded slightly and said in a low voice, I also have. With such considerations, I don't know how much Fang Qihong knows about us. Why don't you? Tomorrow you will test him, I will be with you. Yifei squinted and whispered in Bai Ruoxi's ear. Said a few words. Yifei decided to also attend the business meeting tomorrow to see Fang Qihong. Alright, Bai Ruoxi nodded and agreed. Yifei grabbed Bai Ruoxi's waist and reminded her you will be impulsive tomorrow. Although it is the enemy of killing your father. Be sure to hold back first. I guarantee Fang Qihong will end up as he deserves in the end. Hearing what Yifei said, Bai Ruoxi felt warm and knew that Yifei was thinking about her, so he nodded gently and leaned on Yifei's shoulder. I see, don't you worry, I am not so impulsive. Bai Ruoxi whispered. That is good. Yifei hugged Bai Ruoxi and directly picked her up amidst Bai Ruoxi's exclamation. Bai Ruoxi held Yifei's hands with both hands. The two hugged tightly around the neck. At the same time, Bai Ruoxi's face was slightly red and she was always at ease by Yifei's side. Bai Ruoxi said softly, thank you, Yifei. The relationship between Yifei and Bai Ruoxi is very complicated. The two are not only lovers but also not only partners and allies but also together. Experienced life and death, just like Musician and him. 940. Under such circumstances, Bai Ruoxi's feeling towards Yifei is also very different, otherwise Yifei would not be so easy to interact with Yifei. Bai Ruoxi walked up and started. Bai Ruoxi wrapped her hands around Yifei's neck and the two of them touched skin to skin. Yifei smiled lightly and said I am currently studying. Doctor, I have learned a special secret method, let us try it. Of course what Yifei said was the Yellow Emperor's internal classic. When Yifei said so, Bai Ruoxi's face turned red. She didn't know Yifei's bad thoughts but she faced Yifei's. Said, Bai Ruoxi still softly agreed and she nodded slightly unnoticeably. Then let us try, Yifei said in Bai Ruoxi's ear. Yifei's voice reached Bai Ruoxi's ear, she felt. The ears are hot. Yifei walked into the room holding Bai Ruoxi. Chapter 309 The benefits of the Yellow Emperor's internal classic. Yifei and Bai Ruoxi were in the room. Yifei whispered in Bai Ruoxi's ear the role and function of the Yellow Emperor's internal classic and explained that this is the merit of male and female practitioners. After the law, Bai Ruoxi's face was blushing and he couldn't believe it and he couldn't help but said suspiciously, are you sure this is a man and woman? The practice of fellow practitioners, shouldn't they be trying to trick me into cooperating with you? It doesn't hurt to lie to you, besides, you haven't seen my skills. Yifei smiled and blinked let us. Try it, and then you'll all know. Oh Bai Ruoxi lowered her head and dared to look at Yifei. Hearing Yifei's words, Bai Ruoxi obviously agreed by default. Upon seeing this, Yifei immediately picked up Bai Ruoxi and guided Bai Ruoxi to start practicing in a low voice. Bai Ruoxi was still a little unwilling to let go at the beginning, and her movements were also very jerky. On the content, this is also the first time that Yifei and Bai Ruoxi have practiced the Yellow Emperor's internal classic. Bai Ruoxi is different from Musician. Musician has a foundation in martial arts, and Musician is a master of internal strength, and her level of martial arts practice is also very high. Yifei and Musician can be said to complement each other, so practicing Wangdi Neijing is twice the result with half the effort. But Bai Ruoxi is different. Bai Ruoxi has almost no basis in martial arts, and her physical fitness is at best better than ordinary people. Bai Ruoxi way. In order to keep fit, I usually exercise regularly and keep my body very good. But beyond that, Bai Ruoxi has no other martial arts foundation. Therefore, when Yifei and Bai Ruoxi practiced, Yifei was guiding Bai Ruoxi. Fortunately, Bai Ruoxi is very smart. I soon understood what she should do. After practicing in the field, for Yifei, the improvement in strength was still minimal, but it accumulated more. But this is completely different for Bai Ruoxi. After all, Bai Ruoxi had no foundation before, so a slight change in physique was insignificant to Yifei, but to Bai Ruoxi. Ruoxi is also very obvious. Ever since, Bai Ruoxi soon felt the subtle changes in his body. The most obvious is not the body, but the spirit. Bai Ruoxi only feels that she is very clear mentally, her body is not exhausted, and her mind is also very clear, almost everywhere. In the best condition. Under such circumstances, Bai Ruoxi was pleasantly surprised. This effect. It is better than Yifei said. At first, Bai Ruoxi really didn't believe in the Yellow Emperor's internal classic. After all, she rarely comes into contact with the martial arts world. But now take a look. Later, I realized that the Wangdi Neijing actually had such an effect, it could be called heaven-defying. This amazing effect made Bai Ruoxi a little unbelievable. About an hour later, Bai Ruoxi's practice of Wangdi Neijing is over, and the true energy of Wangdi Neijing runs through her meridians throughout her body. Days of the week, how do you feel? Yifei asked with a smile. Very comfortable, very peculiar. Bai Ruoxi said in surprise actually, I have been busy with work during this period of time. It is a bit painful, but after the practice of Wangdi Neijing, my body doesn't feel sore at all, and the whole person is very comfortable, just like sunbathing on the beach in summer. Bai Ruoxi's whole body is warm, and the soreness on his body is gone, and his physique has also changed slightly. Not only. In this way, Bai Ruoxi's mental state is also very good, with flushed cheeks and clear and bright eyes, which seems to be even more moving. This feeling is just as Bai Ruoxi said, it is particularly comfortable and wonderful. You feel comfortable. Yifei's mouth showed a slight smile. He was very satisfied when he saw Bai Ruoxi and Yellow Emperor's internal classic. The effect is also slightly nodded. The effect of Wangdi Neijing on ordinary people is not so significant, but because ordinary people have no basis in martial arts. The practice of Wangdi Neijing is more obvious. Yifei smiled and said if you practice according to the Yellow Emperor's internal classic for half a year, you can barely enter the door and become one. A famous martial artist with a physique surpassing ordinary special forces. If you practice 1 to 3 years in accordance with the Huangdi Neijing. If the qualifications are excellent, there is hope to become a master of internal strength. Hearing what Yifei said, Bai Ruoxi was a little confused, but he didn't know how to be violent and felt that Yifei seemed to be very violent. The way it hurts, the effect of Huangdi Neijing is indeed very good. Ordinary people can get started after cultivating the Huangdi Neijing for half a year, which is something that many martial artists can TB for 3 or 5 years. Level. Of course, it is impossible for ordinary people to come into contact with the Huangdi Neijing. Seeing that Bai Ruoxi practiced the Yellow Emperor internal classic quite effectively, Yifei also understood very well in his heart, it seems that the Yellow Emperor internal classic. It can make up for Ling Xian's innate shortcomings. Like Ling Xian, Bai Ruoxi has no basis in martial arts. The effect of Bai Ruoxi's cultivation is so obvious, so Ling Xian is generally not bad. According to Yifei's speculation, if Ling Xian practiced Yellow Emperor's internal classic, it would take about a year or so to cultivate with Yifei. Can completely make up for her congenital shortcomings. Yifei knew the miraculous effect of the Yellow Emperor's internal classic, which would be Yifei's biggest trump card. Yifei looked at Bai Ruoxi and said with a smile for a long time, in fact, the Yellow Emperor's classic of internal medicine has another advantage, that is through the use of men and women. Fellow practitioners can complement each other as yin and yang, and can even maintain their beauty, allowing youth to stay alive. Every inch of your skin will change. To be more delicate and shiny. That's right, this is another use of the Huangdi Neijing. That is to keep youth alive and delay aging to a great extent. Yifei smiled mono-s and looked at Bai Ruoxi. He estimated that this is also one of the girl's favorite Huangdi Neijing. Function now. Sure enough, when Yifei said so, Bai Ruoxi's eyes lit up slightly and his eyes were bright. He whispered in a low voice, there's such a good thing. Military. Sure enough, no woman doesn't care about looks. Even Bai Ruoxi is no exception. Even if it is a goddess, he will care about his appearance and figure. Chapter 310. The situation is great. Bai Ruoxi also has such a childish side. Yifei saw the look Bai Ruoxi looked forward to, and he replied with certainty, yes, it is true. True. Enough to keep you youthful. Don't you feel that your skin is more delicate now? No. Bai Ruoxi touched his face. Actually, he noticed that there was some feeling, but it was not obvious. Yifei nodded solemnly and said, yes, you are naturally beautiful, but now there is no difference in subtle changes. Hearing what Yifei said, Bai Ruoxi's face was reddish, and her heart was ashamed and sweet. He glanced at Yifei strangely, and said, greasy mouth is slippery. Seeing Bai Ruoxi's expression, Yifei secretly smiled. A woman is such a contradictory creature, she is obviously happy in her heart. The guide is very, but he wants to be proud of it. What is this called? Dissatisfied with integrity. After Yifei and Bai Ruoxi practiced the Yellow Emperor's internal classic, Bai Ruoxi's mood was completely relaxed. Bai Ruoxi. With red cheeks, she leaned against Yifei and said to Yifei, thank you, Yifei. Bai Ruoxi also knew that Yifei was actually helping her relax. Knowing that Fang Qihong was coming to Yandu, Bai Ruoxi's mood was tense and a little impulsive. But under Yifei's comfort, Bai Ruoxi's mood has gradually returned to peace. At this time, she leaned against Yifei's arm. In the bend, I heard Yifei's breathing and heartbeat, which were unprecedentedly peaceful. Yifei smiled and whispered, go to sleep, rest early, tomorrow I will accompany you to meet Fang Qihong. Well, good. Bai Ruoxi smiled lightly and said softly. She got up and kissed Yifei's side cheek, then closed her eyes and was about to go to bed. In fact, Bai Ruoxi's spirit is very good at this moment, and she is not tired at all. The front body is at its peak. The nighttime passed quickly. Early the next morning, Yifei and Bai Ruoxi woke up almost at the same time. The two looked at each other and smiled, and then Yifei kissed Bai Ruoxi. BDDJ, the two washed and ate breakfast. At the same time, Zhang Mingle sent a WeChat message to Yifei, telling Yifei the current situation of I am not the god of medicine and situation. At present, the movie I am not the god of medicine is still strong, and the momentum is very good, and the brilliant entertainment is also attracting attention. Even CCTV and several major TV stations also want to interview the director and actors of I am not the god of medicine, and even want to interview Yifei, the owner of this brilliant entertainment company. When Yifei received this WeChat message, he just smiled. It is far from the time for Yifei to show up. Where's this? Yifei didn't intend to take this I am not the god of medicine into the public eye, although it was a good opportunity. But what Yifei wants is full bloom. When brilliant entertainment really dominates the movie circle, he will come forward and accept it. Interview. The effect will definitely explode by then. What are you looking at? Bai Ruoxi asked. Oh, it is about the movie I am not the god of medicine. Yifei replied lightly. I also know this movie. Your brilliant entertainment is going to show off this time. I heard that this movie is your pro. Since entering the battle have served as a producer, Bai Ruoxi couldn't help asking. Yifei smiled and said, forget it, so far the results are not bad. It is not only okay, but it is simply a posture that swept the movie circle. I heard that people in the industry conservatively estimate the box office. It is over 3 billion. Bai Ruoxi said softly, her gaze at Yifei was also filled with wonder. Yifei's filming of I am not the god of medicine was obviously extremely successful this time, and he did so in person. The results are really incredible. After all, Yifei didn't have any experience in this area before, but now he has such a breakthrough. Bai Ruoxi is in the business field by herself, and she knows how difficult it is. But Yifei did it easily, and the results were so bursting, with such a powerful influence. Bai Ruoxi. Look at Yifei with admiration. Seeing Bai Ruoxi looking at him with his chin supported, Yifei couldn't help laughing, squeezing Bai Ruoxi's face, and said, well, it is. Good luck. Bai Ruoxi said this time it is not just a box office issue. I have also paid attention to the subject matter of this movie, which has a great influence. The entertainment industry is a very special industry, not only making money, but also in the influence of the entertainment industry, if you do. Well, it does have a very clever effect. Yifei sighed secretly when she heard Bai Ruoxi say this. Bai Ruoxi was really keen on business. She was almost a horse. I caught what Yifei wanted to do. Yifei smiled and said, you are right. It coincides with my idea. I want to invite you to my company as a professional manager. People, really, I am very expensive. Bai Ruoxi blinked and smiled. Yifei asked, how expensive? Bai Ruoxi smiled sweetly, unless you take me to eat lamb buns and pan-fried buns every day. Yifei was startled, his eyes soft. Last time Yifei took Bai Ruoxi to Chunming Road to eat the fried buns and mutton-steamed buns. Guo Bai Ruoxi still remembered it till now. No problem, you can eat it anytime you want. Yifei waved his generous hand. Bai Ruoxi smiled and nestled on Yifei's shoulder, and said in a low voice but earnestly, I really want you to help. Good, don't worry, it is not there yet, our company's operations are all taken care of. Yifei said, and then looked at the time. The business meeting is almost there, let us start. Okay, when Bai Ruoxi heard the words, the smile and gentleness on his face were slightly restrained, and he became serious. Yifei and Bai Ruoxi went to the business meeting in Yandu together. This time the Yandu business conference was held at Yandu Wangfu Hotel. Yifei took Bai Ruoxi's car to go there. Chapter 311 The True Murder Appears, Yifei's Killing Intent. Yandu Palace Hotel. This is also one of the most luxurious 5-star hotels in Yandu. Yifei and Bai Ruoxi took Bai Ruoxi's car to go. This is a limited edition customized Rolls-Royce. Soon the car stopped at the hotel, and then Yifei and Bai Ruoxi went to the hotel lobby. Before going out, Yifei and Bai Ruoxi both put on dresses. Yifei is wearing a custom-made suit with a piece of Richard Miller Irma 5/6 10th anniversary commemorative watch. The value of this watch exceeds tens of millions. Yifei and Bai Ruoxi appeared in the hotel lobby together, and the two also sat in their positions. At this time, Yifei could see many acquaintances. Yang Dongsheng, the head of the Yang family, was also among them, and Yang Zimo followed Yang Dongsheng honestly. Bai Yu didn't see it. It seems that he did not participate. In addition, Yifei even met his chief daddy Yi. It seems that this business conference is really high-end. Yifei greeted Yi, and Bai Ruoxi held Yifei's hand and greeted Yi with a reddish cheek. Bai Ruoxi, the business queen who has always been full of aura, was a little unsure at this time. When Yi saw his son actually attending this meeting with Bai Ruoxi, he was slightly taken aback, and then he stopped. Seeing Bai Ruoxi holding her son's arm, she was shocked and joyful again. This son is really capable. I only heard about him in Musician a while ago, but now they seem to have a close relationship with the Bai family, as well as the Su family. Yi muttered to himself, but on the surface, he nodded to Yifei and Bai Ruoxi. After Yifei and Bai Ruoxi finished greeting Yi, they soon sat back to their original positions. At this moment, Yang Zimo found Yifei and Bai Ruoxi. Yang Zimo's eyes are the first time the time is focused on Bai Ruoxi's hand holding Yifei. He was taken aback for a moment, and then his face was bitter. Muttering to himself, I really have no chance. Yang Zimo was injured. Yang Zimo knew that Yifei and Bai Ruoxi had experienced rapid progress in their relationship since the last time they were attacked. But then it came out that Yifei and Yuzijin were together, and Yang Zimo thought he was hopeful again. But looking at it this way now, my hopes were suddenly shattered. However, Yang Zimo also expressed his blessings to Yifei and Bai Ruoxi. Anyway, Yifei can be regarded as Yang Zimo's friend. Although Yang Zimo admires Yifei very much, he can only express his blessing with pain. I said, Yifei, when did you start this? You don't even know Bai Yu, right? You have to ask for it this time. Guest, Yang Zimo said one after another. Hearing what Yang Zimo said, Yifei smiled and was about to speak. At this moment, his eyes condensed slightly, and he looked towards the conference hall. Doorway. Only then, Yifei finally saw Feng Qihong. The Violet Killer organization once put Bai Ruoxi into a desperate situation. Bai Ruoxi is her own woman, of course Yifei wants to protect. Otherwise, is that still a man? The Black Crow must die. Chapter 312. When Yifei saw Feng Qihong and the Black Crow, there was a trace of murder in his heart, but his face was calm and calm. When Bai Ruoxi learned that the man next to Feng Qihong turned out to be a Black Crow, there was indeed a mood swing in his heart, but in Yifei. Under the comfort of her, she quickly returned to peace. Neither Yifei nor Bai Ruoxi looked at Feng Qihong and Black Crow again. The Black Crow is like Feng Qihong's ordinary bodyguard, always following Feng Qihong's side. Feng Qihong himself did not notice Yifei and Bai Ruoxi. He was busy greeting some business partners. Feng Qihong's. The wealth is quite expensive, and he is easy to do in the crowd. Yifei even saw Feng Qihong even talking with Yang Dongsheng. As the head of the Yang family, Yang Dongsheng is currently the chairman of the Yandu Chamber of Commerce. The chairman of the Yandu Chamber of Commerce is held in turn by the 957 Yi, Bai, and Yang, and rotates every 3 years. This year happens to be. It was Yang Dongsheng's turn. The conversation between Yang Dongsheng and Feng Qihong seemed to be pretty good. Seeing this scene, Yifei squinted slightly. After chatting for a while, Feng Qihong got up again to toast everyone, and almost every guest on the scene was toasted by him. Many entrepreneurs are even more grateful to see Feng Qihong acting like this. After all, Feng Qihong is a rich man in the magic capital, and his status as a domestic entrepreneur is also top-notch. He actually took the initiative to toast everyone. This is a very rare honor. Therefore, many rich people at the scene surrounded Feng Qihong. Seeing Feng Qihong's ability to buy people's hearts in this way, Yifei squinted slightly. Bai Ruoxi clenched her fist tightly. She was silent if she didn't speak. At this time, Feng Qihong seemed to have seen Bai Ruoxi. He smiled slightly, and walked up, still actively and passionately with Bai Ruoxi. She said hello, with a very natural look, no strangeness was noticed. Yifei has been paying attention to Feng Qihong's actions and attitude. Seeing that Feng Qihong always has a smiling face, After Bai Ruoxi, Feng Qihong smiled at Bai Ruoxi. Ms. Bai, hello, I've also heard of the name for a long time, Bai Shiji. The team is carried forward in your hands, and I look forward to the deeper cooperation between our two companies in the future. Feng Qihong smiled cordially, and looked at Yifei beside Bai Ruoxi. This is Master Yi, I've heard about him a long time ago. Young and promising, it is indeed well deserved at first sight today. Yifei's expression remained unchanged. Bai Ruoxi also calmly said, Uncle Feng, I still remember you. When you were young, you had a relationship with my father. Very good, I have seen you at home several times. Bai Ruoxi is using words to test Feng Qihong. Hearing Bai Ruoxi talk about the past, Feng Qihong smiled. His smile seemed more enthusiastic. Feng Qihong said, yes, your father and I were also best friends back then. What a pity, hey, that one. Feng Qihong's expression was the same, but he was embarrassed, with emotion on his face, and he seemed to be sighing with emotion at Bai Ruoxi. His father's miserable experience made his expression very uncomfortable. This Feng Qihong is really a little docile, his face is no different, he can tell from his appearance. But Yifei, as the master of transformation, could still see the clues. Feng Qihong's breathing rhythm became faster, and his heartbeat also accelerated. Although Feng Qihong looks nothing strange. It was in the eyes of Yifei but escaped invisible. However, Bai Ruoxi was mentioned by Feng Qihong about the death of her father. Her mood changed slightly, but fortunately she quickly controlled it, but barely. Laugh. Uncle Feng hasn't come to Yandu for a long time. He will definitely appreciate him when he has time. I would like to invite you to dinner. Upon seeing this, Feng Qihong smiled and promised no problem, that's it. I'll go there when the time comes. With that said, Feng Qihong chatted with Bai Ruoxi again, and the two of them did not speak anymore, and Feng Qihong also went to chat with others. Zan went. Bai Ruoxi's clenched fist slowly loosened. Yifei sat beside Bai Ruoxi. Bai Ruoxi whispered to Yifei, what, have you noticed something? Well, it seems that Feng Qihong mostly knows that we are investigating the Violet organization. Maybe he also guesses that we know that he is. The real murderer behind the scenes, but there is no chance to start. Yi Fei responded. Then what do you think Fang Qihong would do? Bai Ruoxi asked again. Yi Fei raised his eyebrows, and his voice lowered. Fang Qihong is very hypocritical, and he is so involved with the Violet Organization. Deep, especially this Black Crow is by his side again. I think he is very likely to let the Black Crow treat you in the near future. Start. After all, my face is only a great inner strength, which is equivalent to the strength of the Black Crow. The Black Crow, as a professional assassin, is assassinating. He is very proficient in this aspect, even far beyond the average inner strength master. I think Fang Qihong is very likely to take the risk and send. The Black Crow is here to assassinate you, Yi Fei said lightly. Fang Qihong is very good at disguising on the surface, and he habitually uses the simplest and rude ways to solve problems. For example, the accident that Bai Ruoxi's father encountered was the murder carefully planned by Fang Qihong. He will most likely do it again. Bai Ruoxi whispered. That is right, I think it is very possible. Are you afraid? Yi Fei asked. Don't be afraid, because you are by my side, Bai Ruoxi said softly. Hearing what Bai Ruoxi said, Yi Fei stroked Bai Ruoxi's hair lightly, showing a slight smile, and said, Don't worry, I will help. You deal with them fiercely. If Fang Qihong dared to send a Black Crow to do it on you, it would be a good thing instead. When I arrive, get rid of the Black Crow first. Yi Fei even got itchy hands. Because he can wait to do it, try his own realm master's strength. If the Black Crow dares to come at 5.5, Yi Fei will turn him into a dead crow. Yi Fei had already sentenced Black Crow and Fang Qihong to death. Chapter 313. How can I repay you? This time the business meeting lasted a whole morning. During this period, even Zhang Wangguo's department leaders made speeches, and Yang Dongsheng, Yi and others also took the stage to speak. This business meeting also led to a lot of cooperation, including Bai Ruoxi, who negotiated several business at the business meeting. Several cooperations have been negotiated. To Yi Fei's surprise, he also became the focus of the meeting. Because this time the department leader also specifically met with Yi Fei, saying that he had just watched the movie I Am Not the God of Medicine. Movies, let Yi Fei make persistent efforts and make more movies. Yi Fei couldn't think that this attracted the attention of the leader, and it seemed to be faster than he thought. This is also a surprise. After some encouragement from the leader, Yi Fei suddenly became a celebrity at the scene, and many entrepreneurs came up to hand over business cards with Yi Fei. By the way, I want to chat with Yi Fei. Yi Fei didn't like to deal with it. After he dealt with it in a hurry, it was over. Immediately afterwards, Yi Fei and Bai Ruoxi left the field. As soon as Yi Fei and Bai Ruo 14 Qi left the Wangfu Hotel, Yi Fei reminded Bai Ruoxi, I will live in your villa these days. I will protect you secretly. I have a hunch that Fang Qihong will surely let the Black Crow assassinate. Yi Fei whispered. Well, I see. Bai Ruoxi smiled lightly. She held Yi Fei's hand tightly. Bai Ruoxi's bright eyes stared at Yi Fei, and the smile on the corner of her mouth was even more revealing. Her voice was very gentle. Thank you. Yi Fei, it is nice to have you by your side. What are you doing so polite to me? It is easy if you really want to repay me. Yi Fei blinked. How do you want me to repay you? Bai Ruoxi asked curiously. She was very fortunate that thunderstorm night made herself and Yi Fei finally come together. Now think about it, she and Yi. After flying together, it was my happiest time in the past 6 years. Seeing Bai Ruoxi's somewhat charming look, and seeing that this superwoman still has such a side, actually made Yi Fei heart. It is very comfortable, but Yi Fei still said it is very simple to repay me. Let us practice the Yellow Emperor's internal classic a few more times tonight. Bai Ruoxi blushed when she heard this, and knew that Yi Fei was drunk and warm, not drinking. Practicing the Yellow Emperor's internal classic. Yes, only by practicing the Yellow Emperor's internal classic more, you can become an internal warrior at that time, and at least you will have self-protection. With the power, I can rest assured, Yi Fei said seriously. This sentence really came from Yi Fei's heart. Of course, it is not just that this sentence comes from the heart. Yi Fei's thoughts were also clear to Bai Ruoxi. This guy clearly wanted to do bad things, but he still used a high-sounding excuse, and he was a little moving. Bai Ruoxi glanced at Yi Fei blankly, but didn't resist anything in his heart, and said softly, I know. Well, this is almost the same, Yi Fei said with a smile. The two took the roles voiced back to Bai Ruoxi's villa. But Yi Fei felt something in his heart. With a move in his heart, he felt that someone was secretly following him in Bai Ruoxi. After becoming the master of the transformation realm, Yi Fei's strength has indeed steadily advanced to a higher level. The interest is very keen. If you really want to describe it, then the master of transformation is a bit like a detection radar, able to recognize many breaths, especially. It is the breath of those inner strength warriors. What is wrong with you? Bai Ruoxi asked as she looked at Yi Fei with concern. Someone is following us, Yi Fei answered truthfully. Hearing Yi Fei's words, Bai Ruoxi was slightly startled, but soon recovered his emotions, but he also knew what was going on. Someone is following. Yi Fei said it should be a member of the Violet Organization. It seems that the Black Crow has mobilized the elite of the Violet Organization. This is. I want to find out what is happening between you and me. And, it seems to be, Bai Ruoxi was already certain at this time that Fang Qihong was about to attack her. Fang Qihong wanted to use his own way of dealing with her father and kill her to avoid future troubles. Yi Fei smiled immediately, and he said, Fang Qihong will do it this way and it will save me trouble. Yi Fei is really happy. If Fang Qihong has been forbearing, or even not acting, that is the most troublesome. By Jing, Fang Qihong's strength is also very large. It is not easy to deal with Fang Qihong if Fang Qihong finishes this time. After his business meeting, he returned to the magic capital and stayed in the magic capital all the time. It was really not good to deal with him. But now it is completely different, which is equivalent to Fang Qihong's own initiative to provoke against Bai Ruoxi. And once this incident is exposed, Fang Qihong will definitely be over. It seems that Fang Qihong is desperate to make Bai Ruoxi die. In fact, Fang Qihong himself knew quite well that he knew that Bai Ruoxi had never given up investigating her father's death. News, and Fang Qihong also knows that now Bai Ruoxi has found some clues, and it may even have been locked him. So Fang Qihong had to take the risk again. As long as Bai Ruoxi was killed, everything was easy to say. Just like Fang Qihong's father who killed Bai Ruoxi back then, now Fang Qihong has chosen this 613 road again. Yi Fei smiled faintly, and his murderous intent became stronger. Yi Fei said, I don't know when the people from the Violet Organization will do it. I will deliberately create my departure in these 2 days. Fake, you must pay attention to it when the time comes. Well, don't worry, I will use myself as a bait to attract the killer of the Violet Organization. Bai Ruo. She answered softly, and Yi Fei and Bai Ruoxi had already finalized their plans in an instant, and they both had ideas. After this, Yi Fei and Bai Ruoxi looked at each other and smiled. For the next 2 or 3 days, the Violet Organization was temporarily inactive. After the 3rd day, things finally changed. Chapter 314, number 160, Kill. In the past 2 or 3 days, the assassins of the Violet Organization following Bai Ruoxi have never stopped. And these killers are very secretive and good at hiding their whereabouts. Had it not been for Yifei to have become the master of Transformation Realm, he would really not be able to find the problem. As one of the strongest killer organizations in the East Sakura Kingdom and even the world, the Violet Organization is still a bit high. Yifei had to admit this too. In the past few days, Bai Ruoxi has also followed Yifei's instructions. Roland is generally organized and still has a normal schedule. Yifei also often appeared next to Bai Ruoxi to prevent accidents. However, Yifei found that the Violet Organization was really not the usual vigilance. Whenever Yifei appeared next to Bai Ruoxi, the killers of the Violet Organization will keep their distance and even temporarily give up tracking to avoid being discovered. This situation continued for 3 days. The situation didn't change until the 3rd day. Because on the 3rd day, Yifei found an opportunity to separate him from Bai Ruoxi. On the 3rd day, because I Am Not the God of Medicine is currently hot at the box office, it has attracted a lot of attention, so Yifei was also invitation to go abroad to participate in film festivals. Yifei took advantage of this official business, and he went on a business trip abroad once. Of course, before Yifei left, there was a civet cat in exchange for the prince. People with similar appearances went out instead of himself, but he sneaked into Bai Ruoxi's villa quietly. Without knowing it, Keshin had concealed all the killers of the Violet Organization. Yifei gave the Violet Organization a set. After this, Yifei let go. Night. Bai Ruoxi and Yifei did not practice Yellow Emperor's internal classic tonight. Yifei and Bai Ruoxi were in the room of Bai Ruoxi villa. Inside, in the dark, the two talked softly. Bai Ruoxi asked, "Do you think the people of the Violet Organization will be fooled?" Yifei whispered, "Of course they will be fooled. As long as Fang Qihong wants to kill you, they will definitely come tonight." At this point, Yifei had absolute confidence. After all, on the bright side, Yifei has already gone on a business trip now, and Yifei's biggest obstacle is missing, although Bai Ruoxi has difference. Shu seems to be heavily guarded, but it is not a problem at all for the killers of the Violet Organization. Yifei stroked Bai Ruoxi's cheeks, fingertips across Bai Ruoxi's delicate skin. Bai Ruoxi's face was flushed. Listening to Yifei's powerful heartbeat, he closed his eyes slightly. In fact, Bai Ruoxi's mood at this moment is also tense and excited. Her twin star-like eyes are always in focus. On Yifei's body, she whispered in a low voice, "Well, I believe you. Don't worry, everything has me." Yifei helped Bai Ruoxi arrange her hair gently and said with a smile. Both physically and mentally relaxed gradually. Midnight. 3 o'clock in the morning. This is also the deepest moment when people sleep. At this time, Bai Ruoxi was even a little drowsy, if not for the recent practice of the Yellow Emperor's internal classic. Jean Bai Ruoxi. Her physique has been strengthened. She has long been unable to stand up to sleep at this time, but now Bai Ruoxi can still support it. But Yifei was full of energy, and his expression was very calm. At this moment, Yifei suddenly heard a very small movement coming from outside the window. Although the sound of this movement is very small, it can help Yifei's 5 sensitive senses of Huijing Grandmaster. After Yifei heard the movement, he lightly touched Bai Ruoxi. Bai Ruoxi immediately became sober. She glanced at Yifei subconsciously, and Yifei slightly nodded at Bai Ruoxi and gestured. Outside is the killer of the Violet Organization, and the other party has already begun to act. It really came. Yifei took a breath, his whole body's inner strength and true energy circulated, and soon Yifei sensed that the opponent was very weak. The sound of breathing and heartbeat. Each of these elite killers of the Violet Organization has learned a special method of controlling breathing and heartbeat making. Their breathing is weak and steady, and their heartbeat has dropped to a heinous level. Under such circumstances, Yifei still heard the other's breathing and heartbeat. Yifei made a light gesture towards Bai Ruoxi, indicating that there were 6 people in the other party. Seeing Yifei's gestures, Bai Ruoxi nodded slightly without speaking, indicating that she understood. At this moment, the sound outside the window suddenly became louder. Yifei heard the sound outside the window. It was someone coming from different directions such as the window, door, bedroom, living room, and even the kitchen. The sound of entering the room. Yifei squinted, his expression faint. Although the opponent has only 6 people, each of them is elite, and all of them are internal masters. Among them, the most powerful is of course the Black Crow. The Black Crow is a master of inner strength and is proficient in assassination. Even in Violet. In the organization's internal data, the Black Crow also has a record of successfully assassinating a master with the same internal strength. Therefore, it can be said that the Black Crow's assassination ability is definitely in the forefront of all assassination masters, one of the best. It is also the core killer of the Violet Organization. In an instant, Yifei felt the opponent rush in, and went straight to the bedroom. Yifei grabbed Bai Ruoxi's slender waist and said in a low voice, "Don't be afraid." In fact, Bai Ruoxi did have a little bit of fear in his heart. After all, this was an assassination and his life was hanging by a thread. People will be afraid. However, Bai Ruoxi's heart was strong enough, and he was always overcoming the fear in his heart. Hearing what Yifei said, Bai Ruoxi kept calm at the critical moment, and she nodded gently. Bai Ruoxi's performance also made Yifei look at him with admiration. It seems that Bai Ruoxi belongs to that kind of life and death. The more calm the head is, Yifei also appreciates it. Under such circumstances, several killers have already acted at the same time, broke into the bedroom, and rushed into the festival. Seeing these assassins, Yifei was also well prepared. He even took the lead and acted first. Kill. Moon Black Wind High Murder Night. This is destined to be an unusual night. Chapter 315 The Terror of the Great Master of Transformation Realm. The moon is dark and the wind is high. In the bedroom. Yifei instantly saw 2 assassins from the Violet Organization rushing towards them, both of them holding murder weapon daggers in their hands. Bai Ruoxi rushed, but when they saw Bai Ruoxi's clothes intact and sitting by the bed waiting for them to arrive, they were obviously taken aback. When they saw Bai Ruoxi's small waist around Bai Ruoxi's waist and Yifei's calm expression, their eyes showed even more. She was shocked and horrified, knowing that she had been fooled this time. One of the assassins yelled, speaking in Dungying language, as if he wanted to remind his companions. But the killer reminded it too late, too late. Only seeing Yifei's figure move, his toes are just a little bit, and his figure is like a ghost in this dark night. Yifei seemed to descend like a king in the dark night. Yifei stomped quickly, arrived in front of the assassin, and patted that lightly. Yifei seemed to move very softly, but in fact it was extremely heavy. This palm seemed to be slapped softly on the assassin's body. The assassin didn't even have time to make a scream, only. Hearing a clear sound, the killer was like a puddle of ooze, and 227 people fell down and disappeared. Breath. Immediately afterwards, Yifei acted again. Another assassin also screamed and rushed towards Yifei. Yifei was like chopping melons and vegetables, and immediately grabbed his wrist easily and then slammed it. The killer's hand was broken. Then Yifei flew up again, and the killer flew out heavily and hit the wall with a loud noise. Yifei lifted the weight lightly, strolling leisurely, and solved the two killers with great ease. The two killers fell to the ground and died. Seeing this scene, Bai Ruoxi, who should have been screaming in surprise, was extremely calm, staring at her man with her eyes lightly comfortable. In a sigh of relief, just now, Yifei's series of actions were like moving clouds in flowing water, and it easily solved the two killers. It's almost like shooting a martial arts movie. No, it's not like shooting a martial arts movie. Because usually in martial arts movies, both sides have back and forth, but only Yifei is easy to kill directly. Square. A strange feeling rose in Bai Ruoxi's heart, and the gaze that looked at Yifei was full of joy and appreciation. This is the man she likes. Bai Ruoxi was surprised by Yifei's terrifying skill. After all, Bai Ruoxi was not from the martial arts world she had seen. Yifei fought against the people of the Violet Killer organization, but at that time Yifei's strength was not yet a master of transformation. Bai Ruoxi didn't know that Yifei had become the master of transformation now, but he felt that Yifei's strength seemed to be compared to the last time. It's not like a dimension at all. Yifei's movements are smooth and flowing, and can even be described as elegant. After dealing with the two killers, he was still at ease, as if he had pinched two ants to death. Simple. Immediately afterwards, Yifei acted again. Next, two more killers rushed into the room. The two assassins were also armed with murder weapons, and even one of them was still holding a gun. Seeing Yifei, the killer raised his hand the first time he wanted to pull the trigger to shoot at Yifei. This assassin was very decisive, and wanted to shoot and kill Yifei. But Yifei's movements were faster. Although once the killer's gun is fired, it can pose a threat to Yifei, Yifei's movements are one step faster, directly. One kick flew out and kicked the assassin's chest. In an instant, a bloodline burst out, and the killer also fell softly to the ground. After that, Yifei grabbed his hand again, and then killed another assassin with ease. Although guns are very powerful, they are very threatening. But once it reaches the level of a master of transformation, it is even BECC enough to prevent the opponent from shooting at a short distance. Of course, the sniper rifle is another matter, but the master of transformation has a strong ability to perceive danger. Generally speaking, the sniper rifle is even hard to do, which is why the great master of transformation is so special and powerful. It is also true that Xuanwang State's martial arts realm masters are so scarce, and the military of Xuanwang's military is also capable of opposing the realm masters. Have such preferential treatment. Only the last two killers are left. The two killers also included the Black Crow, which was Yifei's main target this time. Yifei didn't panic, strolling in the courtyard, looking towards the court. The remaining elite assassin of the Violet organization was already weakened by Yifei's fright. Because this elite killer has never experienced such a scene before him. The man in front of him is simply a demon. Then easily killed four of them. Those are the four masters of internal strength, all of them are the elites in the Violet organization, but in front of the man in front of them. But almost everyone can stop him move. Monsters, demons. The killer was almost in a mental breakdown. In fact, as a member of the Violet Killer organization, his psychology is very strong. But he has never seen such. In this weird scene, he never thought it would be what it is today. The man in front of him could easily kill them in seconds. Yifei took a step forward and saw the assassin of the Violet organization. He did not hesitate to pinch the opponent's neck directly. The shot was as fast as lightning. Just listen to a crisp sound. The assassin's neck crooked and he died straight away. So far, Yifei has easily solved the 5 killers. A smile appeared at the corner of Yifei's mouth. Yifei was searching for the only remaining killer, which is the location of Black Crow. Immediately afterwards, Yifei noticed the breath of the Black Crow. What surprised Yifei was that the Black Crow was actually running. That is right, the Black Crow is running away. Just after Yifei easily solved the assassins of the Violet organization, the Black Crow immediately noticed something wrong and stood up. Run away. Yifei's mouth curled up and wanted to run. How could it be possible to escape the palm of the Grand Master of Transmitting Realm? Chapter 316 Flying Flowers and Picking Leaves, anyone can kill. Realizing that something was wrong, he turned around and ran away, turned around and left. Seeing the Black Crow turned around and ran away, Yifei felt that the Black Crow's aura was getting weaker in a blink of an eye. The corner of Yifei's mouth was curved, and his expression was faint, but he was not flustered at all. The Black Crow wants to run. Want to escape from the hands of his master of transformation. Foolishly talk about dreams. Yifei's figure moved, and in a blink of an eye, he also appeared out of the window like a ghost. In the courtyard of the villa, Yifei landed steadily, only to see a figure in front of him running out quickly. It was the Black Crow. The Black Crow ran fast, and the scene fell in Yifei's eyes. Yifei squinted, showing a deep coldness in his eyes. Meaning, think, run. Yifei laughed lightly, stomping forward quickly. In a blink of an eye, he had almost reached the Black Crow, less than meters away from the Black Crow. The Black Crow was so scared that the souls of the dead at this time, the cold behind him, seemed to have noticed something and turned around abruptly. At this moment, a figure of a Taoist figure appeared in front of him, and it was Yifei. Yifei appeared almost silently. After the Black Crow noticed it, he suddenly got a cold sweat, and the Black Crow showed his face. The color of horror, he said in amazement. You. Black Crow is a native of Dongying, but he can speak Chinese, but his tone is difficult and his voice is a bit sharp and weird. You are human. The Black Crow stared at Yifei nervously, his expression was quite shocked, and his eyes showed a deep sense of horror. Seeing the expression of the Black Crow, Yifei laughed lightly. Is it a man or a ghost? I didn't expect you to speak Chinese well. But the **** should stay in the **** pile, and the East Tower will not wait. Come to my Xuanwang to die. As Yifei spoke, his figure moved again, showing his inner strength out. For a time, the surrounding breath seems to have been dragged, and the entire space becomes extremely dignified. Stalks are like mountains. The coercion struck. This terrifying coercion made people feel amazed and even shuddered. The Black Crow felt this huge breath. He even felt that his whole person was locked by Yifei. It is difficult to move the figure, even with a single step. The Black Crow was even more frightened. Can Yifei Jingran do this? The person in front of you. Only after he really comes into contact with Yifei, can he understand the horror of the man in front of him and understand that Yifei has. How terrible. This kind of pressure like a mountain, even the Black Crow has never felt it. Even the leaders of the Violet organization are a bit inferior to the man in front of them. The Black Crow is already one of the core killers of the Violet organization. He prides himself that even a master with great internal strength can fight with all his strength and kill him. But when facing Yifei, he did feel a strong pressure and aura, which made it even hard for the Black Crow. Action. The Black Crow's voice is difficult. You turned out to be the master of the realm of transformation. The Black Crow bites the tip of the tongue. This is an ancient killer secret. By biting the tip of the tongue, the body can be stimulated. Physical potential. After the Black Crow bit the tip of his tongue, he really stimulated the potential in his body. He turned and fled immediately without hesitation. That is right, the Black Crow didn't have the slightest desire to fight Yifei in his heart, but turned around and ran. Knowing that Yifei is the master of transformation, when facing Yifei, the Black Crow had no luck in his heart and didn't even think about it. Want to fight against Yifei's mind. The difference between Huijing Grandmaster and ordinary warrior is the difference between Tianyuan. The Black Crow turned his head and ran, tapping his toes. The speed is so fast in the dark that ordinary people can't even notice it. Yifei squinted his eyes to see the Black Crow trying to escape. He sneered at the corner of his mouth and said lightly, "Do you think you can escape?" As soon as Yifei's voice fell, he saw Yifei release his internal energy, and his internal energy exploded like explosives. In fact, when you reach a master of internal power, you can release your internal power. For example, Fu Hongyu, who fought against Yifei, can do this. Ask for flowers. But Yifei's internal energy is not like Fu Hongyu's, it just flows internal energy on the surface of the body and skin, but can stimulate internal energy. Therefore, Yifei can pick up leaves from flying flowers and kill people. Only seeing that in an instant, Yifei had already acted. Yifei turned and moved, he picked a leaf from the garden of the villa next to him and then flicked his finger slightly. Just seeing the moment, it made a loud sound of piercing the eardrum. Laugh. Accompanied by the sound, the leaves in Yifei's hand lightly flicked, and it cut through the air, just like stab the Black Crow like a knife. The Black Crow screamed, staggered. 0. Immediately afterwards, I saw the Black Crow vomiting blood, and the eyes showed a strong shock, and the blood was soft. Fell to the ground. The Black Crow couldn't handle Yifei's trick at all. I only saw this leaf in the back of the Black Crow, and the back of the Black Crow was blood flowing, and it was completely covered by this leaf. The leaves made a blood hole. Facing such an astonishing move by Yifei, the Black Crow didn't have the slightest strength to resist. He fell limp on the ground, eyes. The middle is full of despair. The Black Crow turned his head slowly, he looked at Yifei, his eyes were full of horror and despair, and he opened his mouth and said, "It turned out to be the Grand Master. I died unjustly in front of me, as long as you know." Yifei's expression was indifferent, extremely relaxed, as if he hadn't killed a person alone, as if he had trampled on an ant. 1. This is the realm of the martial arts master, flying flowers and picking leaves can kill people. And Yifei used this ability to the extreme. Chapter 317 Experience points increase. The Black Crow fell softly to the ground, his pupils dilated, and fell directly to the ground, his back completely soaked with blood. The Black Crow is dead. Even if it is as strong as the Black Crow, it is still not Yifei's opponent today, and Yifei is easy to deal with the Black Crow. Kill the Black Crow easily. Yifei walked to the Black Crow's corpse and looked at the horrified eyes of the Black Crow when he died. He closed his eyes before returning to the villa. Yifei was still elegant, he was not even stained with blood on his body. Yifei returned to the villa's bedroom. Bai Ruoxi was in it. She looked at Yifei and was relieved when she saw Yifei come back. As long as Yifei comes back, it means that at least Yifei is safe. Although Bai Ruoxi knew that Yifei had amazing skills now, Bai Ruoxi could not help but worry about Yifei. "Are you okay?" Bai Ruoxi's eyes were full of concern, as he looked at Yifei and asked. Yifei smiled and said, "It is okay, don't you worry." "That is good," Bai Ruoxi whispered. Yifei said again, "There are 6 assassins in this attack, 5 of them are elite assassins from the Violet Organization, and 1 is the Black Crow. I killed all of them. The body of the Black Crow is now downstairs." The Black Crow was killed by Yifei. Hearing this news, even Bai Ruoxi couldn't help being slightly excited and surprised. Her eyes were like water, she looked at Yifei and clenched her fists tightly. Bai Ruoxi knew that Yifei was very strong, but did not expect Yifei to be strong. To this extent, those who came to assassinate her also included the Black Crow. And the Black Crow was easily killed by him. How long is this total? It took less than 5 minutes from Yifei's departure to Yifei's return. Within 5 minutes, Yifei killed the Black Crow, which was incredible, which made Bai Ruoxi feel surprised and astonished. The Black Crow is powerful, and at any rate is the core killer of the Violet Organization. Bai Ruoxi is very clear about this. But Yifei can solve the Black Crow so easily. What does this show that Yifei's strength has reached? Bai Ruoxi was a little unbelievable, but for Bai Ruoxi, this is undoubtedly good news that excites her. Bai Ruoxi held her fist slightly with both hands, restraining her inner excitement. The Black Crow was the murderer who killed her father himself, and Bai Ruoxi finally got his revenge. Of course, Bai Ruoxi's heart could not be restrained, because she had waited for this day for 6 years. At first the death of his father became an eternal shadow in Bai Ruoxi's heart. Bai Ruoxi even once thought that he would never catch the real murderer, and he didn't even repay the enemy. With hope, but I did not expect that after meeting Yifei, things would have such a turning point. Bai Ruoxi finally did it for herself. His father got revenge. Of course, the real culprit behind the scenes is Fang Qihong, and Fang Qihong has not been arrested yet. But the Black Crows are already dead, can Fang Qihong be far away? Thinking of this, Bai Ruoxi looked at Yifei with bright eyes. Her eyes were like water, and her bright eyes focused on Yifei's body. Eyes flowed, gently hugging Yifei's waist, she hugged Yifei tightly, as if she was afraid that once Yifei let go, Yifei's whole person will disappear as if. Bai Ruoxi whispered in Yifei's ear, "Thank you, Yifei, thank you so much." Bai Ruoxi was very happy, very happy. Finally took a big step towards revenge in the true sense. The murderer who killed his father as real murderer in the past finally died tonight. If it weren't for Yifei, she didn't even know if she could get revenge, so Bai Ruoxi was extremely grateful to Yifei. In addition, the two are lovers, and various emotions are intertwined. Of course, Bai Ruoxi's cheeks are slightly red, and he even took the initiative to hold Yifei. Send a sweet kiss. Under such circumstances, Yifei also showed a smile at the corner of his mouth and kissed Bai Ruoxi. For a long time, he stroked Bai Ruoxi's soft hair, smelled the fragrance of Bai Ruoxi's hair, and said, "Okay, the Black Crow is already death, but we can take it lightly, we can take advantage of the victory and pursue it." When Bai Ruoxi heard what Yifei said, she was also refreshed and nodded earnestly. "Well, I also think I can deal with Fang Qihong." Fang Qihong revealed a big flaw. After all, Fang Qihong had completely exposed himself by doing this. Follow the Black Crow's identity to check, and soon you can find out that Fang Qihong instructed. Coupled with the collusion between Qihong and the Violet Organization 6 years ago, the murder of Bai Ruoxi's father, these incidents together, it is enough to sentence Fang Qihong. Yifei narrowed his eyes and said, "We can miss this opportunity. Fang Qihong should be waiting for the Black Crow tonight. News, you prepare now, let us go directly to Fang Qihong's residence and block him." Good. Bai Ruoxi nodded vigorously. The night of Bai Ruoxi's revenge is tonight. Now Bai Ruoxi has seen the dawn of hope, and all this is because of Yifei. Yifei stroked Bai Ruoxi's hair. He said, "I'll go there for a while and Fang Qihong, you will follow immediately." Okay. Yifei immediately drove off from the underground garage, while Bai Ruoxi called in security personnel to deal with the nearby villa. Those corpses must be reported to the criminal division to deal with Fang Qihong through legal means. Yifei drove out, that is, at this moment, Yifei also heard the prompt sound of the array system coming from his ears. Ding, congratulations to the host, you get 500 experience points from Bairuoxi and the host experience points increase. Hearing the hint of experience value, Yifei was refreshed again. It has 5.7. I got 500 experience points. Yifei now has 3000 experience points. This is an increase in experience points. The growth rate is quite fast. Chapter 318 Your dead time has arrived. Yifei drove to Fang Qihong's residence. Fang Qihong lives in the presidential suite of Yandu Palace Hotel, which is also in line with Fang Qihong's identity. The price of a night in the presidential suite at Yandu Palace Hotel is already close to 6 figures. Yifei arrived at the hotel soon, and then sneaked into the hotel suite quietly in the dead of night, but Yifei had his own means. Into it. Although it was a quiet hour in the middle of the night, Fang Qihong was still not asleep in the hotel suite, and he was still a little anxious. For some reason, although Fang Qihong learned that Yifei had already gone on a business trip, he also knew that the people around Bairuoxi absolutely not the opponent of the Black Crow, but Fang Qihong always felt his eyelids twitching, always feeling that there was nothing good. This made Fang Qihong faintly aware of something wrong. However, even though Fang Qihong sensed something was wrong, he still believed in the ability of the Black Crow. Because Fang Qihong has seen the Black Crow take action several times with his own eyes, he still has a deep impression on him. In his heart, the Black Crow is the strongest man he has ever seen. As for Leaf 5, although Fang Qihong had also heard about it and heard that Yifei was good at strength, Yifei was not in the country at this time. Second come. Even if Yifei was in China, he believed that Yifei was definitely not Black Crow's opponent. Fang Qihong was smoking a cigarette in the room, a little upset, thinking about whether to ask a tender model to come and relieve his fatigue. As soon as Fang Qihong picked up the phone, he suddenly heard a joke in his ear. It is so late, Boss Fang is still up. A young voice came to his ears, and Fang Qihong was shocked. Suddenly, Fang Qihong suddenly raised his head, and happened to see a face that was extremely handsome and even somewhat evil. When I didn't know anything, Yifei was sitting on the sofa in his living room, and he even poured himself on himself a cup of tea, looking at Fang Qihong with a big smile. Suddenly, Fang Qihong felt a creepy feeling. Even if he was as calm as Fang Qihong, he was subconsciously surprised, and then he drew abruptly and backed away. Fang Qihong stared at Yifei closely, his eyes locked tightly on Yifei's body, his voice trembled slightly, but he barely kept it. Calm down, young Master Yi, how did you come in the middle of the night? Fang Qihong sensed something wrong. While he was chatting with Yifei, at the same time Fang Qihong was a sneaky general. Hand touched the phone beside the bed. Obviously, Fang Qihong knew that something was wrong. He was planning to contact the bodyguard in the outside world through his mobile phone. The moment he saw Yifei, Fang Qihong knew that this incident had completely deviated from his imagined track. Yifei didn't even leave the country. This matter was his work. Yifei raised his head and said with a chuckle, Boss Fang, I don't think you should act rashly. You want to connect via mobile phone. Is the bodyguard of the Violet Group one can tell you that the killer of the Violet Group can deal with me, tonight. The Violet Organization killers you sent to Bairuoxi Villa were not very skilled, which disappointed me. Fang Qihong was shocked again when he heard Yifei's words. Listening to Yifei's tone, he actually saw Fang Qihong sent to assassinate Bairuoxi's assassin. How is this possible? You know how long the assassins have just set out, even if you count the time for the assassination, how can they be killed so easily? Fang Qihong couldn't believe it. Yifei said again a total of 6 killers, even including the Black Crow, but still weak. Honestly, my opponent is old. You were disappointed, Yifei said lightly. Fang Qihong's pupils closed dramatically. You know, Fang Qihong said solemnly. Of course I know. Boss Fang, you have always been cunning like a fox. You even worked as a tortoise at Modu, wanting to deal with you. It is not easy, Yifei said lightly. It is indeed not easy to deal with Fang Qihong. Fang Qihong is very cautious. He even came to Yandu easily before. If not for this opportunity, Yifei would be really not good. Deal with him, but this time, Fang Qihong's flaws were too big. He even took the initiative to send someone from the Violet Organization to assassinate Bairuoxi, that is to die. Fang Qihong sighed. This is the end of the matter. He already knew that he was exposed, but Fang Qihong stared at Yifei. Said young Master Yi, how did you do it? Can you deal with the people of the Violet Organization? I don't believe it. Fang Qihong was puzzled. He couldn't even think about it. How did Yifei do it? You know, the killers of the Violet Organization are all true elites, and not only are the killers of the Violet Organization powerful. Even more powerful is the Black Crow, which is definitely the strongest killer in the Violet Organization except for a few leaders. How can Yifei deal with the Black Crow? You want to know? Yifei chuckled. Fang Qihong was silent. He really wanted to know. At the same time, Fang Qihong is also delaying time. He still has a glimmer of hope in his heart, hoping that the Black Crow will eventually come out. Now, he might still have a chance of winning. After all, Fang Qihong has also heard some rumors and deeds of Yifei, knowing that ordinary killers can deal with Yifei, only the Black Crow can. Bye. Seeing Fang Qihong's silence, Yifei smiled suddenly, and at the same time Yifei saw a few 1 yuan coins on the dining table in the living room. Yifei picked up one of the coins with 2 fingers, smiled faintly, took out the coin casually, and then jerked it, using the inner. Strongly lost out, pointing at Fang Qihong bounce. In an instant, I saw a silver metallic light flashing past, and at the same time a sharp sound of piercing the eardrum sounded. Immediately afterwards, Fang Qihong screamed, half of his face was cut out a deep wound, and more than that, Fang Qihong's hair was also cut off by the coin. Fang Qihong immediately covered his face and screamed. He covered his face, and when he looked at his hand, he saw that all blood was flowing on his hand. Fang Qihong looked back abruptly again, which shocked him even more. Chapter 319 The Most Special Night. He suffered a deep wound, and even cut Fang Qihong's hair altogether. Fang Qihong screamed and covered his face, and he couldn't help looking back. From this look, Fang Qihong was even more shocked. Only Fang Qihong saw that the silver coin had dived deep into the wall, completely submerged in it. On the steel-reinforced concrete brick wall of the hotel, a fist-sized hole appeared. This hole was very deep. This coin was destroyed. This is the power of the master of the world to use internal energy. Even firearms may not be able to cause such terrible damage. What is more, Yifei only used things like coins. Fang Qihong covered his face. The expression on his face was even more strange and shocking. His eyes looking at Yifei were also full of surprise and shock. Fang Qihong was shocked. Are you? Yifei glanced at Fang Qihong and said lightly, Boss Fang, what do you think of my hand? Can the Black Crow compare to me? Fang Qihong was still in shock, but his face was full of sullen expression at this time, and he whispered, young Master Yi, I'll take it. Fang Qihong finally believed Yifei's words. He knew that Yifei's strength was terrifying, far beyond his imagination. Fang Qihong didn't know the martial arts world. He didn't know the martial arts world's inner strength. What kind of masters of the martial arts world? The division of strength. But even if Fang Qihong didn't know, he knew that Yifei's strength far surpassed the Black Crow. It is a level. Comparing Black Crow's kung fu with Yifei's is simply Firefly and how you contending for glory. Fang Qihong looked sullen and sat on the edge of the bed in a daze. Only then did he know that he had really kicked the iron this time. Before that, Fang Qihong relied on his close cooperative relationship with the Violet organization. He also felt that he was dealing with Bai Ruo. The movie of a little girl like she must be caught by hand. But now, Fang Qihong closed his eyes, knowing he was done. Boss Fang, since you also know that the Black Crow can come to rescue you, then go with me obediently. Yi Fei. Speak lightly, young Master Yi. Fang Qihong suddenly opened his eyes again and said, Yi Fei, Yi Gongzi. Your father and I are also friends. I don't know Yi Gongzi. Can you give me a little bit of face? As long as Yi Gongzi can let someone from our side tonight, you can open the conditions and someone from our side will decide. Dante frowned. Even I can transfer all the real estate, cultural tourism and other projects of our Fangchi group Viejia. The value of this is definitely more than tens of billions, and our two can also cooperate further, our Fang Qihong from today. The head of the horse is determined by Yi Gongzi. As long as Yi Gongzi you let me go, what do you think? Fang Qihong followed benign temptations. He looked at Yi Fei and offered his own terms. I have to say that the conditions put forward by Fang Qihong are still excellent. Fang Qihong himself put forward good conditions, at least what he said about the transfer of real estate, cultural and tourism projects, etc., the price. The value is at least tens of billions. For no reason, the wealth of tens of billions is enough to become a top rich man. In Fang Qihong's view, the conditions he put forward are already quite sincere, and everyone is afraid that they will be moved. Even if Yi Fei. He was born with a golden key. No matter how rich Yi Fei was, he would definitely will reveal the greedy nature. Who doesn't love money? Fang Qihong stared at Yi Fei closely. He was humble and Chen Ken. At this moment, he did not dare to hold the air in front of Yi Fei. Yi Fei suddenly laughed when Fang Qihong said this. Boss Fang, do you think I am short of money? Yi Fei grinned. Fang Qihong said solemnly, Yi Gongzi, of course you are not short of money, but as long as you and I join forces, you will soon be able to dominate the south. In the northern business community, the Yi family will be in full swing when the time comes. I think this is what my father is more willing to see. Yi Fei glanced at Fang Qihong and said lightly, sorry, I think your money is dirty. Fang Qihong was irritated, but he didn't dare to attack. Yi Fei said indifferently, we have nothing to talk about. You'd better go and explain this to the person who raised the criminal department. The previous murder of Bai Ruoxi's father, coupled with this murder, I think your little life cannot be saved. Yi Fei was indeed disdainful of agreeing to Fang Qihong's condition. Fang Qihong's conditions may be tempting to anyone. However, to Yi Fei, he was not short of money at all. And even if he wants to get Fang Qihong's money, he can wait for Fang Qihong to be sent to prison or even be sentenced by the criminal division. After the death sentence, and then take the opportunity to destroy the Fang group, it is also possible to annex a large number of qualified assets of the Fang group. Why cooperate with Fang Qihong? Yi Fei was very disdainful of Fang Qihong's behavior. When working with this kind of person, you always have to worry about being stabbed in the back by him. Yi Fei's expression was calm. He lifted Fang Qihong like a chicken and clasped his hand so as not to let Fang Qihong escape. After about a few minutes, the door outside the room was knocked. Yi Fei opened the door, and outside the door was Bai Ruoxi and the person from the criminal division. Bai Ruoxi has already called the police. All the people from the criminal division entered the room, one by one with live ammunition. At the same time, the person from the criminal division directly tortured Fang Qihong, and then said indifferently, Point 1 Fang Qihong, we suspect that you and the two murders are related, please come with us soon. Fang Qihong looked depressed, but still yelled, Zhao Li Jiao, wait, I want to hire my lawyer, I want to find a lawyer. The person in charge of the criminal division ignored Fang Qihong's loud shout and directly took Fang Qihong away. Seeing this scene, Bai Ruoxi was also slightly relieved after the person in charge of the criminal secretary took Fang Qihong away, her eyes staring at Yi Fei, he whispered, it is finally over. To Bai Ruoxi, this evening is indeed her most special evening in the past 6 years. Chapter 320 Experience soars. It is finally over. Fang Qihong was taken away by the criminals. Fang Qihong looked downcast, his face was downcast, his face was as sinking as water, he was handcuffed and then he was caught. Come, this is indeed a sad reminder for Fang Qihong. But this is what he deserved. Yi Fei squinted, he took Bai Ruoxi's hand and whispered softly, well, it is finally over. Fang Qihong may still struggle to resist, but the charge for the murder of Bai Ruoxi this time is very difficult to get rid of, plus Qihong at the top. The murder 6 years ago was enough to drive Fang Qihong to a dead end. At any rate, Bai Ruoxi and her father are both top businessmen and have a huge influence in society. This kind of case, it is easy to attract the attention of the whole society. Under the pressure of the fishing boat, it is difficult for Fang Qihong to make small moves. No matter how powerful the Fang family is, there is already a struggle involved. Once involved, it is indeed dangerous. Fang Qihong is completely finished. Yi Fei was also thinking about how to put the Fang family to death. To deal with people like Fang Qihong, you must not be merciful, especially the Fang family itself is also very powerful. Called the top business family, no worse than the Yi family. Once Fang family 653 can fall, the Yi family and Bai family and other big families will ultimately benefit. Yi Fei said although Fang Qihong is temporarily under control, he will definitely want to struggle. Strength. Bai Ruoxi nodded slightly, her eyes flashed brightly, and she whispered Fang Qihong is not weak, and the Fang family cannot rise again. And, of course, since you have decided to step on someone, you have to trample to death. Yi Fei's tone was calm, but very firm. Both Bai Ruoxi and Yi Fei already had this kind of consciousness. Among them, Yi Fei contacted the chief daddy Yi He, and Bai Ruoxi also mobilized the resources of the Bai family, and Yi Fei returned by the way. Speaking to Yang Zimo, and specifically contacted Yang Dongsheng, Yang Zimo's father, to explain the matter. The facts that happened this night are too big. I heard that Fang Qihong was the master of the accident 6 years ago, and he had premeditated the murder of Bai Ruoxi's father. This immediately made Yi He and Yang Dongsheng quite surprised. The accident in which Bai Ruoxi's father died 6 years ago shocked Yandu. Yi He listened to what Yi Fei said, and he BGCH booed. It turns out that Fang Qi is the real murderer. Sure enough, people are unpredictable. Yi He sighed, and then he was quite surprised by what Yi Fei did, not to mention that Yi Fei was so relaxed. Fang Qihong was sent to prison. Yi Fei said a few words with Yi He, and also expressed the hope that Yi He could help him deal with Fang Qihong. Because once news of Fang Qihong's imprisonment comes out, Fang's share price will inevitably fluctuate significantly, and even lose Fang Qi. The core figure of Hong, the Fang group suddenly became a no owner, and the Yi family would definitely get a lot of opportunities by then. The same goes for the Bai family and the Yang family. After all, for big companies like Yi, Bai, and Yang with a market value of over 100 billion, these big companies compete with each other. It is also very intense, especially in industries such as real estate and finance, which are inherently highly competitive. After all, the cake is so big, and of course these giant companies will get involved. Therefore, once the Fang group falls, the cake of the Fang group will be let out. Occupied by Yang and other families. Therefore, when Yifei asked Yi, Yang Dongsheng and others to help, Yi and Yang Dongsheng didn't even think about it. I agreed immediately. In any case, in the face of the encirclement and suppression of Yi, Bai, and Yang, even if it is as strong as Fang Qihong, it is difficult to toss about anything. The storm is over. The strength of each of Yi, Bai, and Yang is not inferior to Fang Qihong. No matter how you look at it, Fang Qihong is doomed this time. After Yifei finished the phone call, Yang Dongsheng spoke politely, and even wanted to formally establish a relationship with the Yi family and the Bai family. Alliance. Hearing what Yang Dongsheng said, Yifei of course also readily agreed and did not refuse. The current alliance between the Yi family and the Bai family has resulted in great benefits to the Yi family and the Bai family. China has also benefited a lot, especially for the Yi family. When Yang Dongsheng saw that he was naturally jealous, he also took this opportunity to propose an alliance. At this point, the three major commercial giants in Yandu have finally formed a complete alliance. Thanks to Fang Qihong's appearance. Tonight is destined to be an extraordinary night, and Bai Ruoxi's villa is temporarily unavailable. Yifei took Bai Ruoxi to his villa, and Bai Ruoxi and Yifei rested in the villa night. Bai Ruoxi avenged her father and was finally able to avenge her. The gratitude she felt to Yifei was of course needless to say, and the experience was even greater. It sort of echoed in Yifei's ears. Ding, congratulations to the host, Bai Ruoxi has increased his favor with you and increased his experience by 200 points. The experience value increases again. Yifei was in a happy mood. The growth rate of this experience value is still very good. Although it was late at night, Bai Ruoxi couldn't sleep. Instead, she leaned against Yifei and hugged Yifei's waist tightly. Shang Yifei's profile. Yifei smiled and said go to sleep, you have to work tomorrow. Well, thank you, Yifei. Bai Ruoxi said again and kissed Yifei's face before lying on Yifei's. Fell asleep in his arms. The next day, Yifei sent Bai Ruoxi to the Bai group. After arriving at the Bai group, after going to Bai Ruoxi's office, I saw that Bai Yu also rushed over soon. After Bai Yu came, he was slightly taken aback when he saw Yifei, but before he could say hello to Yifei, his first sentence was to ask Bai Ruoxi, sister, I heard that the murderer of my father was caught. Really? Bai Yu asked Bai Ruoxi excitedly. Bai Ruoxi nodded slightly and said, well, it is true. Thanks to Yifei, he helped. Suddenly, Bai Yu's expression was extremely excited. At this moment, he took a deep look at Yifei and said, Yifei, you really deserve to be me. Good brother. Chapter 321 Surprise. Bai Yu was extremely grateful to Yifei, and solemnly bowed to Yifei to thank him, and said one after another. Hearing Bai Yu's thanks, Yifei just smiled faintly. He said you are welcome, this is what I should do. Yes, after all, you and my sister Bai Yu smiled, glanced at Bai Ruoxi and Yifei, smiled. Said, Bai Yu had already known the little ambiguity between Yifei and Bai Ruoxi, and Bai Yu was still very supportive of this. Although white. If she is a bit older than Yifei, but age is not a problem at all. He also knows Yifei's roots, at least Yifei is better than. The scum like Lei Haoran is 10,000 times stronger. Yifei and Bai Yu exchanged greetings for a while, and Yifei said this matter is basically settled. You two brothers and sisters will talk first, Well, I will invite you to dinner another day. Bai Yu agreed. Bai Ruoxi also smiled lightly at Yifei. Yifei turned and left the office. Leaving the office, Yifei decided to find Luo Weiyu. He hasn't seen Luo Weiyu for a while. Of course, the two are basically chatting on WeChat every day, and Yifei has too. Luo Weiyu has finished decorating the house and is waiting for Yifei to visit with her. This white head is going to give Yifei a surprise, so Yifei went to the flower shop on Yangtze Street to find Luo Weiyu. Yifei drove to the door of the flower shop and saw Luo Weiyu carefully watering the flowers in the yard in front of the flower shop. Luo Weiyu had a sunny smile on her face, and Yifei felt extremely warm when she saw it, as if she was moved by her smile. Yifei walked in front of Luo Weiyu, only to see Luo Weiyu look at Yifei with surprise and said, why are you here? Yifei has always liked this sunny and kind girl. The relationship between Luo Weiyu and Yifei always made Yifei feel very comfortable. Soon, Yifei drove to Luo Weiyu's residential area. Luo Weiyu deliberately gave Yifei a surprise. She smiled and said you are not allowed to look, close your eyes first. Close your eyes, Yifei asked with a smile. Well, close your eyes first. Luo Weiyu pursed her mouth, looking at Yifei with her big watery eyes. Well, listen to you. Yifei closed his eyes obediently, and then he was led into the room by Luo Weiyu. Can you open your eyes, Yifei asked. Luo Weiyu replied softly, it is okay. The voice was soft and I looked forward to Yifei's performance. Yifei opened his eyes when he heard Luo Weiyu's words. Eye-catching is the decoration of the whole house. The standard Mediterranean style, with blue as the background, is very warmly decorated, which is Yifei's favorite style. When Yifei chose this house for Luo Weiyu didn't choose too much, she wanted to use a warmer as the main choice. Fresh flowers. Therefore, Luo Weiyu also chooses a warm style when decorating, and her carefulness can be seen everywhere in the details. Yifei also saw that Luo Weiyu had brought in the orchid that the two raised together, plus some other pots of her carefully taken photos. Decorated flowers on the windowsill or balcony. In addition, there is also a plant wall arranged by Luo Weiyu in the living room, which looks lively. The most special thing is that Yifei also found his own photo on the wall. That is right, Yifei's photo. These are photos of Yifei from different angles. Yifei didn't know when Luo Weiyu took these photos. Yifei and Luo Weiyu get up to the playground. Photos of this time, there are also several photos of shopping, and there are also photos of the two at Yifei's villa. Some of these photos are of Yifei alone, and there are also two people together, dotted on the wall, it looks very special. Seeing these photos in Luo Weiyu's arrangement, Yifei warmed his heart, knowing Luo Weiyu's effort. This girl. It is no wonder that he had been hiding before, so that he could not see it, it turned out to be for this moment. Yifei can imagine Luo Weiyu secretly taking photos of Yifei, then wash them out and put these photos into photo frames and hang them on. The look on the wall. Thinking of this scene, Yifei suddenly felt warm. How about it, doesn't it look good? Luo Weiyu raised a smile and asked Yifei for credit and said somewhat proudly. Yifei squeezed Luo Weiyu's face, then smiled, well, it really gave me a surprise. Let us do it tonight. Live here. Yifei blinked. Chapter 322 You are a super genius. Shall we live here tonight? Yifei said something that made Luo Weiyu dream about. At the sight of a jerk, Luo Weiyu's face turned red, and Yifei's face was so moisturized that it was a while. Heartbeat. Luo Weiyu blushed and looked at Yifei with watery eyes. He blinked as if he could talk, and whispered that. Okay then, the decoration of Luo Weiyu's apartment has been basically completed, the bed has been bought, the electrical appliances have also been bought, and you can move in directly. And although Yifei didn't know the effect of the decoration before, Yifei strictly checked the decoration materials in the apartment. Make sure to use the most expensive environmentally friendly materials. Therefore, it is not a problem to live in the apartment even now. Luo Weiyu blushed, and she agreed to Yifei's request. 977 I have to say, Yifei is still very good at seizing the opportunity. Yifei almost made Luo Weiyu unable to refuse. Yifei smiled and said, actually, I also have a surprise for you. Hearing the surprise that Yifei said, Luo Weiyu was startled slightly, and at the same time she felt ashamed and sweet, and asked Yuan. What surprise do you give me? Yifei whispered a few words in Luo Weiyu's ear, and saw that Luo Weiyu's face was also completely red, and his neck was. The roots of the ears are all red. Luo Weiyu bit her red lips and shook her head slightly, as if hesitated. Upon seeing this, Yifei smiled at the corner of his mouth, and then whispered a few words to Luo Weiyu, and Luo Weiyu nodded slowly. The surprise that Yifei said was of course the Yellow Emperor's internal classic. Yifei has decided to let all the women around him practice Yellow Emperor's internal classic. After all, the Yellow Emperor's internal classic. It is a pity not to practice such a mysterious technique. What is more, Yifei himself knew very well that the effect of the Yellow Emperor's internal classic was also quite terrifying. The women like Bai Ruoxi and Luo Weiyu are also smart, and they will soon be able to master the key points of the Yellow Emperor's internal classic. When I practice for a year and a half, Yifei will have 4 or 5 more bigger masters around him. Why not? Although it is too late for Luo Weiyu and other women to practice martial arts at their current age, they do not have Yifei that can rely on the system. Come against the sky and change your fate. The best practice is to be an inner strength warrior. If there are no accidents, they have almost no hope of becoming the masters of the realm of transformation. Of course, Musijin is an exception. Musijin is already a master of inner strength. She is still very hopeful for breaking through the realm of master. But you should know that the inner strength martial artist is almost a godlike existence in the eyes of ordinary people, and it is completely enough to cope with most. The situation, even the elite killer standard of the Violet organization, is just an inner strength warrior. Next, Yifei explained to Luo Weiyu the role in some circumstances of the Wangdi Neijing in Yifei's guidance. Under the guidance, Luo Weiyu was also skeptical. However, Luo Weiyu is better than Bai Ruoxi. Luo Weiyu is very well behaved. She is very obedient, especially obedient. Luo Weiyu did what Yifei said. Her gentle personality is exactly like this, so under the guidance of Yifei, Luo Weiyu quickly mastered the Huangdi Nei. The key to the classics. Luo Weiyu's practice was even faster than Bai Ruoxi's practice. Yifei guided Luo Weiyu to introduce the Junqi of the Yellow Emperor's internal classic into the Dantian, and then began to breathe and vomit. Accept the method to practice. Gradually, Luo Weiyu had a sense of breath. At the same time, Luo Weiyu's body has undergone subtle changes, and her mental state is also better than ever. About 2 hours later, Luo Weiyu finished her first practice. This feeling is very unique and wonderful. After practicing the Yellow Emperor's internal classic, this also made Luo Weiyu feel that the whole body was completely different from before. Luo Weiyu's physical strength is at an unprecedented peak. Luo Weiyu whispered at Yifei, this Yellow Emperor's internal classic is really amazing. I think my body is now. It is full of power, and there seems to be a little mouse in the lower abdomen Dantian, jumping up and down. It is very special. Yifei suddenly laughed when Luo Weiyu said so. At the same time, Yifei was also surprised. Weiyu, you may be a genius in cultivation. It is a pity that you didn't practice martial arts before. Road, that is right. What surprised Yifei was that Luo Weiyu really seemed to be a genius in cultivation. Luo Weiyu has only practiced for just 1 day, which is actually 2 hours. She actually has a sense of breath. This is very rare. It shows that Luo Weiyu is extremely talented. You know, even Bai Ruoxi's talent is already quite good, but on the first day of her practice, she didn't have it at all. Feel the breath. When an ordinary martial artist is cultivating, it is quite good to be able to feel the sense of aura after 2 weeks of cultivation. As a result, Luo Weiyu. It is a bit bullish. Yifei couldn't help wondering, did he discover a super martial arts wizard? Yifei couldn't help laughing. Hearing Yifei's praise, Luo Weiyu was also blank. She looked at Yifei in surprise, blinked her eyes and asked heaven. Just don't laugh at me. Luo Weiyu was so embarrassed. Upon seeing this, Yifei smiled and said, I am really not a joke to you. You know if your talent is to practice martial arts 10 years earlier. It should be at least a martial artist with great inner strength now. Yifei simply explained to Luo Weiyu how rare this incident is. Luo Weiyu listened curiously, and she knew some secrets in the martial arts world. Knowing that her talents are very good, Luo Weiyu is of course happy 0.7, but when she is happy, Luo Weiyu. He held Yifei lightly, and said in a low voice, then I have to work harder to practice martial arts. Yes, Yifei squeezed Luo Weiyu's nose and said with a smile, you have to work harder to practice martial arts. Negative your talent. Luo Weiyu smiled softly, I don't know if I live up to my talent, but I want to help you as best as I can. Hearing Luo Weiyu's words was tantamount to confession, Yifei was even more moved. Chapter 323 Li Yunfeng is here. Yifei's heart was filled with emotion. Luo Weiyu did everything for him, and Yifei knew very well in his heart that he felt very pity for the girl in front of him. Let us rest, don't keep practicing, otherwise it will be counterproductive. Yifei didn't want to give Luo Weiyu too. Huge pressure. What is more, as a master of the transformation, there are fewer and fewer people who can threaten Yifei now, except for a few of him such as Li Yunfeng. Outside of the opponent, Yifei was not afraid. Yeah, Luo Weiyu nodded obediently, her bright eyes looked at Yifei and then leaned against Yifei's chest to find it comfortable. The clothing posture leaned against Yifei's arms. Yifei smiled and hugged Luo Weiyu tightly. Early the next morning. When Yifei woke up, Luo Weiyu had already cooked breakfast. Yifei also had a great appetite when he smelled the scent of this breakfast. Luo Weiyu said to Yifei, I don't know why, I always feel that today is easier than usual for me. Luo Weiyu said embarrassedly. Hearing Luo Weiyu's words, Yifei couldn't help but smile, silly girl, this is very normal. After you practice martial arts, your body. Physical fitness becomes stronger, and the demand for things is also greater, so you must not eat less for weight loss. Yifei told Luo Weiyu down. Luo Weiyu let out a cry and then understood the reason. Yifei and Luo Weiyu ate and chatted. At this moment, Yifei received a call from Zhang Minli. Zhang Mingle excitedly said to Yifei on the phone, Mr. Yi, good news, great news. What is so exciting? Yifei shrugged and asked faintly. Yifei was very calm. Zhang Minli was abroad at this time. Before that, Yifei was also going abroad, but it was delayed because of Feng Qihang's affairs. Yifei makes people pretend to be. He had already boarded the plane and went abroad, creating the illusion that he had already gone abroad, and gave Feng Qihang a set. Although it was the next set, it was true that Yifei was going abroad, but he didn't go. Because the filming of I Am Not the **** of Medicine has been invited at major international film festivals, please go to I Am Not the **** of Medicine. Participating in the film festival to win awards. One of the most famous awards is the Golden Bell Award. The Golden Bell Award is an award of the European Film Festival. In this parallel time and space, it is one of the very important awards. There are very high standard. This time, I am not a medicine god represents Zhan Wangguo to participate in the selection of the Golden Bell Awards. Yifei did not report high expectations for the award of I am not the god of medicine. After all, Yifei also knew that the foreigner. These awards are rarely awarded to domestic films. Zhan Wangguo's film industry has been in the business for so many years, and there are only a handful of films that have won foreign awards. But now listening to Zhang Minli's tone, this year seems to be different. Sure enough, I heard Zhang Minli enthusiastically saying on the phone, Mr. Yi, we won the prize, the best telephony. Movie award, there's also the best actor award, both of us I am not the god of medicine. Best movie award, best actor award. These two awards are indeed very important awards, and they are also one of the most important awards in the entire Golden Bell Awards. Yifei's spirit was slightly startled, and he was obviously surprised. Immediately afterwards, Yifei smiled and said yes, it seems that although I didn't go, I won the award too, not bad. More than that, I also have great hope for the Golden Horse Award. Hey, Mr. Yi, this time, we are windy. With my head out, I guess many domestic media will compete to report, Zhang Minli said with a smile. Zhang Minli is obviously in a very good mood, and he is very excited. Yifei heard Zhang Mingle say this, and nodded slightly. Okay, if you are not in a hurry, you can play there for a few days. I'll give you a celebration banquet when you come back. Hey, Mr. Yi, look at what you said, we don't have the mind to play abroad. We can wait to fly back to China right away. Show off, Zhang Min said in a happy way. Hearing Zhang Minli's words, Yifei smiled suddenly, which really fits Zhang Minli's personality. The film I Am Not the God of Medicine won the award, which is also an unprecedented honor. At present, Zhan Wangguo's domestic films have hardly won foreign awards. Now Yifei has won this award. This item is already very rare, and it will definitely be featured in the domestic media. It can be said that the box office and influence of I Am Not the God of Medicine will be even higher. And Yifei's own fame will naturally rise with it. In fact, Yifei had always adhered to the principle of low key before, and did not want to show up in the public too high key, but after this. The movie I Am Not the God of Medicine won the award for the second time. I am afraid it is difficult for Yifei to keep a low profile. Yifei hung up Zhang Minli's phone. Luo Weiyu blinked and asked curiously what was going on. Yifei smiled and explained to Luo Weiyu, and Luo Weiyu knew the specific situation. Luo Weiyu immediately admired Yifei and said in a low voice, it is really amazing. This I am not the asterisk of medicine I have these 2 days. I often hear people mention that it is a very moving good movie, a good movie. Luo Weiyu's tone was full of pride. She was sincerely happy and proud for Yifei 977. Yifei smiled. Don't praise me, I will be proud. Yifei and Luo Weiyu joked, and drove Luo Weiyu to the flower shop. Just after sending Luo Weiyu to the flower shop and kissing Luo Weiyu goodbye, Yifei returned to the car and found that his phone rang again. It was from concubine Ning Yu. Yifei was a little surprised, but he didn't expect that Ning Yufei, a great beauty, would take the initiative to contact him. Yifei and concubine Ning Yu have always kept in touch, but they haven't had much contact recently. Yifei answered the phone and heard concubine Ning Yu's sly voice ringing on the phone. Concubine Ning Yu didn't talk nonsense and opened the phone. Knowing the truth, he said, Yifei, I can tell you a news that Li Yunfeng has come to Yandu. Yifei squinted slightly when he heard the words. Li Yunfeng has come to Yandu. This means that Yifei is about to violently collide with the protagonist of the King of Water Soldiers. Chapter 324 Mars hit the Earth. Li Yunfeng has come to Yandu. The news made Yifei frown slightly, and then stretched. Yifei is very clear about Li Yunfeng's strength, he can indeed be called a rival. Li Yunfeng is the master of transformation and is also known as the most outstanding genius in the martial arts world of Xuanwang Kingdom in the past 100 years. He is 30 years old. He stepped into the martial arts world, almost forged a myth, almost became the first martial artist who became a master of the world in his 20s. Talent, but despite this, Li Yunfeng still should not be underestimated. In order to temper his martial arts strength, Li Yunfeng even created the Dragon Tooth Mercenary Corps, which is extremely well known in the world. Known as the top mercenary group. In addition, Li Yunfeng has even become the leader of overseas Hungman, and his status is extremely high. When Li Yunfeng came to Yandu this time, he must have dealt with the affairs between him and Yifei. After all, Yifei had killed his disciple Fu Hongyu before. Fu Hongyu is Li Yunfeng's right-hand man. His death will inevitably arouse Li Yunfeng's anger, and Li Yunfeng is here to find. Yifei is in trouble. I see, thank you Miss Ning, Yifei said with a smile. Concubine Ning Yu's beautiful voice came. Yifei, you must be careful, Li Yunfeng is the master of transformation, if you think it is hard to deal with, so I came to Hongshan Martial Arts Hall to find me. After all, it was because you helped me that the trouble caused me. Concubine Ning Yu was still a little bit sorry for Yifei, because Concubine Ning Yu didn't know that Yifei and Li Yunfeng. It was destined to be contradictory, she just thought that Yifei was purely trying to help her. After all, it was indeed because Yifei helped her last time that Fu Hongyu was beaten to a hemiplegia. Fu Hongyu has been rescued and is already a vegetative person. Concubine Ning Yu didn't know that Yifei was already the master of transformation, and thought that Yifei was still a master of inner strength. There are still many worries and doubts. After all, in any case, although the masters of great internal strength are strong, they are simply too far behind compared to the master of the realm of transformation. Big, the difference between Tianyuan. Concubine Ning Yu thought that Yifei was just a great inner strength, so she was very worried about Yifei. Yifei faintly smiled when he heard the worry in Concubine Ning Yu's words. His impression of Concubine Ning Yu was much better. But Yifei did not deliberately show off his strength, for Yifei it was completely unnecessary. When the time comes, Concubine Ning Yu will know by herself. Miss Ning is welcome. If there is any more news about Li Yunfeng, you can notify me at any time. Yifei said lightly. Okay, then it is settled. Concubine Ning Yu's intelligence information is very proficient. She herself is the entire northern underground. One of the power controllers has a large intelligence network. After hanging up the phone of Concubine Ning Yu, Yifei didn't worry. He decided to go to Su Qingzu. Yifei and Su Qingzu haven't seen each other for several days, just like Luo Weiyu before. Because Su Xiaoqing's health is not very good, Yifei helped Su Xiaoqing to nurse his health. Su Xiaoqing also gradually. He retired from the Su family and handed over most of the Su group's affairs to Su Qingzu. Therefore, Su Qingzu is currently responsible for the daily operations of the entire Su group. Although the Su group is not comparable to a giant like the Yi family, it is also a large consortium with assets exceeding 10 billion. Looking at the whole country, it is already a very good company. Su Qingzu has been acquainted with the overall affairs of the Su family during this period of time, so she has been busy, but she is too busy. Touch the ground. The appearance of Yifei was undoubtedly a surprise to Su Qingzu. Seeing Yifei as a rival, Su Qingzu blushed in the office, and his eyes were full of surprises, saying, How did you come? Seeing Su Qingzu's surprised expression, Yifei couldn't help but smile, and at the same time he felt a sense of pity in his heart. Su Qingzu has lost some weight these days, and his whole person has become a lot thinner. That's because the recent work is really too busy. After Yifei saw Su Qingzu's appearance, he also sighed, then walked to Su Qingzu's side and stroked Ruosu. Qingzu's face said, Qingzu, you have to take a good rest recently, you are all thin. Su Qingzu smiled lightly. She was really thin because of her busy work, but she was in a very good state of mind. Su Qingzu smiled lightly and said, is it good for me? Many girls want to lose weight but can't lose weight. Yifei patted Su Qingzu's buttocks lightly and made a crisp sound, making Su Qingzu's face red. Yifei sternly said, you can forget to take a break because you are too busy at work. I think you should just find a few jobs. The industry manager will help you deal with your affairs. Su Qingzu whispered, I know, don't you worry. I am still at the stage of getting familiar with the company. When the company is on the right track, I will ask a professional manager to take care of it and it will not be so busy. Yeah, Yifei smiled and said to Su Qingzu. Su Qingzu opened her mouth lightly, her temperament was still cold, but the frost was thawed in Yifei's place. She said, what do you think? Come see me today. Yifei said, it's mainly because I haven't seen you for several days. Yeah, I still want to find you, but I haven't seen you for several days. Su Qingzu bit his mouth and leaned on Yifei's around. The two stayed warm for a while and complained to each other. Yifei wanted to do something bad, but in the office, he didn't have this chance either. After staying with Su Qingzu for a long time, Yifei left. When Yifei left the Su group in the afternoon, concubine Ningyu called Yifei again. Miss Ning, Yifei, Li Yunfeng came to Hongshan of just now, concubine Ningyu said. Li Yunfeng unexpectedly came to Hongshan Martial Arts Hall. Yifei squinted, his heart moved slightly. Furthermore, Li Yunfeng asked to see you by name. He also sent out invitations to invite many masters from Yandu martial arts circles to come to Hongshan Martial Arts Hall. Tonight, concubine Ningyu said anxiously. Li Yunfeng wants to see Yifei. This is really Mars hitting the earth. Chapter 325 Grandmaster of Transformation Realm vs Grandmaster of Transformation Realm. Yifei squinted slightly. He obviously didn't expect Li Yunshan to go to Hongshan Martial Arts Hall and call to see Yifei by name. Concubine Ningyu's words were a little anxious. Obviously the state of affairs in this matter was definitely not so. Concubine Ningyu continued, just now some of our martial arts masters met the mouse and the cat in front of him, and even I don't dare to breathe. The pressure on the Master of Transformation is really too great. Yifei, Li Yunfeng asked to see you by name, but he didn't say that he must trouble you. After all, you have Yi family and new family relationship. I think Li Yunfeng will be scrupulous about one or two. Concubine Ningyu said truthfully. In the mind of Concubine Ningyu, Yifei was just a master of inner strength, and of course he was no match for Li Yunfeng. But nevertheless, Yifei's relationship with the Yi family, the new family and even the Wei family was enough to make Li Yunfeng afraid of 3 points. Yifei smiled, don't worry, although Li Yunfeng is difficult to deal with, he really can't do anything to me. Yifei is certainly not afraid of Li Yunfeng. Concubine Ningyu whispered, but Li Yunfeng is coming fiercely. He also sent out invitations to the martial arts community, especially to invite you tonight. Meet. I advise you not to avoid the limelight. Concubine Ningyu also considered 577 for Yifei. In the view of Concubine Ningyu, Yifei's best way to avoid the wind is now. Yifei smiled and said, number. Actually, I was thinking about meeting Li Yunfeng for a while. I am going to see him tonight. Really? Concubine Ningyu frowned and said in a low voice, Li Yunfeng has truth. Concubine Ningyu didn't go down, but the meaning is already self-evident. Yifei smiled, don't worry, so be it, see you tonight. Yifei spoke and hung up the phone. Concubine Ningyu heard the beep in the receiver, and she sighed, knowing that tonight is destined to come. I only hope that Yifei can survive. Li Yunfeng is coming fiercely and will never let go. Although Yifei has many backers and forces, you must know that Yifei beat Fu Hongyu into a vegetable. He was hitting Li Yunfeng in the face. If Li Yunfeng can react to this incident, then Li Yunfeng, the realm master, will have no prestige at all, so who will? We'll put him in the eyes. There is such a saying in the martial arts world. Grandmaster must not be insulted. This means that the master has a very high status in the martial arts world, and he must not provoke him. Once the master of Shanghuijing is provoked, the ending is often very sad. Although Yifei has the Yi family, new family and other backgrounds, Li Yunfeng will probably not kill Yifei. But he wants to hurt Yi. Fei is still very simple. In case Yifei is injured by Li Yunfeng, this. Concubine Ningyu couldn't help being very worried. But Yifei hung up the phone, but looked relaxed and relaxed. In fact, Yifei was also looking forward to the meeting between him and Li Yunfeng. The last time Yifei killed Fu Hongyu, on the surface Yifei was helping Concubine Ningyu, but in fact it was for another reason. Because Yifei knew very well, the reason why Li Yunfeng asked Fu Hongyu to challenge Hongshan Wuguan was to let Fu Hongyu take the opportunity to. Yandu got into trouble to smooth out the martial arts world of Yandu for him, and also laid the foundation for Li Yunfeng's return to the martial arts world of Yandu. Li Yunfeng wanted to take the opportunity to become famous. In the original book, Li Yunfeng did just that. Yifei naturally chose to help Concubine Ningyu and kill Fu Hongyu without hesitation. Fu Hongyu is now a vegetable. Li Yunfeng must be very angry. He must want to retaliate against Yifei. But Yifei was determined not to be afraid. Revenge. Who is afraid of whom? Yifei's expression was calm. He was always indifferent to this matter, and even Yifei was still thinking about meeting in the evening. Li Yunfeng's visit to Yandu soon spread, because Li Yunfeng himself is also making a lot of publicity. As the master of Huijing, Li Yunfeng's BHFI status in the martial arts world is self-evident. It is just that Li Yunfeng lived far away in the sea before. Besides, he has only fame and no prestige in Yandu martial arts circles. Taking this opportunity, Li Yunfeng issued an invitation letter, inviting many famous places in the martial arts circle of Yandu to attend the Hongshan Martial Arts Hall tonight. Party. Li Yunfeng didn't know whether Yifei would come to Hongshan Martial Arts Hall, but he had already sent out the invitation letter. If Yifei does not come, in front of so many famous martial artists in Yandu martial arts, Yifei can be said to have lost his face. NS. From then on, Yifei definitely couldn't mix in Yandu martial arts world. This is also Li Yunfeng's plan. If Yifei came, Li Yunfeng would take the opportunity to teach Yifei a lesson. If Li Yunfeng doesn't come, it is even better. Li Yunfeng will take the opportunity to raise his head. Yifei has become a mourner here. The dog is not worthy to fight with him. This is equivalent to Li Yunfeng stepping on Yifei's fame to take a step forward. That is to say, Yifei was taking a knife. Of course, Yifei also deeply understood what Li Yunfeng meant. He didn't worry when he saw it. It was Mu Zijin. She also quickly learned that Li Yunfeng was coming to Yifei. Mu Zijin knew Yifei as strength. I didn't worry too much, but proposed to go to Hongshan Martial Arts Hall with Yifei tonight. Mu Zijin is expressing his thoughts about moving forward and retreating with Yifei. Of course, Yifei is also clear about his concern for the beautiful woman. Yifei was also warm in his heart and immediately agreed to Musijin. After Musijin got Yifei's answer, he went with Yifei. 8 p.m. This is also the time agreed by Li Yunfeng. Yifei and Musijin were not in a hurry either. They arrived late at the Hongshan Martial Arts Hall. When Yifei and Musijin arrived at Hongshan Wushu Hall, they saw that the whole Hongshan Wushu Hall was already brightly lit. Yifei. He Musijin also saw countless luxury cars outside the door, and at the same time, there were many people from Yandu martial arts who came in and out. Crowded. Seeing this scene, Yifei was not surprised at all. He just entered side by side with Musijin. Soon, concubine Ningyu found Yifei first. Chapter 326 Shock. Concubine Ningyu found Yifei. Concubine Ningyu saw Yifei and Musijin come together, and even the calmness of Yifei's face, even concubine Ningyu frowned slightly. Yifei looked at concubine Ningyu with a relaxed expression. I saw that concubine Ningyu was also wearing a white martial arts uniform today, which set off concubine Ningyu's body even more charming, full of power. Concubine Ningyu's figure is already very tall. Wearing this white martial arts uniform is simple and generous, and it makes her look like a jade skin. The skin is set off, and between concubine Ningyu's eyes, there's a unique charm that attracts everyone's attention. Almost everyone in the martial arts world at the scene focused their eyes on concubine Ningyu's body. She was like a thorny flower. The rose is the most stunning among the flowers, attracting everyone's attention. Concubine Ningyu's eyes were like water. She stared at Yifei and sighed. Yifei, in fact, you shouldn't have come tonight. Yifei smiled faintly. Really, I just want to come to see the realm of the realm master as strength. Concubine Ningyu stopped talking, and finally sighed, saying the strength of the great master transformation is not what you and I can imagine. Li Yunfeng is one of the best. Hey, forget it, I will try my best to help you in a while. Hearing concubine Ningyu's words, Yifei smiled and looked at concubine Ningyu with a deep meaning, and said, Ms. Ning, thank you very much. I accept your love. At such a moment, concubine Ningyu actually said that she was willing to help Yifei, which proved that concubine Ningyu was good to Yifei. And it is enough to prove that concubine Ningyu is a good friend. Yifei is generous to his friends. Yifei retracted concubine Ningyu's gaze, and then asked, is Li Yunfeng here? He came long ago, and he is waiting on the court now. If you don't come, you will probably be the smile of the Yandu martial arts world. Concubine Bing Ningyu whispered. Yifei smiled without saying a word. He turned to look at Musijin next to him, and said in a low voice, Zijin will find a place to sit first. Go ahead, I will meet Li Yunfeng. Yeah, good, Musijin said in a low voice, her eyes soft. When concubine Ningyu saw Yifei and Musijin, she suddenly felt that Musijin's attitude was a little strange. Because Musijin looked calm, he didn't seem to be bothered by Li Yunfeng at all, and it was not only the place where Yifei was at present. Territory. What does it mean? Concubine Ningyu was a little surprised, a little strange. Yifei walked from the reception room to the ring of Hongshan Martial Arts Hall. Yifei walked slowly. Concubine Ningyu walked quickly behind Yifei. As for Musijin, as Yifei said, she went to the stands to find a position. Sit down first. Yifei walked into the arena. He raised his eyes and saw Li Yunfeng at the first glance. I saw Li Yunfeng sitting in the first row of the ring. By Li Yunfeng's side, there were many masters in Yandu martial arts world, and Yifei even saw many familiar figures. Many people were witnesses from the last time Yifei competed with Chen Luo and Fu Hongyu, and they all came to the scene this time. It should be said that as long as there are famous figures in the martial arts world of Yandu, they dare not give face to Li Yunfeng, the martial arts master. All came to the scene. Among them, there are Ding Yicheng, the descendants of Xing Yiquan, Wodaji of Bajiquan, Qingtang Wiguan Wei Laowu, and Wang Zun of Tengde Wiguan. And many more. This group of people is indeed a large number, and they are all familiar faces of Yifei. In addition, Yifei also saw a group of people flocking to Li Yunfeng's side. They should have been with Yifei Yandu. All of them are Li Yunfeng's cronies or disciples in Hongmen overseas. Yifei finally saw Li Yunfeng. I saw Li Yunfeng sitting cross-legged, sitting in the first row. He closed his eyes cross-legged at the moment, closing his eyes and rested. Li Yunfeng looks like he is in his 30s. He is in his prime. He is not burly, but his muscles are clear. It can be clearly seen that Li Yunfeng is sitting cross-legged and cannot see how high he is, but according to the height of his sitting, Yifei speculates. He is at least 1.9 meters tall. And more than that, Li Yunfeng has a strong aura. This aura is by no means ordinary, and even makes Yifei felt a bit extraordinary. Li Yunfeng's whole person is like a sharp sword, shocking. Yifei acted calmly. After seeing Li Yunfeng, Yifei smiled slightly and said loudly, Li Yunfeng, I heard you were looking for me. I am coming. Ask for flowers. Yifei's expression was indifferent, and he spoke slowly. In the presence of many celebrities in Yandu martial arts circles, Yifei's momentum was not weak at all. Not being photographed by the other's momentum, on the contrary, it was like talking to ordinary people. Everyone in the martial arts world of Yandu looked at each other. They all looked at each other, feeling a little shocked. Yifei's attitude was too bold. The other party is the master of transformation. At this time, Li Yunfeng slowly opened his eyes. Li Yunfeng opened his eyes and focused his eyes on Yifei's body. Li Yunfeng looked at Yifei, and he slowly got up at the same time. Li Yunfeng said lightly, you were Yifei, and you beat my apprentice Fu Hongyu into a vegetable. While speaking, Li Yunfeng's momentum was released, and his inner strength also exploded. As a martial artist, Li Yunfeng's aura can be known. For a while, everyone around Li Yunfeng, they all felt a deep chill. They only felt that Li Yunfeng's aura was so amazing that they even went down. The withdrawal of consciousness. But Yifei's expression remained the same, even with a faint smile on his face, saying yes, it is me. Li Yunfeng. Your apprentice Fu Hongyu signed me the status of life and death, and I was playing with him in the ring. What is the problem? Yifei stood like a green pine. He was as steady as a mountain, and he resolved Li Yunfeng's internal energy, and asked Li coldly. Yunfeng. Li Yunfeng frowned and noticed that something was wrong with Yifei. Under the strong pressure that Li Yunfeng deliberately released, Yifei didn't move at all. This only shows that Yifei's strength is far superior. Li Yunfeng's imagination. Chapter 327. The show shakes the whole hall. Li Yunfeng stared at Yifei closely, narrowing his eyes slightly, showing a bit of shock. What a Yifei. Li Yunfeng stared at Yifei earnestly, and between the two of them staring at each other, the aura was rising with the tip of the needle towards the miming. Li Yunfeng is strong, his aura is amazing, and his eyes are fierce, making Yifei feel the heavy pressure. However, when Yifei faced the pressure like a mountain, he behaved very naturally. Li Yunfeng had already noticed something was wrong. On the contrary, those disciples and cronies next to Li Yunfeng all looked good at the show when they saw Yifei, and laughed. Endlessly, I was quite disdainful. Yifei, just a master with great internal strength. Although his strength is good, he dares to do this in front of the master. Zhang, it is really looking for death. 450. Yes, he is afraid he hasn't met Grand Master yet, and I don't know how great the Realm Master is. Everyone around Li Yunfeng sneered and ridiculed Yifei, and their words did not shy away from Yifei. Mocking Yifei, Yifei didn't get annoyed when he heard the ridicule of these people, he just smiled. On the contrary, Li Yunfeng's complexion gradually became ashen, and he whispered at the people around him in a cold voice, "Shut up, noisy." Li Yunfeng even yelled at everyone around him, and all of Li Yunfeng's cronies and disciples were taken aback. I didn't expect to be scolded by Li Yunfeng. Li Yunfeng stared at Yifei, and slowly said, "I was still wondering before, that Brother Yi's inner strength was so powerful that he dared to defend me. It was only before I understood that it turned out that Brother Yi was not a master of inner strength, but a master in person. Polite." With that said, Li Yunfeng clasped his fists and flew to Yi with a salute. His eyes were like swords, staring at Yifei closely. Hearing Li Yunfeng's words, everyone at the scene couldn't help being surprised. Li Yunfeng actually gave Yifei a gift, that's all. The most important thing is the sentence Li Yunfeng said Yifei unexpectedly. Already a master. Master of Transformation Realm. Hearing these words, the cronies around Li Yunfeng, as well as those in the martial arts world at the scene, were all face to face. Looking at each other, he could hardly believe his ears. Yifei is already the master of Transformation Realm. Li Yunfeng's voice was not loud, but he was full of breath and spread throughout the audience. Not far away, concubine Ningyu was also shocked, showing a deep unbelievable color. She stared at the Buddha hall. The figure in the center slowly relieved the doubt in his heart. No wonder Yifei didn't face Li Yunfeng at all. No wonder Mu Zijin didn't panic at all just now. Concubine Ningyu took a deep look at Yifei. Her expression was rather complicated, and she sighed lightly. Concubine Ningyu knew now that she underestimated Yifei. Yifei had hidden so deeply, he turned out to be a realm master. The master of Wuxing, the martial arts world of Xuanwang Kingdom, is also one of the few existences. Throughout the martial arts world of Xuanwang Kingdom, there are names and surnames. There are no more than 10 masters of Wuxing, and Yifei is undoubtedly the youngest among them. You must know that when Li Yunfeng became the master of the realm of transformation, he already shocked the martial arts world. His reputation was shocking, and it was shocking. And now, Yifei broke this record without any suspense. He is the youngest master of the world of Xuanwang martial arts, and he has no future. Quantity. Concubine Ningyu had previously speculated that Yifei might become the master of the transformation within the last 2 or 3 years. That is Concubine Ningyu. It is expected to be in the most ideal state, but who knew that in a blink of an eye, and less than a month later, Yifei became the master of the realm of transformation. Concubine Ningyu opened her red lips slightly, and let out a sigh of relief. Her inner sigh at Yifei was no longer enough. But Yifei smiled faintly. He also clasped his fists in his hands, and replied to Li Yunfeng, faintly saying, "Brother Li, it is polite. As a master of transformation, of course you must have the tolerance of a master. There is an unfamous rule in the martial arts world of Xuanwang Kingdom. When meeting between the master of the world and the master of the world, they all need to communicate with each other. Give your name and give it to your face. After all, they are all masters of the realm of transformation, martial arts masters who have reached the level of masters of the realm. They will no longer be like ordinary warriors. It is so easy to shoot, fight and kill. If the master of transformation doesn't make a move, it will be shocking when he makes a move." Li Yunfeng looked deeply at Yifei, saying unexpectedly, "Brother Yi has also become the master of the realm. My apprentice could not lose." Yifei smiled and said, "Fu Hongyu can only blame you for not being good at learning and for being too weak." Li Yunfeng nodded. It is no wonder that others are not accurate in learning art, but Fu Hongyu is my apprentice after all. After such a big event, if my master is still indifferent, wouldn't it be a joke? Li Yunfeng looked at Yifei directly, and said, "Since Brother Yi is also the master of the realm of transformation, how about you and me?" Li Yunfeng made it clear that he wanted to test Yifei. When Li Yunfeng knew that Yifei was already a master of the realm of transformation, Li Yunfeng knew that today, I was afraid it would not be that simple. According to Li Yunfeng's prediction, although Yifei relied on Rui S and Nu's family, he can be regarded as a deep background in Yan, but it was Li Yunfeng who was resolutely not afraid. He even planned to give Yifei a lesson severely, and even wanted to break Yifei's hand or 1 foot, a vent of hatred in the heart, more fulfills his prestige. If Yifei doesn't show up all the time, it is easy to do. It will make Li Yunfeng famous, and Yifei's escape will be better. Encourage Li Yunfeng's reputation. Since Brother Li wants to fight, then I will accompany him. Yifei's expression was indifferent. He knew that this battle could not be escaped. In fact, Yifei and Li Yunfeng are not going to be divided into life and death. Li Yunfeng is now on the 5.1 string. If not, the two sides are just testing. Yifei was determined not to be afraid. "Please." Li Yunfeng made a gesture and said lightly. "Please." Yifei also made a gesture, and the two stood still in the field. Both of them made no secret of their inner strength. They let the inner strength out, and the pressure was like a mountain. Let everyone around them change their colors. 328 Terrifying Yifei. When it struck, everyone around was slightly discolored, feeling the huge pressure, which was suffocating. The pressure of these two forces struck them like a mountain, and everyone couldn't help taking a few steps back. Li Yunfeng's cronies and disciples are all discolored. Don't look at the large number of people on Li Yunfeng's side, but the great master of transformation cannot be defeated by relying on a large number of people, especially there also. It is just a master of inner strength. Li Yunfeng and Yifei glanced at each other, both with slightly serious expressions. Yifei and Li Yunfeng also knew that each other was a master that should not be underestimated. The two stood in the middle of the ring, and Li Yunfeng made a martial arts starting pose. But Yifei stood with his hands in his hands, relaxed and relaxed. Sure enough, it is the realm master, Yunfeng. He has encountered a hard stubble this time. Who would have thought that Yifei should have such strength? A close friend of Li Yunfeng, named Chen Wenhei, said in a low voice. Chen Wenhei is also a master of internal strength and was one of the members of Li Yun's 19th Feng mercenary. At this time, Chen Wenhei saw Yi Fei and Li Yunfeng confronted each other with body and breath. She was deeply moved. According to Chen Wenhei's idea, Yifei is definitely not as good as Li Yunfeng, and even in their opinion, Yifei is just internal strength. It as a master of Dacheng, who would have thought that Yifei would change his body and become a realm master? Yeah, this is true. However, Yunfeng's strength is not weak even in the realm of master. This Yifei should be. He was just promoted to the great master of the transformation realm, not necessarily comparable to Yunfeng. Someone next to him said, all of Li Yunfeng's cronies and disciples have great confidence in Li Yunfeng himself because Li Yunfeng showed. S strength has always been quite terrifying, and it can be regarded as the best among the realm masters, and ordinary realm masters can match it. Enemy. And how long has Yifei just become the master of transformation realm? Can he compare with Li Yunfeng? Everyone was suspicious and skeptical. Don't worry about it, just concentrate on watching it. As everyone talked, they were holding their breaths, each with their eyes wide open, lest they might miss any details. In an instant, Yifei and Li Yunfeng had already fought each other, and the two moved almost at the same time. Li Yunfeng and Yifei frightened, their bodies ejected like cannonballs, they were powerful and broke out. Out. Li Yunfeng's figure flashed in front of Yifei, he moved almost instantly, and his strength should not be underestimated. Yifei even felt the pressure rushing toward his face, and Li Yunfeng rushed towards him, that is, a strong iron mountain. Tishanggao is a set of famous routines in the 6 major openings of Bajikwan. He is famous for his hard playing, fierce and unusual style and strong attacking ability, and it has been secretly passed down in Bajikwan for generations. Bajikwan is a classic boxing technique in national martial arts, known for its ferocity and strength. Li Yunfeng was fierce, and his right arm was rotated outwards, turning his right palm into a palm upwards, his fingers forward, and his left fist was forward and forward at the same time. Down, use the back of the fist as a force point to hit the right palm of the chest, fist eyes outward, and pound straight. In an instant, Yifei stood in front of him with both hands, easily parrying and resisting Li Yunfeng's fierce Tishan lean. Li Yunfeng's internal energy exploded, which was very shocking, and Yifei's powerful strength made Yifei's heart rend. After Yifei released his strength, he saw that Li Yunfeng was not forgiving. He rushed again and punched Yifei violently. Send out, burst out with a strong force. Yifei squinted slightly, his reaction faster. I saw Yifei kick out abruptly, and his kick was directly placed under Li Yunfeng's crotch. This is also the most male body. One of the fragile places. With no eyes, let alone at such a critical moment, Yifei's feet suddenly made Li Yunfeng startled. He stepped back subconsciously. Who knew that Yifei even took advantage of his mobile hand, and the reflexive body was also an iron mountain. Not only Li Yunfeng, but Yifei will also rely on iron mountain. I saw Yifei's Tishanggao even more domineering, his figure suddenly pressed towards Li Yunfeng, and Li Yunfeng immediately fell behind. After taking a few steps, I felt a huge pressure. Tishan relied on extremely domineering, Yifei's bottom plate was extremely stable, and he rammed Li Yunfeng directly. Although Li Yunfeng evaded his strength, he was still hit. Suddenly, the strong power made Li Yunfeng feel dizzy for an instant. Li Yunfeng stepped back a few steps, and he looked deeply. A glance at Yifei felt a little unbelievable. Yifei's close combat was so strong, which was far beyond Li Yunfeng's expectation. You know, Li Yunfeng claims to be the best master of the realm of transformation, and Yifei speculates that the instructor is just Chen Chen. It didn't take long for Grandmaster Jing, but Yifei could actually stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Thinking of this, Li Yunfeng was shocked, a little unbelievable. This violent force even caused Li Yunfeng to faint a little immediately, if it weren't for Li Yunfeng was also a master of transformation. I am afraid this can no longer bear it. Yifei is far stronger than he thought. Li Yunfeng and Yifei were actually just tentative fights. After they fought 2 or 3 moves, they stood aside. Confront each other. Li Yunfeng couldn't help being disappointed, and 407 frowned at the same time. Unexpectedly, Yifei turned out to be such a difficult bone, he was so. The crowd on the sidelines was even more surprised. Originally, they were even full of confidence in Li Yunfeng, but now it seems that Li Yunfeng is very strong, but Yifei. It looks stronger. Both Li Yunfeng and Yifei used Tishan relying on this move. When Li Yunfeng used Tishan retainer, Yifei dispelled Li Yunfeng's strength and almost abruptly took over Li Yun. Peek this trick. When Yifei used Tishan reliance, Li Yunfeng's Jingran didn't stop this move. Doesn't this mean that Yifei's strength is even stronger? At least on the surface. Chapter 329 Famous Move Yan Capital. Same, it is shocking. Yifei is far stronger than Li Yunfeng imagined. Li Yunfeng squinted slightly, and after a few steps back, he actually took a defensive posture. Li Yunfeng planned to deal with Yifei with ease. Yifei's body shape flash, act again, this time Yifei used a grappling hand. Chinese martial arts are nothing more than fists, palms, feet, captures, weapons, etc., of which capture is also the most. An important item. In the martial arts circles, there is a common saying first fist and second leg capture, the weapon of the internal family in martial arts is one. It means that those who practice martial arts first practice boxing, then practice legs, and use both hands and legs together to capture, and capture has become a weapon for training. Weapon is an extension of human hands and legs. If you practice weapons like your own hands and feet, you can combine with the breathing of the inner family. Reach the highest realm. Fists and legs are simple moves. In comparison, grappling is more complicated. It is quite difficult to master the grappling hand. Ordinary martial artists need to study hard to master the capture. And it is even more difficult to use the grappling hand to the point of superb experience. Yifei used his catching hand, and in an instant, everyone only saw Yifei change into claws and grab Li Yunfeng abruptly. Li Yunfeng lowered his head and drew sideways, then faced this powerful move, and quickly followed. At the same time, Li Yunfeng also fisted together and took a counterattack against Yifei. The moves of the two are very swift and violent, only to see the afterimages flashing in the air and the number of fights between the two hastily. 10 strokes, the air made bursts of noise. Seeing the fight between Yifei and Li Yunfeng made everyone stun their tongues. Only then did they know that the master is strong. Big. Master Huijing is so amazing. Sure enough, is the realm master. I finally know why the realm master and ordinary warriors are not at the same level. NS. This is the strength of the Grand Master. It is terrible. I thought Li Yunfeng was very strong, who Yifei seemed to be stronger. There was more discussion in the field. The scene was full of people from the martial arts world, and there were even many people who were the names of the martial arts world in Yandu. Lodging. As the saying goes, the layman looks at the excitement and the insider looks at the doorway. These people are all professionals in the martial arts world, and their vision is very poisonous. The match between Yifei and Li Yunfeng was really amazing. The air burst, and the sound was so sharp that it pierced the eardrum. At this moment, the confrontation between Yifei and Li Yunfeng has become white hot. After the two played against each other, they saw pits and pits everywhere on the ground, and the steel guardrails around them were completely distorted. C-spots. This level of fighting, if you change to an ordinary person, I am afraid it would have become muddy. Such a high-intensity fight, but when Yifei and Li Yunfeng stopped, they both looked as normal. Even the face is not red or breathless. For both of them, this level of exercise is even just ordinary heat. It is just physical exercise. Upon seeing this, Musician's eyes were always focused on Yifei's body. Her beautiful eyes flowed and she saw Yifei as amazing. Performance is also a look of wonder. This is really bad because he has opened the gap more and more. After entering the master, it is completely another realm. Musician thought, staring at Yifei and thinking. But Musician also knew very well that her chances of becoming the master of the realm of transformation were slim. After all, how could it be so easy for the Grand Master of Transformation realm? Otherwise it would really be the Grand Master who had gone all over the place. However, with the Wangdi Jing, it does provide a hint of possibility for Musician. Thinking of the Yellow Emperor's internal classic, Musician immediately thought of the scene of the two fellow practitioners in the Yellow Emperor's internal classic. When Musician's cheeks were blushing, she put pink on her cheeks quietly, making Musician's ears red as well. At the scene, the match between Yifei and Li Yunfeng almost came to an end. Both Li Yunfeng and Yifei stood still. They didn't do anything for the time being, but looked at each other. Because of this battle, it was indescribable to Li Yunfeng and Yifei. Both Li Yunfeng and Yifei were a little surprised at each other's performance. Li Yunfeng's strength was beyond Yifei's imagination, and Yifei's strength was also beyond Li Yunfeng's expectations. It can be said that Li Yunfeng had no idea that Yifei, the newly promoted master, could actually have such strength. Of course, Yifei didn't expect it either. Yifei thought that by virtue of the system in the Yellow Emperor's internal classic, Yifei was enough to suppress Li Yunfeng. But what I didn't expect was that Yifei had only a slight advantage over Li Yunfeng in the two of them. This was just a discussion, so neither party did their best. Once you are really cruel, it will be a life and death fight. Li Yunfeng stared at Yifei and said with a complicated expression. What Yifei, I have seen it, fruit. It is extraordinary. Li Yunfeng, you are not bad. Yifei looked relaxed and composed. Li Yunfeng said coldly, I have seen Zhang Shi's methods today. Wrong underestimated, I admire someone Li, but you let my apprentice Fu Hongyu become a vegetative, we are slow with this account. Calculate slowly. With a big wave of his hand, Li Yunfeng looked at the disciples and confidants around him, and said coldly, brothers, let us go. Seeing that Yifei's strength was so amazing, Li Yunfeng knew that things could not be violated, and had no chance to deal with Yifei again. He will let his disciples and cronies all follow him to leave. In an instant, Li Yunfeng's sober disciples approached no masked people, and they all followed Li Yunfeng away. Nephew, Yifei smiled slightly and said, Master Li, it is so easy to leave. Li Yunfeng snorted, did not answer, but left with a stride. Li Yunfeng and Yifei are almost the same in strength, they have nothing to do with each other, and Li Yunfeng can find a bargain. Can only leave. This time, Li Yunfeng was upset. Yifei's expression was faint. He looked at concubine Ningyu and Yu Zijin, and then at the martial arts community in the audience. People, knowing that this battle between him and Li Yunfeng will surely move Yandu. Chapter 330 Vibration, the experience value skyrocketed again. Although the battle between Yifei and Li Yunfeng had no results, the outcome was actually clear. After all, Li Yunfeng and Yifei are both top masters of transformation. It is obviously unrealistic and impossible to ask both parties to fight to death as soon as they come up. After all, reaching the realm of the master of the realm of transformation, in the martial arts world, is like a godlike existence. Reach this. Such a realm, how can you fight to death as soon as you come up? Therefore, Li Yunfeng and Yifei are destined to be impossible to fight for life and death. This is only the first time the two of them competed. That is it. The fight between the two was the highlight afterwards, and now it is just an appetizer. Yifei watched Li Yunfeng leave, he narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression unchanged. Li Yunfeng left with his disciples and cronies, he was also secretly cruel in his heart at this time, since he had already been with Yifei. Tore his face, then Li Yunfeng had no scruples. Li Yunfeng and Yifei tore their faces apart, this is also a long-destined thing. It is foreseeable that Li Yunfeng will definitely try to find Yifei trouble, and he will never. It is as simple as this time. After all, this time it was Li Yunfeng 500 who didn't expect Yifei to have such a strength, and he was actually the Grand Master of the Transformation realm. And then, Li Yunfeng will definitely be vigilant against a Master of Transformation, and he will definitely raise the alarm. Vigilant. Li Yunfeng left. At this moment, concubine Ningyu walked towards Yifei with shock. She was still deeply immersed in the battle between Yifei and Li Yunfeng just now, and concubine Ningyu walked in front of Yifei. Looking at Yifei with a complicated expression, he whispered Yi. Miss Ning. Yifei smiled and greeted concubine Ningyu with a natural expression. He looked at Ningyu in front of him. Concubine. Concubine Ningyu is indeed very beautiful, decent and beautiful, more feminine and charming. When Yifei saw the beauty of concubine Ningyu, he was only showing appreciation, and at the moment, concubine Ningyu looked at Yifei. Deeply shocked, concubine Ningyu sighed softly. Sure enough, it is a real person, Yifei, I am completely convinced by your strength. From now on, you will be the real famous genin in the martial arts world, and even in the martial arts world of Yandu, you can count as the first. People, concubine Ningyu sighed lightly. CCDI. Yifei is really the first person in Yandu martial arts world in a sense. Because several martial arts masters known in Yandu nowadays, Li Yunfeng returned from overseas, although he is a martial artist. Dao master, but Li Yunfeng is not even Xuanwang nationality, so naturally he can be regarded as Yandu native, Yandu martial arts. The world does not recognize him either. Otherwise, Li Yunfeng would not have to spend so much trouble and would send his disciple Fu Hongyu to enter the Yandu martial arts world. In addition, the same is true for Dr. Wu. He is not from Yandu. Although he is highly respected, he is also not recognized by Yandu martial arts circles. What is more, although the superb Dr. Wu said he is a master of both medical and martial arts, he is a master outside the world after all. He rarely makes shots and almost never use force with others. Only Yifei is from Yandu, and Yifei's martial arts strength has been seen by everyone is right. Yifei's martial arts strength was extremely recognized, and he was deeply deterred and shocked. Who was shocked to see the scene where Yifei and Li Yunfeng were fighting just now. Of course, there is actually a mysterious martial arts master in Yandu, that is the martial arts master in the army. However, this person has a prominent reputation in the army, it is basically only in the army, so it is ignored by everyone. In the Yandu martial arts world, it is assumed that there is no martial arts master in the Yandu martial arts world. Although Beijing is prosperous, Yandu is not the hometown of martial arts like Florida, Heshi, Gangxi, Yandu. Although there are many talents in the martial arts world, there is indeed no recognized representative of the master of the world before. And now, Yifei was born. The master of transformation in his 20s, the future is boundless. More importantly, Yifei's performance just now seemed to be even better than Li Yunfeng's, and he immediately led the audience. People are all amazed and deeply impressed. As the saying goes, one has no first and who has no second. Yifei's current strength made everyone in the martial arts world very convinced. The fight between Yifei and Li Yunfeng just now was nothing to do with it. Seeing the potholes on the ground, the center of the venue was almost destroyed, and it must be renovated. The scene just now is still fresh and shocking. Ms. Ning laughed, and I will leave the Li Yunfeng affairs to me in the future. Yifei said with a smile. He has a calm voice and a calm tone, but what he says is incredibly shocking. But concubine Ningyu didn't think he was arrogant, but nodded slightly, and even said please. Concubine Ningyu. Since last time, I have also been grudges with Li Yunfeng, and concubine Ningyu also knows that Li Yunfeng actually has a covetous attitude towards her. Concubine Ningyu was disgusted with Li Yunfeng because of her coveted heart. But Li Yunfeng's strength is too terrifying. Even if she is willing to resist Li Yunfeng, she is also right. He couldn't help it. Because of this, concubine Ningyu is worried about this matter. And if Yifei helped, it would be much easier. After all, Yifei was also the master of transformation, and he was not afraid of Li Yunfeng in the slightest. Thank you very much, then. Concubine Ningyu said softly with her eyes moving. Ding, congratulations to the host. Concubine Ningyu's impression of you has improved, and her experience value has increased by 300 points. The system reminder sounded in Yifei's mind. After the system prompt sounded, Yifei squinted, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. After that, Ding Yicheng and a group of martial arts masters from Yandu were in front of Yifei, like a star holding the moon. Surrounded by the middle. Of course, these masters in the martial arts world of Yandu are all touting Yifei. Of course, they are not proficient. Some people really support Yifei sincerely. After all, Yifei is a native of Yandu. These masters in the martial arts world of Yandu finally figured out a master when they saw Yandu. It's with you wrong Yan. Ding, congratulations to the host, successfully repelled Li Yunfeng, made a big show, and impressed everyone in the Yandu martial arts world. Experience. Value increased by 700 points. At this time, another reminder came from Yifei's ear. The experience value skyrocketed again. Chapter 331 Really doing the fake show I can save you. Yifei only felt that his experience skyrocketed, and his heart was so refreshing, he squinted slightly. No matter what, today's results are beneficial to Yifei, and his fame and prestige will be even higher. Especially in the martial arts world of Yandu, Yifei's prestige is far stronger than before. They are two concepts, so there is no need to say more. Even Ding Yicheng, Guo Daji, Wei Lao and others also expressed to Yifei their thoughts on respecting Yifei. In fact, according to common sense, even if Yifei is the master of the transformation, Ding Yicheng and others cannot be convinced by Yifei. Behaved so respectfully. Among them, the identity of Yifei's heir to the Yi family also played a big role. Strictly speaking, Yifei is not from the martial arts world. By Jing Yifei's foundation is the Yi family, one of the three major commercial giants in Yandu, and his status is extraordinary. Regarding this heavy identity, Yifei's identity is also incomparably noble, even more so that people in the martial arts world are in awe. Unless she was born in a martial arts family like Ling Xian, she would definitely not be able to compare with Yi's family. For this reason, Ding Yicheng, Guo Daji and others are all convinced by Yifei. Hearing what Ding Yicheng and Guo Daji said, Yifei smiled nonchalantly. After chatting for a few words, and then declining everyone, he walked to Mu Zijin's side. Mu Zijin blinked, her mouth curled up with a sweet and incomparably sweet smile, walking beside Yifei, incomparably clear. The eyes always focus on Yifei's body. Mu Zijin whispered softly, I did a great performance tonight. I didn't think you just became a master. Helpless to you, he is one of the most recognized masters. Of course, there are 3 or 6 or 9 grades of Grand Masters, and there are also strong and weak points. Li Yunfeng is only in his 30s and he is in his prime of life. He is at the peak of his physical functions and various strengths. And he was once the captain of the Dragon Tooth Mercenary, a well-deserved king of soldiers. For this reason, Li Yunfeng is recognized in the martial arts world as being a great master in the realm of transformation. As a new master, Yifei can even compete with Li Yunfeng, and even seems to be slightly better on the scene. He was enough to do it himself. That is, don't look at whose husband it is. Yifei joked at Mu Zijin with a smirk. Mu Zijin's face was reddening right now, and she remembered those fantasies she had just now, if she wanted to be more powerful in martial arts. Further, then you must practice the Yellow Emperor's internal classic together with Yifei. Mu Zijin blushed, but he didn't say anything in embarrassment. But Yifei gave a chuckle, and took Mu Zijin's hand and walked out. Mu Zijin followed Yifei, and the two walked into the car. Yifei kindly fastened Mu Zijin's seatbelt, and smiled, why don't you go to my house for dinner tomorrow? My parents also said they want to see you. Yifei told Mu Zijin about this last time. After all, Yifei had already met Mu Zijin's parents, and this time it was Mu Zijin's turn to see Yifei's father. The relationship between the two parties is basically determined. Yifei and Mu Zijin went through life and death together, and their feelings were different. Hearing Yifei's words, Mu Zijin's face blushed slightly, but he still agreed to Yifei and said in a low voice. Okay, I get it. Mu Zijin's cheeks were blushing, and her eyes were extremely moisturized. His eyes flooded with shame and joy, obviously for Yifei's. The proposal is still very happy. Upon seeing this, Yifei smiled and said, well, that's it. Others who are ugly wives always want to see in-laws, you. It has a beautiful daughter-in-law. Yifei smiled and teased a few words before seeing Mu Zijin's face even more blush. Yifei sent Mu Zijin to the Mu family compound. At the gate of Mu's compound, after Mu Zijin kissed Yifei, he hurriedly got out of the car, blushing and left. Yifei drove home, just waiting for tomorrow. Middle. Next day, early in the morning, when Yifei finished washing, he was not in a hurry to return to Yi's house but was preparing for something else. This is to help Ling Xian use the Suzaku fire needle to regulate her body. Since this period of time, Ling Xian almost every 2 or 3 days, Yifei will make a special trip to use Zook fire needles for Ling Xi. Yun has adjusted her body once, and Ling Xian is also taking care of the Dr. Wu, so since this time, Ling Xian's body recovered well. But after all, Ling Xian is weak, and the weather is getting colder. The cold and damp weather makes Ling Xian cough badly. Ask for flowers. When I saw Ling Xian today, Yifei saw that Ling Xian was pale again, and his lips were almost bloodless. It's just that her eyes are extremely bright. She looked at Yifei and smiled. Yifei, you had a relationship with Li Yunfeng last night. I've heard about the hands, it's amazing. Ling Xian admired Yifei very much. When Ling Xian said this, Yifei was taken aback for a moment. Yifei said in surprise, you unexpectedly. Understood. Yifei was indeed surprised. After all, it was only one night. Ling Xian whispered, yes, don't forget, my master is also the master of the realm of transformation, he is actually. People in the martial arts world, of course someone will tell him the news. Yes, I almost forgot about God Wu. Yifei nodded slightly. The news of Feng S battle was told to Dr. Wu. Ahem. At this moment, Ling Xian coughed violently again, and she carried a delicate blue silk scarf handkerchief with her. She covered her mouth with a handkerchief, and after coughing violently, she saw traces of blood on the handkerchief. Seeing this, Yifei frowned slightly and said, your cough seems to be serious again. As soon as winter comes, I am used to it. I usually spend the winter in the south, and sometimes it is very. When I go to the island, it is warmer there. I didn't expect this year to spend the winter in Yandu. Ling Xian smiled reluctantly. Whispered, but after your treatment, I feel my body feels much more comfortable than before. I used to cough up blood. More serious, Ling Xian told the past, without fear of death, only calm. When Ling Xian said this, Yifei's brows still wrinkled, and he whispered, actually, I can save you. Know the method, why don't we do the fake show? Yifei's meaning is obvious. Chapter 332 Ling Xian agreed. After several experiments, Yifei actually knew the function of Wangdi Neijing very well. Yifei, Mu Zijin, Luo Weiyu, and Bai Ruoxi all co-edited the Yellow Emperor's internal classic. Among them, Mu Zijin is proficient in martial arts, but Luo Weiyu and Bai Ruoxi didn't know anything about it, and their physical fitness was no different from ordinary people. Even Lo Yu's body is weak, not as good as ordinary people. But after practicing in the Yellow Emperor's internal classic, it is clear that Bai Ruoxi and Luo Weiyu have improved their physical fitness. Show. Therefore, according to Yifei's estimation, the yellow FRS canon of internal medicine has a stronger effect on ordinary people. If Ling Xian and his. It is estimated that in the Huangdi Neijing, a fellow practitioner, it would take about a year to heal Ling Xian's illness. After all, the yellow FRS internal classic is a legendary exercise that can consolidate the foundation, improve physical fitness, and make up for congenital deficiencies. The main function of Huangdi Nei Wuxi Ling classics lies in this, and it is very specific to Ling Xian's physique. Hearing Yifei's words, Ling Xian's face flushed slightly, her eyes flowed, her bright eyes staring tightly. Yifei whispered, "You mean?" Yifei said truthfully, "To be honest, although your condition is alleviated by Suzaku Fire Needle, it is getting better and better. Seriously, if you can get treatment in time, every winter will be a torment for you. In this year's warm winter. The weather is actually hotter than usual in winter. At the turn of winter and spring, there will be flu, epidemics, etc. Various diseases occur frequently. If your body's resistance is weak, it is easy to get the disease." Yifei spoke very seriously. Yifei is actually very clear about Ling Xian's situation. Ling Xian herself is actually gentle and kind, and she has been fighting against death all the time. God fought desperately. Not long after Ling Xian was born, a famous doctor concluded that Ling Xian would not survive to adulthood. However, Ling Xian has been fighting against the illness and has not given up hope. Ling Xian heard what Yifei said, and saw that Yifei spoke sincerely, which immediately made Ling Xian's heart. It is also warm. These words that Yifei said really made Ling Xian feel warmer. Since she was a child, not many people have cared about her. Her father is one, and so is Master Wu's doctor. However, her father and Dr. Wu and Yifei's concerns were completely different. Ling Xian blushed and the corner of her mouth showed. With a shallow smile, it feels good to be cared for. She experienced the taste of being liked and cared for. It really made Ling Xian's heart full of warmth. "Thank you, Yifei." Ling Xian's long eyelashes quivered, she thought a little, and whispered, "If you want to. Your fellow practitioners in the yellow FRS internal classic, don't you want to meet you frankly me?" Ling Xian blushed and said, "I have suffered too much." Yifei couldn't help but chuckle when he heard the words, "Does it hurt to be with me anyway? I should be considered a superb male." Friends, Ling Xian thought about it seriously, and said, "It seems to be too. You are worth a lot and you are young and promising." The youngest top master seems to have no other problems except for a little bit of care. Ling Xian said seriously, her big eyes flickered, making Yifei admire it. Yifei smiled without saying a word. Ling Xian's face was getting redder, her voice was like a mosquito, and she whispered, "Then when do you plan to practice?" The yellow FRS internal classic. Yifei's heart moved, Ling Xian meant to agree to him. Ling Xian agreed to practice the yellow FRS internal classic with Yifei. In fact, during this period of time, although Ling Xian and Yifei have not got along much, but Ling Xian does have a good relationship with Yifei. There is a good impression. When Yifei saw Ling Xian agree, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He was not in a hurry, saying, "Don't hurry, wait a few minutes. Gosh, let us get along for a few more days." Yifei also knows that although Ling Xian's relationship with her is progressing well, if Ling Xian really cultivates with him. Refining yellow FRS internal classic, I can help being shy, it would be better for the two to cultivate a few more days of feelings, anyway, Ling Xian. Can run away? Upon hearing this, Ling Xian also nodded slightly, her eyes flashing with shame and joy. Yifei's remarks were exactly what she wanted. Ling Xian also didn't want her relationship to progress too quickly. Although she had a decision in her heart, she still couldn't help being reserved. Ding, congratulations to the host, Ling Xian's affection for you has increased, and your experience value has increased by 200 points. At this time, the system prompt came. Hearing the system prompt, Yifei's mouth smiled, and his mood became even greater. Is good. Yifei's experience points have been soaring now, and I believe that he will be able to gather the experience points soon, and then he will upgrade. God level skills, don't you know how it will feel? Yifei did not tease Ling Xian anymore, but used Zook Fire Needles for Ling Xian. Ling Xian was treated by Zook Fire Needles. After the second treatment, her complexion was a little ruddy, and Yifei didn't know if Ling Xian was blushing or was caught by the vermilion bird. After the needle runs, the body heats up. Ling Xian blushed and chatted with Yifei in a low voice before leaving. After Ling Xian left, Yifei put on a formal suit. After wearing it, he went directly to the Yi family villa. It was the day when Yifei and Yu Zijin agreed to meet Yifei's parents. After Yifei and Yu Zijin agreed, Yifei went to the Yi family villa first. In the villa, Yifei received a call from Yu Zijin and learned that Yu Zijin had come outside the villa. In the villa, Yi and Lin Shui had been waiting, especially Lin Shui, who whispered to Yifei. "I heard your father say that Bai Ruoxi has no shallow relationship with you." "Forget it, she is also my woman." Yifei smiled, and Yifei has nothing to do with his cheap parents. Conceal. Upon seeing this, Lin Shui couldn't help being dumb, staring at Yi, both surprised and sighed. Lin Shui even sighed faintly. 4.8 It seems that my daughter-in-law is quite a lot, but that is fine. Even the girl from the Bai family is yours. Yi even shook his head, marveling at his son. Charm. "I am going to pick up Zijin first, she is outside." Yifei smiled. When Yi said so, Lin Shui and Yi nodded and waited for Yi to move. But Yifei went outside the villa and saw Mu Zijin. Today's Mu Zijin made Yifei's eyes light up. Chapter 333 Pneumonia occurred. Today's Mu Zijin made Yifei's eyes light up. Although today's Mu Zijin also doesn't have makeup, she is still naked, but she is very moving and light. A light smile is to turn all beings upside down. Although Mu Zijin didn't have makeup, she carefully selected her clothes instead of wearing basic clothes like before. It is sportswear and practice clothes. Mu Zijin is so pretty today. Mu Zijin's upper body is an off-white windbreaker with a pink woolen sweater inside, which brings out her unevenness. His figure, skinny jeans on his feet, wrapped his arms like peaches. Not to mention her slender legs, without any fat, straight and slender, attracting Yifei's eyeballs. There's a pair of black boots under her feet, which makes Mu Zijin look tall and pleasant. The appearance of Mu Zijin really made Yifei's eyes shine, and Yifei couldn't help but admire Zijin. "Your dress looks really good today." "Then I didn't look good in my previous dress?" Mu Zijin asked with a smile. Yifei replied without hesitation, "Of course it looks good, but it was purely because of your good looks before. Now it is because your clothes are more suitable 23, and you can look more beautiful." Yifei discovered that since he and Mu Zijin broke through the last layer of window paper, Mu Zijin's body is even more exuding. The charm and femininity made Yifei even more pleasantly surprised. Mu Zijin would now be close to a very beautiful woman if she were to be judged in terms of ratings. Of course, the rating varies from person to person. In Yifei's view, concubine Ning Yu's charm is unstoppable. But Mu Zijin is not inferior at all. Mu Zijin Qianshan smiled, she was ashamed and happy when she was praised by her lover. Mu Zijin was still carrying something in his hand, and said, "I also prepared gifts for my uncle and aunt." Mu Zijin also specifically asked Yifei his parents' preferences, and made a special trip to prepare gifts for both of them. Yifei. I also know that Musician attaches great importance to this meeting, and Musician is also interested. Yifei smiled and walked into the villa side by side with Musician, and then Musician saw Yihe and Lin Shui. Yihe and Lin Shui showed enthusiasm for Musician, especially Lin Shui. They liked Musician when they saw Musician. NS. People with such a mark are first class in appearance and family background. I heard that they still have positions in the military. All are excellent. Before seeing Musician, Lin Shui still had doubts, but after seeing Lin Shui, Musician sighed. My son is really a blessing to Shulai, who can actually have such a confidant. Lin Shui was very satisfied with Musician. She smiled and said, Zijin, today is the first time we met. It is reasonable too. I said that as an elder, I want to give a meeting gift. I don't have anything particularly valuable, but I have ancestors. I passed a jade bracelet, I gave it to you. With that, Lin Shui took out a jade bracelet made of Hachan jade, which was extremely delicate and crystal clear. It is like suet, with a translucent luster. Although Musician didn't like wearing jewelry, she knew that this was Lin Shui's wish, and it also showed Lin Shui's recognition of her. Musician immediately took it with joy, and said with a smile, thank you auntie. Lin Shui blinked and smiled, I hope you can change your name sooner. This sentence made Musician's face red again, and her heart was even more ashamed. Yifei smiled and said, let us eat first, and talk while eating. Yes, right, eat first. I actually still have a lot of questions I want to ask you, Xiaofei, some of your recent things. I have heard a lot of you. He greeted Yifei and Musician while sitting down to eat, and at the same time he asked. I heard from a friend that you fought with a person from the martial arts world last night, and it caused a sensation. Well, the other party's name is Li Yunfeng, Yifei admitted. Yi paused slightly. Li Yunfeng is it him? Obviously Yi has also heard of Li Yunfeng, although He is not familiar with things in the martial arts world, but Li Yunfeng's reputation is not limited to the martial arts world. After all, Li Yun Feng is the tycoon of the overseas Han clan, and Li Yunfeng's foundation is not weaker than that of the Yi family, or even worse. Moreover, it is rumored that Li Yunfeng had close contacts with a certain top wealthy in Yandu, and his identity should not be underestimated. Hearing that Yifei had a dispute with Li Yunfeng, Yi was a little worried. Uncle Yi don't have to worry. Although Li Yunfeng has a conflict with Yifei, he has nothing to do with Yifei. Musician said softly. Hearing this, Yi was even more surprised. Why is Li Yunfeng helpless to Yifei? Yi realized that he couldn't see through Yifei. Where you can help, just speak up, don't hide it, you know. Don't worry, Yifei agreed. Yifei was eating and chatting with Yi and Lin Shui. He spoke from time to time to adjust the atmosphere. This meal was really good. Happy, the matter between Musician and Yifei was almost settled in this way. At the end of the meal, Yifei suddenly received a call from the Dr. Wu. Doc, Yifei didn't have the contact information of Dr. Wu. Dr. Wu called via Duan Qizhang's cell phone. On the phone, Dr. Wu had a serious tone. Xiao Yi, I am Daozi Wu, I have something to ask you for help. Mr. Wu, could you please say? Yifei said immediately. Yifei's impression of Dr. Wu is still very good, although Dr. Wu had conflicts with Yifei at first. Facts have proved that Dr. Wu is a very upright senior, and even a great doctor, worthy of respect. Shen Yi said in a deep voice, Xiao Yi, you should have paid attention to the latest news. There have been serious problems in Azhou. The condition of pneumonia in China has spread throughout the country. I have received an invitation from the relevant department of Zanhuangguo. Ready to go to Azhou immediately and leave immediately. Yifei was startled when he heard the words of Dr. Wu. Yifei knew about Azhou's severe pneumonia, and it was indeed very serious. I heard that there is a serious shortage of local medical staff in Azhou, and I am requesting assistance from experts in the medical field across the country. Well, I know. Yifei nodded. Mr. Wu, you mean, Yi Xiaoyu, you are good at medical skills. I don't know what happened this time. Can you help me? I think now. Azhou needs your help. Mr. Wu did not go around the corner and said straightforwardly. God, Dr. Wu is here to invite Yifei to help. Chapter 334. The disease broke out. Yifei, I like you more. How serious is the situation? Yifei has also seen a lot of news reports recently. The earliest news report about this pneumonia in Azhou was in half a month ago, Yifei had already seen some relevant news reports. It is said that this pneumonia was first detected in the seafood market in Azhou, and merchants in the seafood market were infected this time. Pneumonia eventually caused the disease to intensify and began to spread. So far, there have been more than 400 cases. The infection ranges all over the country. Of course, the good news is that many medical experts have already rushed to Azhou. Azhou is tilted and various measures have been taken. However, the disease in Azhou is still spreading, and the people are even a little panicked and uneasy. Everyone does not know what situation will Dao face next. Yifei heard that Dr. Wu said so. He also sighed and said, Dr. Wu, when are you going to leave? Go to Azhou. It takes no time. As a medical staff, I can only do my best at this moment. Dr. Wu was on the phone. He smiled. Although my old man is getting older, but his body is still strong, he can fight again. Hearing what Dr. Wu said, Yifei's heart moved, sincerely showing respect to Dr. Wu. Yifei said seriously, let us go. I will leave today for Azhou. Yifei made a decision. Right now is a critical moment, and it is indeed just like what the genius Dr. Wu said, without delay. Although Yifei is not a medical staff, his medical skills are outstanding, and he is young and has enough energy. When Dr. Wu heard Yifei say this, he was immediately surprised and said, okay, thank you Yi Xiaoyu for your help. Seeing the new year is approaching, it is really hard for you. Yi Xiaoyu has been 11 years old. Dr. Wu was indeed quite surprised. He just invited Yifei with the mentality of giving it a try. He didn't expect Yifei will agree. After all, Yifei, as the top rich second generation, his status is not trivial. The pneumonia in Azhou is contagious this time, and once I serve as a medical staff to support Azhou, Yifei may also be infected, which is dangerous, but Yifei did not hesitate to agree to him. This makes Wu's impression of Yifei suddenly become very good. He even said I have been with a few people from Yandu. Experts have talked about this, and academician Zhang from Guangdong province has also talked about it. We want to work out a rough treatment. Yi Xiaoyu, your medical skills are outstanding, so why not join our expert group? Dr. Wu offered to invite him. Yifei heard a few names that the genius Dr. Wu said that shocked him. Academician Zhang from Guangdong province is a national treasure and an absolute expert in the field of respiratory diseases. There are also Dr. Wang from Yandu, etc. They are all famous doctors. It seems that the senior officials of Zanhuangguo paid great attention to this lung disease, and they gathered so many experts to go to Azhou, and their determination was very obvious. Yifei also realized that this matter is not a small problem, but the high-level determination is even greater. This is to eliminate the pneumonia. Efforts to treat, strive to overcome the disease as soon as possible. Yifei said, okay, I want to refuse, thank you Dr. Wu, I will do my best to do my part. Force. Yifei's expression is serious. Hearing Yifei's words, Dr. Wu repeatedly said, Yi Xiaoyu, thank you so much. Yifei made a few words and agreed to go to Ajo with the genius Dr. Wu and then hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Musician, Lin Shui, and Yi all looked at Yifei with inquiring expressions in their eyes. Especially Musician asked directly, are you going to Ajo? Where is the place where pneumonia occurs? You. Yifei smiled and said, do your part. Although I am not a genius doctor, I have learned a little bit of medical skills and I should make some contributions. Hearing Yifei's words, Musician was silent. She knew the terrible outbreak of pneumonia in Ajo was happening now. At this critical moment, Yifei demonstrated the responsibility and ability that a man should have. Musician whispered, you did the right thing, and I will also go to Ajo to help you. Musician immediately made a decision, wanting to bear with Yifei. Hearing Musician's words, Yifei couldn't help being moved. In fact, the outbreak of pneumonia in Ajo this time is quite serious, and it has even caused some true panic. However, the upper echelons in the country paid very high attention to this Ajo pneumonia, which also made Ajo lungs. The problem of inflammation has been effectively controlled. However, when Musician proposed to go to Ajo with Yifei, he still asked Yifei to shake his head slightly. Yifei whispered, this epidemic is not a joke, you should stay in Yandu. I will go to Ajo first and wait for confirmation. If the condition is not so serious, come here again. Musician was slightly silent. She also knew that she would not be able to help Ajo at this time. After all, Musician did not proficient in medicine. After thinking about it, Musician finally nodded slightly and said, okay, then. Musician's first slight point. Xiaofei, do you want us to help you? He asked immediately when he learned that Yifei had decided to go to Ajo to help. Hearing Yi's words, Yifei said, I really have something to help. I guess Ajo needs a large number of medical supplies, such as N95 masks and disinfectant, including medical protective gear for some medical staff. Goggles. Yifei talked about some commonly used medical protective gear, and then said it is better to let all the medical students under Yi's production companies all work overtime to produce masks and other medical supplies. Yifei has made up his mind to let his pharmaceutical company produce masks and medical supplies first, and then distribute. Put it in Ajo. As a doctor, Yifei certainly knows that these medical supplies are very important at this moment. Hearing what Yifei said, Yi immediately agreed. No problem, leave these things to me. Yi nodded. Musician next to Yifei looked at Yifei with a look of appreciation in her eyes. The responsibility and correctness that Yifei showed at this critical moment made Musician like Yifei even more. Chapter 335. The experience has soared, more serious than imagined. Ding, congratulations to the host. Musician's favorability for you has changed, experience points have been increased, and 300 points have been increased. Value. At this moment, a system prompt sounded from Yifei's ear. According to the system's prompts, Yifei gained another 300 experience points at this time. At this time, Yifei already had it. 4,700 experience points. This experience value is very much. Yifei accumulates experience value very fast, it is far from his last upgrade. It didn't take long for the teacher level martial arts skills to pass. The speed of Yifei's 6S skill upgrade has been quite rapid. Hearing the prompt sound from Yifei's ear, Yifei was overjoyed, but he didn't expect that there would be an unexpected gain. Yifei didn't expect that his actions would make Musician more favorable, which was also a surprise. But for Yifei, the main reason he made this decision was because of a man's sense of responsibility. Actually, Ajo is alive, and Yifei has resources on his hands and is able to help these people who are deeply troubled by the epidemic. There is no reason not to help. Help. At this moment of crisis, everyone is the descendant of Yan Huang, and Yifei will definitely help. Right now, Yifei said something to Yi again, and Yifei also agreed one by one, and said very readily. No problem, then it is settled. This time, Yip's enterprise will continue to operate and 550 will continue to produce. All medical supplies are guaranteed to be delivered to Ajo, and we will do our best to provide them all free of charge. Yi heard what Yifei said, his actions were also very decisive and swift, and he immediately decided to let Yi's subordinates. All the medical supplies produced by the enterprise are donated to the Ajo area for free. The Yi family's big business is big, these are nothing to them, it is just what they can do. Well, that would be the best. Yifei nodded repeatedly. Yifei also thought of the Su family. The Su family is also a domestic pharmaceutical giant. After many years of operation, the subordinates also have several factories that produce masks. Yifei decided to speak to Su Qingzu too, and let Su Qingzu help. After Yifei and Yi finished talking, then Yifei booked the ticket and decided to set off together with the Dr. Wu. Go to Ajo. Upon seeing this, although Musician was full of resentment, she still supported Yifei, and at the same time felt that she hadn't watched it. Wrong person. At this critical moment, Yifei's sense of responsibility and responsibility is too manly, so Musician. I was also full of appreciation for Yifei's actions. Although it was dangerous to go to Ajo at this time, Yifei's help was really important. Not to mention, just letting the Yi family's company provide medical supplies can save many people's lives. Can also slow the spread of the disease. Yifei looked at Musician and whispered in Musician's ear, Zijin, you just wait for me to reply in Yandu. Come, I won't take too long this time. If it goes well, I will come back as long as the condition of Ajo is controlled. Well, no hurry, I'll wait for you. When that happens, remember to video call with me every day, keep in touch, I want. Seeing your situation, Musician's face is slightly red, but she is bold enough to say what she wants to say. Musician's heart was already tightly tied to Yifei's body at this time. Hearing Musician's words, Yifei also felt warm in his heart, stroking Musician's soft blue silk, no. Laugh along with it. Yifei sent Musician back to the Mu family compound, and the two kissed goodbye. In the afternoon, Yifei met Dr. Wu at Yandu International Airport, and the two met to go to Ajo together. Not only Yifei and Wu's genius doctor, but also famous doctors from several major hospitals in Yandu, such as Yifei. I have seen Dean Li and Dr. Wang, an expert on respiratory diseases, including Huang Zonglang and other Yifei. Doctors who have met and are familiar with. At a glance, Yifei had 7 doctors. These 7 doctors are all famous doctors in Yandu, and they are well known in Yandu. They are all experts in various fields. Home, a figure of Taishan Beidou class. Of course, these famous doctors all respect Wu Shenyi CEFD. After all, Dr. Wu is an old man, and all these doctors respect Dr. Wu and respect his predecessors. When Dr. Wu saw Yifei, he was very enthusiastic about Yifei. He saw Dr. Wu holding Yifei's hand tightly. Yi Xiaoyu, thank you for your help, we have more strength when you are here. I also tried my best, I just made a little effort. Besides, Dr. Wu, you have to be at such an old age. I must go to the scene of the epidemic even more, Yifei said seriously. When Dr. Wu heard Yifei say this, he was deeply moved and said from the bottom of his heart, hey, Yi Xiaoyu, don't you. Say, I now feel sorry for me, I shouldn't tell you at the beginning. Of course, what Dr. Wu said was Chen Luo's matter. The past, let it go, Yifei said with a smile. Hearing what Yifei said, Dr. Wu felt relieved. He and Yifei smiled, and the two looked at each other. There's a feeling of greed and enmity, and the two of them are now completely turning their enemies into friends. Dr. Wu said academician Zhang has already taken a step ahead of us. We went to Zhou. We boarded the plane first and waited for the plane too. Say, okay, no problem. Yifei agreed. Yifei also knew that the situation was urgent. On the plane, after a while, the plane took off soon. Dr. Wu and Yifei and other doctors were sitting together, and they were still discussing the condition. Dr. Wu said with a serious expression, according to the current situation, it is indeed a little bit optimistic that the epidemic is spreading. The extension is very serious, especially now that the New Year's Pass is approaching, which is the peak of the spring festival travel season, and Zhou, as the capital of Lake Province. The 9 provinces are connected to each other and the transportation is very developed. A large number of people are likely to take the disease to other provinces and cities, causing the whole country vine. According to my latest news, the number of patients across the country has reached a peak, exceeding 400. Dr. Wu said about the condition. When hearing Dr. Wu said this, everyone looked serious. Especially Yifei's expression is even more solemn. The situation is more serious than he thought. Chapter 336 Yifei's suggestion. Many. After all, this epidemic pneumonia was discovered half a month ago and named it a new type of pneumonia. At the time, it was discovered that the disease was not too serious in the early stage of the epidemic, and even said that the disease was preventable and controllable. It may not be transmitted through people. But now, the epidemic of this new type of pneumonia is far more serious than previously reported, and it is even prone to occur. Person-to-person spread, otherwise it is impossible to let the number of epidemics exceed 400 at once. You know, the spread of this kind of epidemic from person to person is very fast. This is like a fire burning in the forest. If the fire is not extinguished in time, it is likely to lead to. The fire can even cause the burning of the entire forest. This is the case with this pneumonia epidemic. We must know that at the peak of the spring festival travel season, people who work and work outside are thinking of going home, and Zhou. It is also convenient for the transportation of the 9 provinces. A small number of patients who get the disease go to other places during the incubation period of the disease, leading to infection. At present, even foreign countries have been infected with patients, and the degree of transmission can be seen. It is really troublesome. Now the medical staff in Zhou are tight. It is like going to the front line to fight. We must think of a way to solve the problem, Dr. Wang said. Dr. Wang's real name is Wang Dafa. He is an expert on respiratory diseases across the country and the chief respiratory department of Yandu Hospital. Expert. At present, the country has top medical experts accounted for at least half of this flight, and Yifei and others are all senior. The members of the expert group will decide the specific matters concerning the prevention and treatment of this new type of pneumonia by Yifei and others. Every doctor was worried. Yifei looked at these experts, and he found that all the experts here. These experts are all over 50 years old, and these experts are thinking about strategies and directions. Yifei hesitated slightly, made a judgment, and said I don't know the current situation in Zhou because I have never been to Zhou, but I think there are similar information between coronaviruses. The last time there was coronavirus, I think we can take similar measures. Hearing what Yifei said, several experts nodded in agreement. Yifei's remarks are fine, but they are very shallow. These experts such as Dr. Wang didn't know Yifei very well, they only knew Dr. Wu. So I heard Yifei propose suggestions, they all just nodded slightly and did not express their opinions. Upon seeing this, Wu Shenya immediately introduced to everyone this is little friend Yifei. He is the successor of the classics, is proficient in Suzaku fire needle, and the level of medical acupuncture and moxibustion is not below me. Dr. Wu spoke highly of Yifei. When Dr. Wu said that, everyone was surprised. Each one looked at Yifei in shock. Yifei smiled and greeted the doctors. The attitudes of these doctors when they contacted Yifei changed, because they were introduced by the supernatural Dr. Wu, everyone thought. Yifei was amazing. They all heard about Yifei's rescue of Wei Lao. Yifei smiled and said everyone, I have asked my company to work overtime to produce masks and medical supplies. We'll directly donate aid to Zhou. Hearing Yifei's words, these doctors were refreshed, which is good news. Especially Dr. Wu was even more happy. Dr. Wu knew the strength of the Yi family and the corporate actions of the Yi family absolutely can support a very large batch of medical supplies. Before Yifei met with Wu's genius doctor, Yifei also called Su Qingzu to explain the matter. Force fit. Among the medicines produced by Yifei and Su's family this time, most of the medicines were donated to Hubei for free. In the state, a small number of medicines are only charged at a cost price, which can be said to be very conscientious. Yifei's actions immediately won the favor and respect of all the doctors on the scene. Just listen to Yifei continuing, you are all my seniors. I actually have a little bit about this medical treatment. My own opinion. Dr. Yi, please, Dr. Wang said immediately. Huang Zonglang, Wu Shenya and others also looked at Yifei and waited for Yifei's speech. Yifei said I think everyone is well aware of the epidemic that year. The epidemic was actually due to because of the population movement, the disease spreads very fast, and there's also the emergence of super spreaders. I remember that there was a fishery boss during the period of *****. He had been infected with ***** for several days, but he always has no time to go to the hospital for an examination. Later, after he was sent to the hospital, during his more than 50 days in the hospital, more than 130 people were infected by him, and 56 medical staff who participated in the treatment of him went to visit. There are 24 relatives and friends, and at most 18 relatives and friends live with him in the hospital. Even his wife was not spared. Ask for flowers. Yifei briefly talked about the case. Yifei's words evoke memories of everyone. Many of these famous doctors were doctors who had been in contact with the epidemic that year. Shang, hearing Yifei's words, they all seemed to understand. Yifei said actually, the most feared disease of this type of disease is its rapid spread, even due to certain people. With special physique, it is very likely that one person will infect more than 10 people. So my suggestion is to lock down the whole city of Zhou first, so that no one can enter or leave. For the time being, Zhou. The city is closed, Yifei said seriously. Dr. Wu thought for a while and nodded in agreement. In fact, this method is good, but it is a bit of a big move. Worries have caused public opinion and panic. Dr. Wu's statement also made everyone agree. Yifei said I think that as long as the news of the epidemic is announced, it is enough to announce the news as much as possible. Such things can be told to the public as soon as possible. After all, it is said that it is non-toxic. With the treatment in place, I think people will trust our country. That is what I said. The psychic Dr. Wu nodded slightly. Everyone chatted to formulate countermeasures. When Yifei said so, these doctors were all inclined to Yifei's view. When everyone was discussing, the plane arrived in Zhou very soon. Chapter 337 Yifei, Genius Dr. Yi. Ajo. As soon as Yifei arrived in Ajo City, he saw that the airport was already on alert, and the staff in the airport were all on alert. They are fully armed and neatly worn. These airport staff are all neatly dressed, wearing masks and fully armed. Upon seeing this, Yifei, Wusheni and others all nodded secretly, knowing that the entire Ajo has already begun to deal with this issue. Management and governance of the epidemic. The response in Ajo City was actually very fast, and the condition was very contagious. These protective measures were also necessary. After Yifei, Wusheni and others arrived in Ajo, medical experts immediately came to greet them. These medical experts all found the group of Shen Yiwu. Among them, Yifei also met several famous experts. For example, Academician Zhang from Guangdong Province. Academician Zhang is from Guangdong Province and is the first person in the country with 140 respiratory diseases. He used to be famous during the country has extremely high prestige. Academician Zhang Yifei and others came to Ajo one step at a time to investigate the situation in Ajo and understand some of Ajo's problem. After seeing the Dr. Wu, Yifei and others, Academician Zhang also shook hands with Yifei and others and then quickly introduced the condition of the disease and hoped that Yifei and others can find a way and propose a solution to this epidemic. After Yifei shook hands with Academician Zhang, Dr. Wu took the initiative to say actually, on our way, Yixiaoyu has already. A solution was proposed to block the entire city of Ajo to prevent the spread of the virus. Dr. Wu said briefly. Hearing what the Dr. Wu said, Academician Zhang looked at Yifei, nodded to Yifei and said this Yifei. The doctor is the same as I thought, I also think so, the situation in Ajo is spreading and the epidemic is developing very fast, it is indeed necessary to close the city first. Since Academician Zhang thinks so too, I want to say more. Yifei knows that Academician Zhang is a specialist in this area. He is very knowledgeable. Academician Zhang shook his head and said Dr. Yi does not need to be self-effacing, you can make such a judgment, you can see that the medical skills are very good. The senior expert group needs your help. Hearing what Academician Zhang said, Yifei also smiled and said, of course, I will do my best. Academician Zhang smiled and said in that case, let us go to the hospital together and then discuss. No problem. Yifei and others agreed. Academician Zhang went to the hospital with Yifei and others. Office of Ajo People's Hospital. All the members of the expert group arrived to discuss the condition. Yifei's idea of closing the city was unanimously approved, and everyone agreed and reported it. The domestic leaders also attached great importance to the expert group's recommendations. They all acted in unison and decided to. The city of Ajo was closed. Ajo City moved quickly, and several leaders in particular were fighting on the front line. This time, because of Yifei's proposal to close the city, the expert group also attached great importance to Yifei's proposal. Yifei. My position in the expert group has also been improved. Academician Zhang made a special trip to express his gratitude to Yifei, shook hands with Yifei, and repeatedly said Dr. Yi, thank you. Advice and support. Academician Zhang is too polite, I also admire you very much. Yifei is also the truth, Academician Zhang this year. Already 84 years old, he is not a master of both medical and martial arts like the superb Dr. Wu, but also a master of the realm of transformation. Therefore, the 84-year-old Academician Zhang is still fighting on the front line. Yifei really admires him. Academician Zhang is not. It is easy, it is just a matter of life and death, and it can be called a country as peerless. Hey, you young people have bold ideas. To be honest, although I have thought about the closure of the city, but if you haven't put it into practice, you dare to think and dare to do it. I also hope that there will be more young people like you in the medical team. Academician Zhang smiled. The two commercial blows for a while. After the two said, they were ready to go to the hospital to receive and take care of patients. A group of famous doctors including Academician Zhang and Dr. Wang were immediately put into the hospital, ready to treat the patients. Of course Yifei was among them. At this moment, Academician Zhang got up, suddenly felt that the sky was spinning, and his eyes were dark, and he went directly to fell down afterwards. Seeing this situation with Academician Zhang, Yifei immediately noticed something was wrong, and he took the lead in supporting Academician Zhang. Academician Zhang. No, Academician Zhang fainted. Everyone at the scene was surprised. Seeing Academician Zhang actually fell, they were shocked and felt a while. Do not. Yifei held Academician Zhang, only to see Academician Zhang slowly open his eyes, he waved his hand and reluctantly said, I am fine, just a little tired. Hearing what Academician Zhang said, a medical staff nearby immediately said although Academician Zhang has just arrived in Ajo. It didn't take long, but he was concerned about the condition. He has been studying the epidemic for several days. 15 hours has gone wrong. Yifei looked at Academician Zhang's pale face and said, it seems that I am overworked. It is okay, I'll use acupuncture and moxibustion help Academician Zhang restore his strength. Dr. Yi, the other doctors next to you hesitated. But Dr. Wu smiled and said Yixiaoyu's action is perfect, and Yixiaoyu's medical skills are not inferior to me. Especially the technique of acupuncture and moxibustion is also a master of Chinese medicine. Hearing that Dr. Wu said so, the doctors were silent. At this time, Yifei took out the silver needle, punctured the acupuncture points with the silver needle after disinfection, and massaged his Suzaku. The fire needle pierced the key acupoints on Academician Zhang's body. After the key acupuncture points on the body of Zhanyuan soil were punctured, a warm current spread all over the body, and Yifei cooperated with the massage hand. The two-pronged approach of acupuncture and moxibustion allowed Academician Zhang to relax his muscles quickly, soothe his body quickly, and refresh his spirit. In just 10 minutes, Academician Zhang's complexion gradually recovered from 2.1. He let out a long breath and looked at Yi. Fei's eyes were full of surprise. Dr. Yi, you're simply a genius doctor. Academician Zhang recognized Yifei's acupuncture and moxibustion techniques very much and was amazed. Chapter 338 You saved us. The harm, so that Academician Zhang is extremely amazed. Academician Zhang, you have passed the award. Let us take a good rest. Let us go to the hospital. You can get enough rest now. Resistance drops, worrying about getting sick Yifei said seriously. The current epidemic is so serious that once the body is fragile and the resistance drops, it is prone to problems. Yifei also reminded Academician Zhang immediately. Hearing what Yifei said, Academician Zhang hesitated slightly, but the medical staff next to him also repeatedly dissuaded him. Only then did Academician Zhang nod his head and said, well, I want to go to see the patient anymore. I will sleep in the office in the morning. In a moment, please, everyone. Academician Zhang looked at Yifei and said, Yifei just showed medicinal skills. Academician Zhang and other doctors were all amazed, and they had a deep understanding of Yifei's medical skills. Knowledge. From this point of view, Yifei's medical skills can be called 27, even top-notch. Especially just the acupuncture method that Kai Yifei showed, even Academician Zhang and others were amazed. Academician Zhang and others are good at Western medicine, while Yifei is good at Chinese medicine. They are different. After seeing Yifei's medical skills, Academician Zhang was even more fond of Yifei and knew that this was a young man Genius doctor, academician Zhang, you can take a good rest. The doctors all said one after another. After all, academician Zhang is 84 years old. Although he is still healthy at such an age, he is really strong. Can he hold on to such a job? Next, the doctors of the expert group quickly put into work and started to get busy. The doctor's work is very busy. One morning, Yifei and others ran to 5 or 6 hospitals in Ezhou to determine the conditions of these hospitals and patients. It also determines the infectiousness and various problems of the current epidemic. Among the many doctors, Yifei and Wu Shenyi are special cases. The physical quality of the Grand Master is far superior to that of ordinary people, is no different from Superman. Under such circumstances, both Yifei and Wu Shenyi were energetic and quickly put into work. Especially Yifei, he has already begun to use his own way to diagnose patients, and he prescribes some enhancements. Chinese medicine for physique. Yifei not only prescribes medicine for sick patients, but also prescribes medicine for doctors. Yifei prescribes several sets of nursing care. The body is a traditional Chinese medicine that strengthens the physique to deal with the pneumonia epidemic. For this pneumonia epidemic, there is currently no definite treatment plan, and there is no clear drug to treat the epidemic. If treatment is really necessary, hormone therapy is generally used, but this kind of treatment has great side effects. Therefore, Yifei does not plan to use hormone therapy. Yifei targets some mild or suspected cases. All adopt the treatment method of isolation first, and then use Chinese medicine to enhance physical fitness and immunity so that the patient has body. Immunity is improved to fight the virus. For medical staff, Yifei is even more so. Yifei uses a lot of boosting energy to protect his health. Physically healthy drugs make these medical staff also energetic to fight on the front line. Yifei devoted himself to the treatment. Because Yifei was full of energy, he didn't sleep for a few days and nights. It is still full of energy. In this state, Yifei is fighting on the front line even more, and has won the respect and admiration of all medical staff. Even many patients know that there's a famous doctor named Yi in the Ezhou expert group, although he is not very old. However, his medical skills are brilliant, and he has been praised by many patients and medical staff. Even several VIA department leaders in Ezhou recognized Yifei very much, and made a special call to thank Yifei. Fly. However, at the same time that Yifei was treating in Ezhou, there was a shortage of medical supplies in Ezhou. Very serious. In particular, medical staff as masks, medical gowns and various medical equipment are also in urgent need. This matter is serious. After all, once the medical staff lacks medical equipment, it is tantamount to exposing themselves to danger. The contagion of this pneumonia epidemic is terrible, and it is easy to be infected if you do not take protective measures. At this time, all the masks and some medical protective gear produced by Yejia, Sujia and other medical enterprises. Delivered, it is almost like rain in time. Yifei donated all these medical supplies to major hospitals in Ezhou City, and this is only the first batch of supplies. That is all, there will be more donations of materials in the future. What Yifei did was like a timely rain, especially the leaders of the VIA department made a special trip to CE. Fly side, thank you. Yifei's actions made him even more famous, and he targeted Yifei in Ezhou, Weibo and other media. The behavior was reported. For a time, many people knew that there was a genius Dr. Yi in Ezhou. This genius Dr. Yi treated a lot of medical staff and patients, but also provided a large amount of medical supplies. This includes Mu Zijin who called Yifei, and Mu Zijin told Yifei that his behavior even spread to China. In the ears of several big bosses in the Privy Council, the leaders admired Yifei very much. And Yifei heard this, although he was happy in his heart, but he was even more emotional. In fact, Yifei had already done everything he could do. This epidemic is mainly controlled well, especially high-level leaders pay more attention to it. Yifei is making suggestions. At that time, the whole city was immediately sealed off. Although the Spring Festival travel peak will follow, the whole city is still blocked, resulting in reduced population flow and the spread of the virus. It is also gradually slowing down. It can be said that the epidemic has been controlled to a certain degree, which is most gratifying to Yifei. What Yifei did was very meaningful and positive. As a man, you should have such a sense of responsibility and responsibility. The most common sentence Yifei heard in the past few days is thank you, whether it is a doctor, a patient, or the same group. The experts and even the leaders expressed their gratitude to Yifei. Thank you Yifei for saving them. Chapter 339. Yifei stayed in Ezhou for about 1 week. In this week, Yifei's reputation spread far and wide, and his reputation was so great that almost the entire Ezhou city knew it had it. A Dr. Yi, Yifei focused on doing his own thing, spread positive energy, and brought the entire Ezhou condition under control. Thanks to Yifei's foresight, the Yi family, Su family and other family pharmaceutical companies are running at full capacity. Tian has donated more than 300,000 masks, not only masks but also medical equipment such as goggles. Due to Yifei's adequate preparations in advance, the medical supplies in major hospitals in Ezhou have not been seriously affected for the time being. Shortage. At the same time, the Yi family is also calling on the major Yandu business families to donate materials. The major families work together. The situation in Ezhou area has also been greatly eased. The most important thing is that Yifei and others' measures to close Ezhou city before the spring festival travel season have made the epidemic more effective. Effective containment. I have to say that everything Yifei did was indeed prescient. Moreover, Yifei was also fighting on the front line, fighting side by side with everyone, just like the majority of medical staff. The epidemic finally weakened, Yifei was also free, and he and the genius doctor Wu returned to Yandu. After disinfection and other treatments, Yifei and Wu Shenyi finally took a plane and returned to Yandu airport and Wu Shen. The doctor cares about Ling Xian. He said to Yifei Yi Xiaoyu, thanks to you this time, otherwise I don't think there will be any. It will be difficult for us to come back for a few months. Dr. Wu was deeply moved. It is true that Yifei had the foresight to kill this epidemic in the cradle. Dr. Wu also admired Yifei very much. He was able to risk his life to come to Ezhou, which is enough to explain Yifei as people. Product and responsibility. Now that Dr. Wu and Yifei are not only smiling and grinning, but he also sympathizes with Yifei. When Yifei heard the thanks from Dr. Wu, he also smiled slightly and said, Dr. Wu, you are polite. It just so happens that I also want to see Xiyun get up for a long time. Dr. Wu was taken aback for a while, and then smiled okay. Actually, I hope you and Xian can reach the same level. In this way, Xian's condition is also. Dr. Wu didn't say much, but said with emotion Xian's grandfather and our close friends. When we were young, I used to learn martial arts together, so Xian is also an old friend to me, I can't help but wish her for a long time. Fold. Yifei slightly nodded when he heard the words, and then realized that there was such a reason in this. It turned out that Ling Xian and God Dr. Wu still has such a relationship, no wonder Dr. Wu takes care of Ling Xian so much. Yifei and Dr. Wu went to Duan Qizhang's villa together. During this time in Yandu, the Dr. Wu and Ling Xian live here. Yifei and Dr. Wu were completely relieved of their previous suspicions, and Chen Luji's death had no grievances in Dr. Wu's heart. Dr. Wu also completely put down. The current Dr. Wu and Yifei have no conflict, but after the epidemic, it is a bit like fighting side by side. Comrades in arms, Yifei and Dr. Wu arrived at Duan Qizhang's villa. In the villa, Duan Qizhang and Ling Xian had long learned about the return of God Dr. Wu, and Ling Xian went to greet them. Ling Xian was naturally very happy after seeing the genius Dr. Wu. Ling Xian did not go out of the gate these days. Although her body has recovered a lot, she lost contact with Yifei and Wu God Doctor for nearly a week. My heart is also quite worried about this. Ling Xian now sees Dr. Wu and Yifei next to Dr. Wu. Ling Xian is immediately surprised. Compare. After Ling Xian saw the two, there was surprise in her beautiful eyes, and her beautiful face was full of joy. In a low voice, Yifei, you read back too. Ahem, my master can be here, but in the end you only saw Yifei. Dr. Wu teased. Upon seeing this, Ling Xian's face was slightly red. Ling Xian whispered, Master, what are you talking about? I know. You will come back, but I didn't expect Yifei to also come. Yifei smiled and asked, how is your condition? We are not here for a few days. Your health. No discomfort. Seeing Yifei caring about herself, Ling Xian felt sweet. She said softly, it's okay, I eat and sleep well now. Anyway, I also knew that the epidemic was spreading, so I didn't go out at all. Enough sleep during this time, but the spirit is still. Bye. Seeing this, Yifei carefully examined Ling Xian's complexion. Although her face was still slightly pale, she was fine. The state of God was good, which also made Yifei relieved. Yi Xiaoyu, you chat with my apprentice, I have to rest more when I am older, so I won't bother you. Woo. The genius doctor said, and waved his hand at Duan Qizhang who was not far away. Both he and Duan Qizhang returned to the villa's room. Leave space for Yifei and Ling Xian. When Ling Xian saw this, her cheeks flushed immediately after rubbing them, full of blushes. God Dr. Wu is a master of transformation, and his physique is different from that of ordinary people. How could he feel tired and take more rest? To tell the truth, with the physical quality of the genius Dr. Wu, he can hardly feel tired even if he is sleepless for 3 days and 3 nights. Obviously, Dr. Wu made room for Yifei and Ling Xian and intended to bring them together. Both Yifei and Ling Xian know well, especially Ling Xian, she is even more embarrassed at this time, her face is full. It is blushing, I am very embarrassed. Yifei was used to it. He pulled Ling Xian down naturally and said, I haven't seen you for almost a week. Although you are in good spirits, you are thin. Ling Xian is indeed a little thinner. These days, she is worried that Yifei and Wu Shenyi are fighting on the front line, but she is not like that. As she said, eat well and sleep well. In fact, she was in a state of insomnia for a few nights. I am fine, but you. Okay, I've seen you on CCTV news several times. Now you are a famous person. Move the whole country, Ling Xian said softly. Ling Xian's words are not false at all. During this epidemic, many things Yifei did were highly praised, and he himself was also an expert. The group's benchmarking figures have attracted much attention and publicity, and have been on CCTV news and Weibo headlines several times. Z is remembered by hundreds of millions of netizens and followed by hundreds of millions of people. It can be said that Yifei is really famous all over the country now. Chapter 340 Treating with the Yellow Emperor's Internal Classic. Hearing Ling Xian's words, Yifei just smiled slightly. Ling Xian was really right. He is now famous all over the country, and his reputation is not low. At least during this one-time epidemic operation, Yifei can be regarded as a big show, and he has been an ordinary person. Things that can be done. As a benchmark, Yifei has received a lot of praise, and he will be famous throughout the country, which is also normal. Yifei's mouth curled up, and seeing Ling Xian praise him so much, he just smiled indifferently and responded. In fact, I just did what I was supposed to do. These are all trivial things. Hearing that, Ling Xian's heart is full of strangeness. Although Yifei said these things are only trivial, but they are common. Nobody can do it, especially Yifei went to Azhou to fight on the front line of the epidemic, where there is a real danger. In the critically stricken area, it can be said that Yifei is fighting with death every day. Even Dr. Wang from the expert group was infected a while ago, and he had to quarantine himself quickly. Many medical staff have even suffered from infections and face serious problems. But Yifei is always in danger, and these are not shown in many news reports. To be honest, what Yifei did is really not easy to do. After Ling Xian saw Yifei as many things in Azhou 280, she also liked Yifei more and more. Come and understand, when she got to know Yifei more and more, she really liked Yifei more and more. Although you think it is a trivial matter, I think you did a great job. Ling Xian said in a low voice, those bright. Looking at Yifei with big eyes, Yifei also laughed. Seeing Ling Xian's admiring eyes, he knew that Ling Xian was very good to him now. Feel. Yifei smiled and took Ling Xian's hand, saying I just came back today, tomorrow we will go outside together. Go, are you bored at home these days? Yeah, I am all bored, then I beg you, Ling Xian said with a blushing smile. Upon seeing this, Yifei agreed. Seeing Yifei as promised, Ling Xian suddenly looked forward to tomorrow. Moreover, the two had already negotiated and agreed when Yifei left Yandu. Ling Xian had agreed to Yifei. Yifei treated her with the Yellow Emperor as internal classic. This means that the relationship between Ling Xian and Yifei will also undergo a qualitative change. So Ling Xian agreed to Yifei's invitation, but she felt a little bit ashamed, and her face CJAF was slightly red. You take a good rest, I'll go back first. Yifei didn't bother Ling Xian too much because Yifei also knew Ling Xi. Yun is not in good health and needs more rest. Anyway, Ling Xian is in good spirits now, so he is relieved. Yifei left the villa and returned home. In Yifei's private villa, Yifei told Su Qingzu, Mu Zijin and other women that they had returned. Mu Zijin was still in the barracks and did not reply for a while, but Su Qingzu, Bai Ruoxi and others responded immediately. After Yifei recovered, the women were very happy. In the week that Yifei left Yandu, the women were extremely worried about Yifei's situation. And because Yifei is very busy this week, Su Qingzu, Bai Ruoxi, Mu Zijin and others also. He is often unreachable. Yifei returned to Yandu, which was definitely good news. The women were very concerned about Yifei's situation, and they were relieved after learning that Yifei was safe. Yifei also communicated with everyone for a while before putting down the phone to sleep. The next day, Yifei woke up in the early morning sun. This is also the most peaceful sleep Yifei has ever slept in this week. After this, Yifei made an appointment with Ling Xian and took Ling Xian on a trip. The weather gradually turned cold, and of course Yifei 6 could not take Ling Xian to the field, after all, it was too cold. It was because Yifei turned to take Ling Xian to the indoor playground. Ling Xian felt this atmosphere for the first time. Suddenly very happy, the two play various amusement projects together, such as indoor shooting, archery and climbing, etc. Play. It was the first time Ling Xian had such an experience, and she was as novel as a child. Ling Xian had never been crazy like this before. She used to be a super house girl. Yifei also knew Ling Xian's physical condition, and did not take Ling Xian to any haunted house or adventure house. Ling Xian wanted to go to exciting projects and games, but Yifei stopped it. After that, Yifei took Ling Xian to catch the claw machine and play on various sports machines, and the two were also together. In action, Yifei was also a good hand at grasping dolls with a claw machine and easily caught two big dolls. Ling Xian was holding a big doll in her hand with a sweet smile. She smiled and said, "You have a good skill in grasping the doll. Have you practiced?" "I haven't practiced, I am very talented," Yifei replied seriously. Yifei really doesn't need to practice the talent of catching a doll, because it is very simple for Yifei, he only needs to watch. It can be done after a few observations. After Yifei became the master of transformation, he has greatly improved both his hearing and eyesight, and everything he does is get twice the result with half the effort, far surpassing ordinary people. "Say you are fat and you are still breathing, what shall we do next?" Ling Xian said with a smile, she was in a mood. "Excellent." Yifei smiled and said, "Are you hungry? Why don't we go eat hot pot?" When Yifei said so, Ling Xian agreed. Hot pot is a good choice. It goes best with hot pot in winter. Yifei took Ling Xian to a good hot pot restaurant nearby, and the two had a hot pot meal, which was satisfying. Then Yifei took Ling Xian back to his private villa. Ling Xian sat in Yifei as co-pilot, her face was always red, and she glanced at him quietly from time to time. Yifei seemed to be thinking about something. In fact, Ling Xian knew very well in her heart that her relationship with Yifei was getting closer and closer. At the same time, her illness. Love is also constantly increasing. It has almost time to treat with Wang Dinajing. In fact, Ling Xian had this hunch when she came out today. She can escape today. Chapter 341 Experience skyrocketing, Ling Xian's love. Yifei and Ling Xian are in his private villa. In the villa, Ling Xian also saw the appearance of Yifei's villa in the room and saw various furnishings and decorations. The decoration of Yifei's villa is simple and low-key, but it is in line with Ling Xian's aesthetics. Waves flowed, and Yifei looked at each other. At this moment, Ling Xian was a little nervous. She blushed and her eyes were watery, very pleasant. Seeing this scene, Yifei couldn't help but smile, and said, "Shiyun, don't be nervous, I will help you use Suzaku first. Fire needle to adjust your body." Yifei also knows that Ling Xian at this moment is mostly a little nervous, although the two of them have time alone. It has been several times, but this time is obviously the most special. Yifei's use of Zook fire needles to help Ling Xian regulate her body can also alleviate the current atmosphere. After all, Yifei is not. It was the first time to use Zook fire needle to help Ling Xian conditioning. Ling Xian blushed and agreed. Yifei gave Ling Xian acupuncture. Only seeing Yifei move his body, he applied the needle quickly and accurately. Then a little bit of internal strength, with Qi Yuzhen. After the Zook fire needle is used, it is like a ball of small flames, spreading across the acupuncture points on Ling Xian's body. Light up in the middle, which also made Ling Xian's body full of warmth. Ling Xian originally felt cold all over, but now she is getting more comfortable, and her whole body also feels warm and comfortable. Ling Xian felt her body warm, and her whole body was also smooth. It was just that before she knew it, Yifei had already withdrawn her coat, revealing the skin of a period of frost Saishui. Ling Xian also seemed to feel something, her cheeks were getting redder, and she hung down slightly between her and Yifei's eyes. Head already knew what Yifei was going to do next. Ling Xian closed her eyes, but Yifei leaned in Ling Xian's ear, whispered to Ling Xian, and told Ling Xian in the Yellow Emperor. Some tricks of the classics. After all, it was the first time Ling Xian was so close to Yifei, and this was the first time she was so close to a man. She was already pink all over her body, only to see Ling Xian's voice very low, gently towards Yifei. "I see." Yifei guided Ling Xian's movements. Although Ling Xian was jerky, she was very clever. He could quickly understand Yifei's intentions and knew Yifei's intentions. The meaning of, under the leadership of Yifei, Ling Xian gradually let go of her body and mind, and then joined with Yifei to practice the Yellow Emperor. True, the cultivation of the Yellow Emperor's internal classic is of course not that simple, but fortunately for Yifei's existence, Yifei is right. The Yellow Emperor's internal classic is still clear. He understands the function of the Yellow Emperor's internal classic very well. After all, the Huang Dinajing is his thing, and since this time, Yifei, Mu Zijin, Bai Ruoxi and Luo Weiyu have all practiced the classics, Yifei is really familiar with the road at this time. According to Yifei's instructions, Ling Xian soon followed Yifei's instructions and made various actions, sensing the true spirit of Wang Dinajing, and the actions between the two are very close to each other. One of the most difficult aspects of practicing Wang Dinajing is that you must communicate with each other when you practice. There is often a tacit understanding, so almost only the closest men and women can cultivate. Fortunately, Ling Xian is now following Yifei's guidance, and her cultivation in the Yellow Emperor's canon of internal medicine is gradually getting better. After a while, Ling Xian had already led the cultivation of the Yellow Emperor's internal classic into the right path, and Yifei saw it. Also smiled slightly, the corners of his mouth cocked, knowing that the cultivation of the Wang Dinajing was considered a success. Yifei and Ling Xian are also getting better in the situation in the Yellow Emperor's internal classic, but Ling Xian looks at Yifei. Can't he help but blush? Immediately afterwards, with the beginning of the practice of the Yellow Emperor's internal classic, Ling Xian also began to have some subtle feelings. Sleep. The Yellow Emperor's internal classic can make up for congenital deficiencies, and it can cure Ling Xian's disease. There is no doubt about this. Asked. Only when the treatment of Wang Dinajing started, Ling Xian's body did indeed appear subtle. The change, although the effect is very subtle, but for Ling Xian, is a very obvious feeling. Because Ling Xian's body is weaker than ordinary people, so the physical physique is slightly strengthened. It is a very obvious feeling. Ever since, Ling Xian felt her body gradually change, her senses became stronger and stronger, her body was no longer cold, and it as hot. Flowers 0. When practicing the Huang Dinajing, there was a qi that belonged to the Huang Dinajing. This qi was hard to feel at first, and after Ling Xian practiced the Huang Dinajing, she did not. I noticed it, but it was because all the meridians of the body became hot. The feeling of heat made her feel it has to be extra comfortable. And not only that, but Ling Xian felt that her spirit was getting better and better, and her energy gradually became more energetic. When Yifei saw Ling Xian's performance, he also saw the changes in Ling Xian's eyes, and the corners of his mouth were hooked. Laughed. It seems that the effect of the treatment is better than he thought. Seeing Ling Xian's mental state, Yifei could know what Ling Xian's treatment effect was at this time. When Yifei saw this, he was relieved. At this moment, Yifei's ear also heard the system prompt. Ding, congratulations to the host, because Ling Xian has improved your favorability, and you have gained 500 experience points. Suddenly, Yifei was refreshed again. 500 experience points, this experience value is really a lot. Ling Xian is also completely enamored with him this time, and the relationship between the two has become a real lover, needless to say. Relation. Get 500 experience points. Yifei looked at Ling Xian, whose body was gradually recovering, and his mood was also relieved. Now that the Wang Dinajing has been used to treat Ling Xian, he should be able to do some business. Chapter 342 Dr. Wu's Good Intentions. The nighttime passed by in a hurry. After Yifei instructed Ling Xian to master the Huangdi Neijing, the Huangdi Neijing soon came into play. After the Huangdi Neijing came into effect, Ling Xian's physical condition and various functions have indeed undergone subtle changes. In the next time, the treatment for the Huangdi Neijing has ended, so the next step is Yifei. It is time for intimacy with Ling Xian. Ling Xian was so gentle and lovely, Yifei couldn't hide the smile at the corner of her mouth. Night falls. The next day, Yifei got up refreshed, while Ling Xian was still asleep with her eyebrows. Yifei showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. When he saw this, he also instructed the housekeeper to prepare some necessary matters. Rise. About half an hour later, 117 Ling Xian also got up. Fortunately, Ling Xian practiced with Yifei last night in the Yellow Emperor's Internal Classic, which also strengthened her physique, otherwise today she might still be unable to get up. Seeing Ling Xian get up, Yifei smiled and said, "Wake up, how do you feel?" When I got up, I saw Yifei at the first glance. Ling Xian's face was reddened, her eyes were ashamed, she whispered softly, "I don't feel it yet." "Wrong, it is you." After Ling Xian said it yesterday, she was embarrassed to say it again. Probably the meaning is actually Yifei also understand. Yifei coughed to cover up his emotions. Then I saw Ling Xian continue to say the effect of the Yellow Emperor's Internal Classic is better than I expected. I thought the Huangdi Neijing was not so easy to take effect. It turned out that the Huangdi Neijing was so effective. Although Ling Xian only practiced the Yellow Emperor's Internal Classic for one time, he could already clearly feel the Huangdi Neijing. The training effect of the classics has been achieved. Because of Ling Xian's weakness, although he only practiced the Huangdi Neijing one time, the effect was very good. Not bad. If you think it is useful, I also think the effect of Huangdi Neijing is better than I thought. I will first take the pulse for you and take a look at the situation, Yifei said seriously. Hearing what Yifei said, Ling Xian nodded lightly and proactively stretched out her wrists, asking Yifei to check and diagnose her pulse. After Yifei carefully diagnosed Ling Xian's pulse, he smiled, and finally said, "Yes, it works. If it is indeed much better than I imagined, I guess if this continues, your condition should be able to be severe. Great relief, if I practice the Huangdi Neijing with me once or twice a week, at most half a year. Time to heal." Yifei smiled and looked at Ling Xian. Practice the Huangdi Neijing once or twice a week. When Yifei said so, Ling Xian's face turned slightly red. She thought of her relationship with Yifei every week. The appearance of practicing the Yellow Emperor's Internal Classic together suddenly spread shame, cheeks are full of red clouds, and eyes are also watery. Yifei laughed at Ling Xian a few words, and seeing Ling Xian's expression getting shy, he finally let go of Ling Xian. Shi Yun then had breakfast with Ling Xian, and when it was noon, Yifei sent Ling Xian back. Villa. Yifei sent Ling Xian into the villa, when the genius Dr. Wu was also there. God Dr. Wu saw Yifei sending Ling Xian back, plus Ling Xian did not return last night. Of course, Dr. Wu was know Ling Xian's whereabouts very well. Dr. Wu saw Yifei and Ling Xian's hands clasped together, and he even showed a meaningful smile. Looking at Yifei and Ling Xian, they only feel that they are very good match, the more they look, the more satisfied they become. When Ling Xian saw this, her eyes were a little embarrassed, her head hung slightly, and she suddenly stopped talking. Yifei was cheeky. He said indifferently, "Mr. Wu, you don't have to worry about Xian's illness in the future. Now, leave it to me." Cough cough. The genius Dr. Wu didn't expect Yifei to be so direct for a while, coughed, and quickly laughed also. "Well, it is best not to worry about me as an old man." Although God Dr. Wu was surprised by Yifei's statement, he was even more happy after hearing Yifei's statement. Fei's words mean that Yifei himself can completely deal with Ling Xian's condition. That being the case, it couldn't be better. Dr. Wu can feel relieved. Ling Xian gently pulled Yifei's hand. She seemed to blush at Yifei's statement. Yifei said no. Is it tantamount to clearly telling the Dr. Wu the current relationship between Yifei and Ling Xian? For a while, Ling Xian's heart was shy and a little bit of joy. The girl's feelings are always poetry, let alone Ling Xian, a girl who has almost never fallen in love. Ling Xian was shy and joyful, lowered her head and did not dare to look at the Dr. Wu at all. But the Dr. Wu was very emotional when he saw this, and said as long as the girl Xian is in a stable condition, she can even get better. Then I can be considered worthy of the old friend, and finally did not disappoint the Ling family. Dr. Wu is still very responsible to Ling Xian. After all, Ling Xian is the granddaughter of his old friend. Ling Xian was also a little touched when he heard the Dr. Wu say this. Dr. Wu himself also agrees with Yifei, especially after this pneumonia epidemic, the two. In between, the suspicion was completely relieved. At this time, the genius Dr. Wu had no complaints about Yifei. Hearing that Ling Xian had Yifei as destination, Dr. Wu was also very pleased. Dr. Wu looked at Ling Xian and said, "Xian, since your body is getting better, starting from today, I will also give you all the medical knowledge and skills that I have learned in my life, starting today. You are my official beginner disciple, and I will teach you everything." Both Yifei and Ling Xian were stunned, and they didn't expect that Dr. Wu would say so. And Yifei immediately felt the good intentions of the genius Dr. Wu 3.4. The Dr. Wu did this, of course, is also meaningful. Chapter 343 Collision with Li Yunfeng again seeking subscription. The mantle is passed on, otherwise the medical skills cannot be passed on. Not only that, but Dr. Wu has another deep meaning. Since Ling Xian and Yifei are now a couple, and they are intimate with each other, Wu Shen. The doctor also knows that he taught Ling Xian's medical skills, and eventually these medical experience and skills will be passed on to Yifei's ears. Here, in this way, it can be regarded as teaching his medical skills to Yifei. During this period of time, God Dr. Wu has been observing Yifei's deeds and character, and found that Yifei is a very reliable person, at least much better than Chen Luo, his villain. For this reason, the Dr. Wu decided to teach Yifei his medical skills. But the inheritance of medical skills is not so simple, you must first go to a teacher. But the current relationship between Yifei and Wu's genius doctor, after all, Yifei caused Chen Luo to die at a fatal 30. Obviously, the apprenticeship was not quite appropriate, so, the Dr. Wu thought of a compromise. He taught Ling Xian and then passed it to Yifei through Ling Xian. Then, it was equivalent to that Yifei had learned a lot of medical skills of the magical Dr. Wu. In this way, although there is no name of mentoring an apprenticeship, Yifei and Wu's genius doctor also had the real mentoring an apprenticeship. When Yifei heard that Dr. Wu said this, he was deeply moved in his heart. The meaning of Dr. Wu is very clear. Dr. Wu just wants Yifei to learn medical skills and save more diseases. People, the superb Dr. Wu has always been a good hand, benevolent, and has a noble moral character. Yifei admired him deeply. Therefore, in the next time, Ling Xian will really learn some medical skills from the supernatural Dr. Wu. Before. Although Ling Xian also has some medical skills, most of them are affected by ears and eyes and did not follow Wu systematically and deeply. The genius doctor learns medical skills. Ling Xian was also very interested in medical skills, and she was also very happy to hear the words of God Dr. Wu. After Yifei visited the genius Dr. Wu, he returned to the Yi family villa. In the next few days, Yifei reunited with Ling Xian, Su Qingzu, Bai Ruoxi and other women separately. This time naturally needless to say, and God Dr. Wu did begin to teach Ling Xian to learn medical skills. After Ling Xian learned medical skills, she often interacted with Yifei discussed and shared. This is also under the instruction of Wu genius doctor. This also allowed Yifei to learn a lot of other medical knowledge. After all, God Dr. Wu is more experienced than him. Yifei is already extremely proficient in medicine, and he can be called a master. The level of Chinese medicine should be second only to Wu Shen. Medical. If you can learn these things taught by Wu Shen Ling Xian, it must be a step further, even can surpass the magical Dr. Wu. 222. Time passed in a hurry. In the next few days, Yifei passed by calmly and moisturized. On this day, Mu Zijin came to find Yifei. Mu Zijin has been in the barracks these past few days and only has free time today. Seeing Yifei, she also smiled and looked at Yifei carefully and said in a low voice, "Fortunately, I am still worried. If you go to Azhou, you will become thin and tired." Tired is not tired, but the spirit is a little tight. Yifei smiled. Yifei is indeed a little tired mentally, but the rest of the past few days has been relieved. Upon seeing this, Mu Zijin also took the initiative to stand beside Yifei, massaging for Yifei while she was massaging. He smiled softly and said, "I know you were tired. I wanted to let you rest at home these days, but it seems that is to trouble you. What is wrong, you say?" Yifei said immediately. "I told you last time, it was about working as an instructor in a military camp. At present, the Dragon Force still lacks one name. Chief Instructor, my grandfather and several other military leaders are all helping to find candidates. If you are interested." "It is the best," Mu Zijin said. Jiaolong Special Forces. The Jiaolong Special Forces are the first-class special forces of the Xuanwang state, and their status is not trivial among the special forces. There is a characteristic in Xuanwang country. The top special forces of Xuanwang country are generally based on the ancient fierce virtues of Xuanwang country. Or it was named after a beast. For example, the three famous special forces of the Basalt Army, the Vermilion Bird Army and the Jiaolong Army, including the Southwest. There are also special forces named Snow Leopards, Falcons, etc. Among them, the Jiaolong unit is also the leader of the special forces. In Xuanwangguo's annual special forces competition, the dragon troops can rank in the top 5 or even the top 3. Mu Zijin was also by the side. If you can become the chief instructor of the dragon force, it will be very beneficial. And I heard that this time Li Yunfeng also had some thoughts about the position of the chief instructor of the dragon force. You can t. Miss. Yifei squinted slightly when hearing Li Yunfeng's name. Li Yunfeng also has ideas about the position of the chief instructor of the dragon force. But it is normal to think about it. The position of chief instructor of the dragon force is not low. Generally speaking, this kind of special forces. The positions of chief instructor are not trivial, and may even be the positions of generals. After all, the chief instructor of this kind of special forces is usually at least 870 by top-notch martial artists. It is even possible that it is the master of Huijing. If it is a warrior who is a master of the world, in order to win over the master of the world, generally they will be given a very high rank or honor. This is also the treatment that the great master of transformation should have, not to mention the reputation of the dragon unit itself is extremely loud. If you can become the chief instructor of the dragon force, it means that Yifei and the military of Xuanwang Kingdom will also have some intersection. Yifei will have an extra layer of background behind it, which is also quite a good thing. After all, Yifei was going to break his wrist with Li Yunfeng next. Since Li Yunfeng also liked the chief instructor of the dragon force, Yifei couldn't miss it. When will the dragon force recruit chief instructors who are the current candidates? Yifei asked. Seeing Yifei's interest, Mu Zijin also curled her lips, blinked her eyes, and replied in Yifei's ear in a low voice, "If you are willing to participate in the recruitment, that is the only threat to you. The one is Li Yunfeng." Chapter 344. The enemy meets, especially jealous seeking subscription. Show understand, the only threat to Yifei was indeed Li Yunfeng. After all, no matter from what point of view, the threat of being a master of the world is also can only be the master of the realm of transformation. Especially the new and old hatred between Yifei and Li Yunfeng, and between each other. The bill has to be settled, and this is even more so. I see, when will we start to hire chief instructors? Yifei asked. The morning after tomorrow, I will be at the general hospital of the Yandu military region. Mu Zijin smiled slightly. Raising the beautiful willowy eyebrows, she whispered softly, "I'll take you there." Okay, then it is settled. Yifei also smiled and grabbed Mu Zijin as snow. By Xiaoxiao. The two agreed, and Mu Zijin was obviously in a good mood. Mu Zijin said to Yifei, "Then I will come to you tomorrow, let us go together." Yifei smiled and agreed, then looked at Mu Zijin, and whispered, "Zijin, you. How do you feel after practicing the Huangdi Neijing recently, or let us do it twice? Review it." Yifei smiled and blinked at Mu Zijin. Hearing this, Mu Zijin's cheeks flushed immediately. She blushed and looked at Yi Fei, staring at Yifei, whispered, "You come here, your mouth is slick." Also review. Of course Mu Zijin knew exactly what Yifei was for. This bad guy always has so many bad ideas. Mu Zijin smiled, and said, "Don't make a fuss today, let us get ready. Let us go to the barracks tomorrow." Yifei looked at Mu Zijin arrogantly, and smiled. How can this be called nonsense? What the two of us happen to be practicing the Huangdi Neijing together today, also for. I recharge my energy and be prepared. Hearing Yifei's words, Mu Zijin's cheeks turned red, she couldn't find it. How should you refute Yifei? Yi6 smiled and said, "Then it is settled, I'll go find someone to cook food first, you. What to eat? 11. Eat whatever you want," Mu Zijin said in a low blush. After the two of them had dinner, they got together, and at the same time, Mu Zijin was even more faceless. The egg was reddish, and she and Yifei started practicing the Yellow Emperor's internal classic. The cultivation of the Yellow Emperor's internal classic quickly got on the right track, and Yifei found one. The fact is that when he and Mu Zijin worked together on the Huangdi Neijing, the effect is the best. After all, whether it is Yifei or Mu Zijin, both of them are proficient in martial arts. It is super powerful, so Yifei doesn't have to say it. Mu Zijin is also a master of inner strength. The strength is beyond doubt. The two of them practiced in the middle of the night before ending the same Huangdi Neijing. Build. Yifei is full of energy, and his practice this time is like taking a bath in a hot spring. In this way, it feels very comfortable. The capillaries all over the body seem to be open. In general, the whole person is transformed, as refreshing as eating ginseng fruit. Yifei's mental state is quite good. It can be said that he has reached consummation. The same is true for Mu Zijin. Since Mu Zijin is weaker than Yifei, it even feels more obvious. Yifei only gradually relaxed physically and mentally, while Mu Zijin was I feel a slight improvement in strength, although it is subtle, it is real. After practicing this night, both of them are in a pretty good state of mind. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Muzijin took Yifei with him. Go to the General Hospital of Yandu Military Region. Muzijin grew up in this military area headquarters when he was a child, so he is very familiar with everything, and the elders here are too familiar with it. That is it. With Muzijin leading the way, everything is familiar. When he arrived in the compound, Yifei saw many people with live ammunition around him, guarding. Wei Senyan, he also nodded secretly. Muzijin took Yifei to the front office and then whispered at Yifei. Flying Road, this is this office, where the leaders of the military region are all in, namely. The leader is the General Zhang I told you, and there are several others. Before coming, Muzijin had briefly introduced everything to Yifei. All over, especially in the case of several generals in charge. There are 5 senior leaders in the military region in the presiding trial. They will make decisions. Elect the chief instructor candidate of Jialong Special Forces. The most authoritative general is General Zhang. This general Yandu is also well known and belongs to the category of talents. Muzijin took Yifei to the door of the office and notified the guard. After the notification, the guard brought Yifei into the office and Muzijin. With a very cute leaf, Fei made a cheering gesture and then expressed herself. Just here waiting for his good news. Yifei smiled at Muzijin and walked into the office. In the office, Yifei entered the door and saw a. At the big long table, there were 5 people sitting at the long table. They were the 5 military leaders who were judged. There are 4 people sitting on the chairs in the back row, including Yifei. 5 people. Among the 4, Yifei saw Li Yunfeng. When Yifei met Li Yunfeng, the two were extremely jealous when they met. Li Yunfeng was slightly surprised when Yifei walked in, but very quickly relieved, then looked away. But before looking away, Li Yunfeng took a deep look at Yifei. The same is true for Yifei. He also took a look at Li Yunfeng, but did not look at him. Others, and then found a place to sit down and mix. Oh, ahem, okay, it seems that everyone is already here. I invite you all today. Coming to select the position of chief instructor of the Dragon Team. I know you are all in the martial arts world. Famous, and the position of the Dragon Team is also very important. I would like to invite you to Jane. Just introduce ourselves, and then demonstrate on the spot, we make a decision, exist. Among the leaders of these military districts, the middle one is probably in his 50s with a slight hair. Bai, full of energy, stared at Yifei and others with bright eyes. The money is good. Yifei knew that he was General Zhang Jianma. General Zhang is very famous in the army, and Yifei has heard of it several times. Hearing what Zhang Jianma said, Yifei and others nodded slightly. Right now. Someone took the initiative and introduced themselves first. Several leaders. My name is Guo Yiji, I am from Hexi, but I have been in Yandu since I was a child. Growing up, he used to be the chief instructor of a certain unit in Yandu before, and he is currently. The powerful martial artist stood up and introduced himself. Chapter 345. Official, it is just not a special force like Jialong. Guo Yiji's strength is good, but compared with Yifei and Li Yunfeng, it is indeed. It is still a lot worse. After Guo Yiji introduced himself, the 5 leaders proposed to Guo Yiji. Some questions, these leaders' questions are very sharp, and Guo Yiji is also serious. Answered. When Guo Yiji finished answering, he saw the other person get up and began to slow down. Introduce yourself slowly. Several leaders, my name is Zhang Yu, and my strength is also great. The troops from other provinces served as instructors, participated in 5 special missions, and won first-class battles. Gone. After another person named Zhang Yu introduced himself, these. The leader also nodded frequently, agreeing with Zhang Yu. After this, the 5 leaders also listened to the selves of Yifei and Li Yunfeng. Introduce. Li Yunfeng said, your leaders, I am Li Yunfeng, who once founded Long Yu hired. Mercenary, the strength ranks among the forefront of mercenaries in the world, and I have a wealth of combat experience. Experience, whether it is a combat mission or another 940, I have. With absolute strength, I am still the master of the realm, and I have the ability to give pointers to the dragon troops. A member of. Li Yunfeng is very confident, because from all aspects, he is indeed the chief instructor this time. The best candidate. Li Yunfeng is the founder of the Dragon Tooth Mercenary. The Dragon Tooth Mercenary used to be alive. Everyone is famous in the world, and Li Yunfeng was once famous in the underground world. Discouraged. It is precisely because of this that Li Yunfeng can sit firmly in the top spot of overseas hangman. Otherwise, the overseas hangman power is huge, spreading all over the world. How could it let Li Yunfeng became one of the leaders? Upon hearing Li Yunfeng's self-introduction, these leaders also nodded frequently. They actually met Li Yunfeng a long time ago. After Li Yunfeng introduced himself, these leaders also gave Li Yunfeng. The attitude is kind, with a satisfied look on his face. After Li Yunfeng, it was finally Yifei's turn to introduce himself. Then, Yifei also stepped forward to introduce his situation and made an explanation. In fact, this self-introduction is just a cutscene. Yifei's information. The leaders are also very clear that after seeing Yifei's self-introduction, these. The leaders also nodded secretly. Yifei's strength is actually quite good, the same. It is very rare to be the master of the world. After Yifei finished the introduction, he sat back to his original position. After Yifei introduced the matter, all the people who participated in the recruitment. I have all introduced myself. General Zhang Jianma coughed, then stood up and said straightforwardly. Li Yunfeng and Yifei, you two will stay, the rest, please leave first. When Yifei heard it, he secretly said, this General Zhang also didn't mess around and just let others leave. Open, only Yifei and Li Yunfeng are left. After all, from a competitive point of view, Yifei and Li Yunfeng are indeed different from others. One level. At this moment, Yifei and Li Yunfeng looked at each other again, the corner of Li Yunfeng's mouth. Li Yunfeng was not surprised by such a result, but he evoked a smile. It is Li Yunfeng who has complete confidence in himself. Because compared with Yifei, Li Yunfeng has an important advantage. That is Li Yunfeng has rich combat experience. After all, he is the founder of the Long Yu Mercenary, and Li Yunfeng is also very young. It has more advantages than Yifei. If it is dedicated to martial arts, perhaps Yifei's future prospects are greater than Li Yunfeng's. Bai Jing Yifei is nearly 10 years younger than Li Yunfeng, and his future is limitless. But in Xuanwangguo, it is a place that pays attention to qualifications and experience. Square. I want to be the chief instructor of a special force like Jialong when I am more than 2 years old. It is almost. It is impossible ABFG love unless there is really something extraordinary. In contrast, Li Yunfeng felt that he had great hopes. In fact, the same is true. After leaving Li Yunfeng and Yifei, General Zhang and other 5 people let Yifei. Li Yunfeng waited for a while, and the 5 of them went out and talked in a low voice for a while. Then General Zhang looked at Yifei and Li Yunfeng. He coughed slightly and slowly spoke. General Zhang Jianhua said in a deep voice, Li Yunfeng and Yifei, both of you are wrong. Often outstanding talents are among the best in the martial arts world, and they are all qualified. Jie serves as the chief instructor of the Dragon Force, but there is only one position for the chief instructor. We discussed carefully just now, Yifei, you are very young, and Li Yunfeng. It has rich experience, you two can actually complement each other, I have a plan, I don't know if you will accept it. General Zhang, please say. Li Yunfeng smiled slightly and looked at Zhang Jianhua with an attitude. Neither overbearing nor overbearing. Zhang Jianhua has a very high prestige in the Yandu military region, and he is regarded as a real power faction, and Li Yunfeng is to pay him 3 points. Zhang Jianhua's voice was loud and loud. I personally think it can be done like this. Served as the chief instructor of the Jialong unit, and Yifei served as the deputy instructor of the Jialong unit. Do you know if you have any comments? Li Yunfeng is the chief instructor, and Yifei is the deputy instructor. Really? It seems that General Zhang and others have also negotiated, and indeed feel that Yifei is. Because of the lack of experience, I only plan to let Yifei serve as the deputy instructor. Upon hearing this, Li Yunfeng smiled with satisfaction. This answer made Li Yunfeng very satisfied. The chief instructor of the Dragon Force, his status is very special, even not lower than some generals, which is of great significance to Li Yunfeng. Li Yunfeng is determined to win. If Yifei serves as a deputy instructor, although his position is not low, he is still his subordinates. How can this be compared with Li Yunfeng? But Yifei frowned slightly when he heard the words. General Zhang Jianhua smiled and said, if you have no objection, then this matter. That is it, we are all happy. Li Yunfeng smiled and looked very polite. General Zhang, I have no objection. Arrange from organization, and many more. At this moment, Yifei suddenly spoke. Yifei stood up and said without hesitation, several leaders, I personally intend to. See, when Yifei said this, everyone frowned slightly. Chapter 346 I am the most suitable seeking subscription. Several leaders, I personally have opinions. Yifei smiled slightly and took the initiative to say. Road. Hearing Yifei's words, the leaders frowned slightly. Zhang Jianhua also couldn't help looking at Yifei. He knocked on the table and said solemnly. Yifei, you mean that you are more suitable as the head of the Dragon Force than Li Yunfeng? Instructor. Zhang Jianhua looked at Yifei, full of questions. Yifei smiled slightly, confidently, he said yes, General Zhang, I. That is how I think it is. Yifei looked directly at Zhang Jianhua, did not give it at all. The chief instructor of the Dragon Force has a special status, and he must fight for this position. Several other generals and leaders on the scene looked at each other. It even made eye contact with Zhang Jianhua. The general on Zhang Jianhua's left spoke first. This general was not. Fully said Yifei, I know you are excellent, but you are still young. Should obey the organization as arrangement, there will be your future and opportunities in the future. The general patiently said something to Yifei. Others said yes, I also agree with Chief of Staff Wang's opinion. Yes, Yifei, although you are excellent, you are still younger after all, qualifications. Insufficient, lack of experience. Everyone said so. Hearing the words of Chief of Staff Wang and others, Li Yunfeng suddenly raised the corner of his mouth. He smiled, it seems that he can be said to be as stable as Mount Tai this time. Almost everyone thinks that Yifei is too young, has insufficient qualifications, and lacks experience. This is Yifei's biggest shortcoming. Even if Yifei has new family connections and contacts, Li Yunfeng is not bad. Li Yunfeng has long been in touch with another rich family in Yandu, the Xia family. As for the Xia family has strong support for him, they have already helped Li Yunfeng through operations. Find a relationship. In other words, in terms of relationship, Yifei and Li Yunfeng should be on the same level. And what really made General Zhang and others consider was Yifei and Li Yunfeng. Physical conditions. The Chief of Staff Wang made it very clear just now, although Yifei is very good. But after all, it was inexperienced, and this was Yifei's biggest shortcoming. You know, Yifei is still young now, even in his 20s. Many troops are all recruits. If Yifei can stay in the Dragon Force for a year or two. After that, when Li Yunfeng is promoted, he will be able to succeed and become a dragon. Chief Instructor of the Army. After this, with Yifei as strength and potential, who else can stop it? At that time, maybe even Zhang Jianhua and others will rely on Yifei. Maybe Yifei can become the same as the one in the Yandu military region today. Become an eye-catching military god. This is a promising future. Why should Yifei be too hasty? Zhang Jianhua, Chief of Staff Wang and others all sighed secretly, thinking that Yifei was really a bit too hasty, too impatient. After these 2 years, Yifei can truly become. Soaring into the sky, Zhang Jianhua looked at Yifei and asked in a low voice, Yifei, since you have opinions, but our organization also has our considerations, you are indeed young. Some, lack of qualifications, unless you can enjoy a reason that convinces us. Otherwise, I would advise you to accept it. Zhang Jianhua has an official attitude. Upon seeing this, Yifei smiled slightly and said, I can say that, of course it is. There is a reason. I personally think that I am the most suitable for the position of Chief Instructor of the Dragon Force. Candidate because I have a complete set of training methods. If I serve as Zhao, the position of Chief Instructor of the Dragon Force, then the overall strength of the Dragon Force. Take another step up. Yifei's answer was very clear. Hearing that, Zhang Jianhua, Chief of Staff Wang and others all looked at each other and felt. It was incredible, and at the same time he looked at Yifei. Zhang Jianhua said, what do you mean by this can make the Dragon Force as overall reality? Go to the next level. Seeing that Yifei was so confident, Zhang Jianhua couldn't help but be puzzled and surprised. Li Yunfeng also squinted and looked at Yifei. Yifei smiled and said, yes, I have a unique set of techniques. Several people. I am the youngest master of the world in the history of Xuanwang Kingdom, I can become the master of the world. Grandmaster, of course, has some reliance on it. I have a special formula for cultivate the dragon troops to improve the overall strength of the dragon troops. Zhang Jianhua's eyes lit up, staring at Yifei with scorching eyes, and said, Yifei, you. Is it true? 0. Ask for flowers. Yifei, as the youngest master of transformation in Xuanwang Kingdom, this is indeed nothing. Doubtful. As the youngest master of transformation, he must have a whole card. If Yifei can really give this special technique to the Jialong troop taxi. Soldiers practice. Suddenly Zhang Jianhua was moved. It is true, there is no joking. Yifei also answered seriously. Zhang Jianhua and several others looked at each other, and they seemed to be moved by Yifei. Seeing that the situation was not good, Li Yunfeng immediately stood up and said loudly, several people. General, I also have something to say. Although I don't have any exercises, I have someone to lead the team. Experience, and the dragon-tooth mercenary I founded was once among the top in the world. I think I am the most suitable candidate. Yifei glanced at Li Yunfeng and said slowly several generals. There are still 3 months before the National Special Forces competition, right? Yes, Zhang Jianwen nodded. Last year, what was the ranking of Jialong Special Forces in the Special Forces contest, Yifei asked. Zhang Jianwen said ranked 5th. The 5th place in the National Special Forces competition is a very remarkable result. Looking at the special forces across the country, the Jialong unit can also be regarded as a first-class unit. Team, however, in the past 2 years, the performance of Jialong troops has gradually declined. The Jialong troops ranked 3rd the year before, but they ranked 5th last year, a drop of 2 rankings. This is also one of the reasons why the Jialong unit has to change the chief instructor this time, that is. The ranking of the National Special Forces competition last year was dissatisfied. Yifei smiled and said, let me be elected as the chief instructor, I will use my skills to help. Dragon Troop, I am confident that the Dragon Troop can get the first place, so just give me this. In 3 months, if it fails, I am willing to quit. Chapter 347 Success Seeking Subscription. Superior. Especially Zhang Jianwen, looking directly at Yifei with bright eyes. Shining, Yifei is so confident. You know, the Jialong unit has fallen sharply due to its performance, falling from the top 3 too. In the first 5, 2 chief instructors had to be fired consecutively, but the effect was still not ideal. That is why this selection was made. As one of the facades of the Yandu military region, the Jialong troops had a very importantly, the position of chief instructor is also very special. When Zhang Jianwen heard these words from Yifei, he immediately felt that this was a solution. After all, Yifei only needs 3 months. 3 months can produce results if you lose. He took the blame and resigned, assuming responsibility and consequences. Zhang Jianwen was lost in thought, and everyone felt that 937 was a no-nonsense. The wrong idea. After all, Yifei takes full responsibility. Zhang Jianwen thought for a while, and finally said, we have to discuss this matter again. Yifei smiled and said, no problem. Li Yunfeng's eyes were slightly dark, and he glanced at Yifei. He knew that Yifei was here. It was a good thing that completely destroyed him. In fact, if it weren't for Yifei's side footing, he would now. He is already the chief instructor. Yifei turned a blind eye to Li Yunfeng's eyes. The two of them looked at each other tightly. Then Yifei ignored Li Yunfeng. As for Zhang Jianwen and others, they discussed in a low voice on the side, and finally. Zhang Jianwen nodded slightly, he still had a final word. Zhang Jianwen said to Yifei. Yifei and Li Yunfeng, the results of our discussions have come out. Yifei and Li Yunfeng looked at Zhang Jianwen at the same time. Zhang Jianwen said solemnly, Yifei, you will be the chief instructor, Li Yunfeng. Served as deputy instructor for 3 months. 3 months later, if Yifei, you are in special. Did not allow the dragon troops to achieve further results in the military competition, then. Sorry, Yifei, you will resign as chief instructor. Zhang Jianwen said loudly. He looked at the two of them and was ready to respond. Hearing what Zhang Jianwen said, Yifei's answer was also loud and powerful, no question. Question, I accept. But Li Yunfeng's expression became cold. He opened his mouth to refute, but here. One of the general leaders was desperately winking at Li Yunfeng. Li Yunfeng squinted slightly after seeing this and then said, I accept. Okay, that is the case. Yifei, you will take office tomorrow. As the chief instructor of the Dragon Force, Zhang Jianwen said. Yifei nodded slowly. Li Yunfeng clenched his teeth, clenched his fists, and then slowly relaxed. Well, this matter is so set, and the meeting ends. This meeting is over. Zhang Jianwen and others got up and left their seats. The corner of Yifei's mouth finally showed a smile, which was settled. After Zhang Jianwen got up, he walked to Yifei's side with a smile and then took a look. Yifei took the initiative and shook hands with Yifei. Yifei, I am actually too. I've admired your name for a long time. General Zhang, you laughed, you are a tiger general, and I am a name that has been admired for a long time. Yi. Fei said with a smile. Yifei really didn't lie about this because General Zhang is. The real power faction of the Yandu military region is very famous, known as the Tiger General. General Zhang smiled and said, let us stop praising each other, what you did in a Zhou. I have heard of these things a long time ago. It is just that this time things have a big impact. It is a very wide-ranging story, especially as the Jialong unit is one of the signs of the Yandu military region. Personally, I hope you can lead the dragon troops to create brilliance. When Yifei heard the words, he smiled and said, sure enough. Yifei was very confident. In fact, in order to prepare for today's recruitment, Yifei also has plans for himself. The exercise he just said is correct, but this exercise is not the Yellow Emperor S Internal Classic, but based on the Yellow Emperor S Internal Classic, Yifei created a kind of exercises. The cultivation potential of this method is limited, but it can squeeze out the practitioner as. The potential allows them to develop rapidly in strength, and even become a warrior in a very short period of time. Of course, this method also has side effects. The side effect is that people lose. Going to the potential, there is no hope of a master for the whole life. But how many masters are there in the world? Looking at the whole country, the Grand Master can count them all, just a few people. Therefore, this side effect is also acceptable. 0. As for the other side effects, they are trivial. This method and the Wangdi Neijing make up for innate deficiencies, and the Taoist method is natural. It feels different and very domineering in comparison, so Yifei named it Dragon Elephant Forging Body Judgment. This Dragon Elephant Forging Body Ju is very special, and it should be suitable for the Dragon Division. The special forces of the team practice. Yifei is very confident about this. In that case, I can have good news for you. General Zhang and Yifei held hands. Yifei smiled and shook hands with General Zhang. During the conversation between the two, General Zhang clearly admired Yifei. Moreover, General Zhang knew that Yifei had unlimited potential, and he was determined to make good friends with Yifei. Yifei is only in his 20s, and he is already the master of the realm of transformation with future achievements. Of course there is no limit. Even if Yifei failed this time, at his current age, the future will be even more capable. Furthermore, although General Zhang is now in a high position, General Zhang is even more. Knowing that Yifei has the Mu family and the Yi family as support will be truly terrible in the future. Of course, Li Yunfeng's potential is also great, and Li Yunfeng is still a C. The leader of the Huangmen, there is also a dragon-tooth mercenary, he himself can be called a top soldier. King, it is just that General Zhang has heard about Yifei's deeds in a Zhou. I admire Yifei a little, think Yifei is a responsible man. This is also true. During the discussion just now, General Zhang 3.4 also took the initiative too. When Yifei spoke, he finally made the final decision, and Yifei served as the Dragon Force Chief Instructor. At this moment, the system sound rang in Yifei's ears. Ding, congratulations to the host, successfully stopped Li Yunfeng, rewarded 500 experience points. Chapter 348 Experience of Soaring Seeking Subscription. Fei feels comfortable. In any case, in terms of the current situation, Yifei's deal with Li Yunfeng this time is indeed. Favorable results have been achieved. At least he is sitting firmly on the Daoyudai, the position of chief instructor. Yifei and Zhang Jianjun exchanged greetings for a while and soon left the office. Before leaving, Li Yunfeng also fixed his eyes on Yifei, staring at Yifei tightly. Showing a cold look, he was obviously very hostile to Yifei. But facing Li Yunfeng, Yifei chuckled, his expression calm and relaxed. The appearance made Li Yunfeng's eyes even colder. Li Yunfeng also didn't expect Yifei to come with a killer this time, but he did so in his heart. Holding a gesture of watching a good show, Li Yunfeng knew that Yifei could become the youngest martial arts master in the history of Shuanglong Kingdom. It is to rely on, and even there may be experts behind Yifei, this is the most satisfactory. A place to be afraid, but despite this, Yifei proposed to let the Dragon S troops off within 3 months. Change the bones, let the Jiaolong troops shine in the National Special Forces competition within 3 months. Shooting, this is obviously unlikely. At least Li Yunfeng didn't believe it. Li Yunfeng knew what Beijing Jiaolong troops could train in 3 months. Although the Jiaolong unit is strong, it has always only ranked in the top 3 and the top 5 in the Special Forces competition. There is still some gap between the level of the popular team and the real champion. In the Special Forces competition, the real favorites have always had 2 teams. The branch is the Suzaku army, the branch is the main Argon. Both of these troops were named after the ancient gods of Shuanglong Kingdom, Suzaku and Qi. Lin. Among them, the Kirin unit is even more legendary. It has won the first place for 3 consecutive years. The Kirin unit. The chief instructor of the team is the legendary figure of the Yandu military region and is called the god of the army by many people. Duan Tianyuan. Duan Tianyuan is the legendary master of the realm of transformation in the Yandu military region. Under the leadership of Duan Tianyuan, the key troops have won the Special Forces Championship for 3 consecutive years. Was in the army, so Li Yunfeng felt that Yifei was gambling at all, and Li Yunfeng. I think it is difficult for Yifei to bet to win. Because even if Yifei really has the ability to make the Dragon S personnel stronger, he wants more. It is also very difficult to go further, especially Yifei needs to win the Qilin troops led by Duan Tianyuan. It is possible to become the number 1 in the Special Forces competition. The difficulty of this can be imagined. Li Yunfeng asked himself that he felt unsure, and he didn't believe what Yifei had. The exercises can make the people of the Dragon S troops progress extremely fast. Li Yunfeng left, although he is not upset that Yifei has robbed him of the limelight, but he is looking forward to the next optimistic play. Yifei left the office, and in a blink of an eye he saw Mu Zijin waiting. Mu Zijin has been waiting for his elimination. Seeing Yifei coming out, Mu Zijin smiled lightly. Yang Qi made a pretty face and asked, "Where are you?" "How?" Yifei smiled confidently and said, "I have no problem. I have been successfully elected as chief instructor. Take it next." After coming for 3 months, the Jiaolong troops obeyed my command. Hearing what Yifei said, Mu Zijin was slightly surprised and said, "I thought you would. Becoming a deputy instructor, is it actually a chief instructor?" Mu Zijin felt very surprised. After all, Li Yunfeng's strength is not inferior to Yifei, and he has rich experience. Generally speaking, they all seem to be slightly better than Yifei. But Yifei actually won Li Yunfeng. He was elected chief instructor successfully. "So you still don't believe your husband can win?" Yifei blinked at Mu Zijin. Mu Zijin's face red, lightly said, "What kind of husband?" Hearing Yifei's name, Mu Zijin's face was flushed instantly. "Yifei, this guy is really getting more and more cheeky. This is the military district compound." "Actually called her that. This is going to be heard by others." Yifei saw Mu Zijin's shame. He changed the subject and said, "It's actually this." Yifei told Mu Zijin what happened in the office, and Mu Zijin knew. "What is the actual situation?" "I see." Hearing this, Mu Zijin couldn't help looking at Yifei worriedly. "Yifei, if you say so. Then you must get the first place in the Special Forces competition 3 months later." Mu Zijin is very clear about the situation Yifei will face next. Yifei must get Special Forces first in the competition. This is not easy. Mu Zijin is also very aware of the existence of Duan Tianyuan. As a member of the army, Mu Zijin also knows the position of the Kirin troops in the Shuanglong Kingdom is simply the Shuanglong First Army. Yifei wants to win Duan Tianyuan. The difficulty is too great. If he can win Duan Tianyuan, Yifei will create a miracle. Mu Zijin whispered towards Yifei, "I think it is a bit difficult." Mu Zijin's voice was very soft. She wanted to persuade Yifei a few words, but she couldn't say it. At this moment, she could only believe Yifei. Yifei smiled and said, "I also know that it is quite difficult, but this is only interesting. What can be done easily is meaningless. Is it insufficient?" "That is right." Mu Zijin gently laughed. Her soft face is extremely delicate, in the sunshine. Shining Ming Mei Wushwang 137, like a goddess. Mu Zijin said softly, "No matter what you do, I will always support you. I will accompany you tomorrow. You go to the barracks together. I also want to know what you are going to do. In addition, the love of Jiaolong troops. I also know about the situation some, then I will tell." Mu Zijin said softly. Hearing Mu Zijin's words, Yifei agreed in one fell swoop, and Yifei said, "That is. It is best, let us go together tomorrow. I will perfect the dragon elephant forging body tonight. Decision is good. In the evening, let us practice the Yellow Emperor's internal classic together. Maybe it can give me some inspiration." Yifei practiced. Hearing Yifei's words, he immediately saw Mu Zijin's face redden, as if thinking of something. "Well, I took a look at the bad guy in front of me." Chapter 349 shocked the audience seeking subscription. Dragon Elephant Forging Body Ju to be improved. The name Dragon Elephant Forging Body Ju, you know it is a foreigner's exercise. In the martial arts world of the Shuanglong Kingdom, martial arts training is divided into the outer family and the inner family. Mainly physical training, easy to be quick and progress faster. And Neijia is based on Junchi, Nei. Mainly vigor, complicated and obscure, and relatively deep. Under normal circumstances, outside family boxing practice for 1 or 2 years, ordinary martial artists can also get started. The talented warrior can learn to master the essence. But the inner family practice is difficult. Even if you are a talented person, don't even think about it for 3 to 5 years. What is more, even 10 years of cultivation have failed to see results. Dragon Elephant Forging Body Ju is mainly forging by foreigners, so it is very fast to get started and to cultivate. Exciting speed. Moreover, Yifei also combined this Dragon Elephant Forging Body Ju in the Yellow Emperor's internal classic. In combination, although in terms of the degree of mystery, Dragon Elephant Forging Body Ju is far inferior to Huangdi Neijing. But Dragon Elephant Forging Body Ju is very domineering and easier to learn to grasp. Practicing Dragon Elephant Forging Body Ju is almost at the expense of burning one's own martial arts talent. Arouse the greatest potential so that you can practice quickly and make rapid progress. Although this dragon elephant forging body Jew will consume its own potential as the price, it is inevitable. There are some side effects, but other than that, dragon elephant forging body Jew can be called a complete. Beautiful. Of course, dragon elephant forging body Jew is not something that everyone can practice, especially one. Some people with poor physical fitness can stand the high intensity of dragon elephant forging body Jew. Practice. There are only members of the top special forces such as the Jalong troops, they have excellent physical fitness. You can use dragon elephant forging body Jew to practice. After learning that Ife created a powerful technique like dragon elephant forging body Jew. Even Mu Zijin was amazed at this, her double group was full of surprises and those long eyes were fixed. Grid looked at Ife's side face, looking at Ife's side face, and couldn't he help but praise it as great. With this dragon elephant forging body final, it seems that you have been prepared long ago. I am looking forward to this dragon. What is the effect of Shang forging body Jew? Mu Zijin's pupils are like water, and her face is bright and unparalleled. She really looks forward to Ife's next performance. Ife also smiled when he heard Mu Zijin's words. The evening time passed quickly, and the two of them enjoyed themselves warmly. The next day, Ife and Mu Zijin got up together. After breakfast, they went straight to the Jalong troops. The Jalong troops sent a special car to pick them up. This is a low-key military Audi with black lettering on white background. It looks low-key and calm. After Ife and Mu Zijin took their seats, Mu Zijin introduced to Ife in a low voice Jalong. There are a lot of troops, and after all, it is the signature unit of the Yandu military region, it is inevitable that it is a little bit awkward. Irregularity, this is also the habit of military personnel. As the chief instructor, I am afraid you will encounter some more. Small. Mu Zijin's meaning is very clear. After all, Ife is a new officer, and the position of chief Jalong instructor is very special. Ife. It was almost equal to the most powerful person in the Dragon Force. The previous chief instructor of the Jalong troops has just been removed from office. The previous chief instructor was surnamed Shu, although he was dismissed, but Instructor Shu spent more than a year in the Jalong army and he was still very respected. Very popular. Ife replaced Instructor Shu this time and Ife is so young, it will inevitably lead to suspicion. His strength. Mu Zijin has told Ife about the current situation of Jalong troops. Yi Fei knew exactly what he would encounter next. After 1 hour, this black Audi drove into a special military base on the outskirts of Yandu. Around the base, there are many guards with guns and live ammunition, and the guards are very strict. Ife nodded secretly. The Audi car drove in and stopped at the base. After a while, a beautiful woman, about 30 years old, wearing a military uniform. She appeared in front of the car. She stood in front of Ife's car and saluted, with a strong voice. Instructor Yi. Hello, my name is Li Wen. I am an instructor of the Dragon Force. I will help you with your work. If you have any instructions, you can tell me at any time. This woman named Li Yao has a beautiful appearance, and her identity is a teacher, that is, Ife has help. Reason. Ife led the leader slightly and smiled. Hello, Teacher Li, where are the members of the Dragon Force? I want to see them first. No problem, I have prepared your documents and some equipment. The Special Forces contest is approaching, so you may need to stay in the army during this time. Cam, Li Wen said simply, her voice was pleasant. Li wanted to look at Ife, her eyes moved slightly, although she had already heard that he was 6 points younger. But now that she really saw me, she knew that Ife was so young. It is like a teenager who just graduated from university and just out of society. Can this young man really be able to tame the proud dragons of the army? Li Wei was suspicious in his heart, although the information shows that Ife's foot transformation master is strong, but Ife's outside world. The watch and age are too deceptive. Although Li Wen was skeptical, Bai Jing and Ife were appointed by her superiors, and she did not dare to make any mistakes. Pass the certificate and some necessities to Ife. At the same time Li Wen also noticed Mu Zijin. She sighed in her heart again, what a beautiful woman. And he looks very familiar, he seems to be from the Mu family. Li's wife has been in the army for a long time and has heard of many military deeds, among which Mu Zijin is very famous in the army. Great, even Li Yao is like a thunderbolt. Li Yao didn't think much, condensed his thoughts, and quickly said, Chief Instructor, eat for money. Please come with me. Captain Chen has already brought all the dragon troops in line and is waiting for you. Very good. Ife raised his mouth, and it seems that he will finally be able to see Jalong troops next time. Member now. Next, that was the beginning of shocking the audience. Ife and Mu Zijin looked at each other, laughed. They walked side by side under the leadership of Li Wen, and walked to on the training ground of the base. Chapter 350 An uproar seeking subscription. Jalong base training ground. On the training ground, a total of 300 members of the Jalong unit were on the training ground. Gather. Most of these members stood upright, with solemn expressions, and a sense of murderous air of their own. In addition, several members of the front row were discussing. I heard that the new chief instructor is very young, really a big guy with a big back. Asked. I don't know, then I have to ask Captain Chen. The other man with a Chinese character asked. Captain, what is the origin of this chief instructor? Bin S. Youth asked. Captain Chen's name is Chen General. He is the captain of the Dragon Troop and has served as the Dragon Troop. It is a year and a half long, and the qualifications are quite deep and very popular. Chen Zhen's appearance was ordinary and his face was sturdy. He said solemnly, I also heard from the above, according to. Said that this time it was the chief instructor selected by General Zhang Jianwen and several other leaders. His name is Yifei, and he is indeed very young, only in his early 20s. In your early 20s. Everyone was shocked when they heard Captain Chen's words, and couldn't help but exclaim, very surprised. They all understand what this age means. Such a young chief instructor, did you make a mistake? Couldn't it be the gilded one sent from above? Right at S243, what is the level of a little hairy boy in his early 2 years inner strength warrior? Don't be kidding, it is about the same as me. The bearded man sneered. Yifei, the man with the national character face, was indeed taken aback. It shouldn't be him, right? Shangzheng, do you know this Yifei? Captain Chen immediately looked at the man with the national character face. Shangzheng scratched his head. Maybe I know him, I don't know if it is him. Shangzheng and Yifei have a long history. The chief instructor still knows Shangzheng. Hey, it is interesting, Shangzheng, this is called. What is the strength of Yifei's kid? Is it great? Someone asked curiously. Shangzheng opened his mouth and was about to answer. At this time, Chen General frowned and saw the curious and hippie smiles of the team members. He loudly said, no matter what, the superior assigns the next instructor Yi Zong to us for a while. See, Instructor Yi, you all respect me a little bit, don't make trouble for me soldiers. Obeying orders is our bounden duty. Got it, team. Obviously Chen Zhen is full of prestige. Under his gaze, the members of the dragon troops. We all came down, Agbi, and were silent one by one. Yifei and Mu Zijin followed Li Yao and they had already entered the Shang training ground. Yifei asked casually, Teacher Li, has Deputy Chief Instructor Li Yunfeng here? Instructor Li hasn't come to report yet. He said that something happened temporarily and he will come back another day. Li Wen told Yifei. Report. Yifei nodded slowly, but Li Yunfeng didn't even report, but this is also normal. Actually, Li Yunfeng has a good face, he is the master of the realm of transformation anyway. Yifei took the top spot this time, and Li Yunfeng was subjugated to the Deputy Chief Instructor. He must be dissatisfied. Angry, and most of Li Yunfeng still wants to operate. It is a little talented. Li Yunfeng has no shortage of experience and strength. He serves as a force at the level of Jiaolong. The chief instructor is more than enough, and it is normal to not show up. Yifei was not surprised either. The battle between him and Li Yunfeng had just begun. Instructor Yi, here we are. Li Yao had already taken Yifei to the training ground at this time. Li Wen stood beside Yifei. She looked at the members of the Jiaolong troop in the distance, then looked at. After looking at Yifei, he finally bit his mouth and whispered, Instructor Yi, the Dragon Force. These members are a bit rebellious and have always been a bit stubborn in the military. Today, it is your first day in office. If possible, I suggest you show it. Li Wen kindly reminded Yifei. Li Wen knows the character of the members of the Dragon Force very well. They must be very familiar with Yifei. There is dissatisfaction in my heart, even if I do not say it, but I will definitely not be convinced in my heart. I know, I also understand, strength in the army is respected. Yifei smiled faintly. Respond to Li Wen. Yifei really understands this. Training course. From afar, the members of the Dragon Force saw Yifei. And Yifei also saw these members of the Dragon Force. With the strength of Yifei as Transformation Realm Master, he only needs to take a look. With his inner strength, Yifei. You can distinguish the strength and level of the Dragon S troops. Most of the members of these Dragon troops are indeed super strength elites, although only. There are 300 people, but these 300 people are all elites with one is 10 or even one is 100. These players breathe steadily, their eyes are piercing, and they are both strong and weak. The stronger ones are already beginner martial artists, even the inner strength martial artists, the weaker ones are also. The level of top special forces. Seeing this, Yifei nodded secretly. When Yifei was looking at everyone in the Dragon Force, everyone was also looking at Yifei. Especially a group of veteran members of the Dragon Force headed by Chen Zhen, these members. He is a core member of the Dragon Force, including Shang Zheng. The core team members were all taken aback when they saw Yifei. Because Yifei is younger than they thought, and looks very handsome, Zhang Meixing. Eyes, this is like a chief instructor, just like a big star in a TV movie. The shamelessly handsome young man in front of him is actually their chief instructor. Chen Zhen, Hubei Shang Yaodayan and others were all in an uproar and were surprised. Shang Zheng and Yifei had met each other quite old. He was taken aback when he saw Yifei and Mu Zijin. Then he grinned, unexpectedly it was he. Shang Zheng was previously a member of Mu Zijin's army, but because of his outstanding performance some time ago, was promoted to the Dragon Force. Mu Zijin had already said this to Yifei last night, and Yifei was not surprised. I met an acquaintance here. Yifei nodded towards Shang Zheng, then he swept again Jiao. Everyone in the Dragon Army spoke lightly. Everyone, when we meet for the first time, I will be your chief instructor. Introduce yourself, my name is Yifei. The reason why I came to the Dragon troops is because the superiors have treated you flood dragons for the past 2 years. The results of the military competition are very unsatisfactory. From today, I will train you in particular, with only one goal, and that is to get 3. The champion of the Special Forces contest after the month. Yifei's voice was faint, but it was very clear into the ears of everyone in the Dragon troops. When everyone listened, there was an uproar. Chapter 351 is called A God-Seeking Subscription. Hearing Yifei's words, the audience was in an uproar. Including Chen Zhen, the captain of the Jiaolong unit, as well as the bearded man. Shang Zheng and others were shocked for a while, almost thinking that they had heard it wrong. They all focused their attention on Yifei's body. His expression was unbelievable. After Yifei bluntly stated his goal, he immediately led everyone in the Dragon Force. Uproar. This young man is too arrogant, right? Actually said that they will be trained in 3 months, and they will get the National Special Forces competition. The champion. What is this concept? You must know that even the Dragon troops at their peak cannot get the National Special Forces. The champion of the competition, because the champion of the National Special Forces competition has been Lu Qilin troops led by Tianyuan, and Yifei unexpectedly uttered wild words and talked a lot. Suddenly even the Captain Chen General frowned slightly, and for the first time he felt that the young man in front of him. Very unreliable. What kind of instructor did the superior send? Isn't he the prince of that family who came to gild it? Are you kidding me? Chen General narrowed his eyes and was silent for a while, not knowing how to speak. In addition to Chen Zhen, a group of elites from the Dragon troops including Shang Zheng also. Ji was silent, and looked at Yifei with a skeptical look. Obviously they didn't believe it either. Yifei's words. Yifei didn't feel annoyed when everyone was silent. Still very skeptical. At this moment, I saw the burly man who was sturdy back and couldn't help it. He took the lead and said. Instructor Yi, hello, with all due respect, I don't know what special way you can make me. Will we become stronger in these 3 months? There will be 16 National Special Forces competitions. The difficulty of supporting the country as strongest special forces in the competition can be imagined, even for the Kailan department. The team doesn't dare to pack 100% of the votes. Can you reserve the position of the champion of this competition? This burly man has a very straight personality, and he speaks directly to Yifei. Obviously he is very good at Yifei. Suspect. After the burly man spoke, Chen General did not stop him. He also wanted to know Yifei how to answer. Hearing the words of the burly man, Yifei smiled faintly, and said, actually, this matter is very simple. As long as you obey my orders, I can help you do it. Simple. Hearing Yifei's words, the burly man couldn't help but sneered. Instructor Yi, forgive me. You have never been in the army before, and you don't know how powerful Duan Tianyuan is. The burly man has made no secret of Yifei's suspicion. Upon seeing this, Chen General immediately stopped the burly man and said, Wang Yang, shut up, don't do anything. Instructor Yi. Yifei smiled and waved his hand indifferently. It is okay. I also know the first time I met. You may not believe me. Well, let me give you a chance, if any of you. If you refuse to accept me, stand up for yourself. Yifei glanced at the members of the Dragon Force. Yifei also knew very well that he really should give them a fight. Therefore, Yifei let the members of these Dragon troops stand out. Hearing Yifei's words, many members of the Jiaolong troop were a little eager to try and wanted to leave out of the queue, but hesitated. Seeing this, Yifei smiled coldly and said, I thought the Dragon troops were so powerful. It turned out to be nothing more than that. I dare not let you stand up if you are dissatisfied. Although it is the most cliched radical method, it works very well. I saw that there were at least a dozen members of the dragon troops at the same time. The great Han Wangyang is headed, and there are other people, a total of more than a dozen people. These people all looked at Yifei with an unsatisfying expression, their faces were full of dissatisfaction, staring at him. With Yifei. And Yifei glanced at them, then looked at Shang Zheng not far away, smiled and said Shang. Zheng, when do you go out? I'll forget it, hee, I am convinced. Shang Zheng waved his hand quickly, but he had tasted Yifei. It's amazing, and that shoulder fall still fresh in his memory. But Shang Zheng was also a little puzzled. Yifei is very strong, yes, but Yifei may not be qualified to serve as the dragon force in terms of strength. The chief instructor, isn't it. Dante looked at Shang Zheng as looks on his face, but he is very deep in his heart. He felt that things would never be that simple, so he wisely hid in the crowd and didn't want to get ahead. Upon seeing this, Yifei just smiled faintly. There are quite a few people who disagree with me. Seek fresh. A dozen people from the Jiaolong troop stood up, and there are actually more people eager to try. Want to try Yifei's strength. Yifei glanced at these dozen or so people, and when he saw Wang Yang, who was the head of them, he said lightly. I admire your courage very much, it just so happens that I also want to try how many caddies you have. Yifei yelled abruptly when he said the words a few caddies and a few tails, but his voice was in vain. An octave high, instantly lifted a mouthful of inner strength. While speaking, Yifei released his internal energy, and this fierce internal energy was almost formed. It's like a sound wave, just like the substance, it exploded in the ears of the dozen or so dragon troops. Suddenly, Wang Yang and others felt a roar in their ears, and they were deaf almost instantly. His complexion was pale, and he was dizzy by Yifei's sudden drink, and almost couldn't he stand. Live, Yifei's voice was like a heavy hammer, hitting their hearts, causing Wang Yang and others. They couldn't stand still, their faces were pale, and then they looked up at Yifei one by one, all. The faces as earthy, astonished. The members of the other dragon troops on the scene also felt the pressure like a mountain although. But Yifei didn't deliberately target them just now, but Yifei's chopped swallow was like thunder. Naruto. In time, Yifei was in their impression that a handsome noble boy was transformed into unfathomable, amazing strength. With just a scream, the elite of a dozen dragon troops could not stand still. Completely lost combat effectiveness, this strength. It's like asterisk descending to the earth. Li Wen was on the side, her bright eyes were shining, staring at Yifei unblinkingly, she herself just now. After a few steps back, he was taken by the momentum of Yifei's body. The heart of Li's wife was completely conquered by Yifei, and Yifei inadvertently revealed her hand. It is enough to show that his strength is terrifying, and he can be called a god. Corpse. Chapter 352 Yifei's self-confidence seeking subscription. Shang was immersed in consternation, unable to extricate himself. Mu Zijin's eyes were like water, always focusing on Yifei's body. Seeing Yifei's behavior, she knew. His eyes brightened, and his face was lightly smiled. I only saw Mu Zijin's eyebrows, magnificent and radiant, with two pupils cutting water, beginning. Yifei's shadow was finally reflected. Mu Zijin's lips curled slightly, knowing that Yifei had stopped drinking, he had already suppressed all the Jiaolong troops. People. Yifei glanced at everyone in the Jiaolong troop, his mouth curled up, and his voice was light and slow. Before I came to this Jiao 097 dragon troops, I thought that the dragon troops were all. Among the dragons and phoenixes, all of them are kings of soldiers, but now they seem to be the same, even if I stop drinking. Can't he catch it? Yifei stared at Wang Yang and the others, what he said made Wang Yang and the others implicitly angry. But all of them were silent immediately. No one, including Captain Chen Zhen, dared to refute Yifei, nor could he refute Yifei. The facts are in front of us, Yifei's strength is absolutely unfathomable, they never. It's an opponent, so Yifei can rebuke them, and he has the strength to rebuke them. In the end, Wang Yang's expression changed several times. He lowered his head and said loudly, Instructor Yi. It's because I don't know Daishan. I didn't expect your strength to be so high. You definitely have. Qualified to be our chief instructor. After seeing Yifei's terrifying strength, Wang Yang finally lowered his head and deeply recognized. Yifei, admit Yifei's strength. Yifei glanced at Wang Yang and said lightly now you know. Seeing that Yifei didn't care, Chen Zhen, as the captain of the Jiaolong unit, immediately followed. Walked out of the queue, walked towards Yifei, and saluted respectfully, Instructor Yi, it's us. It was too unreasonable before. I didn't expect that Chief Yi instructor turned out to be a god, young Grandmaster Yi. The chief instructor came to give his pointers, and the dragon force is finally hopeful. Chen General said loudly, his expression was slightly excited, and his heart was burning. Oh, Chen General still has this vision, judging from the strength that Yifei showed just now. Definitely a powerhouse at the level of Grandmaster of the Transformation Realm, young master. Chen General finally knew why General Zhang agreed to Yifei as the chief instructor of the dragon force. NS, Yifei is really capable and unfathomable. This instructor Yi is in his 20s, right, a young master who is more than 2 years old, even if he is. Duan Tianyuan couldn't compare to him at the beginning. The dragon force is in his hands, maybe there's really hope. Chen Zhen's heart ignited silk hope, and he admired Yifei to the extreme. Chen General saluted Yifei deeply, and then said extension of instructor Yi to teach. Seeing Chen Zhen's statement like this, the other members of the dragon force also suddenly woke up. One by one saluted Yifei respectfully, and said loudly I would like to ask Chief Instructor Yi for guidance. The voices of the members of these dragon troops are neat and tidy, and the voices of 300 people are very loud. Bright, but also from the heart. Obviously, Yifei's behavior just now made them completely admired. The members of these dragon troops were all conquered by Yifei. At the same time, only Mu Zijin and Li Wen also looked at Yifei, the corners of Mu Zijin's mouth upturned, revealing a slight smile, knowing that Yifei's performance impressed the Jiaolong troops. And Li Wen also looked at Yifei with deep emotion. Yifei glanced at Chen Zhen, then looked at the members of the Jiaolong troops on the training ground. Yifei said faintly, it's not impossible for me to teach you, but you. The current strength is too weak, far from reaching what I want. I originally thought Zhao. The dragon army is famous, and everyone is an elite. It should be a dragon and a phoenix among them. But when I look at it now, I am really disappointed, but so. Yifei shook his head slightly. Hearing Yifei's comments, everyone in the dragon's troops felt a bit stabbed in their hearts. Because Yifei's criticism is indeed merciless. However, Yifei did appraise the qualifications of the dragon force. The members of the dragon force are all bowing their heads at this time, all of them are silent these days. The kings of soldiers in the world are now like little daughters-in-law, and they don't even dare to look at Yifei. Shang Zheng was in the crowd. He looked at Yifei, surprised and admired in his heart. How did Yifei's strength become so terrifying in a blink of an eye? He actually turned around. It is really amazing to become the master of transformation. Xiangjun wondered, and at the same time, he couldn't wait to have a few words with Yifei. He was also a Wukai. I really hope that Yifei will give some guidance on his martial arts. And now this seems to be an opportunity. 3.6. Yifei turned out to be the chief instructor of Jiaolong troops. From today onwards, will he be upright? The big one asked Yifei for advice on martial arts. However, since I said I want you to win the National Special Forces competition in 3 months. Championship, then I will do what I say, you only need to listen to my training, I promise to let you like. I wish it, Yifei said lightly. Yifei has absolute confidence in his dragon elephant forging body judgment. Hearing Yifei's words, everyone in Jiaolong's eyes lit up. Chapter 353 Excited seeking subscription. The scriptures exist like gods and humans. Therefore, they also have great hope and confidence in Yifei's words, and want to see Yifei very much. How to do it? I only saw Yifei smile faintly, and said I promised General Zhang, only for 3 months. In time, within 3 months, you will be taught to become the top troops and win the special forces. First in the competition, so in the next 3 months, I will start hellish training for you. Let me first explain that among the 300 people in this dragon troop, there may be less than 2 people left. 1. Yifei glanced at the crowd, his voice was slow, but very confident. Yifei's words caused everyone in the Jiaolong troops to be in an uproar again. Among the 300 people in the dragon force, less than 1/2 of them may remain. Doesn't this mean that 1 out of every 2 people will be eliminated? The elimination rate is so high at 09. Hearing what Yifei said, the scene was stunned. Everyone looked at each other and didn't know. How can I say it? Chen General wanted to speak again, moved his lips, and finally swallowed the words from his lips. When Yifei saw that most of the Jiaolong troops had the same attitude as Chen Zhen, he couldn't help. Coldly said, if you are not confident, you can say it as soon as possible, and I will resign to General Zhang immediately. It doesn't matter to me anyway. I didn't expect that the members of the dragon force would actually be here. You have no spine, even this bit of ambition and confidence. Yifei shook his head freely, his tone disdainful. Everyone in the Jiaolong troop heard this, clenching their fists tightly, unwilling to do so. But I have to admit that what Yifei said are all facts. When Yifei said it, everyone in the Jiaolong troop was indeed unwilling. Chen wanted to say a few words at all, but when Yifei was so excited, he suddenly said loudly, Zhang Jiayi. Officer, please don't hesitate to teach us. We will do our best. Achieve results in the Seed Soldier contest. Instructor Yi, please teach. The other members of the dragon force also woke up, shouting loudly one by one. The members of the dragon force shouted in unison, their voices vibrated, but Yifei stopped drinking. Said the voice is too low, louder. Yifei's voice increased by an octave, and once again resounded in everyone's ears like thunder. When Yifei said that, everyone was photographed by Yifei again, and they all raised their heads suddenly. The momentum gathered in their hearts. They all obeyed Yifei's words, and again. Not. Yes, I would like to follow the guidance of Chief Instructor Yi. I would like to follow the guidance of Chief Instructor Yi. I saw everyone shouting in unison, shouting again and again. This time, Yifei finally heard the shouts of the soldiers from the dragon troops. Yifei nodded slightly, expressing satisfaction. It seems that the soldiers of the Jiaolong troops are still a little upset, and only in this way do they say. Ning Jiaolong's troops can be saved. Yifei took out a document that he carried with him. It was about a dozen pages long. This was also Yifei's self. Since the creation of Dragon Elephant Forging Body Ju, according to the Dragon Elephant Forging Body Ju created by him, Tui's internal exercises are written down, and this exercise is written. Yifei took out the Dragon Elephant Forging Body Ju and said lightly, this exercise is called Dragon Elephant. Training the body is a practice I specially tailored for you, in the next 3 months. Your main goal is to practice Dragon Elephant Forging Body Ju and master this technique. Transparent. Dragon Elephant Forging Body Finale. When everyone heard Yifei's words, their eyes lit up, and they carefully studied the Dragon Elephant Forging Body decision. Name. Chen General frowned slightly, and said, Instructor Yi, I also know that your strength is incredible. But I don't know what kind of exercises this Dragon Elephant Forging Body Ju is. Some soldiers have never learned the inner strength exercises, and they are afraid that the speed will be better when they learn it. Chen General doesn't doubt Yifei's strength, but this Dragon Elephant Forging Body Ju is a kind of... What kind of exercise? You know that it is impossible to get started in a few years with all internal strength exercises, but Yifei said that it would take 3 months to make everyone as strength a qualitative leap, which is simply unbelievable. Chen General also hopes that Yifei can bring a leap to the dragon troops, but he also maintains. With a trace of reason and sobriety, Yifei heard Chen Zhen's words and said lightly, this Dragon Elephant Forging Body I created. Ju, the biggest feature is that it doesn't cultivate internal energy. It is to continuously strengthen itself, only by relying on the physical body, it can reach the same level as the inner strength warrior. Within 3 months, as long as people with talent and foundation have the opportunity to get started, 3 months later, it can even be close to the level of an inner strength warrior. Inner strength warriors are very rare. In Xuanwang country, the general masters of the realm do not take action. Under the circumstances, the martial artist with great internal strength is already the strongest martial artist. Just like Yifei before, just the great achievement of inner strength is almost invincible. Yifei said indifferently, even the cultivator who is suitable for the dragon-like forging body will be able to. Beyond ordinary warriors inside. Of course, Dragon Elephant Forging Body Ju belongs to the quick success method, and there are still many auxiliary conditions in it, and I need to guide you to practice 777. In addition, once you practice. After the Dragon Elephant Forging Body Judgment, you are destined to miss the master of transformation in this life, and you will stop within. Strength. Yifei 6's remarks made Chen Zhen's eyes bright. There is such an amazing bodybuilding technique in this world. 3-month daughter-in-law, a powerful warrior, this is simply. Chen General also heard the side effects that Yifei said, but Chen General didn't take it seriously. According to Zhen, the side effects of Dragon Elephant Forging Body Ju are simply not worth catching. After all, ordinary people have almost life. People have no effect. Thinking of this, Chen Zhen and the other soldiers of the dragon troop became excited. Chapter 354 2 People's World Seeking Subscription. The description of Dragon Elephant Forging Body Ju is full of hope. According to Yifei's description, this Dragon Elephant Forging Body Ju is simply the best practice for foreigners. The best way, Dragon Elephant Forging Body Ju is indeed amazing. Hearing that the Dragon Elephant Forging Body Ju was so powerful, everyone was looking forward to it. They looked at Yifei, waiting for Yifei to speak. Yifei faintly laughed and said, Dragon Elephant Forging Body Final cooperates with my unique training method. Can train a group of powerful masters. It is not so easy to practice Dragon Elephant Forging Body Ju, only Yifei Know how to practice dragon elephant forging body Ju to the best, and not only that, but in training. During the training, Chen Zhen and other elites in the army needed to eat a lot of nourishing food. Yifei should also improve their diet. Only Yifei, a doctor, can do this. In addition, dragon elephant forging body Ju has very high requirements for learners' physical fitness. People who practice forcibly will damage the body. Only the physical fitness of soldiers can meet the requirements and reluctantly practice. And as Yifei said, even so, it is likely that half of the people are cultivating. After practicing dragon elephant forging body Ju, if he fails to meet Yifei's requirements, he will be eliminated. Hearing what Yifei said, all the members of these dragon troops listened to Yifei. The look is extremely serious. Yifei said very well, since you all agree, then take a day off today. From the beginning of the day to training, practice dragon elephant forging body Ju. Li Wen, you put this dragon elephant forging. The exercises of Taiju were printed out, one is handed, and everyone will use this within today. Thorough understanding of the content of the exercises. Yi 6's tone was stern, and he couldn't hold his beak. Everyone in the Jiaolong troop shouted in unison. Immediately afterwards, Yifei took out a piece of white paper and wrote down a batch of medicinal materials and food. The name of the object, and then let Ang Li prepare. Yifei needs a lot of medicinal materials and food. In order to ensure these medicinal materials and food, he asked Li Wen to help with the supply. Li Wen was also very aware of the importance of this matter, and immediately agreed. After ordering these, Yifei said, then it is so decided. Yes, after Yifei's order was completed, he opened the dragon troops hide together with Musijin. Sitting in the low-key military-branded Austrian car, Musijin and Yifei sat in the backseats. Musijin. Looking at Yifei with a light smile, he blinked his eyes and said in a low voice, Yifei, what did you do just now? He is very prestigious. To deal with these old fried dough sticks, didn't you say you want to give them a good start? Yifei smiled. Road. Musijin smiled sweetly. Yes, you are doing a good job, there now. I am already very convinced, and I am completely convinced by you. Thinking of Yifei just now, the sound of his swallows made the soldiers of the dragon troops all overwhelmed. In the scene, Musijin smiled at the corner of his mouth and found it interesting. Yifei smiled and said, I am already familiar with the barracks today. You want to have to accompany me in the next few days. Come, wait a month later, the training of the dragon troops will be able to bear initial results when the time comes. Please come and see later. Okay, then I am looking forward to it, Musijin said with a smile. Yifei first sent Musijin back to her barracks. After the two were separated, Yifei went again to the villa of Duan Qizhang. Of course Yifei went to find Ling Xian. Although Ling Xian and Yifei have already started the Yellow Emperor's internal classic, but because of it takes 1 year for the training effect of the Yellow Emperor's internal classic. Therefore, during this period of time, Yi Figan uses the Zook fire needle to assist Ling Xian in the treatment, and the effect is better. Yifei found Ling Xian. I only saw that although she hadn't seen her in just a few days, Ling Xian's complexion had improved a lot. Ling Xian had a stunning face before, but although her face was peerless, her complexion was still. It is the feeling of some sick beauties, which is too weak. But now it is different. Ling Xian's face is a bit more rosy, and she doesn't know whether it is the nourishment of love. The eyebrows are also more charming. Why are you staring at me? Ling Xian stared at me with Yifei a little sorry. Thinking, whispered immediately. Yifei said, I think you seem to have become beautiful. Really glossy tongue, Ling Xian said, but her heart was sweet. Opening parenthesis. Goodly s. Yifei gave Ling Xian acupuncture needles. In this wonderful villa, Yifei didn't have to worry. Duan Qizheng didn't even come to this villa at all, and Dr. Wu also went out to meet friends at this time. Only Ling Xian was at home. After Yifei gave Ling Xian acupuncture, the two of them were in a sweet two-person world, and it was you again. Let me hold it for a while. What Yifei didn't know was that while Yifei and Ling Xian were in the world, Li Yun. There is also some action over the peak. Chapter 355 Yifei's terrifying prestige-seeking subscription. At the same time that Yifei accompanied Ling Xian, Li Yunfeng also began to move. After Li Yunfeng and Yifei lost the battle for the chief instructor of the Dragon Force last time, Li Yunfeng didn't report to the Jiaolong Force Corps, but continued to operate through relationships. Li Yunfeng has a close relationship with Yandu's top wealthy Xia family and Li Yunfeng this time. There is a close relationship between the Xia family and Li Yunfeng. After Li Yunfeng and Yifei were frustrated in running for the captain of the Dragon Force, Li Yunfeng immediately. So I went to visit the patriarch of the Xia family. With the support of the Xia family, Li Yunfeng has transformed into another top special. The chief instructor of the Suzaku unit. In fact, with Li Yunfeng's experience, qualifications, he is indeed qualified as a Zhu. The position of the chief instructor of the Sparrow troops. After all, master transformation realm is too rare to see, and Li Yunfeng has military experience. If it weren't for Yifei's birth, Li Yunfeng would indeed be the best person to be the chief instructor of the Dragon Force. Select. However, Li Yunfeng is now a blessing in disguise and has become the chief instructor of the Suzaku army. You know, the position of chief instructor of the Suzaku troops is equal to that of Yifei. In the Suzaku troops, the 500's performance in the Special Forces competition in the past 2 years is even better, and it is basically in the top 3. The position is equivalent to the peak period of Jiaolong troops. I have to say that Li Yunfeng has picked up a big deal instead. Yifei was not surprised by Li Yunfeng's strength. Li Yunfeng's background is also very profound. Not only Li Yunfeng himself is the leader of overseas Hongmen. In the Xia family, as a top wealthy, has a very large influence in the military, even not inferior to Mu's family. The old man of the Xia family was also a general who fought **** on the battlefield. See, at the time Yifei and Ling Xian, you follow me, Li Yunfeng has transformed into the chief instructor of the Suzaku troops. This also means that Yifei and Li Yunfeng are about to start their exchanges on the Special Forces competition. Forward, the two sides are about to start a real confrontation. Yi6 knows this very well. He had information about Li Yunfeng and knew that Li Yunfeng had done these things. Of course, these things Li Yunfeng did could not hide him. Yifei left Ling Xian's villa, but he didn't feel anxious at all. In fact, Yifei was also in the matter of Li Yunfeng being the chief instructor of the Suzaku troops. As expected, after all, Li Yunfeng's strength is obvious to all. In terms of strength, Li Yunfeng is not under Yifei. He is indeed a suitable candidate for the chief instructor of the Suzaku troops. Next, Yifei and Li Yunfeng will undoubtedly collide with each other. There is bound to be a battle of competition. Yifei knew this too well. Therefore, Yifei was also well prepared. Practice Jiaolong troops. With the dragon elephant forging body Ju created by Yifei Jai Daiwang Dinajing, Yifei must be able to bring leading the dragon troops created unprecedented results and step Li Yunfeng under their feet. In the original book, Li Yunfeng and Yifei also had a dispute, but in the original book, Li Yunfeng. But crushing Yifei is not like now, the competition between Yifei and Li Yunfeng is very serious. To still occupy a bit of initiative, Yifei left Ling Xian, he went home to rest and practice boxing. The next day, after Yifei arrived at the Jiaolong unit, the special training of the Jiaolong unit had officially begun. Suddenly, the training of Jiaolong troops was extremely crazy. The training of Jiaolong troops was very cruel and strict. Yifei summoned more than 300 people from the Jiaolong troops in the training ground. Human training is also very simple, it has all very high-intensity training, such as 10 kilometers. Load running, log training and various other trainings, etc. Under such high-intensity training, everyone in the BBA team is also hard. I can bear it for a long time. Before that, Yifei gave a lecture to the people of the Dragon S troops, so that everyone in the Dragon S troops, faced with great pressure, and did the native soldiers of the Dragon troop realize the gap, they felt a sense of crisis. After all, the National Special Forces competition is only 3 months away. Therefore, during this period of time, the training of Jiaolong troops has been very hard. Yifei himself knows very well that the current situation of the Jiaolong troops was grim. Fortunately, the soldiers were still working hard. After seeing Yifei's strength, they all trained Yifei. Following his words, he also knew that Yifei's training them like this was good for them. In fact, the reason why Yifei carried out Hell-style training for the members of these dragon troops. There is a reason, because only after Hell-style training, the members of these dragon troops can. My potential is stimulated to the maximum. After thoroughly stimulating the potential of the soldiers of these dragons, the strength of these dragons, the soldiers will practice dragon elephant forging body ju again, and they will get twice the result with half the effort. In addition, Yifei also put a lot of effort on the supply of the dragon troops, no matter it was. The supply of food and medicine is abundant. Under such circumstances, the Hell-style training of the dragon force officially started. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, a month has passed. During this period of time, Yifei has specially trained the Jiaolong troops, which has also made the Jiaolong troops complete. The body has also shown great results. Yifei's prestige in the Jiaolong troops is full, and it is almost a godlike existence. The Jiaolong troops now admire Yifei from the Captain Chen Zhen to the ordinary players. 5 body cast, because in this month's time, the Flood Dragon S troops have turned upside down. Change at least dozens of members of the Dragon Force took the lead in the Dragon Elephant forging body final. Become an inner strength warrior. There was still a gap between the top special forces and the inner strength fighters. The top special forces can only be regarded as the strongest group of soldiers, similar to ordinary people. The strength is not as good as the foreign fighters. The warrior is another category, not to mention the inner strength warrior. In just 1 month, the effect of Dragon Elephant forging body final has been highly anticipated. Chapter 356 Done seeking subscription. Time flies, and a month passes in a hurry. After everyone in the Jiaolong troop started the most painful training they have experienced for a month. Finally blossomed, with different results. On the training ground, I only saw that many soldiers of the Jiaolong troops took various postures, lying or standing, or lying or panning. A variety of weird postures emerged endlessly, as if some kind of weird body shape training. In fact, this is also one of the cultivation methods in Dragon Elephant forging body ju. Along with the cultivation of these people, Yifei stood there, watching them carefully. Every move, every posture. Liao was also observing from the side. Not only Liao, but Musijin also came today. After all, it has been a month later. Musijin also wants to know Yifei's Dragon Elephant forging. What is the effect of Tue? Yifei promised to give Musijin a surprise, so I took her to see it today. Musijin stood beside Yifei, and she saw everyone practicing Dragon Elephant forging body ju. Looks like, I was a little surprised, seeing everyone in the dragon cultivating in a weird posture. Dragon Elephant forging body ju. She was surprised. Yifei, what kind of training method are you? Exciting potential. Yes, Yifei nodded slightly, showing approval. Musijin's eyes were really different, she could see the reason why Yifei made everyone think. Various poses and movements in extremely weird ways are stimulating potential. The human body is like a big treasure house, the potential of the human body is endless. I have heard some news, such as mothers trying to save a child who was run over by a car. Hands lifted the car. There are also all kinds of incredible things that the human body does when it is at its limit, etc. And other news. Therefore, the limit of the human body is far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. This kind of power can only explode when the human body is at its limit, and once it explodes, it is infinitely powerful. What Yifei does is to guide everyone in the dragon force to stimulate the potential of his body. These weird postures are just one of the ways. So far, the effect is amazing, even better than Yifei expected. Of course, this way of stimulating potential is also very dangerous. Just as Yifei is now, Yifei is watching the dragon troops, he can give pointers to the dragon department. Everyone in the team can teach everyone in the dragon troop so that the soldiers in the dragon troop will not go towards astray. Without Yifei's guidance, plus the food supplements of the Dragon S troops, he would eat a lot of celebrities every day. Expensive medicinal materials nourish the body. The side effects of Dragon Elephant forging body ju alone may cause him. They are unbearable. Musijin whispered, by the way, you didn't want me to see Dragon Elephant forging body. Is it the effect? What is the effect of this Dragon Elephant forging body ju? Musijin was very curious about this and wanted to know the result. When Yifei heard the words, he smiled slightly and said, what is the effect of the Dragon Elephant forging body exercise, do you think? If you know, just ask them in person. As he said, Yifei beckoned and said loudly, the training is over for the time being. Everyone tells me. Gathering reports. Yes. Yifei had just finished giving orders and immediately saw everyone approaching Yifei. The soldiers from the dragon troops all walked up, and the stars were trapped in Yifei's body like a moon. At the same time, they looked at Yifei as if they were looking at a god. Yifei's current prestige in Jiaolong troops is unimaginable. When Yifei saw everyone in the Jiaolong troop, he slightly bowed his head, repaying the results of this training. Satisfied. At this time, Musijin also saw everyone from the dragon troops. I didn't know, I was shocked at first sight. When Musijin saw everyone in the Jiaolong troop, she was shocked because she felt there was a completely different aura on everyone in the dragon troop. It is completely different from before. Compared to a month ago, the changes in these people are visible to the naked eye. I saw that each of them had almost sturdy arms and a laugh, the muscles broke out completely. The body is strong, and even many people's bodies, bones and even their appearance have changed. Great changes. Moreover, the soldiers of the Jiaolong unit breathe evenly, and their temples are also high and raised. With introverted eyes, he knew that he was a master at a glance, and there were some masters with inner strength. Musijin couldn't help being surprised. In just 1 month, this dragon elephant forging body ju actually had such an effect. Ask for flowers. Wang Yang, Yifei said faintly. Yes, Chief Instructor. Wang Yang went out, looking at Yifei with admiration, and mocked Yifei's. Before, from the beginning, he was not convinced with Yifei, and now Wang Yang is Yifei's diehard loyal to Yifei. Fei obeyed. If anyone dares to say something bad about Yifei in the army, Wang Yang hates it. Have to do it. Wang Yang walked in front of Yifei. Wang Yang's appearance has also changed a little, his height is already. After nearly 2 meters, the body is strong, even a bit like a super war in the movie. Scholar. Everyone practiced dragon elephant forging body judgment. Naturally there are good and bad, although everyone is making progress. They are all huge, but Wang Yang and others are particularly outstanding. Wang Yang is already an inner strength warrior, and Shang Zheng has also become an inner strength warrior. Although there is still some distance from the Dacheng inner strength, the Shaocheng inner strength already refers to. The day is waiting, and the breakthrough is imminent. Yifei said indifferently. Wang Yang, you and Shang Zheng will practice against each other and let Instructor Mu see you. Don't be ashamed of the results this month. Yes, Chief Instructor. Wang Yang suddenly became excited and agreed. At the same time, Shang Zheng has also been out. Shang Zheng has also changed a lot. He looked at Yifei with admiration. It can be said that the whole Zhao. The long force looked at Yifei's eyes like this. Bai Jing. Yifei taught them dragon elephant forging body judgment, which is like their kindness. Teacher, this kind of kindness is unforgettable for them. Wang Yang and Shang Zheng were out, and they were both in front of Mu Zijin and in front of all the troops. In the face of the clerk, began to take a shot. Yifei said indifferently, the competition time is 5 minutes, no means is limited. Intel. Yes, Chief Instructor. Wang Yang and Shang Zheng couldn't restrain their excitement and said loudly. Chapter 357. Higher level. Want to compete. During this period of time, although Wang Yang and Shang Zheng both knew that they were practicing. After that, their respective strengths have fully increased and their strengths have gone further. But these days, they have not tried to compete, so they can't help but feel itchy. Wang Yang and Shang Zheng stood still, and everyone around made room for them. Only saw the start of the confrontation between Wang Yang and Shang Zheng. Wang Yang stared at Shang Zheng with both eyes, like a wild zong, and took the lead. The Foley sword rushed out in an instant, and a whip leg burst into the air, making an extremely violent sound. Phil, this whip kick was violently sent out and drew directly at Shang Zheng. Shang Zheng immediately felt the 2-2. 3. Wang Yang is fierce and fierce, and he is also aware of Wang Yang's fierceness. Including everyone around him was slightly surprised, because they also felt Wang Yang as offensive. The ferocity. With this whip leg, I am afraid that even a steel pipe can easily kick and bend. I only saw the air blast, and the sharp and harsh sound made people frown. However, Shang Zheng's reaction was also extremely fast. I actually want to resist this blow. There was a crisp sound, like a loud noise like metal rubbing, only. Seeing Wang Yang and Shang Zheng both felt violent vibrations at the same time. Both Wang Yang and Shang Zheng took a few steps backwards. I only saw a few deep footprints on the training field being stepped on by the feet of the two people. It is shocking, really shocking. Mu Zijin's beautiful eyes widened slightly. She was surprised at first, and then quickly recovered her expression. She whispered softly. Said the strength of this body. With Mu Zijin's eyesight, it is certainly not difficult to see the changes that have taken place in Wang Yang and Shang Zheng. The physical strength of the two men, Yang and Shang Zheng, has undergone tremendous changes. Take Wang Yang's whip leg as an example. Wang Yang is just a whip leg, but this. However, the force in it is extremely fierce, and it can even kick the steel pipe. But Shang Zheng was actually blocked by his physical strength. This physical strength is already extremely terrifying. In the eyes of ordinary people, they are already superhumans, even higher than those of ordinary people. The hand is even better. Yifei smiled slightly, looked at Mu Zijin, and whispered, Zijin, what do you think? Mu Zijin said with emotion from the bottom of his heart, very powerful, unexpected, you dragon elephant forging body. The effect of the decision was indeed far beyond my expectations. Yifei answered Shang Zheng and Wang Yang, and said, well, the dragon elephant body is definitely one. Fang. Noodles, these two people can be considered as talents, they are more suitable for cultivating this technique. Therefore, the progress of cultivation is far more than that of others, and he is regarded as the best among them. Hearing what Yifei said and getting Yifei's approval, he saw that Wang Yang and Shang Zheng were both overjoyed. Smile. These two have very direct temperaments, and they have been praised by Yifei, not to mention how exciting they are. Xing. Yifei stood with his hand in hand, and commented on Shang Zheng and Wang Yang. Shang Zheng, Wang Yang, you too. Is close to being a martial artist with a small internal strength, and he has been practicing for more than a month, and he can achieve this result. It is the best, not bad. Wang Yang looked at Yifei with excitement and sighed, Chief Instructor, your dragon elephant forged body. It is really too clever. I am full of confidence now that the national special. We must be able to do it in the Bing contest. Yes, I feel that way too. Yeah, we must be able to do it. With the Chief Instructor here, there is nothing we can do. Everyone in the Dragon Force is full of surprises and awe and looks very serious. Looking at Yifei, they were all overwhelmed by Yifei. This has only been training for a short period of 1 month, and it has such outstanding results. This dragon elephant. The forging is really powerful and perfect. Chen Jian, the captain of the Dragon Troop, would be so happy from ear to ear. He is also this time one of the biggest beneficiaries of dragon elephant forging body. Chen Jian's talent for cultivation is also good. The current strength is no worse than Wang Yang and Shang Zheng. Chen Jian is even a little impatient to wait for the special forces competition and wants to give other special forces a big surprise. Who said that the dragon is dead? The days when the dragon troops are in full swing, this is about to begin. There was a faint smile on the corner of Chen Jian's mouth, looking forward to it. And the source of all this is Yifei. Chen General side beside Yifei Chief Instructor. It is a pity that this dragon elephant forging body Ju training. The training method is too harsh, otherwise if it is promoted by the whole army, then you will be me. The first person in the Xuanwang army. Chen General said without hesitation, looking at Yifei with bright eyes. Mu Zijin was aside, and also gently tapped his white chin to express his approval. The training method of dragon elephant training is not suitable for large-scale promotion. After all, dragon. The requirements of Shang forging body Ju are really harsh. Even the more than 300 people in the Jiaolong troops have worked hard, exhausted, and experienced. After the hell-style training that even they complained constantly, the practice barely succeeded. And that is the case, the Dragon Force has already eliminated more than 100 people. Of course, those who can stay are the elites. If Dragon Elephant Forging Body Final can be promoted in the whole army, then Yifei's position will definitely be watered. Rising boats, let alone General Zhang and others, even the military of Xuanwang Kingdom will treat Yifei with respect and respect, coupled with the Mu family-ass relationship, Yifei will definitely become the first person in the army. Of course, the Dragon Elephant Forging Body can never be promoted on a large scale. But even so, the Dragon Elephant Forging that Yifei contributed will definitely cause high The level of leadership pays attention to 4.9. After all, this kind of bodybuilding exercise can be a system for the Xuanwang country. Create a group of extremely powerful warriors. Although this number is only a few hundred people, they can definitely. It is quite useful at critical moments. Yifei's status will be even higher. Chapter 358 I am sorry. This is how powerful the dragon elephant forging body Ju is. Whether it is Wang Yang or Xiangjun, the two of them were formerly the top special forces. Quasi, but now it is actually close to Xiaocheng inner strength, although there is still some distance from Xiaocheng inner strength. Distance, but this has only been a month of cultivation. If they practice for another 2 or 3 years, Wang Yang and Xiangjun will inevitably go a step further and achieve low internal strength. Success is also a matter of reason, it shouldn't be too easy. Yifei's performance was truly amazing. Mu Zijin saw this scene with his own eyes, and was even more impressed by Yifei's methods. Once this dragon elephant forging body judgment is promoted throughout the army, Yifei's status will definitely be water. Rising boats can even be compared to Tianyuan. Duan Tianyuan is the **** of war in the Andu military region. He has an extraordinary position. He is also a master of the realm of transformation. In the eyes of others, there is simply a godlike existence. But today Yifei is not necessarily worse than Duan 14 Tianyuan. Especially when this dragon elephant forging body final was released, as long as it was promoted throughout the army, even this. The training requirements of dragon elephant forging body Ju are extremely demanding, but at least it can produce more numbers. Hundreds of inner strength fighters. These are hundreds of inner strength warriors. A force capable of subverting the martial arts world. A few days ago, in the entire Xuanwang kingdom, there were more than 1,000 warriors with more than internal strength. No more than 2 to 3,000 people. One can imagine what a terrifying force this is. Yifei narrowed his eyes, his expression calm. All of this was in Yifei's expectation, including the training results of the dragon force, including the reaction of the Jiaolong troops. You continue to practice, and within 10 days, strive for more people to enter the realm of warriors. Yifei said lightly. Yes, chief instructor. Hearing Yifei's words, I only saw other people roaring loudly. These dragon troops. But the soldiers of Yifei regarded Yifei as a real idol, like a god. Everyone responded in unison. Yifei also had a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, expressing his expression to everyone. I am very satisfied. After that, Yifei was relieved to be the shopkeeper. For Yifei, he only needs to teach the dragon troops for 3 months. These 3 months. The dragon army becomes a dragon, he doesn't need to worry too much. Of course, with such good conditions, it would be difficult for the dragon troops to fail even if they wanted to complete. Actually, Yifei's dragon elephant forging body Ju is based on the Yellow Emperor's internal classic. Moreover, the foundation of the dragon force itself is not weak. After reaching the master of transformation, Yifei's vision and strength were far beyond that of ordinary warriors. It is not difficult to create your own exercises. Yifei and Mu Zijin left the training ground side by side, while Mu Zijin was full of touches. Bright Eye's focus was on Yifei's body, and he whispered, I didn't expect it, you dragon elephant. The effect of forging body is better than I thought, the effect is amazing. Mu Zijin spoke softly, his bright eyes clearly filled with surprise. Dragon elephant forging body Ju is indeed a great surprise to Mu Zijin. Seeing Mu Zijin saying this, Yifei smiled and said, it is better than I expected. It seems that in the National Special Forces competition 3 months later, the Jiaolong troops will be very promising. Mu Zijin's mouth raised a smile, with a sweet smile, yeah, very hopeful, to be honest. I still want to see you frustrate Duan Tianyuan's spirit. Why, you have a contradiction with Duan Tianyuan, Yifei asked with a smile. Mu Zijin tilted her head, and her red lips lightly opened. That is not true. I just heard about it all the time. Tianyuan's deeds. Duan Tianyuan is regarded as **** in the military district compound, if you can win Duan. Tianyuan is good for you. It turned out that Mu Zijin was thinking about him, Yifei's mouth curled up, and his heart was warm. Holding Mu Zijin's little snow-white hand, smiled and said, I know, you just wait for the time. Watch the show. In Yifei's opinion, whether it is Li Yunfeng or Duan Tianyuan, it is he who wants to attack. The object of defeat. Okay, then I'll wait. Mu Zijin smiled lightly, looking forward to it. Mu Zijin was also looking forward to Yifei's performance. Time passed day by day. The new year is getting closer and closer. Approaching the New Year's Eve, Yifei received another piece of good news, that is, Yifei's. The movie Wandering Planet shot by entertainment company Yunhuang Entertainment is about to be released in the Lunar New Year. File premiere. The Wandering Planet has already been shot into a movie, this Wandering Planet. Various publicity and distribution have also been done long ago. Moreover, a lot of publicity and filming have been carried out in the cinema chain of E6 Company, just wait. The Wandering Planet was released. For the movie Wandering Planet, Yifei 6 itself is very optimistic and compared. In the previous life of the Wandering Earth, Yifei also developed some of the stories of this movie. It has been slightly modified, which is more reasonable than the original. Once Wandering Planet is released, the effect it will bring to Yifei is also predictable. Yes, the movie I Am Not the God of Medicine has caused a sensation in the entertainment industry, film and television circles. And even the movie circle directly exploded. Even high-level leaders have paid great attention to this film I Am Not Good for Medicine. 663 can be said to have changed the state of people's livelihood because of a movie. For this reason, Yifei and Brilliant Entertainment both received extremely high praise. Now most people in the entertainment industry are thinking about another question, that is Yifei's next. Can the entertainment circle be ignited again? This Wandering Planet movie can it detonate? This is also one of the biggest suspense in the entertainment and movie circles this year. But Yifei didn't panic at all, he was calm and relaxed, and he had already thought about it. In Yifei's view, this Wandering Planet is Yifei's Brilliant Entertainment and a complete explosion. At the moment, Wandering Planet made a lot of money, and an entertainment empire will also. Created in Yifei's hands. Chapter 359 I am sorry. Brilliant Entertainment. Zhang Minli found Yifei early in the morning and invited Yifei to the company. At Brilliant Entertainment, Yifei glanced at Zhang Minli and the others and said with a smile. What am I calling from the company? Mr. Yi. Zhang Minli saw Yifei with a respectful attitude and immediately stepped forward. Zhang Minli repeatedly said Mr. Yi, the Wandering Planet we shot will be released tomorrow. Now, how much do you expect to reach the box office? Zhang Minli was very excited. The box office of Wandering Planet determines the next Brilliant Entertainment situation. Today's Brilliant Entertainment is under the leadership of Yifei, because the movie I Am Not the God of Medicine. Phenomenal movies have become an instant hit. Brilliant Entertainment was originally in the entertainment circle. Popular entertainment company, and under the influence of I Am Not the God of Medicine, it has even changed. To become a top-notch entertainment company. As long as there are a few more movies at the level of I Am Not the God of Medicine, it can be foreseeable. Sufficient, a brand new entertainment empire will rise. I Am Not the God of Medicine was a big hit, and the final box office exceeded 3.5 billion, which is quite a surprise. Figures of people. In the history of Zhangguo, there are only a handful of movies that can exceed 3.5 billion at the box office. Zhang Minli looked at Yifei expectantly, smiled and asked, Mr. Yi, do you think this? How much box office can Wandering Planet reach, and can it be close to I Am Not a Medicine God? Zhang Minli wanted to know how Yifei's judged it. After all, Yifei made accurate predictions the last time the God of Medicine was released. And whether it is the God of Medicine or the Wandering Planet and other movies, these movies. Yifei as screenwriter and producer are actually Yifei. Although the director Jing is not Yifei, but Yifei is behind the scenes like **0SS. Manipulate all of this. Hearing what Zhang Minli said, Yifei smiled and said, you mean you are close to the God of Medicine? I said it can be surpassed. Yifei looked at Zhang Minli with a mysterious smile. Yifei is very clear about the performance of Wandering Earth in the previous life and Wandering Earth. In his previous life, he won more than 4 billion box office, and now with the bonus of Yifei's theater line, it is still. There are the effects of the filming of Wandering Planet, plus the company's reputation in spring. Festival schedule. Yifei is confident that the box office of the movie Wandering Planet far exceeds that of I Am Not. Medicine God. After all, I Am Not the God of Medicine is good, but it is also a big hit at the box office, and its reputation is even more unique. Excellent, but I Am Not a Medicine God is not a commercial film, but is biased towards the present. For real movies, although this kind of movie has a good reputation, it is difficult to reach the highest box office. But The Wandering Earth is different. This is a sci-fi commercial blockbuster that can be more. Further, Rush to the Cloud. Zhang Minli was taken aback, but he did not expect Yifei to have such high expectations for The Wandering Earth. Next, Zhang Minli stared at Yifei and said, Mr. Yi, what are you saying are true then I am looking forward to it. Just wait and see, Yifei answered with a smile on his mouth. Hearing what Yifei said, Zhang Minli was indeed very excited, because Zhang Mingle has always. We all look forward to Brilliant Entertainment's next level. As Yifei's big butler, Brilliant Entertainment will also have a close relationship with him if he can go further. Shut. Yifei asked Zhang Minli again what other singers and movie stars have been with us lately. Do you sign a contract? I plan to make some variety shows next. Yifei knew that the laptop he got from Lin Yufan had more than just best lives. Classic songs, TV movie scripts, and many variety show scripts and planning. Variety shows also have a script, but they are more realistic. The value of these variety shows and scripts is also inestimable. When Zhang Minli heard Yifei say this, his eyes lit up, he looked at Yifei and said, Yi. Anyway, do you mean we are planning to make variety shows next? Yifei smiled and said, well, Lingyun has not been developing very smoothly in her career as a singer recently. Can we consider cooperating with Mango Channel on a singer variety show called I Am a Singer, what do you think? Yifei briefly talked about some program copywriting plans of the previous life I Am a Singer. Hearing Yifei's words, Zhang Minli's eyes suddenly lit up, and he couldn't help feeling. Ah, Yifei really lost his blood. President Yi really appreciates and takes care of Lu Lingjun. In a blink of an eye, Mr. Yi intends to produce a top singer variety show. This is simply tailor-made for Lu Lingjun. Now Lu Lingjun's upward momentum is very strong and obvious, and he is simply becoming a first-line singer. Going straight to the front line is enough to prove that Yi Zong had a very good vision at the beginning. In Zhang Minli's view, Lu Lingjun is a singer with the potential to impact the divas in the future. A lot of resources had to be invested in her, and there was nothing wrong with Yifei's approach. Moreover, Yifei's I Am a Singer program idea is also quite impressive. Aspect and attractive, such a program will definitely be likable. Zhang Minli smiled at the corner of his mouth, and he promised. One Mr. Yi, no problem, this festival. I think it can be used, it will definitely be hot. That is fine, Yifei nodded slightly. By the way, President Yi, there's one more important thing I want to tell you, Zhang Minli. It seemed as if he had remembered something, and he took the initiative to say to Yifei. Yifei shrugged and said, what is the matter, you say benevolence? It is Sen Qingshan, Zhang Min said in a happy way. Sen Qingshan. Of course, Yifei will not forget this international star, you got it, the great queen. Yifei looked at Zhang Minli and asked faintly what is wrong with Sen Qingshan. Zhang Minli said Sen Qingshan had communicated with our company before, and she said that she intends to add. Enter our Brilliant Entertainment. Yifei was slightly startled. Sen Qingshan wants to join Brilliant Entertainment. This is big news. Chapter 368 Pie in the Sky. It is indeed very well known internationally. Would she take the initiative to ask to join Brilliant Entertainment? This is a good thing, Pie in the Sky. But Yifei couldn't help but wonder. After all, Yifei had previously been because of Lu Lingyun. There was some conflict with Sen Qingshan, and the two could almost be described as turning their faces at the beginning. After all, Sen Qingshan likes Lu Lingyun, her orientation is a bit abnormal. At the beginning, Yifei. It stimulated her with extreme methods, and Sen Qingshan now actually wants to join Brilliant Entertainment. Isn't he this woman coming to Lu Lingyun? Yifei squinted slightly thinking. When did Sen Qingshan tell you about this? Why didn't I know Yi? Fei asked lightly. Just a few days ago, I got in touch with my agent. I heard that Sen Qingshan was in Tianwang Entertainment. S contract expired recently. It seems that it is because of the renewal issue in the original Tianwang. The music company has had some conflicts, Zhang Minli said in a low voice. Mr. Yi, you also know that for an artist of Sen Jishuan's level, her contract issue. But it is very important, and it has attracted the attention of many people in 450 circles. I have been paying more attention to Sen Qingshan's problems. Zhang Minli is a qualified professional manager. He briefly introduced the situation. Yifei nodded slightly. Yifei has always been quite satisfied with Zhang Minli's level of responsibility. Intended. While talking, Zhang Minli took the initiative to make a pot of tea for Yifei, and the two sat in the office. While chatting, Yifei took a sip of tea, the fragrance of the tea curled between his lips and teeth. Yifei groaned a little, and said, Sen Qingbo is not in a hurry. You continue to talk to Sen Qingshan. Contacted by her agent, if Sen Qingshan really wants to transfer to our company, let her personally. Give me a call. I see, President Yi, don't you worry. Zhang Minli agreed. Yifei smiled and nodded, and at the same time made another call. Yifei's call was made to Lu Lingyun. After all, the next I Am a Singer festival, and Li Qingshan's transition to Brilliant Entertainment. Things are more or less closely related to Lu Lingyun. What is more, after Yifei and Lu Lingyun got close, the two of them rarely had contact. Good to take this opportunity. BGDD Yifei called Lu Lingyun. This is Lu Lingyun's personal number. Soon, the other party was connected, and Lu Lingyun's light and cheerful voice came. Fei, why are you free to call me? Lu Lingyun's voice was soft, like a clear spring, into Yifei's ears. Yifei smiled and said, it happens to be free, are you working? Yifei couldn't help but apologize, but he didn't contact Lu Lingyun for a while. Last time. The contact was still when I first returned to Yandu from Zhou. Lu Lingyun's personality is also very good. He has never complained about Yifei. Instead, he's in Yifei. I was pleasantly surprised when I called her. No, there will be activities in the afternoon. Where are you now? I am looking for you, Lu Lingyun. Soundtrack. Yifei smiled and said, I am in the company. Forget it, let me come to you, I am afraid you will get lost. Yifei deeply remembers Lu Lingyun's road idiot attributes. Lu Lingyun was silent for a while, then whispered, I still know the way of the company. Lu. Lingyun protested in a low voice. Yifei couldn't help but smile. Forget it, I'll pick you up. Yifei still remembers Lu Lingyun's road silly attributes. Oh good, Lu Lingyun reported the address, and Yifei drove there. Soon, Yifei arrived at the place where Lu Lingyun was. This girl, Lu Lingyun, was actually it as a person working out alone. When Yifei received Lu Lingyun got into the car and looked at Yifei with a smile. Unexpectedly, you still have a hobby like fitness. Yifei smiled a little surprised. Lu Lingyun blinked and said, it is not that I like fitness, but that a singer needs to have a good body. Body, especially with sufficient lung capacity, to ensure that the song can be sung. Yifei said, that is right, you are really serious. Lu Lingyun's seriousness in singing is obvious, otherwise she would not be a generation in the future. After the days, Yifei also admired Lu Lingyun very much. Always be worthy of the good things you gave me, Lu Lingyun said softly. Hearing what Lu Lingyun said, Yifei 6 couldn't help saying you don't need to care about this, don't be too tired, I am preparing a singing variety show in the next year, and I want you to participate in it. Yifei said the content of the I am a singer variety show now, and heard Yifei explaining the variety show content of I am a singer, Lu Lingyun's eyes lit up and smiled. It as a singer is a bit interesting, but I am a little worried about being eliminated in online competitions. Yifei smiled and said, with your strength, where do I need to worry about this, and I will. Here are some new songs for you to promote. Hearing what Yifei said, Lu Lingyun couldn't help being surprised really. Of course it is true. Hearing what Yifei said, Lu Lingyun suddenly showed surprise and a sweet smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Thanks, silly girl, what are you polite to me? Yifei's mouth curled up and said at the same time. In fact, if you really want to keep fit, I have a better way. Of course, what Yifei said was to compile the Yellow Emperor's internal classic with him. When Lu Lingyun saw Yifei's wicked smile on his mouth, he was a little unsure, but he was still heartbroken. Bang Jump, a little shyly said, what are you talking about? You will know later. Yifei blinked. Yifei turned the subject without a trace, and said, by the way, there's one more thing. What is wrong? It is Sen Qingxian. She wants to join Brilliant Entertainment. I want to ask your opinion. Yifei smiled. Writes, Sister Qingxian wants to join Brilliant Entertainment. Lu Lingyun has a bright eye movement. As Lu Lingyun thought, this is indeed big news. After all, Sen Qingxian's fame is obvious to all. There is no doubt that if she joins Brilliant Entertainment, is definitely a big event that shakes the entertainment industry. What do you ask my opinion about this matter? Lu Lingyun lowered her head, and her voice was very soft. Chapter 361 A Sensation. To reiterate, Lu Mianjun is also very clear about Li Yushang's attitude towards Japan. Lu Lingyun knows that Sen Qingxian's feelings for her are unusual, and to be honest, Lu Lingyun's relationship with Sen Qingxian's senses are also good. If the two of them get along with each other normally, then Lu Lingyun believes the two will become good friends. But Sen Qingxian's idea of Lu Lingyun is not as simple as being a friend, so the relationship between Lingyun and Sen Qingxian is also very delicate. Therefore, when Yifei asked Lu Lingyun's feelings were also very complicated. After all, Sen Qingxian is really good to Lu Lingyun, but Lu Lingyun only regards Sen Qingxian as his friend. Friends look at it and have no other ideas. Lu Lingyun looked up, and under those snow-white necks, the skin was like pearls, she knew. Mo Suixian looked at Yifei softly, she didn't want Yifei to have any misunderstandings. Yifei smiled and said, I just want to ask for your opinion, if Sen Qingxian really comes to me. I'm worried that you will be a little awkward when the door company comes. If you are okay, then I might really will dig Sen Qingxian over. After all, Sen Qingxian is an international first-line star, digging Sen Qingxian to Brilliant Entertainment. The future of music is also very good, especially Brilliant Entertainment focuses on film and television productions, and Sen Qingxian is an international. After the movie, the two go very well. I am fine, you don't have to worry about me. Lu Lingyun's head dropped slightly, and said in a low voice. Yifei smiled when Lu Lingyun said so, and said, well, this matter is. That is it. And, Lu Lingyun agreed softly. Hearing Lu Lingyun's words, Yifei smiled at the corner of his mouth and said, what is wrong with you? The industry is stable, and I am going to a higher level. I'll just wait for the music program in the next year. I will still have a few songs, choose whatever you want. Yifei's support for Lu Lingyun certainly spared no effort, it was her own woman anyway, and it is also the queen of the future, it is worthy of Yifei's resources. Lu Lingyun blinked her eyes, and when she saw Yifei talking freely, she suddenly said, Yep, you and I just want to talk about work since we were there, can we say something else? Lu Lingyun's faint way. Yifei was startled, then smiled. Thinking about it, it is true that he and Lu Lingyun are actually just because of the last time Sen Qingxian happened. The relationship between the two is one step further. In fact, Yifei and Lu Lingyun are considered to be the weakest emotional foundation among the girls. The others, whether it is Su Qingzu, Luo Weiyu or other people, are all. It is very close. Such a. Yi seemed to be a bit sorry for Lu Lingyun. Thinking of this, Yifei smiled and said, I didn't mean that, then let us not talk about work. How about taking you to the movies? Yifei asked with a smile. Okay. Hearing what Yifei said, Lu Lingyun also brightened his eyes and immediately spoke. After agreeing, Lu Lingyun looked at Yifei very much. Lu Lingyun said it as Wandering Planet, but I heard it as a science fiction film. I also like it very much and want to see it. That is fine, let us go and watch it together. Yifei smiled and said, I believe this film will give you a pleasant surprise. Yifei is the producer of Wandering Planet, although he usually shakes his hands. The cabinet didn't care much, but Yifei had already required the overall script for special effects and special effects. The demand for truth is very high. Yifei also watched the final film of the Wandering Planet. After some time, Yifei is generally satisfied. Therefore, Yifei is absolutely confident that this film will sell well. After Yifei and Lu Lingyun had finished talking, Lu Lingyun was also looking forward to it. Yifei said then it is settled, I'll pick you up tomorrow, let us go see the phone together. Film, okay. Lu Lingyun nodded lightly, and there was a flash of excitement in his eyes. This is the first date she and Yifei have established after they have established their relationship. There are also great expectations. The next day, the film Wandering Planet was officially released. The movie was released, and it directly moved the audience. Hundreds of movie theaters across the country give 30% of the film schedule to The Wandering Planet. This is not a low row of films, because during the National Spring Festival New Year's Festival, there are really a lot of movies released, including several films shot by well-known directors across the country. There are a total of 4 or 5 more competitive films. Competitive films are released at the same time. Fresh. And Wandering Planet is definitely the most concerned and anticipated because of Yifei's relationship. But at the same time, the movie Wandering Planet has also received a lot of controversy. The way, after all, the discussion is too hot. It is normal for Wandering Planet to get so much controversy because the important point is that the investment in this movie is huge. The investment cost of Wandering Planet is as high as 500 million. This 500 million investment cost is quite scary. Looking at the current domestic film market, films with an investment of more than 500 million are very few. And the reason why investment in many movies is so high is because the investment in movies is given to the star took the big head. These movies spend a lot of money to invite various traffic stars and small fresh meat to support the appearance. But Yifei and these people are of course different. Yifei's investment funds are all invested in special effects, scripts, shots and film production. Superior. The cost of the actors in Wandering Planet is not high, and the overall price is only 10 million to 10 million. The cost of an actor is very low in a blockbuster. And other investments, such as special effects, equipment, a large number of space stations, outer space equipment and so on, these inputs are quite high. Yifei spent a lot of money to make this film strive for true perfection. However, it is all worth it. It is just that such a large investment has also caused much criticism and suspicion in the media. But a total of 500 million investment, can it really recover the capital? Yifei dismissed the speculations and suspicions of these media. He knew that facts would prove one. Cut. Sure enough, the following facts proved it. The day the movie was released, it caused a sensation nationwide. Righteous. Chapter 362 Blood Earning Seeking Subscription. People, on the first day of its release, the box office pre-sale of the Wandering Planet movie has exceeded 300 million. This achievement is unique in the history of Zhang Guo's film. By the way, unlike previous lives, the highest grossing movie in the history of Xuanwang Kingdom is reached 3.8 billion, an international blockbuster film by Zhang Guo's top director Zhang Mo. And I Am Not the God of Medicine can be ranked in the top 3 in the historical ranking of Xuanwang Kingdom, which is quite high. Ranking. The news that Wandering Planet pre-sold 300 million yuan at the box office came out, which has already made Zhang Bin happy. The heart is lifted. According to such box office pre-sale results, they are really hopeful to create a higher brilliance. It seems that Mr. Yi is right. Zhang Minli looked forward to it very much, and Yifei continued to learn how to shake hands at the time of July 43. Cabinet. He did not go to the Dragon Force, he did not go to Brilliant Entertainment, but went with Lu Lingyun. Watch this Wandering Planet movie in the cinema. Lu Lingyun was wearing big sunglasses to prevent being recognized. Fortunately, Yi feeding S-Box is a couple S-Box, and there are not many people here. Don't worry too much about Lu Lingyun being recognized. Lu Lingyun is very popular now, after all, she is a first-line female singer, and since Lu Lingyun, since debut, there has never been any scandal, plus the top and beautiful looks, soon became the goddess of the whole people. At this moment, the goddess of the whole people is holding Yifei's arm, and the corners of her mouth are raised Si Denkian. With a smile, she and Yifei are sitting in the movie theater, and the movie is about to begin. Yifei bought some popcorn and coke, but Lu Lingyun hesitated a bit, drooling. He hesitated. Yifei was curious and funny seeing Lu Lingyun's appearance, so he couldn't help asking, "You are? What is the matter? Eat it if you want." Popcorn has a high sugar content, and coke is also my plan to appear on variety shows recently. To stay in shape, Lu Lingyun said a bit wrong. Yifei was overjoyed. "Do you still have to lose weight? I think you were too thin. Eat more." "It is good, it is better to eat a little fatter, so that it feels better." Yifei is a pun with words, and his gaze floats to Lu Lingyun somewhere. Hearing what Yifei said, Lu Lingyun's face was flushed immediately. Hearing what Yifei said. Also know that Yifei meant something. Lu Lingyun blushed and said, "I know. Do you like fatter or thinner?" Lu Lingyun asked Yifei, blushing, obviously wanting to know Yifei's preferences. Yifei's preferences are very important to Lu Lingyun. After all, the relationship between the two is different. Life, especially Lu Lingyun also noticed Yifei's sight, this bad guy. Yifei smirked and blinked. "You don't have to worry about this, just eat." "What is meant by just eating? I am not a pig," Lu Lingyun whispered. He seemed to blame Yifei, but his tone was unspeakable joy. The two were eating popcorn, drinking coke, and talking in a low voice, and the movie opened soon. The movie opens. Yifei and Lu Lingyun both gradually stopped talking and began to watch movies seriously, especially Lu Ling. Yun, knowing that this is a movie produced by her boyfriend, is full of curiosity. I Am Not the God of Medicine. Lu Lingyun has also seen it, and she was also deeply moved, thinking it is a good movie. When watching the movie The Wandering Planet, what Lu Lingyun gave to Lu Lingyun was another totally different feelings. Cool, refreshing. The movie Wandering Planet is indeed different, the element of science fiction in the movie. The originality is very strong, and every frame of the picture can even be said to have lost its blood. Yifei is also trying to shoot a real science fiction film this time, so the production cost. No effort was spared. Yifei didn't even want to make more money, what he wanted was word of mouth. That is right, in Yifei's view, word of mouth is worth more than the box office for a while. After all, Yifei is not bad for money. As a first-class enterprise in the country, Yes Group has a market value. A large consortium of hundreds of billions or even trillions. In contrast, in Yifei's view, word of mouth is really valuable. Once the audience recognizes the reputation and production quality of Brilliant Entertainment, it will only be brilliant in the future. If the quality of entertainment films is qualified, a large number of audiences and fans will buy it. For example, The Happy Twist produced by The Past Life, and the director Xu Zhen, Ning Hao, can all occupy a very high position in the hearts of the audience. As long as the reputation is good, are you afraid of not making money? As a result, Yifei paid a lot of money this time, and the results achieved were also exceptionally good. The film is showing, and the story is getting better. From time to time, Lu Lingyun heard a low voice of exclamation, feeling the magnificence of the picture production, and the structure of the whole story is perfect. Especially the originality of Wandering Planet itself is unparalleled. Lu Lingyun watched the movie unblinkingly, completely immersed in it, accompanied by the depth of the plot. With the ups and downs, she watched more vigorously. The plot is really good. The film was screened continuously, and the film ended in about an hour later. At this time, Lu Lingyun let out a long sigh of relief. It seems that only then did he relax. Lu Lingjun stared at Yifei with those bright eyes and said seriously, it is really fun. I haven't watched this for a long time. Kind of blockbusters and international movies, so enjoyable. Lu Lingjun praised her. Hearing Lu Lingyun say this, Yifei also smiled and said, it is fine if you like it. How do you think this movie compares with the previous Medicine God? Lu Lingjun tilted his head and whispered, how can I say it, although it is not as good as Medicine God. Touching, the score is estimated to be no higher than Yaoshan, but it is still quite good, and it is. Commercial blockbusters, generally this kind of films are more likely to get high box office and are more pleasing. Yes, Yifei agreed. 0.2 The two walked out of the hospital hand in hand. At this time, Lu Lingyun and Yifei clasped their hands. Back to Brilliant Entertainment Company, and Yifei is also waiting for the box office summary on the first day. The first day is the first day of the show, and the box office summary is also very important. At this moment, not only Yifei, but also John Minley and other executives from Brilliant Entertainment. All are eagerly waiting. In the end, the box office on the first day was released, and the box office on the first day of Wandering Planet exceeded 400 million. This is an extremely staggering number. Chapter 363, I Miss You. The box office was released on the first day, breaking through 400 million. This amazing number represents an unparalleled success for the premiere of Wandering Planet. Achievement. You must know that in terms of the current popularity of Wandering Planet, this is equivalent to the first day of release. Broke the first day score of Medicine God, and exceed the first day of Medicine God by at least 100 million votes. House. A good start. John Minley looked at Yifei, excited Mr. Yi, we are really off to a good start now. Now this momentum is simply advancing by leaps and bounds, according to such box office results, too. At that time, the box office may have a blowout increase. John Minley was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth from ear to ear. Thinking about the box office trend of Wandering Planet, John Minley feels that the prospects are boundless. Yifei smiled and said, look at tomorrow's results. Trend, that is a bit interesting. Yifei is not at all worried about this. Watching the box office trend of Wandering Planet, he won 3. A box office of more than 1 billion will be very easy. For Yifei, this is just a matter of earning more and less. Yifei has 3 billion box office. It must be able to make a lot of money. Of course, the key is that Yifei Xiong 19 believes that the final box office is even more than 3 billion, and it will reach to a higher altitude. No one knows the box office of Wandering Planet better than Yifei. Leaving aside the box office of Wandering Planet, Yifei and Lu Lingyun returned to the room together. Yifei sent Lu Lingjun home. Lu Lingjun was accompanied by Yifei. She was in a good mood and took the initiative. Holding Yifei's hand, he whispered at Yifei, then you think I will go to I am singer, which song is better to sing on variety show? Lu Lingjun looked forward to it very much. She also trusted Yifei's musical talent very much. Only then will I ask Yifei for advice. In Lu Lingjun's view, Yifei's talents even far exceed those in the entertainment industry. People, Yifei thought slightly, and said your noise is ethereal and tactful, and your voice is very high. There are many songs suitable for singing, but the music that is more in line with your personal style is still love. The song is better. Well, I know, then I will choose a love song when the time comes. Lu Lingyun thought about it. With a smile, at that time, I will give you a new song. Yi7 said it just so happens that I have a few you go to suit you. Hearing Yifei's words, joy flashed in Lu Lingyun's eyes and said, really? Well, there happens to be a tune that suits you very well. Yifei said with a smile. How could Yifei not help Lu Lingyun? After all, it is his own woman. He had long planned to put Lu Lingyun on the stage of I Am a Singer. The last blockbuster was amazing. With this, Lu Lingjun can go a step further and become more famous. This is also very helpful to Lu Lingyun. When Lu Lingyun heard Yifei say this, he felt confident in his heart and smiled softly. Okay, then I am looking forward to it. Rest assured. Ding, congratulations to the host, because Lu Lingyun's favor with you has increased, your experience points have increased. 300 points. Hearing the prompt from the system, Yifei suddenly refreshed, his experience value increased by 300. Point, it is good. Yifei accompanied Lu Lingyun for a while, and the two cuddled up together. Yifei stayed for about 2 hours before leaving Lu Lingyun's home. The relationship between Yifei and Lu Lingjun is closer. Yifei is also happy about it, but it is also clear that this matter can be rushed, otherwise it will be counterproductive. Private villa. Yifei was lying on the sofa, and just as he lay down, he heard the doorbell from outside the door. It was midnight, and Yifei really didn't expect anyone to come at this time. After opening the door, Yifei suddenly realized that Su Qingzu was in front of him. The moment he saw Su Qingzu, Yifei's heart moved. Qingzu, why are you here? Come in quickly. Yifei said as he stretched out his hand to hold it. Su Qingzu gently embraced Su Qingzu's waist. I saw Su Qingzu wearing long boots. Her upper body was an ivory white down jacket. The half body is a black skirt with tights. Those slender legs are particularly eye-catching. In the dark, Su Qingzu is like a bright black pearls. Su Qingzu's eyes were bright. He blinked at Yifei, smiled and said, why, I can tee. Are you coming? Of course not, welcome. Yifei while pulling Su Qingzu, asked Su Qingzu. Work so late today, it's New Year's Eve soon, so don't be too tired. Yifei knows that Su Qingzu has been busy with work recently. Especially in Su's current situation, Su Xiaoqin's health is not good, so Su Qingzu has to take over. Su's work is out. It is okay. Actually last time, after being with you, I feel that my health has been much better recently. Su Qingzu was a little bit twisted, and there was a little ready on her chingly face. Hearing Su Qingzu's words, Yifei immediately understood what Su Qingzu meant. Su Qingzu was talking about fellow practitioners in the Yellow Emperor's internal classic. Thinking of this, Yifei grabbed Su Qingzu and said, it is not easy. Let us continue to talk with you tonight. Bill. Su Qingzu's face suddenly blushed, but Su Qingzu still looked at Yifei boldly. She took the initiative to hold Yifei's neck, and even more. He smiled softly and said, Yifei, I miss you. I miss you too. 920 Yifei whispered in Su Qingzu's ear. Su Qingzu's heart was ashamed, and the corners of his mouth smiled thickly, gently leaning against Yifei's shoulder. Yifei carried Su Qingzu into the bedroom. The next day, when he woke up early in the morning, Su Qingzu had disappeared beside the bed. Yifei went straight to the camp of Jiaolong troops. Yifei still went to Jiaolong troops to teach everyone. Jiaolong troops. When Yifei arrived at Jiaolong's army, he saw people including Chen Zhen, Wang Yang and Shang Zheng. Still training hard. Chen Zhen, Wang Yang and others have become stronger and stronger, although they are still very close to Yifei. A big gap, but it is pretty good among ordinary people and even ordinary warriors. NS. Chapter 364 Big Profits. Yifei spent most of the day in Jialong troops, guiding Chen Zhen and others to practice. Chen Zhen, Wang Yang, Shang Zheng and others are all good at their skills and they have made great progress recently. Seeing the increase in the strength of everyone, Yifei commented on a few of them and said lightly. At present, your strength is acceptable, but obviously there is still a gap between Gaoqilan troops, no. There are still 2 months to go, I hope you can achieve something and catch up. Yifei was still satisfied with the strength of Jialong troops. Since Yifei began to teach the members of these dragon troops. Later, the members of these dragon troops quickly increased in strength and the training was indeed diligently. There are still 2 months left, there is still plenty of time, there is no time for Jialong. Everyone in the troop faced the Qilin troop. Yifei is not worried about this. After spending most of the day in the Jialong unit, Yifei returned to his private villa. In the next few days, everything went well. The Dragon Force has been improving, and the movie box office of Wandering Planet is also the same. In a soaring state, the movie box office of Wandering Planet is rising very strongly. The box office even exceeded 500 million, and the total box office is now close to 2 billion. According to this momentum, the box office of Wandering Planet can even reach 4 billion. This completely broke Zhang Minli's pleasure. To know that Wandering Planet has such a terrifying box office is really powerful to the extreme. More than 4 billion box office, it may even hit the current record of the highest box office of Zhang record. If once it can break Zhang Wangguo's highest box office record, it will completely bring brilliant entertainment. Refreshed its popularity to another level. And it is also very important that the box office of Wandering Planet is like this. Hi, and word of mouth continues to explode. Many netizens have put the Wandering Planet. The movie is currently the pinnacle of science fiction movies in Shuangguo. Because the special effects of Zhang Wangguo's science fiction movies are good, regardless of the plot, the story structure, the cast and so on, no one can match this Wandering Planet. I have to say that this Wandering Planet is completely popular. In more than that, Yifei is not like ordinary Shuangguo movies, just